Chapter 3266. Impossible. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Ling Huyuan's first reaction was to look at Lei Ying in disbelief. She even thought Lei Ying was siding with Huan, Junior's sister Ling Hu. Lei Jun sighed. Earlier, you were caught in little junior sister's illusory technique. She could have easily killed you for 3 breaths of time. If it was a battle of life and death, you would have died by now. Lei Jun said. Ling Huyuan was skeptical of Lei Ying's words, but she was still skeptical of Lei Jun's words. However, when her gaze landed on Xianxia and He Wen, and both of them nodded at her, she knew that her teacher Lei Ying was telling the truth. What kind of technique was that? Ling Huyuan looked at Huan with a grim expression on her face. She had seen illusory techniques before, but she did not see any traces of illusory techniques at all. In fact, the mirror image in the illusory technique seemed to be one with the scene in front of her. Lei Ying and the others who were watching from the side did not change at all. The only thing that changed was the white-clad woman who was supposed to be in a sorry state. Instead, she stood at the side and looked at Ling Huyuan as though she was watching a show. It's normal that you can't see through Huan Er's illusory technique. Lei Ying glanced at Ling Huyuan indifferently and said, Huan is a rare 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan. In the Devata realms, 1,000 Phantoms Ice Foxes are divine beasts. Divine beasts? Ling Huyuan was shocked when she heard Lei Ying's words. Lei Jun and the others were stunned as well. They had heard of the Phantom Fox clan before. They knew it was a powerful clan, but it was only a grade 1 force. However, even if it was only a grade 1 force, they did not doubt that a rare 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox clan would be extremely talented. However, what truly shocked them was the 2 words divine beast that Lei Ying had mentioned. Divine beasts were superior to celestial beasts. If there were no mishaps, divine beasts would become gods that were stronger than 10 directions celestial emperors when they reached adulthood. They would stand at the peak of the Devata realms. And now, their teacher was telling them that their little junior sister was a divine beast? Lei Ying's disciples were shocked, but Duan Lingtian and Huan did not show any signs of shock. After all, they already knew this would happen. Especially Duan Lingtian. A long time ago, Duan Lingtian had asked Huan about the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's grade. However, Huar had told him that the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was not a celestial beast but a divine beast. When he obtained the world-cleansing divine water, it could tell that Huan was a divine beast. Because of this, he was not surprised. Huan has defeated Old Third. From now on, she's my 3rd disciple. At the same time, Lei Ying looked to Ling Huyuan and announced, As for you, Old Third, from today on, you'll be Old Fourth. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at He Wen. He Wen, you're the 5th. 3rd junior sister. 3rd junior sister. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Xianxia and Lei Jun changed the way they addressed Huan. As for Ling Huyuan, she reluctantly addressed Huan as her 3rd senior sister. When she looked at Huan, the jealousy and hatred in her eyes grew even stronger. This Ling Huyuan, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he saw Ling Huyuan's jealousy toward Huan. A cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. He could only hope that Ling Huyuan would not stir up trouble. If she had any ill intentions toward Huan, he would not let her off. You can stay here and cultivate from now on. Lei Ying smiled at Huan. Lei Ying's words immediately caused the jealousy and hatred in Ling Huyuan's eyes to grow even more intense. One must know that before today, only her eldest senior brother and 2nd senior brother could come to her master's place to cultivate as they pleased. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy at her teacher's place was much denser than anywhere else in the valley. There's no need for that. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Huan shook her head and said, I'll just cultivate with brother Ling Tian. She did not want to leave Duan Lingtian's side. Moreover, she would be able to cultivate faster if she stayed by Duan Lingtian's side. Although Lei Ying's cultivation place was good, it was nothing compared to the heaven and earth spirit energy that filled Duan Lingtian's little world. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy that filled Duan Lingtian's little world came from the ruins of the realms of gods. The realms of gods were places where gods cultivated. Naturally, the quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods could not be compared to the quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. Alright, it's up to you. If Lei Ying did not know that Huan was a thousand phantoms ice fox, she might have been displeased by Huan Er's words. However, now that she knew Huan was a thousand phantoms ice fox, she decided to let Huan do whatever she wanted as long as Huan acknowledged her as her disciple. Moreover, as long as she took care of Huan as her teacher, it would not be difficult for her to become closer to Huan. After all, it would be beneficial for her to become friends with a divine beast who had taken human form. In fact, if Huan became a god one day, she might even be able to give her some pointers. Perhaps Huan would be able to comprehend the path to godhood. Becoming a god was the dream of every celestial emperor in the Devata realms. However, in the Devata realms, it was rare for celestial emperors to achieve godhood. Even among titled celestial emperors, there might not even be 1 in 1,000 who could achieve godhood. In any case, Huan, remember that you're my disciple? You can look for me if you need anything in the future. Lei Ying raised her hand and handed her soul pearl to Huan. Let's exchange soul pearls. After the exchange of soul pearls, Lei Ying raised her hand and a fruit that shone with purple lightning appeared in her hand. It emitted a refreshing fragrance. This is a gift from me, Lei Ying said as she handed the fruit over to Huan. Lei Ying said as she handed the celestial fruit to her. This is a violet thunder celestial fruit. I obtained it by accident 1,000 years ago. The violet thunder celestial fruit. When Lei Ying took out the celestial fruit and handed it to Huan, the jealousy in Linghu Yuan's eyes intensified. Even the other 3 disciples, including Lei Jun, stared at the fruit in Lei Ying's hand. The Thunderbolt Immortal Fruit was one of the immortal fruits that immortal emperors could use to increase their cultivation base. It was one of the top immortal fruits that could greatly increase the cultivation base of immortal emperors. After a while, Lei Jun and Shimin Lin Jie withdrew their gazes. After all, the Violet Thunder Celestial Fruit was of no use to them. After all, both Lei Jun and the Shimin Lin clan were celestial emperors now. Thank you, teacher. Huan Er's eyes lit up as she took the Violet Thunder Celestial Fruit from Lei Ying. Huan, remember that you're my disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace. No matter what happens, you'll always have my support, Lei Ying said solemnly. Lei Ying said with a solemn expression. Okay. Huan nodded. Junior sister Huan, if any prodigious disciple dares to provoke you, please let me know. Eldest senior brother is about to pass 1,000 years old and leave the ranks of prodigious disciples. However, I, Lei Jun, am only slightly over 800 years old. Lei Jun smiled at Huan. Thank you, second senior brother. Huan nodded again. After a while, the group of people left. Before they left, apart from Linghu Yuan and He Wen, Lei Jun and Shimin Lin Jie also exchanged soul pearls with Huan. Naturally, they were the ones who took the initiative to do so. Duan Lingtian discovered Lei Jun, Lei Ying's son, had been ignoring him from the beginning until now. However, when he left with Huan he could see the jealousy in Lei Jun's eyes. Huan Er's charm is really great. As a man, Duan Lingtian could easily guess Lei Jun's thoughts when he recalled how Lei Jun had defended Huan in front of Linghu Yuan. Naturally, he had also noticed the coldness in Linghu Yuan's eyes when he left with Huan. It's fine if Linghu Yuan behaves herself. If she doesn't, I don't mind finding an opportunity to send her on her way. Even if they were in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Duan Lingtian and Huan could easily kill a celestial lord like Linghu Yuan if they wanted to. Huan was 1,000 phantoms ice fox. Her illusory techniques were unparalleled in the world. Coupled with his concealment techniques, he was confident he could kill an ordinary celestial emperor. After returning to Su Lang's residence, Huan took out the purple thunder celestial fruit and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, this purple thunder celestial fruit is for you. I know you mean well. However, this purple thunder celestial fruit is a gift from your master, Lei Ting. You should take it, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Brother Lingtian, my cultivation speed is much faster than yours. Moreover, the purple thunder celestial fruit is not as beneficial to me as it is to you. If you don't want it, I'll destroy it, she said stubbornly. Duan Lingtian felt helpless when he saw the determination in her eyes. Since when did she learn to use this tactic? In the past, he had often done this when they were distributing celestial fruits. However, it seemed like Huan had learned his technique. Brother Lingtian, I'll tell you this first. Don't do this again. Next time, the purple thunder celestial fruit will belong to you regardless of whether it's mine or yours. Duan Lingtian took the purple thunder celestial fruit and said solemnly, both of us will take turns to consume one purple thunder celestial fruit. Do you understand? All right, Brother Lingtian. Hurry up and consume the purple thunder celestial fruit. With the purple thunder celestial fruit and the heaven and earth spirit energy in your little world, you'll soon become a 5-elements celestial lord. Huaner smiled. It's not that easy. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Before joining the Heavenly Pool Palace, he had just become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord. He still had a long way to go before he could break through. Even if he consumed the purple thunder celestial fruit, it would still take him some time to become a 5-elements celestial lord. At this moment, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Duan Lingtian and said, Brother Lingtian, I've received a message from the elder of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Chapter 3267. I received it as well. As soon as Huan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian received a message from the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder. The Sword Trial Pavilion's elder had informed him that the prodigy ranked last in the 200 to 300 years old age group was currently in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, he had accepted the challenge and would be fighting Duan Lingtian in the Heavenly Pool Palace's prodigy arena in 3 days. As the challenger, Duan Lingtian did not have the right to choose the time. If he did not show up in 3 days, he would be deemed to have admitted defeat. The prodigy I challenged will be fighting in 3 days. But what about yours? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Huan. Mine is in 10 days, Huan replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye for Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian left Su Lang's cultivation place with Huan in tow. However, as soon as he left, a voice rang from behind him. Hey, little junior brother, wait for me. HM? Duan Lingtian stopped moving and turned around to take a look. With just a glance, he saw a fatty in a loose green robe flashing over. Although the plump man's body was huge and heavy, his speed was not slow at all. Sixth senior brother, what's the matter? The plump man was none other than Su Lang's 6th disciple, Hong Fei. Junior brother, today is the day you challenge the prodigy disciples. As your senior brother, how can I be absent? I'm not like those fellows who call me little junior brother all the time, but I can't see you when the time comes. Hong Fei chuckled before he said with a righteous expression on his face. Senior brother Hong Fei, how did you know I'm challenging the prodigy disciples today? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Even he had only received the message from the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder 3 days ago. Little junior brother, anyone who challenges a prodigy disciple, whether it's to become a prodigy disciple or to rank among the prodigy disciples in their age group, as long as the Sword Trial Pavilion successfully challenges the prodigy disciples, the battle information will be publicly displayed in the Sword Trial Pavilion, Hong Fei said. Hong Fei said, as for me, I just happened to go to the Sword Trial Hall the day before yesterday and happened to see your message. Coincidence? Duan Lingtian glanced at Hong Fei with a strange look, before a grin appeared on his face. It seems like it's only a coincidence that senior brother Hong Fei knew about my challenge today. It was a slip of the tongue. At this time, Hong Fei naturally knew that he had spilled the beans. He quickly said righteously, little junior brother, I was just testing your reaction speed. That's why I said that. Actually, ever since you entered the sect, I've been going to the Sword Trial Hall every few days to look at the battle information of the prodigy disciples. That's why I know that you're going to battle the last ranked prodigy disciple in the 200 to 300 years old age group, Huang Lunan. Hong Fei spoke with a serious expression, as if he was telling the truth. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Naturally, he did not believe what Hong Fei had said. However, he had learned more about Hong Fei's shamelessness. Little junior brother, you've just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. I don't think you know where the Prodigy Arena is, right? Seeing that Duan Lingtian was not interested in answering his question, Hong Fei changed the topic and asked. Duan Lingtian nodded. I was just about to ask someone after I leave. There's no need for that. I'll take you there. Hong Fei smiled. On the way to the Prodigy Arena, Hong Fei continued to explain. The Prodigy Arena isn't located on any of the floating islands in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. It's located 10 miles north of the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. There are 3 Prodigy Arenas in total, and each of them is used by the Heavenly Pool Palace's Prodigy disciples. However, you're the only one who's going to challenge Huang Lunan in the Prodigy Arena today. The Heavenly Pool Palace doesn't lack spectators. Even if you're not famous, and Huang Lunan is only at the bottom of the 200 to 300 years old group of prodigious disciples, there will still be many spectators watching the battle. Of course, most of the spectating disciples are ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. There are only a few prodigious disciples. By the time Hong Fei finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and Huan had already arrived 10 miles north of the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Along the way, they saw many Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples heading in the direction of the Prodigy Arena. I, Hong Fei, am considered a big shot in the Heavenly Pool Palace. I didn't expect these Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples to be so unobservant. Hong Fei narrowed his eyes in displeasure when he saw none of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples had come forward to greet him. Sush, sush, sush. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, Huan and Huan finally came to a halt. They had arrived at the Prodigy Arena. The Heaven's Proud Son of Heaven's Arena consisted of 3 vast arenas suspended in the void. They were distributed at different levels. A small floating island could be seen at the center of the Prodigy Arena. Apart from a huge stone tablet, there was nothing else on the island. The words Prodigy Arena were engraved on the stone tablet. At this moment, more than 100 people had gathered around the Prodigy Arena, and the number was still increasing. Senior Hong Fei. While Duan Lingtian was looking at the Prodigy Arena, a Heavenly Pool Palace's disciple stepped forward and greeted Hong Fei enthusiastically. Yes. Seeing someone come over to greet him, the dissatisfaction that had just appeared on Hong Fei's face immediately disappeared. He nodded in satisfaction. Naturally, Hong Fei was no longer as shameless as before in front of Duan Lingtian and Huan. When the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciple came forward to greet Hong Fei, the other Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples turned to look at Hong Fei. He's Hong Fei. He's the weakest prodigy under the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang. Hong Fei seems to be the weakest prodigy between 600 and 700 years old. He's often kicked out of the ranks of the prodigy disciples. It'll take him a while to climb back up. However, the fact that he managed to climb back up the ranks means he's quite strong. He's barely comparable to a prodigy. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples did not speak loudly, with Duan Lingtian and Huan's hearing, they clearly heard what they were saying. Immediately, the two of them looked at each other and the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. Hong Fei's fat face darkened when he heard the disciples' words. He said angrily, "You bunch of gossips. If you have the guts, come up the Prodigy Arena and fight me. I'll fight all of you alone. If all of you can last 3 rounds, it'll be my loss." Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples realized Hong Fei had heard them. They stood there awkwardly, not knowing if they should leave or stay. Hong Fei, you've really regressed. Aren't you ashamed to bicker with an ordinary disciple? At this moment, a burst of sharp laughter rang from afar, helping the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples to resolve the awkwardness. In just a blink of an eye, a thin young man appeared before everyone's eyes. He was the polar opposite of Hong Fei's fat body. "Lu Jian, what are you doing here?" Hong Fei frowned slightly when he saw the thin young man. He did not expect Lu Jian to be here as well. At the same time, Hong Fei's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Little junior brother, this fellow's name is Lu Jian. He's about the same age as me. However, I'm ranked 10th while he's ranked 9th. If it weren't for my bad luck, I would have defeated him and pushed him down from the 9th place. Hong Fei snorted when he reached the end of his voice transmission. However, Duan Lingtian did not take Hong Fei's words seriously at all. This was because he knew his senior brother Lu's mouth was not very reliable. Nevertheless, he did not expose Hong Fei's lies. Naturally, I came here with my junior brother. Today is the day my junior brother, Huang Lunan, will fight your little junior brother. Lu Jian paused for a moment before he continued to say, I just found out that Duan Lingtian, the new disciple who challenged my junior brother, has joined your teacher, Lord Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. If I'm not mistaken, it should be him, right? As soon as Lu Jian finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a disdainful smile on his face. What? Are you looking down on my little junior brother? Hong Fei asked in a deep voice with a frown on his face when he saw the disdainful smile on Lu Jian's face. It's not that I'm looking down on him, but it's better for a new disciple to consolidate his strength before challenging a prodigious disciple. It won't be easy for him to defeat a prodigious disciple without consolidation, Lu Jian said indifferently. I'm afraid he'll be traumatized if he loses and won't dare to challenge a prodigious disciple again. Lord Su Lang has a total of 7 disciples. 5 of them are outstanding talents. Initially, you were the only one holding him back. However, it seems like there's another one holding him back now. When Lu Jian reached the end of his sentence, his gaze swept past Hong Fei and Duan Lingtian. The disdain on the corner of his mouth grew thicker. Bullshit! Hong Fei exclaimed. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly before he regained his composure. He smiled faintly as he said, Wait until your junior brother, Huang Lunan, defeats me before you say that. Otherwise, you'll end up slapping yourself in the face when the result is out. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Lu Jian intently. That's right. Hong Fei chimed in immediately. I'll end up slapping myself in the face? Lu Jian was slightly taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he could not help but laugh. Brat, it seems like you're quite confident in yourself. However, many of the new disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace are also very confident in themselves. Alas, in the end, they'll always be beaten black and blue. A hint of coldness flashed in Lu Jian's eyes as soon as he finished speaking. Chapter 3268. Oh, is that so? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Lu Jian's words. Senior brother. At this moment, a tall and sturdy young man dressed in blue with a determined expression on his face flew toward Lu Jian. Are you looking for me? Junior brother, this is your opponent today. He's Lord Su Lang's youngest disciple, Duan Lingtian. Lu Jian looked at Duan Lingtian and said to the newcomer. Based on Lu Jian's words, it was obvious the newcomer was Duan Lingtian's opponent today, Huang Lunan. Huang Lunan was ranked last among the 10 prodigious disciples in the 200 to 300 years old age group. If Duan Lingtian defeated him today, he would become a prodigious disciple. At that time, Huang Lunan would be pulled down from the ranks of the prodigious disciples. Prodigious disciples had their own identity tokens. With that identity token, they could enter many places in the Heavenly Pool Palace that ordinary disciples could not enter. Moreover, prodigious disciples were treated in a way that ordinary disciples were jealous of. There were only 100 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Since the Heavenly Pool Palace was a heaven-grade force, it was difficult to become a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Huang Lunan shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and asked indifferently, I heard you defeated a senior brother who's a 6-combo celestial emperor and has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage during the entrance exam? Huang Lunan asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian intently. You seem to know a lot about me. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. I hope you're as strong as you claim. Otherwise, I'll be very disappointed today. Huang Lunan shook his head and smiled. It was as though he did not feel pressured even if he knew Duan Lingtian was strong. It seems like you're very confident in your strength. Duan Lingtian said. Not bad. I think I'm slightly stronger than you. Huang Lunan smiled. Oh, is that so? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and revealed a non-committal expression on his face. The elder of the Sword Trial Palace is here. While Huang Lunan and Lu Jianli were facing off against Duan Lingtian, Huan, and Hong Fei, the voices of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples rang in the distance. It's still him. Duan Lingtian raised his head slightly. With just a glance, he recognized the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder who had helped him and Huan register their names. Huang Lunan, Duan Lingan, have you arrived? As soon as the Sword Trial Pavilion elder appeared above the stone tablet with the words Prodigy Arena written on it, he asked calmly with his hands behind his back. Although his voice was not loud, it seemed to contain some kind of special magic that clearly entered the ears of everyone present. Junior brother, go on. I'd like to see why Lord Su Lang would take a liking to this brat. Lu Jian said to Huang Lunan. Although Lu Jian and Huang Lunan were both disciples of a titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace, their titled Celestial Emperor was slightly weaker than Su Lang. In the past, Lu Jian had wanted to become Su Lang's disciple, but Su Lang had rejected him. It was also because of this that he was very hostile towards Su Lang's disciples who were not as strong as him. Why did Su Lang accept people weaker than him, but not him? Senior brother, just you wait. Today, I'll show him what it means to be a prodigious disciple. Huang Lunan sneered. As soon as Huang Lunan finished speaking, he transformed into a ball of flames and flew up one of the prodigy arenas. Elder. As soon as Huang Lunan entered the prodigy arena, he looked at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder and threw an identity token to him. The identity token was the identity token of a prodigious disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace. The identity token of a prodigious disciple was not engraved with a name, but it could be used to establish ownership through a drop of blood. After Huang Lunan removed the blood binding on the identity token, he threw it to the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. Although the identity token was not engraved with a name, there were some words engraved on it. For example, the words 200 to 300 years old and 10 were carved on it. This identity token belonged to the 10th ranked prodigious disciple among the 200 to 300 years old prodigious disciples. The prodigious disciples in each group would be given a different identity token. If the prodigious disciple defeated the prodigious disciple in the same group, the prodigious disciple's identity token would be swapped. Sush. When Huang Lunan handed the identity token to the Sword Trial Pavilion elder, Duan Lingtian teleported to the prodigy arena where Huang Lunan was standing. Upon seeing this, Huan teleported to the prodigy arena as well. She looked at Duan Lingtian who was facing off against Huang Lunan. Sister-in-law, Huang Lunan is quite strong. What do you think is little junior brother's chance of winning? Hong Fei asked with a smile on his face. It's impossible for brother Lingtian to lose. Hong Fei was taken aback when he heard Huan's simple and direct reply. Her reply was simple and straightforward. Although Huan had faith in Duan Lingtian, Hong Fei thought she was blindly trusting Duan Lingtian. Although teachers said little junior brother has no problem becoming a prodigious disciple, his opponent is Lu Jian's junior brother, Huang Lunan. Hong Fei could choose not to believe Huan's words, but he had no choice but to believe Su Lang's words. However, he was still puzzled. Huang Lunan is capable of doing what little junior brother did in the first round of selection as well. Let's wait and see. As long as little junior brother defeats Huang Lunan, he'll become a prodigious disciple. At that time, I'd like to see Lu Jian's expression turn ugly. As Hong Fei thought to himself, he turned to look at Lu Jian who had followed him to the prodigy arena. What? Hong Fei, you can't possibly think that this junior brother of yours is a match for my junior brother, right? Lu Jian asked mockingly when he saw the sneer on Hong Fei's face. Lu Jian, I hope you'll still be able to smile when the time comes. Now, Hong Fei had no other choice but to believe in Duan Lingtian. Not to mention anything else, just the imposing manner before the Lu clan would absolutely not lose. Meanwhile, more and more disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace gathered around the arena. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder who presided over the prodigy arena suddenly looked into the distance. His gaze attracted everyone's attention, causing them to look over as well. It's Lei Jun. Senior brother Lei Jun. Senior brother Lei Jun is ranked in the top 3 among the 10 prodigies between the ages of 800 to 900. Not only is he a one basic celestial emperor, but he has also comprehended 7 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. Most importantly, senior brother Lei Jun is the only son of Lord Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Jun was one of the most dazzling geniuses in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Not only was his strength outstanding, but his family background was also far beyond others' reach. However, many people were puzzled. Why was Lei Jun here? Normally, Lei Jun would not be attracted by Duan Lingtian's challenge to Huang Lunan. Young master. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion greeted Lei Jun respectfully. Lei Jun's mother was the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Naturally, the elder did not dare to slight Lei Jun. Elder Qin, you don't have to worry about me. As soon as Lei Jun finished speaking, he appeared next to Huan and greeted her with a smile. 3rd junior sister. 2nd senior brother. Since Lei Jun had helped her many times in front of Linghu Yuan, Huan had a good impression of him. Therefore, she nodded in response to Lei Jun's greeting. 3rd junior sister, I heard you issued a challenge to a prodigious disciple as well? When will your battle be? Lei Jun asked with a bright smile on his face. 7 days later. Huan replied. However, this time, she did not look at Lei Jun. Her eyes were fixed on the purple-clad young man on the prodigy arena. It was as though the purple-clad young man was the only person in her eyes at this moment. Lei Jun's expression darkened when he saw this. When he looked at the purple-clad young man on the prodigy arena, a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He had fallen in love with his 3rd junior sister as soon as he laid eyes on her. Although she was wearing a veil on her face, it still made his heart beat faster. However, what made him jealous was that this 3rd junior sister already had a man by her side. Of course, even if he knew that his 3rd junior sister had a special liking for this man, he didn't really care. This was because he could see that his 3rd junior sister was still a virgin and had not had that kind of relationship with the man by her side. For this reason, he felt he still had time. Naturally, the prerequisite was for his 3rd junior sister to shift her attention away from the purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, to him. Duan Lingtian, there's no enmity between us. However, if you want to blame someone, blame it on me for liking you. Killing intent surged in Lei Jun's heart as he looked at Duan Lingtian. As it turns out, senior brother Lei Jun isn't here for the battle between Duan Lingtian and Huang Lunan. He's here for this woman. This is the first time I've seen senior brother Lei Jun treat a woman like this. Many of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples could see Lei Jun's feelings for Huan. Let's begin. When the Sword Trial Pavilion elder's voice rang in the air, everyone's attention shifted from Lei Jun to Duan Lingtian and Huang Lunan. Duan Lingtian, right? I will let you know that you are overestimating yourself by challenging me. Huang Lunan sneered as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Make your move. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of Huang Lunan's confidence. He said indifferently, if you don't make your move, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to make your move. Chapter 3269. How arrogant! Huang Lunan was completely enraged by Duan Lingtian's words. Flames rose from his body as though he had transformed into a flaming man. Huang Lunan had comprehended the law of fire. Moreover, his cultivation base had already broken through to the level of a 6-combos celestial lord, and he had also comprehended 5 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. For this reason, he was confident he could do what Duan Lingtian had done in the first round of the new disciple's assessment. Duan Ling, today, I'll let you know that a prodigious disciple's dignity is not to be trifled with. Huang Lunan said coldly as he transformed into a ball of flames and shot out, leaving behind a scorching aura in the air. Even the disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace who were standing far away could feel the heat from Huang Lunan's energy. Although Huang Lunan is ranked 10th among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 and 300, his strength is not far from the top few prodigious disciples. That's right. Huang Lunan has not always been ranked 10th. In the past, he was ranked 6th at most. Huang Lunan is still very strong. It's going to be difficult for Duan Lingtian to become a prodigious disciple. Many disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace whispered among themselves as Huang Lunan made his move. However, in the next moment, the expressions on their faces completely froze. Under everyone's watchful eyes, when Huang Lunan approached Duan Lingtian, it was as though he had bumped into something in the air. His entire body came to a halt as he tried to move forward with all his might. However, he was completely helpless. Then, he tried to move in another direction, but it was to no avail. Do you think you can restrain me with your spatial shackles? Huang Lunan sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. It was obvious he could tell Duan Lingtian had cast the law of space's restraining profundity to imprison him in a void, preventing him from leaving. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by a series of loud booms, violent flames swept out from Huang Lunan's body, constantly attacking the spatial prison that imprisoned him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huang Lunan's entire body was engulfed in flames. The flames took the shape of a cube, and its surface was constantly trembling, as if it could erupt at any moment. Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles can actually withstand Huang Lunan's attacks for so long? No wonder this Duan Lingtian dares to challenge a genius disciple. It seems like he does have some skills. However, judging from the current situation, it won't be difficult for Huang Lunan to break free from his shackles. It's only a matter of time. Just as everyone was whispering, Huang Lunan finally broke free from Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles, and a smug smile appeared on his face. However, the smile on his face quickly froze. The moment he discovered that Duan Lingtian had disappeared from where he stood, his expression changed drastically. Then, the flames on his body burned even more fiercely, as if they were going to burn everything. There was nothing more intense than a raging inferno. Specks of flames rose into the air and transformed into roaring fire dragons. These fire dragons were mainly aimed at the people behind him. Is that all you've got? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian teleported behind Huang Lunan. He struck out with his palm, and the terrifying spatial energy wreaked havoc. It shrouded the roaring fire dragons and turned them into ashes. Bang! After the fire dragons were annihilated, a loud noise reverberated in the air. Huang Lunan was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's palm. He looked slightly wretched. When he finally managed to stabilize himself, Duan Lingtian teleported again and appeared next to him. Bang! Duan Lingtian sent Huang Lunan flying again with a kick. With another teleportation, Duan Lingtian appeared above Huang Lunan, who was sent flying. He raised his hand and struck again, dispersing the celestial origin energy that Huang Lunan did not have time to gather. Bang! 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 Although Huang Lunan tried to resist, every time he tried to gather the celestial origin energy in his body, Duan Lingtian would appear next to him and attack him. Duan Lingtian's speed of gathering celestial origin energy was much faster than Huang Lunan's. This made Huang Lunan feel helpless. How can this be? Huang Lunan was filled with resentment. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have 99 heavenly veins. In terms of gathering celestial origin energy, only someone with 99 heavenly veins could compare to Duan Lingtian. What's going on? Huang Lunan is being completely dominated by Duan Lingtian? That's impossible. How can he not be able to fight back at all? Is he giving in to Duan Lingtian? Is this an inside job? The Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples could not understand Huang Lunan's predicament. In their opinion, Huang Lunan was deliberately giving in to Duan Lingtian. If he wants to give in to Duan Lingtian, why can't he just pretend that he's defeated? I think so as well. If he really wants to give in to Duan Lingtian, there's no need for him to keep pretending, right? The Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples shuddered when they saw Huang Lunan's predicament. If they were in Huang Lunen's shoes, they would have admitted defeat a long time ago. Ha! Hong Fei laughed mockingly. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lu Jian, who was standing nearby, and said with a smile, "Lu Jian, it seems like your junior brother isn't good enough. He doesn't even recognize my little junior brother. He's really tenacious. In my opinion, we should just change his name to Huang Shaochang. What do you think?" At this moment, Hong Fei had a smug expression on his face. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Lu Jian's expression darkened when he saw Huang Lunen being tortured by Duan Lingtian. Then he shouted, "Enough!" However, no one paid any attention to him. Since Huang Lunen did not admit defeat, Duan Lingtian continued to torture Huang Lunen. In fact, it was not that Duan Lingtian wanted to torture Huang Lunen. It was just that after a few rounds, he discovered he was able to cast the profundities from the law of space more smoothly. It was as though he was a baby who had just learned how to speak. This feels good. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt extremely carefree. For this reason, he was not in a hurry to severely injure Huang Lunen. Instead, he only inflicted some minor injuries on Huang Lunen. Ever since he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, he had never been able to attack as freely as he did today. At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable. However, compared to Duan Lingtian's comfort, Huang Lunen felt as though he was in an abyss of suffering. If he had been severely injured, he would have admitted defeat long ago. It was precisely because he discovered every time Duan Lingtian attacked him, he only felt intense pain and did not suffer any substantial injuries that he did not admit defeat. Presently, Duan Lingtian had completely occupied the initiative and was suppressing him. He really wanted to turn the situation around. Even if it was only for a moment, he would still be willing to throw in a punch at Duan Lingtian and admit defeat. However, as time passed, Huang Lunen finally lost all hope. Moreover, Lu Jian kept urging him to admit defeat through voice transmission. He had no choice but to admit defeat. "I admit defeat." "You're admitting defeat just like that?" When Duan Lingtian saw Huang Lunen admitting defeat, he frowned as though he wanted to continue. "Duan Lingtian, from today onward, you're ranked 10th among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old." The Sword Trial Pavilion's elder raised his hand and handed Huang Lunan's identity token to Duan Lingtian before he announced in a clear voice. Then, he reminded Duan Lingtian to drip his blood on the token to claim ownership of the token. All right. At the same time, Duan Lingtian performed the blood ownership claim on the identity token in his hand. The Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were not surprised by this outcome. After all, they had expected this outcome when they saw Duan Lingtian beating up Huang Lunen earlier. Meanwhile, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder was preparing to leave. After all, both of them were disciples of Lei Ying, the Sword Trial Pavilion's pavilion master. Moreover, Lei Jun was the only son of the pavilion master in their time. "Elder." Duan Lingtian called out to the Sword Trial Pavilion elder just as he was about to leave. "HM?" Since the Sword Trial Pavilion elder knew Duan Lingtian and Huan were close, he was polite to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingen, is there anything else?" "Elder, now that I've obtained this identity token, I've replaced Huang Lunen as a prodigious disciple. I'm currently ranked 10th among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old. If I want to be ranked higher, can I challenge someone who's ranked higher?" Duan Lingtian asked without beating around the bush. "If you challenge someone who's ranked higher than you, you can only challenge someone who's not ranked in the top 3. Even if you're ranked 5th, you can't challenge someone who's ranked 3rd, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder said. "Currently, you can only challenge someone who's ranked 4th among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old. You'll only be qualified to challenge someone who's ranked 3rd if you defeat the person who's ranked 4th. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder replied. "Is there no other way?" Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He did not want to go through so much trouble. After all, he only managed to rank 1st among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old after fighting so many prodigious disciples. Once he reached the top, his status in the Heavenly Pool Palace would be greatly elevated. At that time, it would be much easier for him to find Huan or his parents. "What? Duan Lingtian, are you trying to challenge someone who's ranked in the top 3? Naturally, it's not impossible for you to challenge someone who's ranked in the top 3. Lu Jian, who was about to leave with Huang Lunan, sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. You can challenge me if you want. As long as you can defeat me, you can even challenge someone who's ranked first among the prodigious disciples, let alone the top 3. A mocking smile appeared on Lu Jian's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Chapter 3270. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at the elder from the sword trial pavilion. The elder's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Lu Jian's words. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he said, "Indeed, it's as he said. If a prodigious disciple under the age of 900 wants to challenge the top 3 prodigious disciples in their age group, they only have to fulfill one condition. That is, they have to challenge a prodigious disciple of a higher age group." The elder from the sword trial pavilion said, as long as they defeat the prodigious disciple, they'll have the opportunity to challenge any prodigious disciple in their age group. They can even challenge the top prodigious disciple. Moreover, they can't refuse the challenge. The elder from the sword trial pavilion glanced at Lu Jian and said, as for the prodigious disciple who's defeated by a prodigious disciple of a lower age group, not only will he have to hand over his prodigious disciple token, but he'll also lose the opportunity to become a prodigious disciple for the next 100 years. This is because he can't issue an invitation to the sword trial pavilion to challenge any prodigious disciple. The elder from the sword trial pavilion finished speaking. What do you think? Duan Lingtian, do you want to fight me? Lu Jian grinned from ear to ear. Little junior brother, ignore him. At this moment, Hong Fei's expression changed when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at Lu Jian. He hastily stopped Duan Lingtian as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would really challenge Lu Jian. Duan Lingtian. The elder from the sword trial pavilion looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian will lose the opportunity to become a prodigious disciple for the next 100 years. For this reason, it doesn't matter if the prodigious disciple loses the opportunity to become a prodigious disciple. Unless one of the prodigious disciples surrenders, the other party can't make a move. If the prodigious disciple fails to surrender before he dies, the prodigious disciple won't be held responsible even if he dies. This is also a rule in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The elder from the sword trial pavilion explained patiently. Regardless of life or death. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows, then looked at Lu Jian and asked meaningfully, why? Lu Jian, want to kill me? Lu Jian chuckled, what? Do you dare to challenge me? As his voice faded, the corners of Lu Jian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Little junior brother, since we have obtained the identity of a genius disciple, we can go back now. Hong Fei said to Duan Lingtian. He was very worried that his junior brother would challenge Lu Jian in a fit of anger. Judging from the current situation, his junior brother was definitely a person with a temperament. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tortured Huang Lunan to such an extent just now. This Duan Lingtian. Lei Jun narrowed his eyes at Duan Lingtian. He couldn't help but wish that Duan Lingtian would challenge Lu Jian to a duel. However, he also knew that this was not very realistic. It was basically impossible for Duan Lingtian to challenge Lu Jian because that would be akin to seeking death. Lu Jian was a prodigious disciple between the ages of 600 and 700. He was an 8-trigram celestial lord, and he had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. His strength was not something his junior brother, Huang Lunan, could compare to. Third junior sister, I don't think your brother Ling Tian dares to challenge Lu Jian. Lei Jun looked at Huan and said with a smile, although Lu Jian's strength is not bad, he's ranked at the bottom of the group of prodigies in his age group. First, Lei Jun said Duan Lingtian did not dare to challenge Lu Jian. Then, he began to belittle Lu Jian. Naturally, Lei Jun did not want to belittle Duan Lingtian directly. Instead, he wanted to use Lu Jian to belittle Duan Lingtian. This was because he knew very well that if he directly belittled Duan Lingtian, it would only make his little junior sister feel disgusted, and she would gradually drift away from him. However, she did not pay any attention to him. She was no longer the same person she used to be. After experiencing the ways of the world, she had learned many things. For example, how could she not understand Lei Jun's intention to use the Lu clan to belittle Duan Ling Tian? It was precisely because Lei Jun had belittled Duan Ling Tian that she no longer wanted to talk to him, even though he was the only son of her teacher, Lei Ying. Elder, if I challenge Lu Jian, does that mean I don't have to go through the registration process? Duan Ling Tian asked the elder of the sword trial pavilion. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, not only was the elder of the sword trial pavilion stunned, but even the disciples of the heavenly pool palace were stunned. Duan Ling Tian really wanted to challenge Lu Jian? Was he trying to court death? Can't Duan Ling Tian see that Lu Jian is trying to provoke him? He's really going to challenge Lu Jian? Is he out of his mind? Lu Jian is a prodigious disciple between the ages of 600 and 700. Moreover, he's an 8-trigram celestial lord who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. How can Duan Ling Tian defeat him? In my opinion, he must have fallen for Lu Jian's provocation. In the heat of the moment, he decided to challenge Lu Jian. The disciples of the heavenly pool palace shook their heads as they discussed among themselves. They looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at a fool. Lu Jian's eyes lit up. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would fall for his provocation. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian couldn't see through his direct provocation? Little junior brother. Hong Fei's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would fall for his provocation. He quickly sent a voice transmission to dissuade Duan Ling Tian. 6 senior brother, don't worry. Upon hearing Hong Fei's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian merely sent a voice transmission to reassure Hong Fei. He had no intention of changing his mind. At this moment, the sword trial pavilion elder glanced at Lu Jian and said, "If you agree, you don't have to go through the registration process." Elder Qin, I agree. Lu Jian was afraid Duan Ling Tian would go back on his word. He was the first to speak when the sword trial pavilion elder turned to look at him. Duan Ling Tian, let's see if you dare to challenge me or not. After Lu Jian finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a disdainful grin on his face. He was clearly provoking Duan Ling Tian. Elder, I'll challenge him. Duan Ling Tian said bluntly as he looked at the sword trial pavilion elder. Duan Ling Tian, you better think this through. Now that you've said this, you won't be able to escape if he removes the identity token and hands it over to me. The sword trial pavilion elder looked at Duan Ling Tian and solemnly reminded him. If it was an ordinary person, he would not have tried to persuade him. However, Duan Ling Tian was not an ordinary person. He was Lei Ying's disciple, the sword trial pavilion master's disciple. I've thought it through. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Lu Jian took out his identity token and handed it over to the sword trial pavilion elder after removing the identity token. Elder Qin, since he's so confident, you should just let him be. If you insist on persuading him, he might be displeased. Lu Jian removed the identity token from his identity token and handed it over to the sword trial pavilion elder. As long as he defeated Duan Ling Tian, he would be able to retrieve his identity token. However, if he lost, he would be stripped of his status as a prodigious disciple. Moreover, he would not be able to become a prodigious disciple for 100 years even if he was strong enough. This was to prevent people from deliberately going easy on him. After the sword trial pavilion elder took Lu Jian's identity token, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Duan Ling Tian, your battle with the Lu clan is a battle of life and death. Naturally, you can choose to admit defeat. At that time, Lu Jian won't be able to continue attacking you. After the sword trial pavilion elder took Lu Jian's identity token, he flew toward one of the prodigy arenas in a streak of golden light and waited for Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Lu Jian was no longer in a hurry. Since he had handed over his identity token, it was too late for Duan Ling Tian to go back on his word. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian could also admit defeat now. Although many people understood Duan Ling Tian's reason for admitting defeat, his reputation in the heavenly pool palace would be tarnished. Many people would not allow such a thing to happen to his reputation. There was a big difference between admitting defeat without a fight and admitting defeat at the last moment. Elder, does this mean he won't be punished if he kills me before I admit defeat? Even if I kill him before he admits defeat, he won't be punished, right? Duan Lingtian asked the Sword Trial Pavilion elder through voice transmission. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder was taken aback. After a while, he replied through voice transmission, "That's right." After replying to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder's heart skipped a beat. Why is Duan Lingtian asking me this? Could it be that he intends to kill Lu Jian? While the Sword Trial Pavilion elder was still puzzled, Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was standing opposite Lu Jian in the Prodigy Arena. Little junior brother. Hong Fei's expression changed drastically. He had been trying to persuade Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, but Duan Lingtian had ignored him. Apart from replying to him in the beginning, Duan Lingtian had completely ignored him. Duan Lingtian, he actually agreed to it? Lei Jun's eyes widened slightly. However, his eyes shone brightly when he saw this. This was what he had been waiting for the most. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely die if he fought Lu Jian. It seems like I don't even have to make a move myself. Lu Jian will be able to kill him for me. Lei Jun thought to himself. However, he did not dare to show it on his face. He looked at Huan and shook his head as he said, Your brother Lingtian is too impulsive. Didn't you try to persuade him? Lu Jian is very strong. He might not be able to defeat Lu Jian. However, Huan did not respond to Lei Jun's words. It was as though she had completely ignored him. She continued to look at the purple figure on the Prodigy Arena as though he was the only person left in her world. Chapter 3271. As expected of a disciple whom Lord Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie's celestial emperor, took the initiative to accept. You're courageous and courageous, Lu Jian said with a faint smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian condescendingly. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Jian. His expression was indifferent as though he did not take Lu Jian seriously at all. In fact, he did not take Lu Jian seriously at all. Let's begin. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder spoke. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if you're no match for him, admit defeat in time. Thank you for your reminder, elder. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, grateful for the elder's reminder even though he knew it was only for Huan Er's sake. As for his sixth senior brother Hong Fei's reminder, he was naturally grateful. However, he knew that in front of Hong Fei, unless he really used his strength to prove himself, Hong Fei would not think that he, who was not even 300 years old, could be Lu Jian's opponent. After all, Lu Jian's strength was on par with Hong Fei. In fact, Lu Jian was even stronger than Hong Fei to a certain extent. Otherwise, Lu Jian would not be ranked higher than Hong Fei among the prodigious disciples between the ages of 600 to 700 years old. It was precisely because he knew that Hong Fei wouldn't believe him that he only responded to Hong Fei at the beginning and turned a deaf ear to Hong Fei's voice transmission later on. In fact, he even intentionally blocked Hong Fei's voice transmission. Duanling, I won't bully you. You can make the first move. Although Lu Jian did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for him, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he was shrouded in a layer of golden light. It was as though he had transformed into a golden man. From afar, it was as though he was a Buddha. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes before a faint smile appeared on his face. It seemed like Lu Jian really did not think highly of him. As soon as Lu Jian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian did not say anything. He teleported and vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, Duan Lingtian was already near Lu Jian. With a thought, he used the space law's confinement profundity to confine the space around Lu Jian. Duan Lingtian's spatial imprisonment this time was different from the one he used against Huang Lunan. To deal with Huang Lunan, he would imprison him alone. In order to deal with Lu Jian, he had trapped both himself and Lu Jian in the same place, and they were less than 10 meters away from each other. Furthermore, Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He stood within the confined space, facing off against Lu Jian with a distance of 10 meters between them. At this moment, the golden light emitted from Lu Jian's body, which had been fused with the basic element of the law of metal, had even spread to a spot not far from Duan Lingtian's body. This Duan Lingtian, what is he doing? Is he provoking senior brother Lu Jian? Why is he standing so close to senior brother Lu Jian? There's an obvious spatial energy fluctuation in the space they're in. Moreover, the spatial energy fluctuation must be from Duan Lingtian's restraining profundity. Did he imprison Duan Lingtian and Lu Jian together? Is he crazy? Isn't he seeking death by standing so close to Lu Jian? Lu Jian is an 8-trigram celestial lord who has comprehended the law of metal. Moreover, he's skilled in offense. Duan Lingtian's greatest advantage is his teleportation profundity. Isn't he wasting his advantage by standing so close to Lu Jian? What's he trying to do? The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were dumbfounded when they saw this. In fact, they were not the only ones who were dumbfounded. Even the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder who presided over the battle between the prodigies was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on in Duan Lingtian's mind. Not only did Duan Lingtian not utilize his advantage, but he even exposed his weakness to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is digging his own grave. Does he think senior brother Lu's strength is on par with mine? Earlier, Huang Lunan had been defeated by Duan Lingtian. It was easy to imagine how much resentment Duan Lingtian had for him. Now that he saw how arrogant Duan Lingtian was, he could not help but laugh mockingly. Third junior sister, this brother Lingtian of yours is really irrational. Lei Jun looked at Huan with a smile on his face. Although Huan ignored Lei Jun, he still took the initiative to talk to her. Even if Huan did not speak, he could still entertain himself by chatting with her. Naturally, although Lei Jun said that Duan Lingtian was not rational, he was laughing in his heart. After all, he could not wait for Duan Lingtian to lose his mind. If Duan Lingtian lost his mind, it would be more likely that Duan Lingtian would be killed. Lu Jian. However, he did not vent his anger on Huan. Instead, he directed his anger at Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Lu Jian, who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian. Lu Jian's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I'm Lei Jun. Before Lu Jian could reply, Lei Jun continued to say, don't miss this opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Once you're done, I'll give you a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon was considered a rare treasure even in heaven-grade forces. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, only those who had broken through to the Celestial Emperor realm would be given a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, they would have to rely on themselves to obtain a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. They would either have to make a certain contribution to the Heavenly Pool Palace or perform exceptionally well in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment. Naturally, there was another way to obtain a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon without relying on oneself or breaking through to become a celestial emperor. For example, the children of titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace like Lei Jun. Although purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons were precious to the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, they still had a few of them. Naturally, they would not be stingy with their children. For example, Lei Jun had been given a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon by his mother, Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion. She was also the merciless celestial emperor. After he became a celestial emperor, the Heavenly Pool Palace gave him another purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he had also obtained a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon after passing a test in the Heavenly Pool Palace 100 years ago. In Lei Jun's opinion, giving away a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon was not a big deal at all. It was just one less item in his spatial ring. However, for a prodigious disciple like Lu Jian who did not have a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon, a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon was a life-saving treasure. For this reason, Lu Jian's eyes lit up when he heard Lei Jun's words. After all, he had no intention of letting Duan Lingtian live. As long as he had the chance, he would kill Duan Lingtian. When he heard Lei Jun's voice transmission, although he did not know how Duan Lingtian had offended Lei Jun's promise was enough to drive him crazy. After all, a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon was something he had always dreamed of obtaining. Duan Lingtian, it seems like you're really confident in your strength. You actually dared to give up your advantage of teleporting and enter the shackles of space to fight me. Lu Jian looked at Duan Lingtian as a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although the shackles of space were cast by Duan Lingtian, to a certain extent, Lu Jian could ignore the shackles of space. Even so, the shackles' profundity from the law of space still affected the space around them. Moreover, in a space affected by the law of space, the teleportation profundity would be greatly affected. For example, it would take Duan Lingtian 1 to 2 breaths to cast the teleportation profundity to leave the shackles of space. These 2 breaths were more than enough time for Lu Jian to do many things. As expected of my junior and senior brother. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Jian indifferently. Before you, your junior brother, Huang Lunan, also thought he would win when we fought. What happened to him in the end? What? Do you think I'll follow in my junior brother's footsteps? Lu Jian sneered. If my junior brother hadn't been careless and allowed you to gain the upper hand, it wouldn't have been easy for you to defeat my junior brother. Although Duan Lingtian and Huang Lunan had fought earlier to hone the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended, in Lu Jian's opinion, Duan Lingtian's failure to defeat Huang Lunan was more likely because Duan Lingtian was not much stronger than Huang Lunan. You're all talk and no action. Make your move. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As you wish. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Jian transformed into a ray of golden light that flashed before everyone's eyes as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! When the golden light neared Duan Lingtian, it transformed into a golden sword ray that seemed indestructible and menacing. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. With a sway of his body, a furious space energy swept out. At the same time, 9 space tiers appeared around him. The space territory shook as it enveloped the golden sword ray. Within the space territory, the vibrating space energy was like small snakes that charged toward the golden sword ray as though they were not afraid of death. As for the golden sword radiance, it was like a merciless harvest, constantly harvesting the lives of these small snakes. Magnetic storm profundity. With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, the space energy in the space territory that looked like small snakes suddenly swelled and turned into large pythons. Just a few pythons were enough to dim the golden sword ray. It should be noted that the golden sword ray was indestructible. The small snakes were not enough to kill it at all. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have comprehended so many profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. However, let's stop here. Lu Jian narrowed his eyes as he stood in the middle of the golden sword ray. Until now, he had only used a small portion of his strength. The reason he had held back so much was because he wanted to use his full strength to kill Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop. Chapter 3272. In Lu Jian's opinion, if he had unleashed his full strength from the beginning, Duan Lingtian would have admitted defeat before he could even kill Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian admitted defeat, he would not be able to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, if he killed Duan Lingtian, he would be punished by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Based on his status in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he would be sentenced to death. Although he was a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace, his innate talent and comprehension ability were the lowest among the 100 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. In order to uphold the rules of the Heavenly Pool Palace, it was impossible for them to spare his life. For this reason, Lu Jian did not unleash his full strength when he attacked Duan Lingtian. He had concealed most of his strength so he could kill Duan Lingtian with one strike when he was close to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian seems to be quite strong. Why do I feel like senior brother Lu Jian didn't unleash his full strength? Is this all he's got? Based on the strength he displayed so far, at most, it's comparable to Huang Lunan. He must have concealed his strength. Many of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples who were spectators could see Lu Jian had intentionally concealed his strength when he fought Duan Lingtian. It seems like senior brother Lu wants to kill Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing Lu Jian's reaction, Huang Lunan, naturally, could guess Lu Jian's intention. A hint of bloodlust could be seen in his eyes. Previously, Duan Lingtian had humiliated him in public. If news of this spread, he would definitely be humiliated. Everyone who saw him or Duan Lingtian would be reminded of today's incident. However, if Duan Lingtian died, he would not have to worry about this at all. Junior brother Lingtian, Lu Jian has concealed most of his strength. He wants to kill you. Hurry up and admit defeat. If others could see this, how could Hong Fei, who had been Lu Jian's old rival for many years, not see this? Because of this, his small eyes narrowed as he anxiously transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. As soon as Hong Fei finished speaking, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the golden sword light that was being continuously depleted by Duan Lingtian's space energy suddenly surged without any warning. Crash! Under the watchful eyes of the others, the golden sword ray exploded and transformed into tens of thousands of golden sword rays in just a blink of an eye. They filled Duan Lingtian's confinement space. Not only that, but there were even golden light spots that appeared around the confinement space before they exploded. It was the explosive power of the golden sword light that had directly penetrated Duan Lingtian's space law imprisonment profundity. In the next moment, before everyone's eyes, Duan Lingtian was engulfed by the golden sword light that filled the sky. It was as if he had been completely submerged by a golden flood, leaving no trace behind. The ear-piercing sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air, sending chills down the spines of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples' spines. After all, there was another person at the center of the storm. This is Lu Jian's strength? I knew Lu Jian had been concealing his strength earlier. Look, this is his true strength. How terrifying! It's too terrifying. Let alone Duan Lingtian, even Hong Fei, Duan Lingtian's senior brother, would be severely injured by this attack if he's caught off guard. Lu Jian wants to kill Duan Lingtian. A hint of pity could be seen in the eyes of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples as they looked at the sea of golden sword lights in the distance. Naturally, the pity in their eyes was directed at Duan Lingtian. If I'm in his shoes, I'll definitely die under such an attack. Huang Lunan's eyes lit up. He was certain Duan Lingtian would die under his senior brother's attack. Lu Jian wants to kill Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder who was presiding over the battle frowned slightly. He could tell Lu Jian wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not have unleashed his full strength. It was clear Lu Jian wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. However, there was nothing he could do. This was a battle of life and death. This was a battle of life and death. Even if he did not want Duan Lingtian to die for Huan's sake, he could not interfere. The only way he could save Duan Lingtian was if Duan Lingtian admitted defeat. However, based on the current situation, even if Duan Lingtian wanted to admit defeat, he would not be able to do so. This was because with Duan Lingtian's strength, he would not be able to hold on for long even if he resisted with all his might. If he admitted defeat, he would be killed the moment he opened his mouth and was distracted. Die! Lei Jun's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. However, when he looked at Huan who was standing nearby, he discovered her expression was as calm as ever. It was as though she was not worried about Duan Lingtian being killed by Lu Jian. What's going on? Lei Jun was puzzled. A ridiculous thought even appeared in his mind. Don't tell me she thinks Duan Lingtian will be able to survive Lu Jian's attack? Lei Jun knew that even if it was him, he would not be able to survive Lu Jian's attack before he was 500 years old. Little junior brother. Hong Fei's pupils constricted as he watched the sea of golden sword rays shrink. His chubby face started to tremble violently from anxiety. At the same time, in the storm of golden sword chi, Duan Lingtian's spatial energy was being suppressed by Lu Jian's energy. In the end, Lu Jian's sword chi was on the verge of completely destroying Duan Lingtian's spatial energy before it engulfed Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be able to hold on for so long under my attack. However, he'll die in 2 breaths at most. In one of the golden sword rays, Lu Jian was staring coldly at Duan Lingtian. In Lu Jian's opinion, Duan Lingtian was only able to hold on for so long because of his qi. If Duan Lingtian wanted to admit defeat, Lu Jian would be able to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as Duan Lingtian surrendered. That was what Lu Jian had been dreaming of. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to still be holding back. He had not unleashed all of his profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Was he not trying to numb Lu Jian's senses by doing this? Based on Lu Jian's estimation, if he unleashed all of his profundities from the law of space, he might be able to kill Lu Jian, but it would take some effort. Under such circumstances, Lu Jian would have a chance to surrender and beg for mercy. Duan Lingtian did not intend to spare the life of a person who intended to kill him. Profound divine metal, lend me a hand. Duan Lingtian communicated with the 6th form profound divine metal in his little world and asked for help. Although the profound divine metal was in its 6th form, it did not put on airs in front of Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the profound divine metal released a vast energy from the law of metal from Duan Lingtian's little world and merged with Duan Lingtian's body. Many thanks. After Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude to the profound divine metal, he looked at the tens of thousands of sword rays that were closing in on him. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes when he saw one of the sword rays. And that sword gleam, Lu Jian, was inside. Did he discover me? It was not difficult for Lu Jian to tell Duan Lingtian had discovered him when he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. However, he did not mind. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian had discovered him, there was nothing he could do to him. Lu Jian's strength had completely suppressed Duan Lingtian's. When the tens of thousands of sword rays were closing in on Duan Lingtian, a sneer appeared on the corner of Lu Jian's lips. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely die in the span of a breath. However, in the next moment, the sneer on his face froze. This was because he discovered Duan Lingtian's spatial energy had suddenly increased and pushed his attack away. His expression changed drastically when he saw this. Duan Lingtian has concealed his strength. At this moment, Lu Jian was certain Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength even better than him. Duan Lingtian's true strength was higher than his. Duan Lingtian, you've concealed your strength well. Lu Jian was not in a hurry to admit defeat even though he knew Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength. He knew it was impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian today, and he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, it would not be by much. As long as he wanted to admit defeat, he could do so at any time. As soon as Lu Jian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth slightly, and a golden sword ray instantly flew out of it. It carried an indomitable aura as it charged toward Lu Jian. Lu Jian could not be more familiar with the power of the law of metal contained within the golden sword light. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes widened in shock. How can Duan Lingtian use the law of metal at the same time as the law of space? Furthermore, the power of the metal laws is so strong. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Jian wanted to admit defeat. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he discovered the golden sword ray that shot out from Duan Lingtian's mouth had already reached the space between his eyebrows. You've lived a good life to be able to die under my flying sword. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Jian indifferently. As soon as he sent a voice transmission to Lu Jian, the golden sword ray pierced through Lu Jian's forehead, killing him instantly. At the moment of Lu Jian's death, all of Lu Jian's attacks also disappeared. Before Lu Jian's attack completely disappeared, the golden sword ray that Duan Lingtian spat out had already disappeared into the distance under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The crowd did not think that the sword ray that was filled with the law of metal came from Duan Lingtian. They only thought that it was Lu Jian's doing. Chapter 3273. When the golden sword chief finally dissipated, the disciples from the heavenly pool palace shook their heads. They thought Duan Lingtian had died in Lu Jian's hands. Even Lei Jun and the elder from the sword trial pavilion shared the same thought. Little junior brother. Hong Fei's expression changed drastically. Huan was the only one who remained unfazed. Her expression was as calm as ever, and she did not seem flustered at all. After all, no one knew Duan Lingtian better than Huan. In Huan Er's opinion, based on Lu Jian's strength, it was impossible for him to be a match for her brother, Ling Tian. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, she was not the slightest bit worried. For this reason, Huan was not surprised when the golden sword chi finally dissipated and revealed a purple figure. However, just because Huan was not surprised, it did not mean the others were not surprised as well. Duan Lingtian? How's this possible? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian appeared unscathed. At the same time, Lu Jian's corpse fell from the sky and crashed heavily on the prodigy arena, turning into a pile of minced meat. Lu Jian was a prodigious disciple between the ages of 600 and 700. He was an 8-trigram celestial lord who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. Even so, he was killed by a prodigious disciple between the ages of 200 and 300. Duan Lingtian. Lei Jun's eyes widened. A hint of disbelief could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to survive Lu Jian's attack. However, not only did Duan Lingtian survive Lu Jian's attack, but he even managed to kill Lu Jian. He found it hard to believe. What's going on? How did senior brother Lu Jian die? Did Duan Lingtian use a celestial talisman to kill senior brother Lu Jian? The prodigy arena doesn't exist? The prodigy arena isn't just a decoration. It's impossible to use a celestial talisman there. The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were stunned for a moment before they regained their senses. When they regained their senses, they looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. No one would have thought that Lu Jian would die in the hands of Duan Lingtian. This prodigious disciple between the ages of 200 and 300 had just become a prodigious disciple today. However, as soon as he became a genius disciple, he killed Lu Jian. It was not hard to imagine how this matter would shake the entire Heavenly Pool Palace. After all, in the history of the Heavenly Pool Palace, similar incidents had happened before, but they were rare. The sword trial hall elder was stunned. He thought that Duan Lingtian had died at Lu Jian's hands, but he didn't expect that not only did Duan Lingtian survive, he even killed Lu Jian. How did he do it? At this moment, even the elders of the sword trial pavilion could not help but feel puzzled. They could not understand how Duan Lingtian could kill Lu Jian. Duan Lingtian was more than 300 years younger than Lu Jian. However, even though they were both prodigious disciples, Duan Lingtian still managed to kill Lu Jian despite the age gap between them. Lu Jian did not even have the chance to admit defeat. This was enough to show that Duan Lingtian was not as simple as it seemed. This is impossible. How's this possible? Huang Lunan, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian and kicked out of the ranks of the prodigious disciples by Duan Lingtian, thought his senior brother, Lu Jian, would be able to avenge him by killing Duan Lingtian. However, not only did his senior brother fail to avenge him, but he was also killed by Duan Lingtian. Huang Lunan found it hard to believe. He even thought he was dreaming. However, everything around him seemed to be telling him that he was not dreaming. Little junior brother, isn't this a little too much? Hong Fei, who thought Duan Lingtian had been killed by Lu Jian, was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian was not killed by Lu Jian. Instead, Lu Jian managed to kill Lu Jian. Little junior brother, I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems like I've underestimated you. Huan teleported to Duan Lingtian's side and gently held Duan Lingtian's arm. At the same time, Hong Fei flew toward Duan Lingtian as he laughed heartily. Lu Jian had been his nemesis for many years. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Naturally, Hong Fei was happy to see Lu Jian killed by his little junior brother. After all, he hated Lu Jian from the bottom of his heart. Lei Jun's eyes turned cold when he saw Huan walking over to Duan Lingtian's side and holding his hand as though they were lovers. With a cold snort, he left. After Lei Jun left, Huang Lunan left as well since he felt he would only embarrass himself if he continued to stay. However, before he left, he sent a message to Huang Lunan and Lu Jian's teacher about Lu Jian's death. Huang Lunan and Lu Jian's teacher was a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly pool palace called Long Wu. His name was Gu Changjiang. Duan Lingtan, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Lu Jian's strength is extraordinary, but you still managed to kill him. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, I was lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Lucky? Naturally, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder and the other Heavenly Pool Palace disciples did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. Elder, can I challenge the top prodigious disciple in my age group now? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. Of course. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder nodded. When I return, inform me through his soul pearl that you want to challenge him. I'll inform you once he's decided on a time. He won't be able to refuse the challenge. If he doesn't accept the challenge within 3 months, you'll be able to climb to the top of your age group. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder said. Thank you, elder. Duan Lingtian nodded. In that case, I'll take my leave first. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder nodded at Huan, with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, a thunderous voice rang from afar, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Who killed my disciple? His voice was loud and clear like thunder, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to turn slightly solemn. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was familiar with the person's name. Gu Changjiang was one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His title was Martial Dragon, and people called him the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Gu Changjiang came here personally? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect Gu Changjiang would come here personally for Lu Jian's death. Gu Changjiang. Upon hearing the voice, Hong Fei immediately sent a message to Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, without any hesitation. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, titled Celestial Emperors were high and mighty. If Gu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, had killed Hong Fei's junior brother in a fit of rage, the Heavenly Pool Palace would not kill him. At most, they would punish him. For this reason, Hong Fei did not hesitate to inform Su Lang, Duan Lingtian's teacher. Sush. Gu Changjiang was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man dressed in a loose green robe. His face was as fair as jade. When his gaze fell on the corpse on the prodigy's arena, his face suddenly darkened. Lu Jian was not the most outstanding disciple under his tutelage. However, Lu Jian was good with words. Therefore, Gu Changjiang was very satisfied with his disciple. He was furious when he learned that Lu Jian had been killed. Who's Duan Lingtan? Gu Changjiang hovered in the air as he swept his gaze across the crowd before his eyes finally landed on Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was too eye-catching. Not only was his appearance outstanding, but even Huan Hu, who was holding his hand and wearing a veil, was also eye-catching. You killed my disciple? Gu Changjiang asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. A powerful aura surged out of Gu Changjiang's body and pressed down on Duan Lingtian. If you're talking about Lu Jian, I had a life-or-death battle with him. Even if he's dead, it can only be attributed to his lack of skill. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged in the face of Gu Changjiang's overbearing aura. It was as though he was not afraid at all. In fact, he was not afraid of Gu Changjiang's aura at all. After all, his body had been tempered by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. How could a mere titled celestial emperor's aura affect him? Lord Gu Changjiang. At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder stepped forward and said to Gu Changjiang, the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lu Jian was a life-or-death battle that I presided over. Did I say anything to you? Gu Changjiang glanced at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder indifferently before he raised his hand. A powerful energy surged out of his hand and slammed into the Sword Trial Pavilion elder, sending him flying. Blarg! As he was sent flying, the elder spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned extremely pale. Without any hesitation, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder tore a communication celestial talisman to notify Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, was being unreasonable. He could only wait for the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion, who was also a titled celestial emperor like Gu Changjiang, to arrive. Is Lord Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, trying to avenge his disciple? I don't think so. Even if it's not difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian, I don't think he dares to do so, right? I agree. If he does that, his reputation will be tarnished. At that time, everyone will know he's not a good person. The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who were watching felt their hearts in their mouths when they saw Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, charging toward them. Chapter 3274. There were a total of 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Every titled celestial emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace was a powerhouse in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although Duan Lingtian was Su Lang's disciple, Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie celestial emperor, he was still new to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Therefore, Su Lang might not be afraid of killing Duan Lingtian to avenge his disciple. You're just too weak. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Gu Changjiang stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. His voice was extremely cold. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're just a new disciple of Su Lang. Even if I kill you, Su Lang won't hold it against me. I'll give you 2 options. The first option is to be killed by me. The second option is to leave Su Lang's faction and join my faction. If you join my faction and replace Lu Jian, not only will I not make things difficult for you, but I'll even provide you with better cultivation resources than the ones I gave Lu Jian. Although Su Changjiang's voice was filled with killing intent, it was clear that he was trying to persuade Duan Lingtian to leave Su Lang's faction and join his faction. Upon hearing Gu Changjiang's words, Duan Lingtian chuckled. What are you laughing at? Gu Changjiang's expression darkened. If I leave teacher Su Lang's tutelage and join your tutelage, who would know if you would take advantage of the fact that I haven't joined your tutelage to kill me? Duan Lingtian said indifferently, at that time, even Su Lang won't protect me anymore. It doesn't matter if I choose to be killed by you or join your faction, I'll still die. You're really good at scheming, Duan Lingtian said. I, Gu Changjiang, said that I won't kill you if you join my faction. Oh, brat. You tricked me. Gu Changjiang scoffed. However, before he could finish speaking, his expression changed drastically. He realized Duan Lingtian was not speaking to him through voice transmission. And he was also led by Duan Lingtian to speak. At the same time, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples and the elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion looked at Gu Changjiang in a different light. Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, actually threatened Duan Lingtian with his life after his disciple was killed? Brat, you're courting death. Gu Changjiang knew that he would be humiliated in front of the Heavenly Pool Palace if news of this spread. Therefore, he decided to attack Duan Lingtian. Sensing Gu Changjiang's killing intent, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Su Lang Laosher. Should be arriving soon, right? Just now, when Gu Changjiang was in the hospital, he sent a message to his current teacher, Su Lang. Su Lang also replied to him immediately, saying that he would come over immediately. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished thinking about this, and Gu Changjiang was about to make his move, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Following that, under the watchful eyes of the others, a green sword ray tore through the sky and landed near Duan Lingtian before a figure appeared. It was none other than Duan Lingtian's teacher, Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Gu Changjiang, do you still intend to disrespect me and attack my disciple? After Su Lang appeared, he glanced coldly at Gu Changjiang and asked coldly. From Su Lang's cold tone, it wasn't hard to detect Su Lang's current rage. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged out of Su Lang's body. It was as though he was ready to attack at any moment. The 2 titled celestial emperors were at loggerheads with each other. The eyes of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples lit up when they saw this. Soon after, more and more people began to gather in the prodigy arena. Su Lang, your disciple didn't even greet me. He's very rude. I only wanted to teach him a lesson so he'll learn to respect his elders. Upon seeing Su Lang's appearance, Gu Changjiang knew he could no longer attack Duan Lingtian. In fact, if he attacked Duan Lingtian now, Su Lang would most likely attack him before he could even touch Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Su Lang was much stronger than him. Soon after, another figure appeared. It was Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion. Gu Changjiang, how dare you touch the people of my sword trial palace? Lei Ying said in a deep voice as she glared at Gu Changjiang coldly. Pavilion Master Lei Ying, it's a misunderstanding. Seeing Lei Ying standing next to Su Lang and glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, Gu Changjiang's expression changed immediately. Then he forced a smile. He was puzzled. Why were the two of them together? If it was just one of them, he would not be afraid even if they were stronger than him. However, when the two of them were together, he could not help but feel afraid. A misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding that an elder from the sword trial pavilion was injured? Lei Ying's gaze turned even colder. When Gu Changjiang sensed Lei Ying's anger, Su Lang sent a voice transmission to Lei Ying. Lei Ying, let's join forces and show Gu Changjiang what he's made of. All right. Lei Ying agreed without hesitation. Soon after, the two of them made their moves at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, toward Gu Changjiang. This is, Lord Lei Ying and Lord Su Lang are going to attack Lord Gu Changjiang? Heavens! 3 titled celestial emperors are going to fight? Upon seeing Su Lang and Lei Ying charging toward Gu Changjiang at the same time, their celestial origin energies surged as they merged with their basic laws of profundity. It was not difficult for the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace to figure out that Su Lang and Lei Ying were going to attack Gu Changjiang. There were 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. 2 of them were going to attack another person. Moreover, both of them were stronger than the other person. There was no doubt that they would win if they joined forces. What's going on? Aren't they the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor? That's the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who had just arrived were stunned when they saw the 2 titled Celestial Emperors attacking Gu Changjiang. It's better to come at the right time than to come at the right time. It's obvious these 2 titled Celestial Emperors are going to attack Gu Changjiang. I wonder how many moves Gu Changjiang will be able to withstand? One of the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace chuckled as he spoke to the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace lit up. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian and the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder did not expect Su Lang and Lei Ying to attack Gu Changjiang. The Sword Trial Pavilion Elder, in particular, looked at Lei Ying with a hint of respect in his eyes. Su Lang, Lei Ying, what are you trying to do? Seeing that Su Lang and Lei Ying were actually joining hands, Gu Changjiang was so frightened that his expression changed. However, the current him was forced into a corner. Even if he did not want to fight the 2 of them, he had no choice but to defend himself. Boom! On Lei Ying's body, waves of rolling energy gushed out like a vast flood. They were like dragons and snakes, majestic and awe-inspiring. Purple lightning bolts could be seen swirling around Lei Ying's energy. At the same time, earth-shattering thunderclaps rang in the air. It was clear Lei Ying had comprehended the law of thunder. The law of thunder. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw Lei Ying's attack. It was not difficult for him to notice that Lei Ying had also comprehended all the profundities from the law of thunder to the mastery stage. What surprised him the most was that although Lei Ying's attack seemed simple and crude, there was a profound mystery to it. The profundities from the law of thunder seemed to be connected in a mysterious way. Under such circumstances, the effect is not as simple as 1 + 1. Duan Lingtian discovered this when he saw Lei Ying's attack. Indeed, a titled Celestial Emperor's attack was extraordinary. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Unlike Lei Ying's simple and crude attack, Su Lang's attack was surrounded by sword rays. He pointed his finger at his opponents, causing the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace to shudder involuntarily. Su Lang had comprehended the law of ice. As soon as he attacked, the sword rays froze everything in its path. Su Lang, Laying, don't go too far. Gu Changjiang's expression was unsightly when he saw two titled celestial emperors attacking him. He hastily defended himself with all his might. Go too far? Su Lang sneered. A moment later, Su Lang's attack, which was emitting an icy cold aura, was completely frozen when it came into contact with Gu Changjiang's attack. In the blink of an eye, Gu Changjiang's attack was shattered, and Su Lang's icy cold sword light became much dimmer. With just one exchange, Su Lang's strength had completely overwhelmed Gu Changjiang's strength. However, Su Lang's attack was only the first wave of their attack, an appetizer. While Su Lang did not continue to attack, Lei Ying's attack came. The power of thunder and lightning surged towards Gu Changjiang like a flood bursting through a dam. In just a blink of an eye, the surroundings were filled with purple lightning. Lei Ying's attack was like the wrath of the thunder god. Upon seeing this, Gu Changjiang's expression changed drastically. A bright light shone from his body as he quickly circulated his energy to form a powerful barrier around him. At the same time, the silhouette of armor shrouded Gu Changjiang. At this moment, Gu Changjiang was like a tortoise that had retracted its head, leaving only its shell to fend off the attack. Boom! Rumble! Lei Ying's attack landed on Gu Changjiang's defense, causing ripples in the air. After consuming about 50% of her energy, Gu Changjiang's defense finally broke. Bang! The remaining energy landed on Gu Changjiang's body, sending him flying in a wretched manner. When Gu Changjiang finally regained his footing, his body was already riddled with wounds. Although he was not severely injured, he was still severely injured. Bang! Bang! Chapter 3275. Gu Changjiang's attack was easily countered by Su Lang. Following that, Lei Ying's attack broke through Gu Changjiang's defense and injured him. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace finally regained their senses, they saw Gu Changjiang's battered figure with blood trickling out of the corner of his mouth. He's injured. He was defeated in just one exchange. Lord Su Lang and Lord Lei Yin are really strong. It's normal. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor is weaker than the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor. He wouldn't be a match for either one of them, let alone both of them working together. They must have shown mercy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor if they worked together. Of course, they had to show mercy. After all, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor is a titled Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace. It's only right for them to stop fighting. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace sighed. Many of them began to talk about Duan Lingtian. Stop fighting? Earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't stop and killed Lu Jian. That's why the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor was so angry? You're new here, right? How do you know? If you hadn't just arrived and watched the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lu Jian, you wouldn't think so. After all, Lu Jian was the one who tried to kill Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian killed him. If you were in Duan Lingtian's shoes and someone tried to kill you, would you not kill him? Lu Jian only has himself to blame for his death. Perhaps he didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be able to kill him. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who had just arrived were looking at Gu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, differently. As it turned out, Gu Changjiang's disciple was the one who tried to kill Duan Lingtian first. That was how Duan Lingtian killed him. Gu Changjiang's disciple, Lu Jian, had brought this upon himself. On the other hand, Gu Changjiang had come to stand up for Lu Jian. I didn't expect there to be such a person among the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. How shameless! Didn't you see the Verdant Prairie Immortal Emperor and the Merciless Immortal Emperor joining forces? If it weren't for his shamelessness, would the two of them have joined forces? Shameful! It was too embarrassing. If news of this spreads, the entire Heavenly Pool Palace will be humiliated. Of course. At that time, the people from the other heaven-grade forces will say that the titled Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace is a person who doesn't know right from wrong. Although the whispers of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were not loud, with Gu Changjiang's hearing, how could he not hear them? All of a sudden, Gu Changjiang's face darkened. It was extremely ugly. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Su Lang, Lei Ying, Gu Changjiang will remember what happened today. After taking a deep look at Su Lang and Lei Ying, Gu Changjiang left after saying those words. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air before everyone's eyes. Naturally, he did not vanish into thin air. He was simply too fast for the others to catch sight of him. Upon seeing this, Su Lang and Lei Ying did not chase after Gu Changjiang. After all, they had taught Gu Changjiang a lesson. They did not intend to kill him. After all, Gu Changjiang was a titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was one of the pillars of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The incident at the Heavenly Pool platform spread like wildfire. After this incident, many people realized that Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, cared a lot about his new disciple and even attacked him out of anger. As for Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, some people said she only attacked Lu Jian for the sake of her sword trial pavilion elder, while others said she only attacked Lu Jian for the sake of her new disciple. Although her new disciple was not targeted by Gu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, Lei Ying was close to Su Lang's new disciple. After the incident at the Heavenly Pool platform, both Duan Lingtian and Huan became famous. This was especially true for Duan Lingtian. Although he was not even 300 years old, he had defeated a genius disciple between 600 and 700 years old. Although he was at the bottom of the list, it was enough to shock many people. After all, there was a 300-year age gap between them. Little junior brother, your reputation in the Heavenly Pool Palace is on par with eldest senior sister and second senior brother, Hong Fei said. Ever since Duan Lingtian killed Lu Jian a month ago, Hong Fei had been visiting Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not cultivating when Hong Fei visited Duan Lingtian. This was because Hong Fei had sent a message to Duan Lingtian before he visited Duan Lingtian. During this month, Duan Lingtian did not cultivate since he did not forget the reason he came to the Heavenly Pool Palace with Huan. He wanted to look for Huan's parents. However, he did not find anything in the past month. Your reputation is on par with eldest senior sister and second senior brother, but your strength is much weaker. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, among the many disciples under his teacher, Su Lang, his first senior sister and second senior brother were the strongest. As for the others, even the strongest third senior sister, who may, with the power of the 5 divine elements, he was confident that he could defeat her. You pervert, you actually want to compare yourself with eldest senior sister and second senior brother. Comparisons are odious. Why don't you think about how old you are? Hong Fei said as he shook his head. As soon as Hong Fei finished speaking, Duan Lingtian rose to his feet. What's wrong? Hong Fei asked curiously when he saw Duan Lingtian suddenly rising to his feet. Based on his little junior brother's reaction, it was obvious something had happened. I just received a message from the sword trial pavilion. The person who's ranked first among the prodigious disciples between the ages of 200 to 300 years old sent me a letter. He wants me to fight in the prodigious arena in the afternoon. Duan Lingtian replied. In the afternoon? Upon hearing this, Hong Fei looked at the sky. It's almost noon. It seems like we'll be able to make our way there soon. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded before he said, I'll let Huan know. 6th senior brother, you can go back first. If you're interested in watching me fight that person in the afternoon, you can go to the prodigious arena. All right. After Hong Fei left, he did not forget to inform Duan Lingtian about the person he was going to challenge. That Fan Qi is the 5 elements divine emperor. He has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. Moreover, he's not human. It's said that he's an incarnation of a celestial tree. This was Hong Fei's message. As he spoke, he roughly introduced the information of Duan Lingtian's opponent in the afternoon. Not human? Upon hearing Hong Fei's message, Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. However, he was only slightly taken aback. Compared to the fact that Fan Qi was not human, he was more interested in the fact that Fan Qi had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. This was not something an ordinary 200-year-old person could achieve. For the past month, Huan had not cultivated. She had been sleeping all the time. She had been relying on the supreme powerhouse Godhead to comprehend the law of space. However, she had not comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. In this regard, she was slightly inferior to Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, he had long comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Although he could still use the supreme powerhouse Godhead to comprehend the law of space, his progress was extremely slow. After comprehending all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, the only thing that mattered was the application of the profundities. Take celestial emperors for example. More than half of them had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. If their cultivation bases were the same, the victor would usually be decided by the use of profundities from the law of space. For example, when Lei Ying and Su Lang fought a month ago, Duan Lingtian could sense their amazing use of profundities from the law of space. Their use of profundities allowed them to combine their profundities and profundities to unleash a power that surpassed 1 + 1 = 2. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian went to wake Huan. Outside the sword trial hall, many people saw the announcement that had just been made. Duan Lingtian would be challenging Fan Qi in the Prodigy Arena in the afternoon. Currently, almost everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace knew who Duan Lingtian was. The only ones who did not know were those who had been in closed-door cultivation for more than a month. As for Fan Qi, apart from those who had been in closed-door cultivation for more than 300 years, almost everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace knew who he was. Fan Qi was the strongest prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace who was between 200 and 300 years old. He had even defeated a prodigious disciple who was between 700 and 800 years old. Naturally, the latter was only the weakest prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena. Even so, it was enough to shock everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace. This was obvious when news of Duan Lingtian killing Lu Jian spread like wildfire in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Many people in the Heavenly Pool Palace were familiar with him. Duan Lingtian killed a prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena who was between 600 and 700 years old a month ago. Based on this, we can see how strong he is. If his opponent was someone else in the Prodigy Arena, I'd have confidence in him. However, his opponent this time is Fan Qi, a prodigy like him. 30 years ago, Fan Qi defeated a prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena who was between 700 and 800 years old. Although his opponent was the weakest prodigious disciple, it doesn't affect his strength. It's hard to say who's stronger between the two of them. I think Duan Lingtian is stronger. Back then, Fan Qi only defeated a prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena who was between 700 and 800 years old. However, Duan Lingtian killed Lu Jian. Killing and defeating are two completely different things. Not necessarily. Who knows if Duan Lingtian killed Lu Jian because Lu Jian cared about him? Moreover, Fan Qi was able to defeat a prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena who was between 700 and 800 years old 20 years ago. I'm sure he's even stronger now. As the news spread among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples in the Sword Trial Hall, news of Duan Lingtian challenging Fan Qi also spread like wildfire. As the news spread, a large group of people had already gathered at the Prodigy's arena. It was not even noon yet. Chapter 3276. Fan Qi was a 5-element celestial lord just like Huang Lunan whom Duan Lingtian had challenged. However, in terms of strength, Huang Lunan was far from being a match for Fan Qi. Even if Huang Lunan had the courage to challenge Fan Qi, he did not have the courage to do so. Duan Lingtian challenged Fan Qi? Fan Qi is much stronger than Senior Lu Jian. Moreover, he's the strongest prodigious disciple in the 200 to 300 years old age group. Who knows, he might have some other trump cards up his sleeve. Duan Lingtian might not be a match for Fan Qi. Whether it was because he wanted to see Duan Lingtian lose to Fan Qi or because he wanted to see Fan Qi's trump cards, Huang Lunan left his cultivation place and went to the prodigy arena. Fortunately, my teacher didn't vent his anger on me when he returned a month ago. Huang Lunan could not help but shudder when he thought about how his teacher had returned a month ago. At that time, he was already prepared to be punished. While Huang Lunan was making his way to the prodigy arena, many people were making their way to the prodigy arena as well. Many of them were prodigious disciples. A month ago, the battle between Duan Lingtian and Huang Lunan was not enough to attract the attention of the prodigious disciples. After all, Huang Lunan was ranked at the bottom of the 200 to 300 years old age group. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was not even a prodigious disciple at that time. Even when Huan challenged the second last prodigious disciple in the 200 to 300 years old age group, it did not attract much attention. However, when Huan defeated the second prodigious disciple in a single move, many people were shocked. From then on, not only did the people in the Heavenly Pool Palace learn that the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, but they also learned that the merciless Celestial Emperor, Lang, had recruited a new disciple, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian and Huan seemed to be a perfect couple. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, many titled Celestial Emperors, including the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, had recruited prodigious disciples. For example, Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, had 7 prodigious disciples under him. The merciless Immortal Emperor, Lang, also had 5 disciples under her. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, Gu Changjiang, originally had 6 prodigious disciples under him. However, one of them was killed by Duan Lingtian, and the other one was stripped of his status as a prodigious disciple by Duan Lingtian. As a result, Gu Changjiang was left with 4 prodigious disciples. Fifth junior brother is really useless. He was actually killed by a brat who is not even 300 years old. Any one of the 4 prodigious disciples under Gu Changjiang was stronger than Lu Jian. In fact, 2 of them were even younger than Lu Jian. One was over 500 years old, while the other was over 600 years old. Now, the one who spoke was a genius disciple under Gu Changjiang, who was in the same age group as Lu Jian. He was dozens of years younger than Lu Jian. However, his strength was ranked 3rd among Gu Changjiang's 6 disciples. Even Lu Jian had to respectfully address him as 3rd senior brother. Lu Jian's 3rd senior brother had the appearance of a thin young man. He was dressed in a brocade robe, and his appearance was ordinary. However, his eyes were exceptionally sharp. He was none other than Gu Changjiang's 3rd disciple, Yu. Yu was ranked 3rd among the prodigious disciples in the age group between 600 and 700 years old. His strength was not something Lu Jian, who was ranked last among the prodigious disciples in the same age group, could compare to. 3rd senior brother, 5th junior brother must have been careless. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he's no match for Duan Lingtian, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor's disciple, he wouldn't have been killed. At this moment, apart from Huang Lunan, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, Gu Changjiang, 2 other disciples were accompanying him to the prodigy arena. They were none other than Yu and Yuan Gang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor's 4th disciple. Yuan Gang, who was over 500 years old, was ranked 4th among the prodigious disciples in the age group between 500 and 600 years old. Although he was younger than Lu Jian, he was much stronger than Lu Jian. The disciples under Gu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, were also ranked according to their strength. It was similar to the disciples under Lei Ying's Celestial Emperor. Among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, only the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang's disciples were ranked according to the order of their disciples' strength. Under such circumstances, very few people knew who was stronger and who was weaker among Su Lang's disciples. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan left their cultivation area and made their way to the prodigy arena, they saw Hong Fei, their 6th senior brother, waiting for them. Hong Fei was not alone. There were 2 other people standing next to Hong Fei. They were third senior sister, Hu Mei, and fourth senior sister, Wenwan. Third senior sister, fourth senior sister. Duan Lingtian greeted the two women before he finally looked at Hong Fei and called out, "Sixth senior brother. Little junior brother, you're being unfair. Why did you call me last?" Hong Fei shouted, "Are you looking down on me, your sixth senior brother? Fatty, you're ranked last among the three of us. Who else should I call you last? Why don't you spar with me and your fourth senior sister? If you can defeat either of us, I'll call you senior brother." Hu Mei was as straightforward as ever. As soon as she spoke, Hong Fei immediately lost his temper. Initially, after Duan Lingtian joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, he thought there was finally someone who was weaker than him. However, after Duan Lingtian killed Lu Jian a month ago, he realized that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Even his little junior brother was stronger than him. Currently, he was still the weakest disciple under the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. If it were not for the fact that Su Lang's disciples were not ranked according to their strength, he would have been Su Lang's little junior brother. Sixth junior brother, you have to work harder. Now that your little junior brother is stronger than you, if you don't work hard, you'll be kicked out of the prodigious disciples soon. Wenwan said with a faint smile. Fourth senior sister, you're bullying me with third senior sister? Hong Fei said with a bitter expression on his face. Sister Huan, congratulations on joining the ranks of the prodigious disciples. Wenwan smiled at Huan. For a time, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel respect for his second senior brother whom he had only met once. Fourth senior sister tried to persuade second senior brother several times, but he wouldn't listen and continued to beat Han Yunjin up. Second senior brother said he's the boss since eldest senior sister is here. It's his duty to stand up for his junior brothers and sisters. In the end, fourth senior sister threatened to kill herself before second senior brother finally gave up. Hong Fei's voice transmission stopped at this point. What? Hu Mei, do you want to spar with me? Han Yunjin looked at Hu Mei and sneered. Do you think you're a match for me? If you really want to spar with me, I don't mind. However, I'm worried you'll be beaten up by second senior brother again. If you hurt me, my second senior brother would have a good reason to hurt you. As long as he doesn't kill you or cripple you, even the Heavenly Pool Palace won't have a reason to punish him. Hu Mei said with a bright smile. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, if a titled Celestial Emperor's disciple was injured in a duel, the other disciples of that titled Celestial Emperor would have a reason to avenge him. Back then, Su Lang's fourth disciple, Wenwan, had only been hurt by Han Yunjin. If Su Lang's second disciple, Lu Ji, had attacked Han Yunjin, it would not be considered a violation of the Heavenly Pool Palace's rules. Do you think I'm afraid of Lu Ji? Han Yunjin's expression changed when he heard Hu Mei's words. He stared at Hu Mei coldly. If you're not afraid, you can attack me. Hu Mei's smile widened. Han Yunjin scoffed as though he did not hear Hu Mei's words. He said indifferently, I'm here for my fifth junior brother. I'm not interested in bullying a weakling like you. I think you're just afraid. Hu Mei sneered. Who's Duan Lingtian? You're really bold to challenge my fourth junior brother. Han Yunjin looked at the group of people in front of him before his eyes finally landed on Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian? Fan Qi is your fourth junior brother? Duan Lingtian stepped forward and looked at Han Yunjin coldly. Then, he said with a grin, tell him to be careful. I don't hold back when I make a move. Duan Lingtian's tone turned colder as he spoke. Although he hadn't spent much time with Su Lang's other senior martial brothers and sisters, the atmosphere among them made him feel like he was at home. How could he show mercy to those who had bullied his family? When did Fan Qi become your fourth junior brother? Hu Mei frowned. Clearly, she had just learned that Fan Qi had become Han Yunjin's fifth junior brother and the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's disciple. It's only natural that you don't know about what happened 2 months ago. Han Yunjin smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sneer, Brat, the prodigious disciples can choose between a battle to the death or a battle to the death. My fourth junior brother is going to challenge you to a battle to the death. You won't be afraid to accept the challenge, right? A battle to the death? Duan Lingtian smiled. I'm afraid he won't have the guts to accept the challenge. If he does, Duan Lingtian, will accept the challenge. Good, very good. Han Yunjin's smile widened. I hope you don't die in his hands. Otherwise, the beauty by your side will have to be replaced by another man. A hint of greed could be seen in Han Yunjin's eyes as he looked at Huan. Although Huan was wearing a veil, her peerless beauty was not something the veil could hide. Killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. If it were not for the fact that there were so many people present and he did not care about the big picture, he would have already used all his means to kill Han Yunjin with the help of the 5 divine elements. However, even if he did not kill Han Yunjin now, Han Yunjin was already a dead man in his eyes. Chapter 3277. Junior Sister 1 of. Just as Hu Mei was mocking Hong Fei, a magnetic voice resonated from afar. After a few moments, a young man in blue robes stepped into the air and arrived at Duan Lingtian and the others. Another young man stood behind the blue-clad young man. The blue-clad young man was handsome and had a haughty expression on his face. It was as though he was looking down on everyone. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought his 4th senior sister Wenwan was familiar with the other party. However, when the other party took the initiative to greet her, he noticed his 4th senior sister Wenwan merely nodded her head at the other party. Wenwan, senior brother Qin is talking to you. Didn't you hear him? When the young man behind the blue-clothed young man saw that Wenwan was ignoring the blue-clothed young man, he couldn't help but frown and speak in a deep voice. Before Wenwan could reply, Hu Mei sneered at the young man standing behind the blue-clad young man. Since when did the 2nd disciple of the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor become someone's lackey? You're a disgrace to us prodigious disciples. The sneer on Hu Mei's face deepened as she spoke. Hu Mei, you're seeking death. Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, the young man's expression changed drastically. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. What? Xiao Chongyi, do you still want to make a move on me? Hu Mei sneered. Then I want to see if you, Xiao Chongyi, have made any progress recently. If I'm not mistaken, you lost the last time you challenged me, right? How dare a loser like you act so arrogantly in front of me? Hu Mei's sneer turned into a sneer when she finished speaking. The young man's expression darkened further. Hu Mei, that's enough. At this moment, the blue-clothed young man spoke. His tone carried an unquestionable tone, and it carried a slight trace of threat. Han Yunjin, if I were you, I'd be too ashamed to appear in front of Wan. Although the blue-clad young man did not look like someone to be trifled with, Hu Mei did not hold back and retorted. Little junior brother. While Duan Lingtian was still in a daze, his 6th senior brother, Hong Fei's voice transmission resonated in his ears. The one at the back is Xiao Chongyi, the 2nd disciple of the Misty Wave Immortal Emperor. Duan Lingtian had heard of the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor. Among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor was on par with the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Xiao Chongyi is the same as 3rd senior sister. Both of them are prodigious disciples between 800 and 900 years old. 3rd senior sister is ranked 2nd in this age group. And this Xiao Chongyi is ranked 3rd. Hearing Hong Fei's words, Duan Lingtian was surprised. 3rd senior sister Hu Mei was ranked 2nd among the 10 heavens chosen disciples in the 800 to 900 years old age range? At this moment, he couldn't help but take another look at Hu Mei. He didn't expect that this seemingly carefree and energetic 3rd senior sister was actually such a powerful genius disciple. This Xiao Chongyi challenged 3rd senior sister several times. Without exception, he was defeated by 3rd senior sister every time. At this point, Hong Fei paused for a moment before continuing. That's right. As for the blue-clad young man in front of Xiao Chongyi, he's one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He's as famous as 2nd senior brother. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at Han Yunjin in surprise. He did not expect Han Yunjin to be a prodigious disciple on par with his 2nd senior brother. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, Only outstanding disciples below the age of 1,000 were considered prodigious disciples. The top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace represented the 5 strongest people below the age of 1,000 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His name is Han Yunjin. He's the first disciple of the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor is slightly stronger than our teacher, Hong Fei said through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian nodded when he heard Hong Fei's words. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor was ranked in the top 3 among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He had heard a lot about this in the past. 6th Senior Brother, why do I feel like 3rd Senior Sister and 4th Senior Sister dislike Han Yunjin? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously through voice transmission. Although he was an outsider, he could feel Hu Mei and Wenwan Er's disgust toward Han Yunjin. It's not just 3rd Senior Sister and 4th Senior Sister. Even 5th Senior Brother, 2nd Senior Brother, and I dislike him. You don't dislike him because you don't know about the things he's done to you. Hong Fei's tone was slightly louder when he said this. Han Yunjin is a bastard. Although it seemed like he was devoted to 4th Senior Sister, he was actually flirting with other female disciples behind her back. Moreover, he would often spend the night at the female disciples' cultivation places. Fortunately, 2nd Senior Brother discovered this before he married 4th Senior Sister. Otherwise, 4th Senior Sister's heart would have been deceived when she married him. However, even if she didn't give her body to Han Yunjin, her heart was still deceived by him. You don't know this, but it took 4th Senior Sister 100 years to get over that relationship. 4th Senior Sister only liked one man in her life, and yet, she was deceived by him. You can imagine how she felt. Naturally, 4th Senior Sister no longer has feelings for him. She only hates him. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold as he looked at Han Yunjin. His 4th Senior Sister, Wenwan, was as gentle as jade. He had a good impression of her the first time they met. How could Han Yunjin hurt such a gentle and graceful woman? It was no wonder Su Lang's disciples did not like him. It would be strange if they liked him. 2nd Senior Brother once challenged Han Yunjin to a fight because of 4th Senior Sister. However, Han Yunjin did not accept the challenge since he knew he was no match for 2nd Senior Brother. However, even so, 2nd Senior Brother still went to find him and forced him to take action, seriously injuring him several times. Naturally, each time, 2nd Senior Brother was punished by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he heard Hong Fei's words. Although Hong Fei's words were simple, he could sense the anger in Hong Fei's heart. However, Duan Lingtian could sense the 2nd Senior Brother's anger. Moreover, even though he knew he would be punished by the Heavenly Pool Palace, he still stood up for his 4th Senior Sister. From this, one could see how protective his 2nd Senior Brother was. Chapter 3278. After all, she had long become Duan Lingtian's exclusive property. When Han Yunjin's words reached Duan Lingtian's ears, he was thoroughly enraged. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already sentenced Han Yunjin to death. I'm afraid your 4th junior brother will die in my hands. Duan Lingtian sneered. Is that so? Han Yunjin's smile did not change. It seems like killing Lu Jian has boosted your confidence. However, my 4th junior brother's strength is not something Lu Jian can compare to. If he dares to challenge me to a life-or-death battle, he'll definitely die. Duan Lingtian said coldly as his eyes flashed coldly. Elder Qin. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a loud voice resounded in the surroundings of the Prodigy Arena. At the same time, a thin figure appeared on the Prodigy Arena and looked at the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder who was in charge of today's battle. Today, I, Fan Qi, accept Duan Lingtian's challenge to a life-or-death battle. No one is allowed to admit defeat. It's a battle to the death. A thin and ordinary-looking young man with a cold aura stood on the Prodigy Arena as he spoke to the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder. Based on his words, it was obvious he was Duan Lingtian's opponent. He was the strongest among the 200 to 300 years old prodigious disciples, Fan Qi. He's Fan Qi. He's going to challenge Duan Lingtian to a life-or-death battle? There are two types of life and death battles. One is the type where one can admit defeat, and the other is the type where one can't admit defeat and one must fight to the death to determine the victor. What enmity does this Fan Chi have with Duan Lingtian to the point that he actually wants to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian? Fan Chi's words shocked the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. Many of them thought Fan Chi had a deep grudge against Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, why would he challenge Duan Lingtian to a life-or-death battle? In the Heavenly Pool Palace, people like Duan Lingtian did not have the right to challenge others to a life-or-death battle. They only had the right to refuse. As for Fan Chi, the person who was being challenged, he could request for a battle. For example, a battle to the death or a battle to the death, even a battle to the death could be initiated. If Duan Lingtian did not have the courage to accept the challenge, he could choose to admit defeat. However, if Duan Lingtian agreed to the life-or-death battle, no one would be able to help Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian's death battle with Fan. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's death battle shocked many people. Duan Lingtian, the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder, Duan Duel, Fan, Duan Lingtian. Even the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder was shocked by Fan Chi's words. He instinctively asked for confirmation. Duan Lingtian had to be careful. If he made a mistake, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. Yes. Fan Chi replied. Then he continued to say in a clear voice, "Now, all of you can bear witness to this." An uproar broke out among the crowd when they heard Fan Chi's words. Earlier, Fan Chi's words could be said to be a casual remark from him. However, now that the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder had questioned Fan Chi about this matter, it was clear that Fan Chi had agreed to it. Duan Ling, I hope you're not only good at talking. Han Yunjin glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently before he left with Xiao Chongyi. Before he left, he looked at Duan Lingtian with contempt, disdain, and mockery. It was as though he was trying to provoke Duan Lingtian. How could Duan Lingtian not see through Han Yunjin's intentions? However, so what? Could it be that he, Duan Lingtian, was afraid of Fan Chi? Little junior brother, don't agree to it. Sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said in a deep voice. He knew Han Yunjin was one of the 5 great prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Since he was so confident in Fan Chi, it meant he was confident Fan Chi would win. Little junior brother, you'll have plenty of chances in the future. Fourth senior sister, Wenwaner, looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on her face. She was the one who understood Han Yunjin the best among everyone present. After all, she had given her heart to Han Yunjin back then. Even her body was only one step away. For this reason, he knew Han Yunjin was a meticulous person who would not do anything he was not confident in. Little junior brother, where there's life, there's hope. Even Hu Mei, Duan Lingtian's third senior sister, who was as angry as a tigress earlier, had a solemn expression on her face when she looked at Duan Lingtian. Although she did not like Han Yunjin, she knew Han Yunjin was not as simple as he seemed. Moreover, Fan Chi had challenged Duan Lingtian to a battle to the death. It was obvious Fan Chi intended to kill Duan Lingtian openly. Ever since the incident with her fourth junior sister, the disciples of the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor had become enemies. As for the reason Duan Lingtian wanted to kill their little junior brother, it was obvious he did not want to see another outstanding prodigious disciple in their faction. Based on Duan Lingtian's current talent, he would not be inferior to their second senior brother in the future. In fact, he might even surpass their faction in the great world. After all, Han Yunjin could not allow Duan Lingtian to grow and become a threat to him in the future. Duan Lingtian, what do you think? At the same time, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. There was a questioning look in his eyes. Naturally, you can choose to refuse. However, if you refuse, it'll be equivalent to admitting defeat. If you agree, you'll have to fight Fan Chi to the death to end the battle. After the elder finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, since Fan Chi dares to challenge you to a battle to the death, it means he's confident in winning. I'm sure he has a trump card up his sleeves. I advise you to refuse. The elder from the sword trial pavilion advised. Thank you, elder. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to the sword trial pavilion's elder as he disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the death arena where Fan Qi had died. Duan Ling Tian and Fan Qi stood facing each other. Although Duan Ling Tian did not respond to the elder from the beginning until the end, his actions were a response to the elder's words. He, Duan Ling Tian, had accepted the challenge. I thought you're too afraid to accept the challenge. Fan Qi had a thin figure and a cold expression on his face. When he saw Duan Ling Tian had teleported in front of him, a rare smile appeared on his face. I'm not Han Yunjin. Why would I not accept the challenge? Duan Ling Tian replied with a faint smile on his face. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had heard from Hong Fei that his second senior brother, Lu Ji, had challenged Han Yunjin to a battle to the death. Moreover, they had challenged each other several times. However, each time, Han Yunjin had rejected the challenge. However, I didn't expect there would be someone like you who would dare to challenge me to a battle to the death. I thought all of you were a bunch of cowards like your eldest senior brother, Han Yunjin. Duan Lingtian's smile widened when he reached the end of his sentence. A hint of mockery could be seen on his face. This brat has a death wish. Han Yunjin's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had a cruel smile on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian entering the prodigy arena. When he sensed the mocking gazes on him, he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Then he sent a voice transmission to Fan Qi. Fourth junior brother, kill him as fast as you can. I don't want to see him alive for even a second longer. Han Yunjin's voice was filled with killing intent. Don't worry, eldest senior brother. He's definitely going to die, Fan Qi replied confidently through voice transmission. It was as though he could already see himself winning. Duan Lingtian stared indifferently at Fan Qi with a carefree and fearless expression. Even if Fan Qi was the manifestation of the celestial tree and possessed extraordinary innate talent and comprehension ability, so what? After all, Duan Lingtian was not even 300 years old yet. If he was afraid of Duan Lingtian, how was he supposed to continue living in the future? How was he supposed to break into the divine offering land and rescue his wife, Li Fei, and his family and friends? Duan Lingtian, I'll give you 10 breaths to make your final arrangements. After 10 breaths, I'll make my move. Fan Qi said indifferently, if I make my move, I'll take your life within 20 breaths. Meanwhile, a commotion broke out among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples when they saw Duan Lingtian entering the prodigy arena. Duan Lingtian accepted the challenge? It seems like he's very confident in himself. Confident? So what? Is Fan Qi not confident in himself as well? If Fan Qi isn't confident, why would he challenge Duan Lingtian? A battle to the death between two prodigious disciples. It's been a long time since something like this has happened in the Heavenly Pool Palace, right? In the past, Lu Ji, the second disciple of the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, challenged Han Yunjin, the first disciple of the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, to a battle to the death. However, Han Yunjin rejected the challenge. While the onlookers were in an uproar, Su Lang's 3 disciples could only smile wryly on their faces. Why didn't little junior brother listen to us? Hong Fei asked angrily. At this moment, when Huan instinctively glanced at Huan Er's expression was calm. It was as though she did not care about Duan Lingtian's challenge at all. Sister Huan aren't you worried? When Huan asked curiously. At this moment, Hu Mei looked at Huan with a strange expression on her face. After all, her junior brother's confidant should be worried when she saw her junior brother in a life-or-death situation. However, he did not seem worried at all. Why should I be worried? When Huan, Hu Mei, and Hong Fei were dumbfounded by Huan Er's response. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 3279. 10 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. Under the gazes of everyone present, Fan Qi's figure flashed, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that vanished into the sky. He moved with the wind as he flashed towards Duan Ling Tian like a shadow. Bush, 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 bush. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Most of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples could not even catch Fan Qi's movements since his speed was too fast. However, at this moment, many people with higher cultivation bases discovered something. Fan Qi has broken through and become a 6 combos Celestial Lord? A 6 combos Celestial Lord who has comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Wind to the Mastery stage. Is Fan Qi really less than 300 years old? His innate talent and comprehension ability are heaven-defying. Even if plants take human form, it's rare for them to have such strength, right? More and more disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace looked at Fan Qi with a pitiful expression on their faces when they discovered his cultivation base. Based on Fan Qi's current strength, he could easily defeat Lu Jian, who had been killed by Duan Ling Tian a month ago. It was highly likely that Lu Jian had been careless when Duan Ling Tian killed Lu Jian. With Fan Qi's current strength, even if Lu Jian was careless, Fan Qi would still be able to kill Lu Jian before Lu Jian admitted defeat. Now that Fan Qi's cultivation base had reached the level of a 6 combos Celestial Lord, his strength had increased by a level as well. Fan Qi has broken through? Hong Fei's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Fan Qi, who was ranked first among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old, had become a 6 combos Celestial Lord instead of a 5 elements Celestial Lord. Whether it was Hu Mei or Wen Wanru's expression, both of them became solemn at this moment. Their hearts were also suspended in their throats. Plunder, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. Duan Ling Tian? You'll die today. Han Yunjin sneered. At the same time, Huang Lunan, the disciple of the martial dragon Celestial Emperor, Gu Changjiang, and Lei Jun, the disciple of the merciless Celestial Emperor, Lei Ying, were also sneering. They wished for nothing more than for Fan Qi to kill Duan Ling Tian immediately. That's all you got? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian teleported and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already high up in the sky. At the same time, as Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold, waves of rolling spatial power raged on his body. For the first time, Duan Ling Tian displayed all 7 of his space law profundities at the major completion stage, except for the instant movement profundity. 9-dimensional decapitators shot out of the spatial rifts like ghosts. Combined with the various profound truths of the law of space at major completion, they swept across the area. Imprisonment. The entire space around Fan Qi had been sealed by Duan Ling Tian. Fan Qi snorted coldly. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the wind elemental profundity surged out of his body. The wind was as sharp as a blade as it tore through the void, trying to cut through Duan Ling Tian's space shackles. However, before the wind could even get close to the space shackles, Duan Ling Tian had already comprehended the other profundities from the law of space and blocked Fan Qi's attack. Not only that, but Duan Ling Tian's profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended to the mastery stage easily overpowered Fan Qi's attack. Boom, 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 boom. The waves of raging and sharp wind were quickly crushed by the waves of restless spatial energy, suppressing it in all directions. The 9-dimensional decapitators seemed to be invincible. No matter how strong Fan Qi's attack was, it could easily destroy it. How powerful! Duan Ling Tian has completely suppressed Fan Qi. Am I seeing things? Apart from the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage, Duan Ling Tian's other profundities from the law of space have all been comprehended to the mastery stage. Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of space isn't inferior to Fan Qi's comprehension of the law of wind. Moreover, the profundities that Duan Ling Tian has comprehended to the mastery stage are all offensive profundities. On the other hand, Fan Qi has yet to comprehend an offensive profundity from the law of wind to the mastery stage. It's useless even if Fan Qi has comprehended that profundity. The law of space is one of the four supreme laws. The teleportation profundity doesn't have much of an effect on offensive profundity. It's easy for Duan Lingtian to suppress Fan Qi. That's right. The law of space is one of the four supreme laws that's famous for being difficult to comprehend. Duan Lingtian has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Moreover, he hasn't comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. Who knows, he might have comprehended it to the mastery stage as well. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed had exceeded everyone's expectations. No one had expected Duan Lingtian to possess such strength. It seems like Lu Jian's death a month ago wasn't a fluke. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, if Lu Jian hadn't been prepared and admitted defeat in time, it would have been difficult for him to escape alive. The power of the law of space is too domineering. Moreover, Duan Lingtian has comprehended all the offensive profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. His strength has already completely crushed Fan Qi. Looks like Fan Qi is going to fail miserably at an easy task today. That's not necessarily the case. Fan Qi hasn't used his celestial tree's true form yet. Beings like him usually have other trump cards up their sleeves. Otherwise, why would he recklessly engage in a deathmatch with Duan Lingtian? Although Duan Lingtian's strength is shocking, I'm sure Fan Qi has long been prepared for this. While the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples discussed among themselves, Hu Mei, Wenwan, and Hong Fei were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Little junior brother is so strong? No wonder Lu Jian died in his hands. Hong Fei and the other two were shocked. However, although Duan Lingtian was crushing Fan Qi with all his might, they still could not relax. After all, Fan Qi was not human. He was a celestial tree in human form. Therefore, they were certain Duan Lingtian's true form had other powerful techniques. What a surprise! Han Yunjin's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If this Duan Lingtian grows stronger, he'll become another Lu Ji. We can't let him grow stronger. Although he's strong now, it won't be difficult for fourth junior brother to kill him if he reverts to his true form. Han Yunjin was very confident in Fan Qi. At the same time, Huang Lunan and Lei Jun's expressions were unsightly. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. However, despite Duan Lingtian's strength, they still placed their hopes on Fan Qi. They were confident Fan Qi would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian if he relied on his true form. I didn't expect this. The Sword Trial Pavilion's elder who was in charge of presiding over the death match could not help but sigh. He was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. At the same time, he realized Lu Jian's death a month ago was not an accident. Duan Lingtian. Fan Qi cried out in a deep voice. Faced with Duan Lingtian's endless attacks, he had been suppressed by Duan Lingtian all this while. Your strength is truly shocking. However, it's time for all of this to end. As soon as Fan Qi finished speaking, the eyes of the spectators, from the prodigious disciples and the Sword Trial Pavilion's elders to the ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace, lit up immediately. They knew Fan Qi was going to use his true strength. In the past, we only knew Fan Qi was a transformed celestial tree. However, we don't know what kind of celestial tree he is. If it's an ordinary celestial tree, I'm afraid Fan Qi won't be a match for Duan Lingtian. Based on Fan Qi's confidence, do you think his true form is an ordinary celestial tree? While the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were still speculating, Fan Qi, who was at the center of Duan Lingtian's attacks, began to emit green energy from his body. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fan Qi disappeared and was replaced by a constantly growing tree. In the beginning, the tree was only as tall as Fan Qi. However, in just a blink of an eye, it grew taller and taller until it reached the heavens. Not only that, but it had also shackled Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles as it transformed into a towering tree. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At first glance, this tree looked like a thick and solid pine tree. However, its branches and leaves were exactly the same as those of a willow tree. Is this the pine willow divine tree? Heavens! The pine willow divine tree is comparable to a top-tier celestial beast. Although it's not comparable to a divine beast, it's not far from it. It's said that each branch of the pine willow divine tree contains immense strength. When multiple branches are thrown out at the same time, their strength will resonate. It's not as simple as 1 + 1. It's obvious that Fan Qi managed to break Duan Lingtian's space shackles as soon as he transformed into his true form. This is something he hasn't done before. I didn't expect Fan Qi's true form to be a top-tier celestial tree like the pine willow divine tree. Duan Lingtian is in danger. With this true form, Fan Qi's strength is not inferior to his two primary offensive profundities from the Law of Wind to the Mastery stage. Even if Duan Lingtian has comprehended the Law of Space, he won't be able to withstand such strength. Duan Lingtian is only a human. How can he fight the pine willow divine tree? When Fan Qi transformed into his true form, an uproar broke out among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. After all, most of them recognized Fan Qi's true form. Bush, 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 bush. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the willow branches on the pine willow divine tree lashed out like whips and formed a cage around Duan Lingtian, trapping him within. The pine willow divine tree stood there with its countless branches that looked like tentacles. It seemed to be able to turn the tables and control the situation. Chapter 3280. Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that you're very strong. To be able to comprehend the profundities from the Law of Space at such a young age, I have to admit that you're a peerless genius among humans. A distorted face suddenly appeared on the side of the pine willow divine tree. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was Fan Qi's face. At this moment, Fan Qi was speaking in his true form as he said to Duan Lingtian, "However, you're destined to die in my hands today. My true form is the pine willow divine tree. With my true form strength and the profundities from the Law of Wind that I've comprehended, there are only a handful of prodigies in the Heavenly Pool Palace who are below the Celestial Emperor realm. As for those prodigious disciples below the Celestial Emperor realm, none of them will be able to stop me." Fan Qi spoke in his true form. His voice was loud like a bell, and his tone was filled with confidence. It was as though he had already defeated Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect Fan Qi's true form to be the pine willow divine tree. Huang Lunan's eyes glowed brightly. He could already see Duan Lingtian being killed by Fan Qi. Lei Jun's eyes lit up when he saw Fan Qi's true form. Earlier, when Fan Qi was at a disadvantage against Duan Lingtian, Lei Jun's heart skipped a beat. However, now that Fan Qi had transformed into the pine willow divine tree, he was certain Fan Qi would win. After all, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Fan Qi who had transformed into the pine willow divine tree. Duan Lingtian will definitely die. Lei Jun thought to himself as he looked at the white figure in the distance. A hint of greed could be seen in his eyes. The pine willow divine tree? Not far from her, Hong Fei, Hu Mei, and Wen Er's expressions changed drastically. Although they knew Fan Qi was a transformed celestial tree, they did not know what kind of celestial tree he was. However, when they saw Fan Qi's true form, the pine willow divine tree, they realized Fan Qi was a tree spirit that was comparable to a top-tier celestial beast. After such an existence transformed into its true form, its strength was not inferior to a peak immortal beast that had transformed into its human form. Fan Qi is actually a transformed pine willow divine tree. No wonder he's so confident. Hong Fei's chubby face trembled as he said bitterly, "Send a message to teacher to see if he can end this battle." Although Hu Mei and Wenwan's true form, Hu Mei and Wenwan, they still could not help but send a message to Su Lang to inform him of the battle. They to inform Su Lang's to inform him of the current situation. Of the two celestial sect, Duan Lingtian to Tian to Duan Lingtian divine tree. Apart from the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage, Duan Lingtian has comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Space to the mastery stage? Duan to Duan Tian to Oven. Was Duan. Bang. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Lang left the place where he had been cultivating. It didn't take long for him to appear in the vicinity of the Heaven's Proud Sun arena, beside Hu Mei and the others. Teacher, you came at the right time. Hurry and stop this battle. If this battle continues, junior brother will most likely die. Hong Fei said as soon as Su Lang appeared. With little junior brother's innate talent and comprehension ability, I'm sure he'll become a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly pool palace in the future. It's not worth it for him to die here. Hong Fei said. A battle to the death? However, when he found out that Duan Lingtian and Fan Qi had agreed to a battle of life and death, Su Lang could not help but frown slightly. Even if he was a titled celestial emperor of the heavenly pool palace, he was not allowed to interfere in the battle. Su Lang is here? As soon as Su Lang appeared, Han Yunjin noticed him and immediately sent a message to him. Naturally, he did not send the message to his teacher, the profound heaven celestial emperor. His teacher was not in the heavenly pool palace recently. Instead, he sent the message to Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor. Gu Changjiang was his teacher's junior brother, and he addressed Gu Changjiang as junior uncle. Tell your teacher to come as well. Tell him I asked him to come. Su Lang said to Xiao Chongyi after informing Gu Changjiang. Xiao Chongyi did not hesitate to send a message to his teacher. Soon after, Gu Changjiang and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor arrived as well. The Misty Wave Celestial Emperor was a young man dressed in a black robe. He had an ordinary appearance and was one of those who would not stand out in a crowd. Su Lang, since it's a battle of life and death, it's only natural that no one is allowed to interfere. Don't tell me you're here to stop the battle? Gu Changjiang's eyes immediately fell on Su Lang as he said in a clear voice. His loud voice attracted the attention of many people. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, is here to stop the life or death battle? I think he's here to save Duan Lingtian. I agree. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace shifted their attention to Fan Qi, who was fighting Duan Lingtian after glancing at Su Lang. In their opinion, since the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor were here, it was impossible for the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor to stop the battle. Su Lang, this disciple of yours is not bad. Unfortunately, he's going to die here today. Gu Changjiang said meaningfully as he glanced at Duan Lingtian, who was fighting with Fan Qi's true body. Then he looked at Su Lang meaningfully. Su Lang, you're really lucky to be able to recruit such a disciple. Unfortunately, he won't live long. The Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor smiled faintly as he looked at Su Lang. He was not close to Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. On the contrary, he was close to the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Therefore, he had come today because of Profound Heaven's former emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially rushed over. Su Lang's expression turned unsightly when he saw the two titled celestial emperors trying to stop him. With Gu Changjiang and Hong Fei here, it was impossible for him to stop the battle even if he wanted to. Why did these two fellows come here at this time? Hong Fei asked with an unsightly expression on his face. It's obvious that this is Han Yunjin's doing. He can't wait to see little junior brother killed by Fan Qi. Hu Mei said in a deep voice. Brother Lingtian. Huan looked at Lingtian. She looked at Duan Lingtian, who was dodging Fan Qi's attacks. Duan Lingtian cut a sorry figure. She discovered that up until now, Lingtian had not used the power of the 5 divine elements. Nevertheless, she could understand why Duan Lingtian was acting this way. After all, Huan, knew Lingtian could not reveal the existence of the 5 divine elements. Otherwise, he would be killed. Duan Ling, do you only know how to run? After a few dozen breaths, Fan Qi managed to trap Duan Lingtian in a confined space. However, none of his attacks landed on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's figure flickered as he continued to dodge Fan Qi's attacks using the teleportation profundity. Gradually, Fan Qi lost his patience and cried out, "All right." Upon hearing Fan Qi's words, Duan Lingtian came to a halt and said indifferently, "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Fulfill my wish? I'd like to see how you're going to fulfill my wish. Fan Qi sneered. As soon as Fan Qi finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed as he teleported again and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was standing next to a thick tree branch next to Fan Qi. He placed his hand on the branch. Bush, 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 bush. Almost at the same time when Duan Ling Tian approached Fan Qi's main body, Fan Qi's attack, the willow branches, tore through the air like whips and swept toward Duan Ling Tian in a menacing manner. However, Duan Ling Tian did not have the slightest intention of dodging Fan Qi's fierce attack. A power that was filled with life swept out from the miniature world within his body. When the power came into contact with Fan Qi's body, it devoured the power within Fan Qi's body to its heart's content like a greedy beast that devoured everything in his body. The Pine Willow Divine Tree? It's comparable to a top-tier celestial beast? A sneer appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he thought to himself, Fan Qi probably didn't expect there's a divine tree of life in my little world, right? The divine tree of life is the king of all trees in this world. A mere pine willow divine tree doesn't deserve to be called a divine tree. At this moment, the energy from the divine tree of life in Duan Lingtian's little world transformed into a terrifying devouring force that sucked all the nutrients out of Fan Qi's body. Boom, 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 boom. After the nutrients in the pine willow divine tree were sucked dry, its strength was greatly reduced. Fan Qi's attack on Duan Ling Tian fell from the sky and landed on the prodigy arena, causing cracks to appear on the prodigy arena. The cracks intertwined with each other. At first glance, it looked like a spider web. It was dazzling and eye-catching. Fan Qi had unknowingly returned to his human form. However, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Earlier, the energy from Duan Lingtian's body seemed to be his nemesis. It had sucked all the nutrients out of his body in just a blink of an eye. The nutrients in his body were like his blood essence that had been sucked dry. Half of his life had been taken away as well. At this moment, he did not even have the strength to use his celestial origin energy. What's that thing? Fan Qi asked unwillingly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian teleported behind Fan Qi. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Fan Qi. The divine tree of life. Almost at the instant Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Fan Qi's pupils constricted rapidly, and his face was filled with shock and horror. No wonder. Chapter 3281. Almost at the same time when Fan Qinan's face was filled with shock and horror as he muttered in a low voice, Duan Ling Tian who appeared behind him made his move. Bang! Without any fancy technique, Duan Lingtian's palm landed on Fan Qi's body. It seemed simple, but Fan Qi was unable to dodge it. It was not that Fan Qi did not want to dodge, but it was impossible for him to do so in his current state. As soon as Duan Lingtian's palm landed on Fan Qi's body, the tyrannical spatial energy tore Fan Qi apart. In just a blink of an eye, Fan Qi was reduced to a bloody mist that fell to the ground. Eldest senior brother, Duan Ling Tian is alive. Before Fan Qi died, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to his eldest senior brother, Han Yunjin, the profound heaven celestial emperor's eldest disciple. However, before he could finish speaking, he was killed by Duan Lingtian's palm strike. Everything happened in the blink of an eye on the prodigy arena. It happened so fast that the onlookers could not react in time. By the time they regained their senses, only a purple figure was left standing on the prodigy's arena. He was as majestic as a celestial being. Fan Qi is dead? Heavens! Fan Qi is a 6-combo celestial lord who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. Moreover, his true form is a pine willow divine tree. How could he be killed by Duan Lingtian? Based on Fan Qi's strength, apart from the top 5 prodigious disciples, I'm afraid there aren't many people in the heavenly pool palace who's a match for him. Is Duan Lingtian really that strong? The scene earlier was slightly strange. I wonder what technique Duan Lingtian used on Fan Qi that actually caused him to revert back to his human form in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian must have used some mysterious technique. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to kill Fan Qi in such a strange manner. The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were in an uproar. None of them had expected the battle between Duan Lingtian and Fan Qi to end in such a manner. In the beginning, the two of them had prepared for a death duel. When Fan Qi revealed his cultivation base as a 6-combo celestial lord, everyone thought that Duan Lingtian would not be a match for him. Then, Duan Lingtian displayed his powerful law of space and suppressed Fan Qi, making everyone feel that Duan Lingtian had a high chance of winning. Of course, at that time, there were also some people who felt that Fan Qi was holding back. After that, Fan Qi transformed into his true form, and the pine willow divine tree appeared before everyone's eyes. This allowed everyone to understand the source of Fan Qi's confidence. Just when everyone thought that Fan Qi, who had transformed into the true form of the pine willow divine tree, could easily kill Duan Lingtian, an inconceivable scene appeared. Duan Lingtian had only casually touched the pine willow divine tree's body. Then, as if it had met its nemesis, the pine willow divine tree instantly transformed into Fan Qi's human form. Then, Duan Lingtian teleported to Fan Qi's side and killed Fan Qi with a palm strike. Little junior brother killed Fan Qi? After Hong Fei came back to his senses, his eyes, which had been squeezed very small by his fat face, suddenly narrowed, and a bright smile appeared on his face. After all, he had broken out in cold sweat for his little junior brother earlier. If his little junior brother had died, he would definitely blame himself. Previously, Hong Fei's little junior brother had a conflict with Lu Jian mainly because of him. Otherwise, Hong Fei would not have been able to kill Lu Jian and obtain the opportunity to challenge Fan Qi today. Little junior brother is so powerful? Hu Mei was shocked. Although she had thought Hong Fei's little junior brother was quite strong, she was even more shocked when she saw Hong Fei killing Fan Qi, who had transformed into his true form. After all, even she was not confident that she would be able to defeat Fan Qi in his true form. It was more likely that they would end up in a draw. Little junior brother. Even when Wanu, who had always been gentle and quiet, revealed a trace of surprise on her beautiful face at this moment. Only Su Lang looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was lost in thought. Just now, the method that Duan Lingtian used to force Fan Qi to return to his human form was something that even he couldn't see through. However, he discovered that, as Duan Lingtian placed his hand on the trunk of the pine willow divine tree, Fan Qi's aura seemed to wither in an instant. Then, he returned to his human form. Furthermore, Fan Qi, who had returned to his human form, was in a very weak state. At that time, even the weakest 6th junior brother, Hong Fei, would be able to easily kill him, let alone this extremely powerful 7th disciple. On the other side, how is this possible? Han Yunjin was still in a daze when he heard Fan Qi's last message. Now that he saw Fan Qi being killed by Duan Lingtian, his expression changed and his eyes turned cold. How could Duan Lingtian be so strong? Killing intent flashed in Han Yunjin's eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Apart from Fan Qi, even Xiao Chongyi, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor were dumbfounded. They did not expect this outcome. In fact, they found it hard to believe. This was especially true for the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor, who were both titled Celestial Emperors. They had come to stop Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, from interfering in the Duel of Death. The reason they came was because Duan Lingtian would definitely die. That was why they were worried Su Lang would intervene, since Duan Lingtian was Su Lang's disciple. However, the scene that had just transpired made them feel that their arrival was nothing more than a joke. Duan Lingtian would survive without Su Lang's interference. Damn it! How could Duan Lingtian be so strong? Huang Lunan's expression was unsightly. He finally realized that Duan Lingtian was not just slightly stronger than him. Instead, Duan Lingtian was stronger than him in every aspect. Huang Lunan's expression was unsightly, and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. After all, based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian had shown mercy when he attacked Huang Lunan. Lei Jun scoffed before he turned around and left. He had wanted to see Duan Lingtian being defeated by Fan Qi. after Fan Qi's life or death battle, he was even more certain that Duan Lingtian would die. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to not only survive, but he even managed to kill Fan Qi. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Even Lei Jun would not be able to defeat Fan Qi in such a short time if he fought Duan Lingtian head-on. But that Duan Lingtian obviously used some special technique in the end, and it seemed like he was able to restrain Fan Qi. His technique might have worked on Fan Qi, but it might not work on me. If I were to fight him, I'd definitely kill him within 3 breaths. Although Duan Lingtian had displayed extraordinary strength, Lei Jun did not think much of Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was merely a mere celestial lord. Before fourth junior brother died, he said Duan Lingtian had some life or something. I wonder what that means? Han Yunjin thought to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. He recalled the voice transmission that his fourth junior brother, Fan Qi, had sent him before he died. Han Yunjin. At this moment, Duan Lingtian walked towards Su Lang and the others. He looked at Han Yunjin and said indifferently, "Your fourth junior brother isn't that strong. Didn't you say I'd definitely die if I were to fight him? Looks like your eyes are really not just blind." Duan Lingtian sneered as killing intent flashed in his eyes. If there were no one around, he would have used all his strength and techniques to kill Han Yunjin. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples instinctively turned to look at Han Yunjin. Senior brother Han Yunjin said those words to Duan Lingtian? It's normal. Senior brother Han Yunjin probably didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be able to kill Fan Qi. Even so, Han Yunjin has been slapped in the face this time. Han Yunjin's expression turned unsightly when he heard the discussions among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. He looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said disdainfully, "Duan Lingnan, although I don't know how you killed my fourth junior brother, you're not qualified to act arrogantly in front of me." Is that so? Duan Lingtian looked at Han Yunjin meaningfully before he smirked. In that case, why don't we have a life or death battle? Humph. Han Yunjin scoffed. Sure, we can have a life or death battle, but I can't wait for too long. Even he was wary of Duan Lingtian's innate talent. If he gave Duan Lingtian a few hundred years, he would not be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was like an ant to him. Let's have a life or death battle in the Heavenly Pool Despair 1 year from now. Do you dare to accept? A sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he asked. The Heavenly Pool Despairs were one of the training grounds in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Only 2 people could enter each Heavenly Pool Despairs, and they would compete against each other. Naturally, they could also fight in the Heavenly Pool Despair. Those outside the Heavenly Pool Despair would not be able to see what was happening in the Heavenly Pool Despair. They would only be able to see the results through the screen formed by the formation. Apart from that, one could not rely on external forces in the Heavenly Pool Despair. Even celestial weapons could not be used, let alone celestial talismans and celestial pills. One could not even bring a defensive celestial weapon into the Heavenly Pool Despair. The Heavenly Pool Despair? Han Yunjin's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would choose such a place to have a life or death battle with him. Although he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he was not a reckless person. Earlier, it was obvious Duan Lingtian had used some mysterious technique to kill his fourth junior brother Fan Qi. Even he could not see through the technique. Moreover, he had asked the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor about it through voice transmission. In his opinion, this was not the case. There was definitely something fishy about Duan Lingtian inviting him to such a secluded place for a battle. Chapter 3282. As one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Han Yunjin was far more meticulous than ordinary prodigious disciples. When Duan Lingtian mentioned fighting to the death in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory, Han Yunjin thought there was something fishy going on. Naturally, There was also the possibility that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying him so he would not dare to accept the challenge. However, to be safe, he did not agree to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory. Duan Lingnan, if you want to fight to the death, why do you have to do it in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory? Everyone's attention was focused on Han Yunjin when he heard Duan Lingtian's challenge. At this moment, Han Yunjin glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said emotionlessly, "Duan Lingtian, let's fight to the death in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory. It's fine if we fight in the Prodigy Arena. Moreover, the junior brothers and sisters in the Heavenly Pool Palace will be able to watch us fight in the Prodigy Arena. This is beneficial to the Heavenly Pool Palace." Han Yunjin's words were flawless. Not only did he not refuse Duan Lingtian's request to fight to the death in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory, but he even said he wanted to fight to the death in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory for the sake of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. Upon hearing Han Yunjin's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. It seems like Han Yunjin has realized something. After all, he's one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. It would be strange if he's so easily fooled. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In that case, you don't have to wait for a year. I'll give you 3 years. After 3 years, we'll fight to the death in the Prodigy Arena. What do you think? Han Yunjin said with a mocking smile on his face, "Of course, if you don't have the guts, you're free to refuse." 3 years. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard Han Yunjin's words. He was confident that he would be able to kill Han Yunjin with the help of the 5 divine elements. However, killing Han Yunjin would reveal the existence of the 5 divine elements in his body. If they were in the Heavenly Lake Despairs, they wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. However, if he revealed his 5 divine elements on the Prodigy Arena, there was no doubt the other titled celestial emperors would notice his 5 divine elements. Even Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, might not be able to resist the temptation of the 5 divine elements. Killing him openly in 3 years, with my strength, I can't do it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's mood became slightly heavy. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking of an excuse to refuse, the voice of one of the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water, rang out in his body. "Little Tian, say yes." Duan Lingtian was stunned by the sudden voice of the world-cleansing divine water. However, he knew that the world-cleansing divine water would not harm him. Alright. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian felt reassured. He looked at Han Yunjin and said indifferently, 3 years later, we'll have a life-or-death duel in the Prodigy Arena. I only hope you won't be afraid to show up at that time. Han Yunjin's eyes widened in shock. He had thought Duan Lingtian would not dare to accept the duel. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would agree to the duel after a brief moment of hesitation. Instantly, his expression turned grave. "What? You're the one who initiated the life-or-death duel, and now you're afraid to accept the duel?" Duan Lingtian laughed mockingly. The other disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace looked at Han Yunjin with a mocking expression on their faces. How can Han Yunjin be so easily fooled by Duan Lingtian? He's the one who initiated the life-or-death duel. It'll be a joke if he doesn't dare to accept it. It seems like he's afraid of Duan Lingnan. How laughable! Han Yunjin's expression darkened when he overheard the discussions among the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. "Senior brother Han, just accept the duel." At this moment, Xiao Chongyi, who was standing at the side, sent a voice transmission to Han Yunjin. "That brat might be bluffing. He's waiting for you to reject the duel. If you reject the duel, your reputation in the Heavenly Pool Palace will plummet." Xiao Chongyi said. How could Han Yunjin not understand Xiao Chongyi's words? However, if he accepted the duel, what if he was not a match for Duan Lingtian and was killed by Duan Lingtian in 3 years' time? It was a gamble whether he accepted the duel or not. On one hand, it was his reputation. On the other hand, it was his life. At this moment, Han Yunjin was in a dilemma. Of course, in the depths of his heart, he was more inclined towards the fact that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to possess the strength to openly defeat him after 3 years, After taking a deep breath, Han Yunjin communicated with the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's technique is only effective on plants and trees, right? Although the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor could not figure out how Duan Lingtian had drained the vitality of the Pine Willow Divine Tree with the help of the Divine Tree of Life's energy, they were certain that they were qualified to be duped. However, as titled Celestial Emperors, they could vaguely tell that Duan Lingtian was using the Divine Tree of Life to kill plants and trees. Moreover, as long as we don't get close to him, Duan Lingtian might not be able to use the technique. After learning this from the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor, Han Yunjin turned to look at Duan Lingtian. If you want to reject the duel, just reject it. There's no need to take so long to consider it, right? The sneer on Duan Lingtian's face widened. Reject? Han Yunjin sneered. Why should I reject the duel? In 3 years' time, I, Han Yunjin, will have a life or death duel with you, Duan Lingtian, in the Prodigy Arena. Today, everyone here can bear witness to this. If you don't dare to show up, don't embarrass yourself in the Heavenly Pool Palace anymore. Not only did Han Yunjin agree to a life or death duel with Duan Lingtian in 3 years' time in the Prodigy Arena, but he had also pushed himself and Duan Lingtian into the limelight. Alright. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Yunjin meaningfully before he turned around and walked towards Su Lang and the others. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. However, when Duan Lingtian agreed to the duel, the expressions of Hu Mei and Hong Fei changed drastically. 3 years? 3 years is too short. Why did little junior brother agree to the duel? Both of them thought Duan Lingtian was only trying to embarrass Han Yunjin by challenging him to a 3-year life or death duel. If Han Yunjin did not agree to the duel, they could mock him. However, now that Han Yunjin had agreed to the duel, they thought Duan Lingtian had failed to scare Han Yunjin. Although Duan Lingtian had displayed extraordinary strength earlier, he was still far from being a match for Han Yunjin. Han Yunjin was the first disciple of Celestial Emperor Xianxia. Apart from being a celestial emperor, he had also comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire to the greater mastery stage. His strength was only slightly inferior to their second senior brother. As one of the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Han Yunjin was ranked in the top 5 among the 100 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although their little junior brother was strong, he was not even 300 years old. Moreover, he was a human through and through. In all 81 Devata realms, there were only a handful of people who were capable of defeating Han Yunjin at this age. Teacher. After Duan Lingtian returned, he nodded and smiled at Su Lang as a greeting. Are you confident? Su Lang asked. If I'm not confident, I wouldn't have challenged him. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Although they did not know where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from, Hu Mei and Hong Fei felt relieved when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, they were not optimistic about their little junior brother's chances of defeating Fan Qi. However, their little junior brother had won. Hua, let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Huan before leaving the Prodigy Arena with Su Lang and the others. After Duan Lingtian and the others left, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin are going to have a life-or-death duel in the Prodigy Arena? This is going to be interesting. Since Duan Lingtian dares to challenge Han Yunjin to a life-or-death duel, it means he's confident in his strength. That's not necessarily true. After all, Duan Lingtian is only a human. With his age, it's almost impossible for him to defeat senior brother Han Yunjin. After the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace left the Prodigy Arena, news of Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin's life-or-death duel in 3 years spread like wildfire in the Heavenly Pool Palace. On this day, many people in the Heavenly Pool Palace witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. After all, Duan Lingtian was the strongest among the prodigious disciples between the ages of 200 to 300 years old. Big Sister Shui, are you confident that I'll be able to defeat and kill Han Yunjin in 3 years' time? After Duan Ling Tian returned to his cultivation place, he sat down cross-legged and asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world, "What's the world-cleansing divine water? If you're not confident, I wouldn't have asked you to accept the duel." The world-cleansing divine water smiled. "I don't want you to throw your life away because of a moment of anger. Sister Shui, with my current strength, I can kill him with your help. However, I'll expose you if I do that. However, without your help, it'll be difficult for me to kill him in 3 years." Duan Lingtian voiced his concerns. "I know," the world-cleansing divine water said, "however, that was in the past. Now that the divine tree of life has absorbed the vitality of the pine willow divine tree, it can grant you the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. 3 years is enough for you to refine the vitality of the pine willow divine tree and form the godly image avatar. Moreover, at that time, they will only think that you obtained something else to be able to form the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. There are many ways to form the godly image avatar in this world. However, none of them can be replicated. Therefore, you won't have to worry about powerhouses targeting you at that time. End of chapter. Chapter 3283. Godly Image Avatar? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. "Sister Water, what's that? I can't explain it in a short time. You'll know once you've refined the pine willow divine tree's vitality and formed your godly image avatar," the world-cleansing divine tree replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. "How do I refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality?" Duan Lingtian asked again. "If you were to refine it normally, even if you were to neglect food and sleep, it would still take you at least 10 years. Of course, there is a place that can help you completely refine it within a year." Duan Lingtian nodded. "What's that?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He was only 3 years away from his battle with Han Yunjin. For this reason, he could not refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality through normal means. "The Tidal Temple," the world-cleansing divine water replied. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Duan Lingtian's mind wandered back to the 6 southeastern regions at the border of the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. Duan Lingtian had heard about the Tidal Temple and learned that celestial lords and celestial emperors had to go to the Tidal Temple to obtain a title. For example, in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, there were a few people whose strength was comparable to titled celestial emperors. However, none of them had gone to the Tidal Temple to obtain a title. A titled celestial lord is much more powerful than an ordinary celestial lord. To become a titled celestial lord, a celestial lord has to go to the Tidal Temple, one of the most sacred and mysterious forces in the Devata realms. Then, they'll have to join 9 other celestial lords who want to obtain a title. Among the 10 celestial lords who want to obtain a title, the Tidal Temple will bestow a title on the last surviving celestial lord. After that, the Tidal Temple will record the celestial lord's name in the celestial lord's record and announce it to the entire Devata realms. It's impossible for an ordinary celestial lord to stand out among the 10 celestial lords who want to be conferred a title. For this reason, the celestial lords who are conferred titles by the Tidal Temple are all outstanding celestial lords. Not only that, but they're also monstrous figures. He had heard these words when he was still at the border of the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. At that time, he learned that there was a force in the Devata realms that was more powerful than the heavenly emperor's force. Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple is the most sacred and mysterious force in the Devata realms. It's a force that never participates in any disputes, but it's the most terrifying force in the Devata realms. In the history of the Devata realms, there were some forces that stood at the peak of the Devata realms who wanted to challenge the Tidal Temple. However, in the end, all of them were annihilated and disappeared from the history of the Devata realms. The Tidal Temple is located in all 81 Devata realms. Each Devata realm has a Tidal Temple branch. To become a titled celestial lord or a titled celestial emperor, One has to go to the Tidal Temple and pass the life and death test to obtain the Tidal Temple's approval. When Duan Lingtian was still in the 6 southeastern regions, he had learned that there were at least 10 celestial lords who wanted to challenge the Tidal Temple. In the past, there were more than 10 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms who wanted to challenge the Tidal Temple. However, all of them died in the end. Apart from that, the Tidal Temple had been around since the Devata realms were founded. It was said that as the oldest force in the Devata realms, the Tidal Temple had many powerhouses who were stronger than 10 directions celestial emperors. Sister Water, I heard the Tidal Temple has something to do with a supreme powerhouse? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He remembered that the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth had told him about the mysterious Tidal Temple. They had told him that there was a supreme expert in the Tidal Temple. Yes, it's related. The world-cleansing divine water said, not only that, but the Tidal Temple is also a transcendental force that was established by that powerhouse. As expected, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he asked, Sister Water, how will the Tidal Temple help me refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality and consolidate my godly image phenomenon within a year? You'll have to participate in the life and death test to become a titled celestial lord. The world-cleansing divine water said, to become a titled celestial lord in the Tidal Temple, you'll have to compete with 9 other celestial lords in a secret realm. There are many tests in the secret realm that are extremely stressful and contain the will of a supreme powerhouse. In that secret realm, you'll be able to refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality much faster. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it was clear she was familiar with the trials in the Tidal Temple. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the world-cleansing divine water's reaction. After all, the world-cleansing divine water had been in the realms of gods for a long time. It was only natural that the world-cleansing divine water knew a lot about the realms of gods and the Tidal Temples. With your current strength, it won't be difficult for you to become a titled celestial lord. However, the most important thing is to refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality and consolidate your godly image phenomenon within a year, the world-cleansing divine tree said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded. After Huan woke up from her cultivation, Duan Lingtian called out to Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Teacher, I'd like to go to the Tidal Temple. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush as he looked at Su Lang. You want to become a titled celestial lord? Su Lang asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he was not going to the Tidal Temple to become a titled celestial lord, it would be difficult for him to explain the matter of the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon. If he said he wanted to become a titled celestial lord, it would not arouse suspicion. In fact, with your strength, it'll be easy for you to become a titled celestial lord. After all, it's just a title. It's enough to scare people off in a small place, but it's nothing in a heaven-grade force. Based on Su Lang's words, it was clear he did not support Duan Lingtian's decision to become a titled celestial lord in the Tidal Temple. Moreover, the test to become a titled celestial lord in the Tidal Temple takes 6 months to 2 years. It's a waste of time for you to become a titled celestial lord. It's better for you to cultivate and prepare for your battle with Han Yunjin in 3 years, Su Lang said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Teacher, I'm not afraid of Han Yunjin. I'm confident I'll be able to defeat him now, let alone 3 years later. Duan Lingtian knew it was time for him to brag about his strength to reassure Su Lang. Otherwise, Su Lang would think that he was just wasting his time by going to the Tidal Temple. Oh! As expected, Su Lang was slightly surprised to hear Duan Lingtian's words. Teacher, please tell me where the Tidal Temple is. I want to see it for myself. Duan Lingtian said. Alright, since you want to see it, I'll take you there. When Su Lang saw Duan Lingtian seem to have made up his mind, he no longer tried to persuade him. Instead, he said he would bring Duan Lingtian to the Tidal Temple. I'll ask your senior brothers and sisters if they're interested in becoming a celestial lord. If they're interested, we can go together. As Su Lang spoke, he sent out a series of voice transmissions. Naturally, none of the voice transmissions were sent to Duan Lingtian's second senior brother, Lu Ji. He only sent them to Hu Mei, Wenwan, Ouyang Chi Fei, and Hong Fei. After all, they were the only celestial lords among Su Lang's 7 disciples. Just for fun. Duan Lingtian's lips twitched when he heard Su Lang's words. How could Su Lang say that the trial to become a celestial lord was just for fun when he was a titled celestial emperor? Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew Su Lang only dared to say this because his senior brothers and sisters were strong enough to become celestial lords. Your 6th senior brother, Hong Fei, didn't reply. I think he's cultivating in seclusion. It seems like you've given him quite a shock. Su Lang shook his head and said with a smile. Your 5th senior brother said he's not going as well. Su Lang said, however, your 3rd senior sister and 4th senior sister said they'll go with us. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, 2 beautiful figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. One of them was a red-clad woman with a voluptuous figure, and the other was a gentle and beautiful woman. They were none other than Duan Lingtian's 3rd senior sister, Hu Mei, and 4th senior sister, Wenwan. Little junior brother, I heard from teacher that you want to go to the Tidal Temple to have some fun. Coincidentally, your 4th senior sister and I haven't gone to obtain a celestial lord's title yet. Let's join the fun, Hu Mei said with a faint smile as she winked at Duan Lingtian. Little junior brother, sister Wenwan, greeted Duan Lingtian and Huan, at the same time. With 3rd senior sister and 4th senior sister tagging along, the trip won't be boring. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Sister Huan, with your strength, it won't be difficult for you to obtain a title. Why don't you try and obtain a title as well? Hu Mei suggested as she looked at Huan, with a smile on her face. All right, replied. Huan, nodded indifferently. It seemed like she still held a grudge against Hu Mei. The Tidal Temple is quite a distance away from the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, with me leading the way, we should be able to arrive in 2 days. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, a sword ray appeared beneath his feet and lifted Duan Lingtian and the others up. In just a blink of an eye, they left the place where Su Lang was cultivating. Swoosh! The sword ray tore through the air and left the Heavenly Pool Palace in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced to his left and right. He could see the scenery in his surroundings receding at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that he could not even see clearly. How fast? Duan Lingtian exclaimed in surprise. Although Su Lang's speed was fast, Duan Lingtian and the others who were standing on top of the sword ray were able to maintain their balance. Moreover, Su Lang's energy was able to keep the wind at bay. It did not affect Duan Lingtian and the others at all. Chapter 3284. There was a tidal temple in every Devata realm, and all of them were located in the central territory of the Devata realm. For example, the Boundless Heavens Tidal Temple was located in the Boundless Territory just like the Heavenly Pool Palace. The only difference was that it was quite a distance away from the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Tidal Temple was located in the western part of the Boundless Territory. It was located in a barren desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. Due to the lack of spirit energy here, very few people would come here. The Tidal Temple is right in front of us. Su Lang's calm voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears when he discovered the sword ray beneath his feet had slowed down. As soon as Su Lang's words left his mouth, a palace that stood in the middle of a boundless desert appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as though a gigantic beast was crouching there. It was visually stunning. Duan Lingtian thought to himself that this was his first time seeing such a huge palace since he came to the mundane realm. Not only did it occupy a vast area, but it was also terrifyingly tall. Although he was still far away from the palace, he was still shocked by the sight of it. In fact, as soon as he saw the palace, he felt as though his heart and soul had resonated with it. It was as though he had just been baptized. The rumors are true. There's a terrifying spiritual energy in the Tidal Temple, Hu Mei exclaimed as she looked at the tidal temple. Hu Mei looked at the tidal temple from afar and exclaimed, "Just now, when I first saw it, I felt as if my heart and soul had been baptized." When Wan'er chimed in. Upon hearing Hu Mei and Wen Wan'er's words, Duan Lingtian knew he was not the only one who felt that way. "Of course," Su Lang said. At this moment, Su Lang spoke up. "There's no way to trace the history of the tidal temple. It has been around for too long. Most people know about it. It seems to have existed since the Devata realms existed. The tidal temple has been passed down for countless generations, and it has a supreme position in the Devata realms. Even the forces of heavenly emperors have to show it respect." Su Lang said. Duan Lingtian already knew what Su Lang said, so he wasn't surprised. Duan Lingtian looked around and saw a few figures flying in from all directions. It was obvious these people were also making their way to the tidal temple like them. "Su Lang!" All of a sudden, a loud and energetic voice rang out. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw a swift figure whizzing over from afar. In the blink of an eye, the figure was in the void not far from where they were. There was not only one person, there were two of them. One was a tall and sturdy old man in a loose blue robe, and the other was a thin young man in a brocade robe holding a folding fan. The one who had just spoken was the old man. Zheng Yui. Seeing the old man, Su Lang raised his eyebrows and greeted him. He then looked at the young man beside the old man and asked, "Is this the disciple you took in 100 years ago?" "Not bad." The old man nodded with a bright smile on his face. "This time, I brought this useless disciple of mine to participate in the test to become a titled celestial lord. Although he's not even 400 years old, he's already strong enough to pass the test and become a titled celestial lord." The old man's face was filled with pride when he spoke. "Su Lang, as far as I know, your youngest disciple is more than 600 years old, but he's barely strong enough to pass the test to become a titled celestial lord, right?" The old man took a deep look at Su Lang and asked with a deep meaning behind his words, "Are you talking about my sixth disciple, Hong Fei?" "Yes, he's more than 600 years old, and he's barely strong enough to pass the test to become a titled celestial lord." Su Lang nodded. "He didn't come?" The old man glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others before looking away. Based on his words, it was clear he knew Hong Fei. "Yes, he didn't come." Su Lang nodded. "Then, which disciple are you accompanying to participate in the test to become a titled celestial lord?" The old man asked again. "My third disciple, my fourth disciple, my seventh disciple, and my seventh disciple's cultivation partner." Su Lang replied. When Su Lang introduced Huan as Duan Lingtian's Tao companion, Huan's calm face flushed with a rare blush. However, due to her veil, nobody noticed it. "Your seventh disciple?" The old man frowned slightly. "You have another disciple?" The old man asked as he glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huan, before he asked, "Which one of them is your seventh disciple?" Su Lang glanced at Duan Lingtian before he smiled and introduced his seventh disciple to Duan Lingtian. "Old seventh, this is Zheng Yui, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor. He's an old friend of mine." A hint of mockery could be seen on Su Lang's face when he said the words old friend. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Zheng Yui, this is my youngest disciple, Duan Lingtian." Then, Su Lang introduced Duan Lingtian to the old man. "How old is your youngest disciple?" the old man asked. He knew that Su Lang's disciples were ranked according to the time they entered the sect. Therefore, in his opinion, even if the purple-clothed youth in front of him was just a small disciple of Su Lang's, he should be very old. At the very least, Su Lang's youngest disciple was older than him. "He's more than 200 years old." Su Lang smiled. "More than 200 years old?" The old man was taken aback by Su Lang's words. Even the young man standing next to the old man, Su Lang's disciple, turned to look at Duan Lingtian with a piercing gaze. "Su Lang, I didn't expect you to exaggerate after not seeing you for more than 100 years. The old man shook his head and chuckled. "Exaggerate?" Su Lang glanced at the old man indifferently. You don't believe my youngest disciple is only 200 years old? He's only 200 years old, but he's already strong enough to pass the test and become a titled celestial lord. Even in the boundless heaven, there are only a handful of people like him, right? How could such a genius take a liking to you and become your disciple? A mocking smile appeared on the old man's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Senior Uncle Zheng. This time, before Su Lang could say anything, Hu Mei spoke first with a bright smile on her face. Why don't you just ask your friends in the Heavenly Pool Palace if my little junior brother is only 200 years old? Oh, right. Remember, his name is Duan Lingtian. It was obvious Hu Mei knew the old man as well. Hu Mei, you must know that your teacher is my only friend in the Heavenly Pool Palace. That's why you said that, right? Zheng Yui glanced at Hu Mei and said with a low snort, Brat, do you dare to place your hand on this formation compass? Zheng Yui said as he tossed a formation compass to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at the formation disk, and he saw that there was a total of 10 regions on the formation disk that revolved 360 degrees to form a large circle. Little junior brother, this is a formation compass used to test one's age. As long as you place your hand on it, it'll show your age. There are 10 regions, and each region represents 200 years old. Hu Mei's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Naturally, it's only a rough estimate. There's no way to determine the specifics. As soon as Hu Mei finished speaking, Duan Lingtian placed his hand on the formation compass. As soon as Duan Lingtian's hand touched the formation compass, a surge of energy surged out of the formation compass and enveloped his hand. HM? At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered a chilling aura surging out of the formation compass and into every inch of his body. When this cold aura passed through his body and returned to the array disk, 2 areas on the array disk lit up. The third section lit up faintly as well. This meant Duan Lingtian was more than 200 years old. He's really not even 300 years old? Upon seeing this, Zheng Yui frowned slightly as he put the formation compass away. He did not expect Su Lang's youngest disciple to be less than 300 years old. Su Lang, did you say your youngest disciple is here to participate in the test for titled celestial lords as well? Is he capable of passing the test at such a young age? Zheng Yui asked skeptically. How can my disciple fail to pass the test for titled celestial lords? Su Lang smiled faintly. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, the young man standing next to Zheng Yui suddenly stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian with piercing eyes as he said in a deep voice, I, Nenlu Feng, challenge you. Zheng Yui was taken aback when he saw this. Obviously, it was not his idea for his disciple to challenge Duan Lingtian. However, he had no intention of stopping Nanlu Feng. Instead, he looked at Su Lang and said with a faint smile on his face, Su Lang, aren't you very confident in your youngest disciple? I'm sure you don't mind my incompetent disciple challenging him now, right? Zheng Yui, I advise you to persuade your disciple. Su Lang frowned slightly. Although he did not know how strong Zheng Yui's disciple was, he was certain Zheng Yui was not as strong as Duan Lingtian. Senior Uncle Zheng, I don't think it's necessary. At this moment, Hu Mei shook her head and said to Zheng Yui, What? You don't dare to accept the challenge? Zheng Yui smiled brightly. If you don't dare to challenge him, just say so. It's not like we have to force you to do something you don't want to do. It's not that it's not difficult, but I'm afraid it'll be embarrassing for you. Hu Mei shook her head when she saw Zheng Yui was being stubborn. Embarrassing? Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, Zheng Yui's expression changed drastically. Zheng Yui's disciple, Nanlu Feng, had a grave expression on his face. Brat, make your move. Nanlu Feng took a step forward. His robes fluttered in the wind as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and transformed into lightning bolts that surrounded him. At the same time, his hair began to dance wildly. At this moment, the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian was extremely cold. Chapter 3285. Little junior brother, please show some mercy, Hu Mei glanced at Duan Lingtian and said helplessly, Senior Uncle Zheng and teacher might be at odds when they meet, but they've been friends for many years. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Nan Lu Feng was even more enraged when he heard Hu Mei's words to Duan Lingtian. Lightning surged out of his body and surrounded him as though he had transformed into a god of lightning. Come here, Brett. Nan Lu Feng leaped into the air as the sound of wind and thunder reverberated in the air. The purple lightning around him looked like purple pythons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw this. Then he teleported and vanished from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was not far away from Nan Lu Feng. Teleportation? Zheng Yue narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at Su Lang in surprise. Su Lang, I didn't expect you to accept a disciple who has comprehended the law of space. However, the law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. It's extremely difficult to comprehend it. Your disciple is not even 300 years old. I'm afraid he hasn't comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, right? Zheng Yue voiced his guess. 2 profundities? Su Lang was taken aback when he heard Zheng Yue's words. However, he quickly shook his head and said, We'll see. Meanwhile, Nan Lu Feng stared at Duan Lingtian with a dark expression on his face as he said in a deep voice, Brat, I'd like to see how strong you are when you're not even 300 years old. If you can't even defeat me, don't embarrass yourself by entering the Tidal Temple. You might even lose your life. Nan Lu Feng said. Make your move. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at Nan Lu Feng. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's calm expression made Nan Lu Feng feel as though Duan Lingtian did not take him seriously at all. This made Nan Lu Feng even more furious. After letting out a cold snort, Nan Lu Feng made his move. Lightning shot out from all over his body like serpents of lightning that flew in all directions in a menacing manner. Even though Nan Lu Feng did not think that the purple-robed young man before him was a match for him, he still went all out in his attack. Other than the fact that he did not use his immortal artifact, he did not hold back at all. He was prepared to gain the initiative by striking first in terms of momentum and suppressing his opponent. That's all you got? When Nan Lu Feng charged towards him, Duan Lingtian was certain that Nan Lu Feng was not even as strong as Lu Jian whom he had killed earlier. With a flash, Duan Lingtian appeared in the air above South Willow Peak. With a thought, a huge spatial prison enveloped South Willow Peak. Do you think you can trap me? Nan Lu Feng let out a cold laugh when he noticed this. Then, he changed the direction of his thunderous energy and continued to bombard Duan Lingtian. However, he was dumbfounded in the next moment. This was because he discovered that when his attack landed on the spatial prison trembled slightly as though it would shatter at any moment. However, even after a period of time had passed, the spatial prison did not show any signs of collapsing. It was as though the spatial prison was merely an illusion. Let's end this. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Then he unleashed all the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended to the mastery stage. Buzz, 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 buzz. 9 cross-dimensional profundities shot out from the spatial cracks and charged at Nan Lu Feng. At the same time, an extremely powerful burst of spatial energy collided with Nan Liufeng's attack and crushed it in all directions. Explode! As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the magnetic storm profundities from the law of space exploded and shattered Nan Liufeng's attack. Boom! The terrifying power of the 9-dimensional slash streaked across Nan Liufeng's body, leaving behind 9 wounds that were neither too deep nor too shallow. Then, it landed on his body and sent him flying. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air as Nan Lu Feng was sent flying. His figure staggered as he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with terror. He never would have thought that this young man, who was even younger than him, would actually possess such terrifying strength. Based on the profundities from the law of space Duan Lingtian had comprehended to the mastery stage. Apart from the teleportation profundity, Duan Lingtian seemed to have comprehended all 7 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. As for Nan Liufeng's teacher, Zheng Yui, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, he was dumbfounded. How did Su Lang's new disciple, who was not even 300 years old, comprehend 7 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage? Moreover, it was highly likely that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage as well. It was just that he did not have the opportunity to use it yet. Zheng Yui felt a burning sensation on his face when he recalled what he had said to Su Lang earlier. It was as though he had been slapped a few times. A slap in the face. It was too humiliating. Zheng Yui's eyes were filled with jealousy when he looked at Su Lang. He glared at Su Lang and cursed, "Su Lang, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" On purpose? Su Lang was taken aback. Then he shook his head and smiled. "Why would you say that? My 3rd disciple, and I didn't advise your disciple to spar with my 7th disciple, right? On the contrary, you and your 3rd disciple didn't seem to believe in my 7th disciple's strength and insisted on sparring with him." Su Lang shook his head when he finished speaking. Zheng Yui was taken aback when he heard Su Lang's words. Then he recalled what had happened earlier. It seemed like Su Lang was right. Su Lang and his 3rd disciple had advised him and his disciple not to spar. However, they had thought Su Lang and his 3rd disciple were deliberately mystifying things, so they had ignored them. Now that the results were out, they realized Su Lang and his 3rd disciple were not deliberately mystifying things. The young man, Duan Lingtian, who was not even 300 years old, was indeed strong enough to crush his disciple. "Lu Feng, aren't you going to thank your senior brother Duan for sparing your disciple's life?" Zheng Yui took a deep breath before he regained his senses. He glared at Nan Lu Feng and said coldly. In the past, he found this disciple pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. He couldn't even bear to speak loudly to him. However, now that he saw a young man who was even younger than his disciple easily defeat his disciple, he instantly felt that his disciple was useless and didn't give him any face. Naturally, he knew Nan Lu Feng, who was Su Lang's 7th disciple, would be considered a monstrous prodigy even in the Devata realms. "Thank you for sparing my disciple's life, senior brother Duan." Although Nan Lu Feng was arrogant, he was still very respectful to those who were stronger than him. Most importantly, this person who was stronger than him was younger than him, which made him respect him even more. Su Lang is really lucky, Zheng Yui thought to himself. As Zheng Yui thought about it, he couldn't help but glance at Su Lang with jealousy. He asked, "Su Lang, where did you get this 7th disciple from? Are you talking about Duan Lingtian?" He came to participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's recruitment test. I took a liking to him even before he joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. Su Lang replied. Zheng Yui almost threw up blood when he heard Su Lang's words. If Su Lang had said he had put in a lot of effort to recruit Duan Lingtian, Zheng Yui might have felt better. However, Su Lang's words made it seem as though Duan Lingtian had delivered himself to his doorstep. Why was he not as lucky as Duan Lingtian? "Come, let's enter the Tidal Temple." Su Lang beckoned to Duan Lingtian and the others before he led Duan Lingtian and the others into the Tidal Temple. Upon seeing this, Zheng Yui and his disciple, Nan Lu Feng, followed suit. "Teacher, are there celestial emperors obtaining titles in the Tidal Temple all the time?" Duan Lingtian asked Su Lang. "Yes." Su Lang nodded. "Indeed, there are celestial lords working hard to obtain titles in the Tidal Temple. However, celestial emperors have to wait for a while before they can obtain a title. This is because there aren't many celestial emperors who want to obtain a title. As for celestial lords, there are many of them. The trials in the Tidal Temple aren't limited to just one Devata realm. For example, you'll have to face people from the boundless heaven and other Devata realms." Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Duan Lingtian understood his competitors would be from the other Devata realms. Su Lang continued to say, "Generally speaking, those who dare to obtain a title are mostly 10 directions celestial lords, 9 palaces celestial lords, or 8 trigrams celestial lords. However, they're not confident in their strength. Similarly, the laws they've comprehended are mediocre as well. Even if he's only a 1 basic celestial lord, it's not impossible for him to obtain the title of Celestial Lord. Su Lang paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian and continued to say, "Don't think that your opponents in the Heavenly Pool Palace have comprehended profundities to the mastery stage even though they're young. That's because he's a genius disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Heavenly Pool Palace is a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven. He's already considered one of the top geniuses in the boundless heaven. There are many 10 Directions Celestial Lords out there who haven't even comprehended a profundity to the mastery stage of the law he's proficient in. Of course, there are also those who have comprehended 1 or 2 profound meanings to the greater mastery stage." Duan Lingtian fell into deep thought after hearing Su Lang's words. According to Su Lang, a titled Celestial Lord could be a 1 basic Celestial Lord or a 10 Directions Celestial Lord. 1 basic Celestial Lords among the titled Celestial Lords had comprehended extremely powerful laws. Therefore, they were not necessarily weaker than some 10 Directions Celestial Lords among the titled Celestial Lords. Chapter 3286. Under Su Lang's lead, they made their way to the Tidal Temple. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the oppressive aura growing stronger the closer they got to the Tidal Temple. Those below the Celestial Lord realm who have comprehended no profundities won't be able to withstand the oppressive aura and enter the Tidal Temple. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This oppressive aura not only pressed down on his body, it also pressed down on his soul. Su Lang couldn't help him resist it. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, Huan Hu Mei, and when Wan Er's expressions were solemn as well. The test to become a titled Celestial Lord isn't divided into groups of 10. Instead, a group of people will enter the same place, and only 1 out of 10 will survive. Before they entered the Tidal Temple, Su Lang began to explain to Duan Lingtian the details of the test to become a titled Celestial Lord. In other words, all of you will appear in the same place. Naturally, it's almost impossible for all of you to encounter each other. After all, there are Celestial Lords from various Devata realms in the Tidal Temple. All you have to do is kill 9 people and leave the Tidal Temple. Su Lang continued to explain. Apart from that, the Tidal Temple is also a good place to cultivate. If you're at a critical juncture in your cultivation, you can consider breaking through there. Su Lang continued to explain. After listening to Su Lang's explanation, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at one of the doors in the Tidal Temple. There were 2 doors in the Tidal Temple. They were so deep that one could not see the end of them. In front of the 2 doors, there was a spacious stone platform. At this moment, there was not a single person in front of one of the doors. However, there were many people in front of the other door. Some of them entered the Tidal Temple while others stopped at the entrance. That's the door that celestial emperors enter when they're trying to obtain a title. Su Lang looked at the empty door and said to Duan Lingtian, "Back then, I entered through this door and participated in the test to become a titled Celestial Emperor. After that, I became a titled Celestial Emperor and was listed in the record of titled Celestial Emperors. The Tidal Temple had a record of titled Celestial Emperors and a record of titled Celestial Lords. The former recorded all titled Celestial Emperors in the Devata realms while the latter recorded all titled Celestial Lords in the Devata realms. Although the record of titled Celestial Emperors contained many names, it was limited. Therefore, some of the names were recorded in their memory celestial talismans. However, there were too many names recorded in the records of titled Celestial Emperors. It was impossible for anyone to record their names anywhere. Therefore, the only way to look at the records of titled Celestial Emperors was to visit the Tidal Temple. As for this side, it is the door that immortal emperors enter when they pursue titles. Later, you will enter from here. Titled Celestial Lords who don't wish to enter aren't allowed to enter. If they enter recklessly, they'll definitely die. I don't know about the Tidal Temples in the other Devata realms, but in the Boundless Heavens Tidal Temple, there were a few titled Celestial Emperors who refused to believe in heresy who entered the Tidal Temple. However, all of them died in the Tidal Temple, Su Lang said solemnly. Su Lang's expression turned solemn as he spoke. Hence, I can only send all of you up to this point. All of you will have to enter and participate in the test to become a titled Celestial Lord. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the entrance of the title temple. At the same time, Zheng Yui, who had just arrived, gave Nan Lu Feng some instructions. In the end, Nan Lu Feng took the lead and entered the title temple. Go on. Su Lang said to Duan Lingtian and the others. Little junior brother, sister Huan, let's go. Hu Mei held Wenwan's hand as she beckoned to Duan Lingtian and Huan. Then she followed behind Nan Lu Feng and disappeared into the darkness. Let's go in as well. Duan Lingtian and Huan walked side by side as they entered the title temple. After entering the title temple, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel a gentle energy shrouding him and Huan. Then, the energy carried them into the depths of the title temple at an extremely fast speed. The gentle energy obscured Duan Lingtian and Huan's vision. When they regained their vision, they discovered they were standing on a flight of steps. At this moment, there were many people standing on the steps. Little junior brother, over here. At this moment, Hu Mei's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At this moment, he discovered Hu Mei was standing on a flight of steps about 10 meters away. Third senior sister. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made his way over to Huan. Big brother Lingtian. However, Huan suddenly stopped him. Him? Duan Lingtian looked at Huan in confusion. Big brother Lingtian, this is an illusion, Huan said. As soon as she finished speaking, she narrowed her eyes, and a wave of mental energy swept out in all directions. In an instant, the scene around her changed dramatically. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian found himself in a great hall. At this moment, the people in the great hall were confused. Even if there were people around them, they did not seem to notice them. They haven't recovered from the illusion yet, Huan said. That's a very good idea. I can't believe I didn't see through it. Duan Lingtian sighed. He could not help but ask, but did the illusion have any offensive power? Huan shook her head. It's just an illusion to confuse people. It's like a smokescreen. It's only temporary. Third senior sister. At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw Hu Mei standing next to Wenwan. She was looking at Wenwan with a frown on her face. It was as though she did not know where to start. Duan Lingtian saw his fourth senior sister, Wenwan, who was usually as gentle as jade, had a twisted expression on her face. It was as though she had encountered something that had caused her emotions to fluctuate. Little junior brother, you're out of the illusion? Hu Mei was surprised to see Duan Lingtian and Huan. Then she looked at Wenwan and said with a bitter smile, fourth junior sister seems to be trapped. Third senior sister, aren't you together? You should be trapped together, right? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. We were together at first. However, when we saw you and Huan standing apart and saw someone trying to harm you, we split up to help you. Hu Mei smiled bitterly. I know a little about illusory techniques, but fourth junior sister seems to have encountered something that caused her to be trapped. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he looked at Huan and asked, do you have a solution? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huan narrowed her eyes and shot 2 rays of white light into Wenwan's body. As soon as the white light entered Wenwan's body, Wenwan's complexion returned to normal. At the same time, she saw Duan Lingtian and the others. Little junior brother? Sister Huan? Third senior sister? Was that an illusion? Wenwan finally regained her senses. I've never heard of anyone encountering an illusion after entering the title temple. Hu Mei shook her head. You pass. Just as Hu Mei's voice sounded, a cold snort was timely emitted, causing those who were still in the illusion to wake up. Under everyone's watchful eyes, black mist began to gather in the sky above the main hall before it finally transformed into a black-clad woman with a graceful figure. The black-clad woman said coldly as she looked at Duan Lingtian and the others coldly, there are so many of you who came to participate in the test, but even the small illusion will take a long time to break out. Some of you won't even be able to break out of the illusion. Are you sure you're here to participate in the test? Humph. I only hope you won't embarrass the Tidal Temple's boundless branch. As soon as the black-clad woman finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian and the rest of the people in the main hall felt their vision go dark without any warning before they could even react. Now, I'll send you to the trial ground. Once you kill 9 people in the trial ground, you'll be sent back and be conferred the title of Celestial Lord. At this moment, the black-clad woman's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. After a while, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again. He discovered he was in a valley with beautiful scenery. The surroundings were filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. So this is the trial ground for titled Celestial Lords? Duan Ling Tian scanned his surroundings. He did not see any signs of life, let alone Huan and the others. Sister Water. Duan Ling Tian knew he had entered the place the world-cleansing divine water had sent him to. Therefore, he quickly contacted the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. What should I do now? As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the world-cleansing divine water replied, I didn't expect this to be the rule of the trial for titled Celestial Lords. In the past, I heard that only 1 out of 10 titled Celestial Lords would survive the trial. I thought it would be a competition between 10 people. I didn't expect all of you would be thrown into the same secret realm. You'll only be sent out after you've killed 9 people. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, in this secret realm, which is also the training ground for titled Celestial Lords, there must be some tests left behind by supreme powerhouses. You'll have to find some special tests and pass the tests to absorb the vitality of the Pine Willow Divine Tree. That way, you'll be able to form the godly image phenomenon. You'll have to look around the secret realm, the world-cleansing divine water said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded as he began to scan the valley with his divine consciousness. When he did not find anything special, he rose into the air and left the valley. I wonder where Huan and the others are now. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Celestial lords from 81 Devata realms are gathered here. If you want to get out, there is only one way, and that is to kill 9 celestial emperors. Chapter 3287. Even the world-cleansing divine water was not familiar with the trial grounds of titled Celestial Lords. All she knew was that it was a secret realm created by a supreme powerhouse, and there were many tests set by the supreme powerhouses. It was a fortuitous encounter for one to encounter any test here. Perhaps, one would not be able to obtain any tangible rewards, but it could raise one's cultivation base or improve one's comprehension of profundities. After leaving the valley, Duan Ling Tian began to wander around as he used his divine consciousness to search for the test mentioned by the world-cleansing divine water. Time continued to pass. A day passed. 2 days passed. On the 7th day, Duan Ling Tian finally saw someone. When that person saw Duan Ling Tian, he immediately flew toward Duan Ling Tian. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. He still remembered that he had to kill 9 celestial lords in order to obtain a title and become a titled celestial lord in the trial of titled celestial lords. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian was extremely vigilant when he saw the other party charging towards him. Soon enough, the person appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. The person was a handsome young man dressed in a blue robe with golden edges. He was thin and had an extraordinary bearing. With just a glance, one could tell he was not an ordinary person. Friend, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to attack you. After the young man arrived near Duan Ling Tian, he stopped when he was still a distance away from Duan Ling Tian. I'm here because I want to invite you to enter a trial that I found in the trial grounds with me. This test can only be carried out if there are 5 people. The young man said. A test? Upon hearing the young man's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted subtly. Was this not what he was looking for in the trial grounds? In fact, if he could not find a test, he could not be bothered to kill anyone even if they came knocking on his door. To him, obtaining a title was not important. What was important was to find some kind of test in this trial ground. Through the pressure given by the ultimate masters, he could refine the life force of the pine willow divine tree and condense the godly image doppelganger of the pine willow divine tree. At that time, his strength would reach a whole new level. 3 years from now, he would be able to use it to fight Han Yunjin in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Heaven's Chosen Arena. Why should I believe you? Although Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He faintly asked, "Who knows if you will sneak attack me if I travel with you?" "Friend, it's normal for you to be vigilant. How about this? Since we're going to look for the other 3 people, let's keep a distance and not get close to each other. What do you think?" The young man didn't mind Duan Lingtian's vigilance and cautiousness, and he took the initiative to speak in this way to display his greatest sincerity. "Sure." Duan Lingtian nodded and walked with the young man. Of course, there was a distance between them, and Duan Lingtian was also paying attention to the young man's movements. However, he was very confident in his own strength. However, Duan Lingtian did not want to expose the 5 divine elements since he did not know if anyone would be spying on him in the training ground of titled celestial lords. If someone from the Tidal Temple were to spy on him while he was in the trial grounds, it was highly likely that the Tidal Temple would try to snatch the 5 divine elements from him. After all, the 5 divine elements were extremely tempting even to titled celestial emperors. Although Duan Lingtian did not know the young man's strength, he was certain the young man was not weak. "Friend, how should I address you?" After traveling for 2 days, the young man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, "We've known each other for 2 days, but I don't know your name." "My name is Meng Hao Xian, and I'm a prodigious disciple from Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven." The young man introduced himself. Solitary destructive heaven? Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force? Duan Lingtian would not be surprised if the young man had said he was from another Devata realm or heaven-grade force. However, the young man had said he was from the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven. If Duan Lingtian was not mistaken, Er's biological father was a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Mountain who had been sent to the Heavenly Pool Palace. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not think highly of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Although he understood the Heavenly Sword Mountain was wary of the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, it was still the same. "I'm Duan Lingtian from the Heavenly Pool Palace." Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. "Heavenly Pool Palace?" Meng Hao Xian's eyes widened slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's introduction. He instinctively asked, "Are you from the Heavenly Pool Palace, the heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven?" "The Heavenly Sword Mountain sent someone to the Heavenly Pool Palace." "Do you think the Heavenly Pool Palace I'm from is the Heavenly Pool Palace you're talking about?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Meng Hao Xian meaningfully. Meng Hao Xian smiled wryly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "It seems like you're really from the Heavenly Pool Palace in the boundless heaven." "That's right. The Heavenly Sword Mountain sent someone to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, that person is my first senior brother." Meng Hao Xian sighed. His expression was cold as he said hatefully, "I don't understand what those old fogies are thinking. All they did was break the engagement with the Heavenly Pool Palace. Why would they send my first senior brother to the Heavenly Pool Palace and be humiliated by them?" "You're speaking up for your first senior brother? He was the one who broke the engagement, right?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Meng Hao Xian indifferently. "It's the truth. I can't refute it. There's nothing I can do about the Heavenly Pool Palace. If there's anyone to blame, it's the old fogies from the Heavenly Sword Mountain for being cowards." Meng Hao Xian shook his head and said, "Although the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace has a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, do you think the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven would come looking for trouble over such a trivial matter? Even if the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven came looking for trouble, would the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven just stand by and do nothing?" Meng Hao Xian looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully as he said, The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven might not be a match for the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I heard the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was the previous heavenly emperor? After he returned to the solitary destructive heaven, he killed the heavenly emperor who replaced him and reclaimed the position of heavenly emperor? Duan Lingtian might not know much about the heavenly emperors of the other Devata realms, but he was very familiar with the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was a senior from the Seven Absolutes sects Fog Rain progeny in the Saint Province realm. Back when he was still in the mundane realm, he had obtained the ancestors' legacy and used the Sovereign Heart Sword to dominate the world. It was not until he ascended to the Devata realms that the strength of the Sovereign Heart Sword could no longer keep up with his strength that he decided to keep the Sovereign Heart Sword a secret. After all, he did not obtain the Heavenly Emperor's legacy. That's right. Meng Haoxian nodded. His eyes were filled with admiration when he mentioned the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The current Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is still Lord Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang. A hint of nostalgia appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard this name again. What's the title of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I don't know what Lord Heavenly Emperor's title is. I've never heard anyone mention it before. Perhaps there is, perhaps there isn't. Meng Haoxian shook his head. However, Lord Heavenly Emperor usually refers to himself as Recluse Yenyu. Recluse Yenyu? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. It seemed like even after Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had become the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he still remembered the Fog Rain progeny of the Seven Absolutes in the Saint Province realm. Otherwise, why would he refer to himself as Recluse Yenyu? It was obvious the Fog Rain progeny was derived from the Fog Rain progeny of the Seven Absolutes sect. If there's a chance in the future, I'll have to pay a visit to Senior Feng Qingyang in the solitary destructive heaven. After all, it's all thanks to his legacy that I was able to advance so smoothly in the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian had always been a grateful person. For this reason, he hoped he could personally pay a visit to Senior Feng Qingyang to thank him. At the same time, he also wanted to apologize to Senior Feng Qingyang. Perhaps, Senior Feng Qingyang didn't expect the legacy he left in the mundane realm would bring him so much trouble. Fortunately, he came out of the Azura hell. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to live in peace for the rest of my life. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he had caused Senior Feng Qingyang to die in the Azura hell, he could not help but feel guilty. Friend, it seems like you're interested in the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Are you a sword celestial as well? Meng Haoxian asked with a smile. In the solitary destructive heaven, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang was the idol of 90% of the sword celestials. After all, he was widely acknowledged as an invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. In the eyes of the sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven, there was no sword celestial in the 81 Devata realms who was comparable to their heavenly emperor. It was a form of blind worship. When they learned the heavenly emperor was trapped in the Azura hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, although some people thought he was dead, most people were certain he would return. Just like most of the sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian had returned and killed the heavenly emperor who had replaced him, reclaiming his position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He used to be the heavenly emperor, but not now. Duan Lingtian shook his head. When he had first ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, he had relied on the sovereign heart sword that Senior Feng Qingyang had left behind. However, as his cultivation base increased, he gradually fell behind the sovereign heart sword. Friend, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is a legend in the solitary destructive heaven. When Meng Haoxian mentioned Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he excitedly told Duan Lingtian about Feng Qingyang's achievements in the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian was also interested in Meng Haoxian's story, so he listened patiently. Chapter 3288. Perhaps, Meng Haoxian saw how interested and patient Duan Lingtian was in hearing about the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Later on, they became even more familiar with each other as they spoke. Brother Lingtian, my eldest senior brother, is imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison. Do you know anything about his current situation? Perhaps, Meng Haoxian thought he had gotten to know Duan Lingtian better, so he changed the topic and asked tentatively, "The Thousand Chains prison?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had heard of such a place in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even when he tried to find out where Huan Er's parents were imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he did not manage to find such a place. He did not dare to ask about those with high statuses in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Those with low statuses did not know anything. In fact, Duan Lingtian had decided to ask Su Lang about this matter after he had stayed in the Heavenly Pool Palace for a while. After all, Su Lang was one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was certain Su Lang would know where Huan Er's parents were imprisoned. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought he would have to wait for Su Lang to reveal the location of Huan Er's parents. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to learn the location of Huan Er's parents from the Heavenly Sword Mountain of the solitary destructive Heavenly Sword Mountain. Are you sure your eldest senior brother is imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Meng Haoxian with glinting eyes. My teacher told me, Meng Haoxian said. My teacher is the Hidden Sword Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. People call him the Hidden Sword Old Man. Speaking of which, my teacher is acquainted with the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. A hint of pride could be heard in Meng Haoxian's voice when he finished speaking. Oh! Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Haoxian in surprise. Please tell me more. From his point of view, since Meng Haoxian had said that his teacher had some dealings with Senior Feng Qingyang, it was very likely that Senior Feng Qingyang and Senior Feng Qingyang were friends. Back then, before the Heavenly Emperor became the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he challenged sword immortals everywhere. My teacher was defeated by him. Meng Haoxian said. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian waited for a while, but he didn't hear his next sentence. Don't tell me that your teacher was defeated by Sky Emperor Feng Qingyang and has no relationship with him? To be able to be defeated by the Lord Heavenly Emperor, we can be considered to have crossed paths, right? Meng Haoxian smiled. Duan Lingtian was speechless. If this was considered as having a connection, then what was he, the successor of the legacy left behind by Feng Qingyang in his hometown, the mundane plane? Just like that, Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian traveled for another 2 days before they finally met the third person. The third person was a tall and burly young man dressed in a long gray robe. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, and he exuded a murderous aura. He did not look like a human at all. He's not human. Meng Haoxian transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian as he and Meng Haoxian flew toward the burly young man. I can see that. The closer they got, the more Duan Lingtian could feel the murderous aura emanating from the young man. It was not something a human could possess. When the young man saw Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian flying toward him, he did not seem to have any intention of fleeing. Instead, he stood in place and waited for them to come closer. Before Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian could get close, the burly young man snorted coldly and made his move. His arms suddenly shook, and in an instant, an incomparably cold aura spread out in the void, sweeping toward Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian. The law of ice? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw the ice wall that appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye. He teleported over the ice wall and completely ignored it. As for Meng Haoxian, his entire body was covered in golden sword light. He crashed into the ice wall, and the sword light around him destroyed the ice wall in an instant. He continued to fly toward the burly young man. Not bad. The burly young man looked at Meng Haoxian in surprise and spoke in a hoarse voice. Only Duan Lingtian had used the law of space's teleportation profound meaning. The burly young man did not know how strong Duan Lingtian was, so he did not pay too much attention to him. However, Meng Haoshuan's attack showed that he was not weak at all. "Friend, we have no intention of attacking you." Just as the burly young man was about to attack again, Meng Haoshuan said, "We came to look for you because we want to participate in a trial with you." Upon hearing Meng Haoshuan's words, the burly young man stopped what he was doing. However, he was still wary of Meng Haoshuan and Duan Lingtian. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Meng Haoshuan, they knew this very well. When they were still some distance away from the burly young man, they stopped what they were doing. "I'm Meng Haoshuan from the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven." Meng Haoshuan looked at the burly young man and introduced himself to Duan Lingnan. "As for this person who came with me, he's from the Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven. His name is Duan Lingtian. We only met a few days ago. I was the one who discovered the test, and he was the first person I found." Meng Haoshuan said, "I'm Ji Xian from the Blood Dragon clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven." The burly young man said indifferently, which could be considered as self-introduction. At this moment, both Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoshuan knew their intuition was right. The burly young man was not human. The 10,000 Beasts Heaven was a Devata realm where celestial beasts gathered. It was extremely difficult for humans to enter the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. "So you're from the Blood Dragon clan, a heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Friend, are you interested in the trial I mentioned?" Meng Haoshuan asked. "Sure." Ji Xian nodded. With this, another person joined Duan Lingtian's group. "Let's continue to walk around and find 2 more people to participate in the trial," Meng Haoshuan said. The 3 of them continued walking. They maintained a certain distance from each other as they continued to walk around. "The Blood Dragon clan?" Duan Lingtian asked Meng Haoshuan curiously through voice transmission. "I know there are dragons in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, but what's with the Blood Dragon clan?" "Brother Lingtian, the Blood Dragon clan is a branch of the Dragon clan. Although it's a branch, it still has 5 titled celestial emperors, and all of them are quite strong." Meng Haoshuan replied through voice transmission, "Although they're a branch of the dragons, the relationship between the dragons and the Blood Dragon clan isn't good. It's said that the dragons of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven don't even acknowledge the Blood Dragon clan as dragons." Upon hearing Meng Haoshuan's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. The 3 of them continued to walk around. After another 5 days, they finally found 2 more people who were not from heaven-grade forces. One of them was from a supreme grade 1 force, and the other was a sectless cultivator. After a while, Meng Haoshuan said, "Since we're all here, let's begin the test." After gathering 5 people, Meng Haoshuan said to Duan Lingtian and the others. Naturally, Duan Lingtian and the others did not object to Meng Haoshuan's suggestion. Now that they had gathered 5 people, they did not deliberately keep a distance from each other. After all, the 5 of them had come to an agreement that if one of them dared to make a move first, the other 4 would attack together. Over there. Under Meng Haoshuan's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others soon arrived at the depths of a lake. There, they saw 5 doors floating at the bottom of the lake. These 5 doors require 5 people to open. Previously, I left behind afterimages in front of the doors as fast as I could, but I still couldn't open them. Meng Haoshuan said, "This is because a person has to stand in front of one of the doors to release a force that shrouds the person standing in front of the door." As soon as Meng Haoshuan finished speaking, he stood in front of one of the doors. Duan Lingtian and the others did not remain idle. They stood in front of the other 4 doors. As soon as the 5 of them stood in front of the doors, the water in the lake began to tremble. In the end, it began to boil. At this moment, if someone were to stand on the surface of the lake, they would definitely see the originally calm surface of the lake begin to boil. At the same time, the 5 doors at the bottom of the lake began to release a force that shrouded the people standing in front of the doors. In the next instant, the 5 of them disappeared from the doors at the same time. Duan Lingtian's vision flickered for a moment before he found himself in a completely sealed space. It was like a small sealed room. His surroundings emitted waves of pressure that pressed down on him like water. He tried to use his celestial origin energy and the law of space to resist the pressure. However, it was useless since the pressure could easily crush his strength. This place is very suitable for you to refine the vitality of the pine willow divine tree. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. His eyes brightened immediately. How do I refine it? Duan Lingtian asked. Sit down cross-legged. I'll guide the vitality of the pine willow divine tree that the divine tree of life absorbed into your body. At that time, do as I say and refine the vitality. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. A moment later, Duan Lingtian was completely shrouded in a layer of white light. The pressure continued to press down on him. Every time it attacked, the white light on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body would be compressed and fused into Duan Lingtian's body. The cycle repeated endlessly. So the vitality of the pine willow divine tree can be refined in this way. How miraculous! It feels like my body is undergoing some changes. Duan Lingtian was intoxicated by the feeling of refining the vitality of the pine willow divine tree. Chapter 3289. Sister Water, what kind of test is this? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water curiously as he refined the pine willow divine tree's vitality. Just now, as soon as he entered, he appeared in this completely sealed space. Then waves of pressure attacked him, and this pressure was constantly increasing. However, up until now, the pressure did not seem to have any effect on him. The test must be to withstand the pressure and charge out of the sealed space, the world-cleansing divine water said. However, since you're using the pressure to refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality, there's no need for you to charge out of the sealed space. When you can no longer withstand the pressure, you'll have refined a certain amount of the pine willow divine tree's vitality. It won't be too late for you to leave then. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. He would not be able to fully refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality in the sealed space for an entire year. It seems like I've been overthinking things. I thought I could refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality in one go, but I didn't expect I'd only be able to refine a portion of it. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he continued to refine the vitality energy from the little world in his body. This was the pine willow divine tree's vitality. As he refined the vitality from the pine willow divine tree, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel his body fusing with the vitality from the pine willow divine tree. He was no stranger to the vitality since he had sensed it from Fan Qi, whom he had killed earlier. Fan Qi was the pine willow divine tree whose vitality had been absorbed by the divine tree of life. Fan Qi had taken human form and was currently cultivating in the heavenly pool palace. I can't wait to see the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. Duan Lingtian did not know much about the godly image avatar. The world-cleansing divine water did not explain much to him as well. All it said was that he would be able to figure it out after he had condensed it. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was very excited to see the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. Sister Water, can I condense the godly image avatar of the divine tree of life? Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water curiously. He had also suddenly thought of this question. After all, the divine tree of life in his small world had long since acknowledged him as its master. However, he didn't know if he could use it to form the divine tree of life's Dharma body. If you want to form the godly image Dharma body of the divine tree of life, you must refine all of the life force of the divine tree of life in your small world. Even a supreme master would find it difficult to do that. It should be a restriction of some kind of law. The world-cleansing divine water said, so you don't have to think about it. Moreover, even if you can refine the life force of the divine tree of life and condense its avatar, would you dare to use it recklessly? No one dares to touch the divine tree of life in the realms of gods due to the presence of a supreme expert. However, if you possess the godly image avatar of the divine tree of life, many people will know that you've refined the divine tree of life's life force. The divine tree of life is different from ordinary celestial trees. If you refine the life force of an ordinary celestial tree, others won't be able to take it away even if they kill you, since the life force of the divine tree of life will dissipate after you die. However, the life force of the divine tree of life won't dissipate even after you die. Duan Lingtian fell silent after listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words. He did not continue the topic. What a joke! Putting aside the fact that he could not refine the life force of the divine tree of life, even if he could, he had no interest in refining it. If he refined the life force of the divine tree of life, he would be like Tang Sanzang in Journey to the West, a delicious cake that everyone wanted to eat. I wonder how the other four are doing? As Duan Lingtian continued to refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality, he could feel the pressure around him increasing. However, he knew the other four, including Meng Haoshuan, must be enduring the pressure as they tried to break out of this space. If they couldn't get out of this space, they would be killed by the pressure here. In the boundless heaven. In the heavenly pool palace. Senior brother Han Yunjin. Suddenly, an uninvited guest arrived at Han Yunjin's cultivation ground. Han Yunjin was currently cultivating in the profound heaven celestial emperor's sect. Lei Jun. Han Yunjin frowned slightly when he saw the guest. The guest was no stranger to him. He was Lei Ying's only son, the second disciple of the merciless celestial emperor, the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion in the heavenly pool palace. He was slightly puzzled by Lei Jun's visit. After all, he did not have any relationship with Lei Jun. In fact, they could not even be considered friends. Not only that, but Lei Jun's third junior sister was also the woman by the side of his mortal enemy, Duan Lingtian, 3 years later. Because of that, to a certain extent, Lei Jun was an enemy and not a friend. Is there a reason you're looking for me? Han Yunjin asked indifferently as he looked at Lei Jun coldly. Senior brother Han Yunjin, do you think I'm your enemy? Lei Jun smiled faintly. Han Yunjin scoffed. Your third junior sister is Duan Lingtian's enemy, so she's my enemy as well. As her second senior brother, aren't you my enemy as well? Don't tell me you're unaware of the life or death battle I'll be having with Duan Lingtian in 3 years? Han Yunjin stared at Lei Jun intently as he spoke. Senior brother Han Yunjin, I'm here because of the life or death battle you'll be having with Duan Lingtian in 3 years. Lei Jun smiled faintly. Just as Han Yunjin frowned, Lei Jun continued, Senior brother Han Yunjin, I'm sure you don't feel confident about the battle in 3 years, right? At this point, Lei Jun gave Han Yunjin a deep look as if he could see through Han Yunjin's heart. What a joke! Han Yunjin sneered. I'm one of the 5 strongest prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace. Do you think I'm afraid of a brat who's not even 300 years old? Senior brother Han Yunjin, there's no need for you to say such things in front of me. Lei Jun shook his head. If I were you, I'd be unsure as well. It's only human nature. After all, if he dares to promise you a battle at the heaven's favorite battle stage in 3 years, he is either bluffing or he truly has the capability. However, based on my understanding of Duan Lingtian, I don't think he's bluffing. For this reason, you're still at risk. Even I don't know what trump card Duan Lingtian has that'll allow him to kill you in the Prodigy Arena in 3 years' time. However, you have to be careful. Lei Jun paused for a moment before he said meaningfully, if I'm not mistaken, senior brother Han Yunjin, when you agreed to the life or death battle with Duan Lingtian back then, you were forced to do something beyond your ability. When Lei Jun saw Han Yunjin's expression darkened, he said, Senior brother Han Yunjin, don't deny it. Don't worry, I'm here to help you. Help me? Han Yunjin raised an eyebrow in surprise. What do you mean? I'm here because I want to work with you to get rid of Duan Lingtian. Lei Jun went straight to the point. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Of course, he said this through voice transmission, revealing his cautiousness. Han Yunjin's interest was piqued when he heard Lei Jun's words. Why do you want to get rid of him? As far as I know, he just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace not long ago. Moreover, he's your junior sister's man. What did he do to offend you? Why do you want to get rid of him? He didn't defend me. I want to get rid of him because I want my third junior sister. As Lei Jun spoke, his eyes were filled with a strong desire. It was a desire to possess. Han Yunjin and Lei Jun exchanged a look. After a while, they were certain Lei Jun was telling the truth. After all, the eyes were the windows to one's soul. It was difficult to lie. Speaking of your third junior sister, although she's wearing a veil, I can tell she's a beauty. It'd be wonderful if I could spend a night with her. Han Yunjin said with a grin. Moreover, I can see that she's still a virgin. It's hard to imagine how Duan Lingtian would be able to restrain himself when he has such a beautiful woman by his side. Senior brother Han Yunjin, be careful with your words. As soon as Han Yunjin finished speaking, Lei Jun glared at him coldly and said in a deep voice, I came to you with sincerity. If you continue to act like this, don't blame me for turning around and leaving. At this moment, Lei Jun had already regarded his third junior sister as his exclusive property. Naturally, he could not stand it when Han Yunjin insulted his third junior sister. I'm just joking. Han Yunjin laughed heartily. At the same time, he confirmed that Lei Jun had taken a liking to Huan. What's surprising is that I've never heard anything about you, Lei Jun. I can't believe you've fallen in love with your junior sister, Han Yunjin said. Han Yunjin did not beat around the bush as he asked, Tell me, how do you plan to get rid of him? Ask someone to do it. Lei Jun replied. Ask someone to do it? Han Yunjin frowned. That brat has a titled Celestial Emperor by his side. It won't be easy for another titled Celestial Emperor to kill him. Naturally, one titled Celestial Emperor won't be able to kill him, but what about two titled Celestial Emperors? Lei Jun asked as he looked at Han Yunjin intently. Two titled Celestial Emperors? Han Yunjin was taken aback when he heard Lei Jun's words. His eyes widened in shock as he asked, Lei Jun, are you going to ask them to do it? In the Boundless Heaven's boundless territory, there was a pair of famous assassins who did not belong to any assassin organization. However, they were widely acknowledged as the strongest assassins in the Boundless Heaven. They had never failed a mission. Both of them were titled Celestial Emperors. Naturally, one would have to pay a hefty price to hire them to do it. Chapter 3290. It seems like you've guessed it. Upon seeing Han Yunjin's reaction, Lei Jun knew Han Yunjin had guessed it. That's right. I plan to hire the two of them. However, as you know, I'll have to pay a hefty price to hire the two of them. For this reason, I'm looking for you to share the cost. Lei Jun explained. After all, the price of hiring two titled Celestial Emperors was too high. Otherwise, he would not have exposed his intention to hire assassins to kill Duan Lingtian. Han Yunjin scoffed. It's your business if you want to hire the two titled Celestial Emperors to kill Duan Lingtian. Why should I share the cost of hiring the two titled Celestial Emperors? Since you're not interested, I'll take my leave. Lei Jun sent a voice transmission to Han Yunjin before he turned around and left. After all, I won't be the one fighting Duan Lingtian in 3 years anyway. Wait! Just as Lei Jun was about to leave, Han Yunjin's expression flickered for a moment before he called out to Lei Jun. Indeed, he was not 100% confident he would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian in 3 years. After all, the Duan Lingtian was too strange. Whether it was his battle with Lu Jian in the Prodigy Arena or his battle with his fourth junior brother, Fan Qi, no one had thought he would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. However, he had won in the end. Not only that, but he had also won in a clean and beautiful manner. Who could say for sure that the Duan Lingtian would not continue to create a legend in their duel 3 years later? If he had a choice, he would not take the risk of becoming Duan Lingtian's stepping stone. What's wrong? Have you changed your mind? Lei Jun turned around and looked at Han Yunjin meaningfully. You have to think about it carefully. It's not cheap to hire the two titled Celestial Emperors to kill Duan Lingtian. You might not be able to afford it alone. It seems like you really want to kill Duan Lingtian. You're actually thinking of hiring the two titled Celestial Emperors to kill Duan Lingtian? Han Yunjin said in a deep voice. Is it worth it for a woman? Lei Jun faintly said, "As long as he's dead, it's worth it no matter how big the price is." Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension ability shocked him, and he even felt a sense of danger. He had comprehended all the profundities of the law of space before he was 300 years old. Even if his cultivation was a little weak now, his strength was still not to be underestimated. Not to mention waiting for Duan Lingtian to continue growing, even the current Duan Lingtian did not dare to say that he could definitely defeat him. After all, Duan Lingtian dared to challenge Han Yunjin to a duel to the death 3 years later. Even he didn't dare to challenge Han Yunjin to a duel of life and death. Because of this, he knew that if he didn't get rid of the Duan Lingtian now, he wouldn't have the chance to kill the Duan Lingtian once the Duan Lingtian grew. At that time, he could only watch helplessly as his third junior sister really became Duan Lingtian's woman. That was not something he wanted to see. Even if we join forces and pay a high price to hire the two titled Celestial Kings, they won't be able to kill Duan Lingtian if he hides in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Han Yunjin said. Based on his words, it was clear he was willing to work with Lei Jun to hire the two titled Celestial Emperors to kill Duan Lingtian. The Heavenly Pool Palace was a heaven-grade force. It was not a place that could be easily breached. If the two titled Celestial Emperors dared to enter the Heavenly Pool Palace, they would be killed by the joint forces of the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors before they could even see Duan Lingtian. For this reason, if Duan Lingtian did not leave the Heavenly Pool Palace, even the two titled Celestial Emperors would not be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Of course, I've thought of this. Lei Jun smiled faintly. If Duan Lingtian is still holed up in the Heavenly Pool Palace, I wouldn't have come to you about this matter. Based on what I know, he's heading to the Tidal Temple with Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie's Celestial Emperor. It seems like he's planning to obtain a title. Lei Jun's eyes flashed coldly as he continued to say, as long as the two titled Celestial Emperors stop them on their way back, one of them will hold Su Lang back while the other kills Duan Lingtian. Do you think there'll be any suspense? He went to the Tidal Temple? Han Yunjin was taken aback. He did not expect the young man whom he had agreed to fight 3 years later would go to the Tidal Temple instead of staying in the Heavenly Pool Palace to cultivate and wait for the battle to come. Lei Jun, how did you contact the two seniors? Han Yunjin asked without any hesitation after learning that Duan Lingtian was not in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Since I've come to you, I naturally have my ways. Lei Jun smiled faintly. I came to you because I want you to share the burden. If you're willing, I can immediately contact the two seniors and ask them to kill Duan Lingtian while he's on his way back. All right. Han Yunjin agreed without any hesitation. Although it pained him slightly, he still gritted his teeth and agreed to Lei Jun's request when he thought about the battle 3 years later. Although the Tidal Temple had branches in all Devata realms, the trial grounds for titled Celestial Lords and titled Celestial Emperors were not divided into Devata realms. The trial ground was connected to the Tidal Temples in the Devata realms. Those who participated in the trial would enter a secret realm that was separate from the Devata realms. That was the trial ground. I've reached my limit. After a month, Duan Lingtian finally reached his limit. He had no choice but to stop refining the pine willow divine tree's vitality. Boom. After stopping, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate as he gathered his strength and launched an attack to shatter the space around him. Violent spatial energy fused with the 7 orifices' exquisite sword. When it launched an attack, it easily shattered the surrounding space. After shattering the space around him, Duan Lingtian's field of vision turned dark and bright again. When light returned to his eyes, he discovered that he had appeared on a vast altar. At this very moment, there were already 4 people standing on the altar. Pumph! You're finally here. Ji Xian from the Blood Dragon clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said, "It seems like you're just an ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. You can't even be considered a prodigious disciple. How dare you enter the Tidal Temple to participate in the trial of a titled Celestial Lord when you're so weak? You're seeking death. If it weren't for our partnership, you would have died by my hands." Naturally, Ji Xian assumed Duan Lingtian was weak when he saw Duan Lingtian was the last to leave the altar. Otherwise, he would not have taken so long to leave the altar. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ji Xian indifferently before he said unhurriedly, "You can try." It was not difficult for him to guess Ji Xian's thoughts. "Sure, I'll try. I'm not afraid of you." Ji Xian sneered. "Since we're already here, there's no need to keep the number of people here at 5. I only need to kill 2 more people before I can leave this place. After killing you, I only need to kill 1 more person to leave this place and obtain a title." As soon as Ji Xian finished speaking, his blood qi surged out of his body. A violent aura surged out of his body. Bang! Following a loud explosion, the altar beneath Ji Xian's feet completely exploded. Cracks spread out like a spider web, unstoppable. Buzz, 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 buzz. As Ji Xian charged toward Duan Lingtian, blood-red saber auras formed around his body, emitting a bloody aura. At the same time, a chill that seemed capable of freezing thousands of miles spread out from the blood-red saber auras, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by a few degrees. As Ji Xian attacked, a saber flew out from his palm. The blood-red saber aura that emitted a cold aura merged with the saber in his hand. Buzz! An earth-shattering saber cry rang out. Ji Xian's saber moved, carrying with it a destructive aura as it whizzed toward Duan Lingtian. At that moment, it seemed like the only thing left on the altar was the saber. Meng Haoshuan stood to the side, his expression changing slightly. He wanted to stop the battle, but when he opened his mouth to speak, he realized that it was already too late. As for the other 2 people, they were weaker. When they sensed the power of Ji Xian's saber, their expressions changed slightly, and they retreated far away. At this moment, they realized the gap between their strength and Ji Xian's. Ji Xian was so strong that even if the 2 of them joined forces, they might not be a match for him. "Revert to your true form," Duan Lingtian said indifferently in the face of Ji Xian's saber. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his 99 heavenly veins. The profundities from the law of space merged with his celestial origin energy and surged out in all directions. The mysterious teleportation profundity teleported a small portion of Ji Xian's attack away. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his right hand, and a 7-colored sword ray rose from his palm. It transformed into a 3-foot-long sword that shone with a 7-colored radiance before he swung it out. The 7-colored sword ray that was covered in a layer of gray swept through the air and merged with the 9 cross-dimensional profundities that shot out from the spatial rift to meet Ji Xian's saber. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A soft sound rang in the air. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's sword ray split the blood-red saber ray into 2. Boom! Rumble! The energy from the blood-red saber ray had completely erupted before it even touched Duan Lingtian. However, it only caused the 7-colored sword ray to dim slightly. Swoosh! After breaking Ji Xian's attack, the 7-colored sword ray continued to charge toward Ji Xian. How powerful! Meng Haoshuan, who had thought Duan Lingtian would be at a disadvantage, was stunned when he saw this. Earlier, Duan Lingtian was the last to appear on the altar. Like Ji Xian, Meng Haoshuan had thought Duan Lingtian was the weakest among the 5 of them. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's attack, he knew he was wrong. Ji Xian was also wrong. A hint of fear flashed in Ji Xian's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword ray. Then he let out an ear-piercing dragon's roar that was filled with exasperation and anger. End of chapter. Chapter 3291. As Ji Xian produced a deafening dragon's roar, his entire body became illusionary. Afterwards, he directly turned into a wriggling dragon that was over 10,000 meters long. This mystical dragon was covered in blood-red scales from head to toe. It was filled with the smell of blood. On each of its claws, there were 9 sharp claws that shone with a piercing cold light as if they could tear everything apart. A 9-clawed blood dragon. Meng Haoshuan and the 2 spectators widened their eyes in shock when they saw Ji Xian in his true form. In the Devata realms, a 9-clawed divine dragon was considered a top celestial beast. If there were no accidents, it could become a 10 directions celestial emperor. However, it was extremely difficult for a 9-clawed divine dragon to become a god. Generally speaking, only the legendary 10-clawed divine dragon had a chance of becoming a god. On the other hand, a 10-clawed divine dragon was no longer a celestial beast but a divine beast. The 10-clawed divine dragon was on par with the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. However, unlike the Phantom Fox clan, which was a Grade 1 force in the Devata realms, the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was a rare existence in the Phantom Fox clan. On the other hand, a 10-clawed divine dragon would appear once every 100,000 years among dragons. Brat, I'm going to tear you apart. The 9-clawed blood dragon's blood-red eyes gleamed coldly. Then, the gigantic divine dragon's body trembled before it charged toward Duan Ling Tian at high speed. At the same time, the 9-clawed divine dragon's body leaned forward. Its sharp claws glinted coldly as it shot toward Duan Ling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's 7-colored sword ray was dispersed by Ji Xian, who had transformed into his true form. A 9-clawed divine dragon? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw the 9-clawed blood dragon charging toward him. Once a 9-clawed divine dragon became a celestial lord, its claws would be comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Once a 9-clawed divine dragon became a celestial emperor, its defensive scales would be comparable to a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon. The 9-clawed divine dragon was considered a top celestial beast among top celestial beasts. It was said that the 9-clawed divine dragon comprehended the laws very quickly. Swoosh, swoosh, t. As the 9-clawed blood dragon's body danced, the whole world seemed to be covered in white snow. The void froze, and an ice curtain appeared. Duan Ling Tian, who had just teleported to another location, was immediately frozen. It was as if he had turned into an ice sculpture. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, 2 extremely cold rays of light shot out from the 9-clawed blood dragon's sharp claws. They turned into 2 icicles in the void and headed straight for Duan Ling Tian. Break! Duan Ling Tian's mind flickered. Space energy surged on his body. The magnetic storm burst out and broke the ice that had sealed him. However, although the ice was shattered, it continued to condense rapidly, as if it wanted to Duan Ling Tian to be trapped here. Your comprehension of the law of ice isn't bad. However, that's all. As Duan Ling Tian spoke indifferently, he teleported away from the frozen area. He crossed a distance of 10,000 meters and appeared extremely far away. The teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. Meng Haoxuan and the others could see that Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of space's teleportation profundity had reached the mastery stage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape from Ji Xian's ice shackles. This was because the ice shackles contained the ice shackles profundity to the mastery stage. After all, the mastery stage of the ice shackles profundity was not something that someone who had comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage could escape from. Is that all you've got? After Ji Xian transformed into his true form, he was indeed very strong. He was comparable to Lu Jian, the disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, in front of Duan Ling Tian, this little bit of strength was nothing. After all, even Lu Jian had been killed by him. Boy, don't be so arrogant. Ji Xian roared and attacked again. His body, which was more than 10,000 meters long, seemed to blot out the sun as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Let's end this. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold. He no longer held back as the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand flashed. He used all the profundities from the law of space that he could. Swoosh! The rainbow-colored sword light flashed out again with a grayish light. 9-dimensional profundities shot out from the 9 spatial rifts and followed the 7-colored sword ray like a shadow. The power of Duan Ling Tian's attack was unprecedentedly terrifying. Ji Xian, who was facing Duan Ling Tian's attack head-on, narrowed his eyes. In the next moment his 10,000-meter-long body began to tremble uncontrollably. However, even though Ji Xian realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian's attack was, he did not sit still. Instead, he used all his strength to fight Duan Lingtian. Bush, 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 bush. A series of vibrations rang in the air as Ji Xian's body rotated in a flat surface. Then, a blood-red formation seal appeared in the air and shrouded his body. In the next moment, a blood-red energy shot out from the formation seal. It combined with Ji Xian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of ice to meet Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack. I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a technique up your sleeves. This technique must be unique to you as a 9-clawed blood dragon, right? Duan Lingtian's calm voice rang in the air. Based on Ji Xian's current strength, he was slightly stronger than Lu Jian. But so what? His strength was not just a little bit stronger than Lu Jian's. Boom. Rumble. When Ji Xian's attack collided with Duan Lingtian's attack, it was as though a violent earthquake had occurred in the altar space. A powerful shockwave swept out, forcing Meng Haoxian and the others to erect a celestial origin energy shield to protect themselves. Their expressions turned grim as they watched the battle between Duan Lingtian and Ji Xian when a voice filled with despair rang in their ears. The voice was filled with regret and unwillingness. The owner of the voice was none other than Ji Xian. Sush. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of Meng Haoxian and the others, the 7-colored sword ray easily penetrated Ji Xian's head and destroyed his soul. Buzz. 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 The 9 cross-dimensional slash profundities sliced Ji Xian's body into 10 pieces before they crashed onto the altar, causing it to shake violently. Ji Xian, the prodigious disciple of the Blood Dragon clan, a heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts heaven, had died. How powerful! Meng Haoxian only regained his senses after Ji Xian's death. His eyes were filled with shock when he looked at the purple figure hovering in the air. Previously, he had never thought that this ordinary-looking purple-clad youth would have such terrifying strength. Earlier, when Ji Xian had attacked with all his might, he had even asked himself if he would be able to escape unscathed if he faced Ji Xian's attack. The answer was no. However, not only had the purple-clad young man defeated Ji Xian's attack, but he had even killed Ji Xian. Sush. The 7-colored sword ray returned to Duan Lingtian's hand and merged with Duan Lingtian's body. From the beginning until the end, Meng Haoxian and the others had thought the 7-colored sword ray was Duan Lingtian's emperor-grade celestial weapon. After all, ever since Huang Er and the 7 Orifices' exquisite sword had become one, Huang Er had been able to disguise it as an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Let alone Meng Haoxian and the others, even if a titled celestial emperor was present, Duan Lingtian would not be able to tell that the 7 Orifices' exquisite sword was a god-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage even though your cultivation base isn't high. Meng Haoxian exclaimed as he stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian after Ji Xian collected Ji Xian's spatial ring, celestial weapon, and corpse. Not bad. You're slightly stronger than Ji Xian. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ji Xian's corpse in the spatial ring with satisfaction before he regained his senses and responded to Meng Haoxian with a smile. The corpse of a celestial lord 9-clawed divine dragon was full of treasures. It could be used to forge offensive emperor-grade celestial weapons. With other materials, it could even be used to forge defensive emperor-grade celestial weapons. In terms of value, all the items in Ji Xian's spatial ring might not be worth as much as the corpse. The corpse of a 9-clawed divine dragon could be used to forge offensive emperor-grade celestial weapons from its claws. Duan Lingtian, there's something strange about this altar. We still haven't found a way to leave this place. Do you have any ideas on how to leave this place? Meng Haoxian's lips twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He quickly changed the topic. Upon hearing Meng Haoxian's words, Duan Lingtian began to scan the altar with his divine consciousness. However, he did not find anything out of the ordinary. Sister water. Duan Lingtian had no choice but to consult the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. To him, the world-cleansing divine water was like an encyclopedia. After all, the longer one lived, the more knowledgeable one would be. The test here is to break the formation. The world-cleansing divine water said to Duan Lingtian after observing the altar for a while. Break the formation? There's a formation here? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. There is. The world-cleansing divine water said, however, these formations are not offensive formations, defensive formations, or illusory formations. They're just formations that don't have any obvious effect. However, it is precisely these spirit formations that, when combined, are capable of preventing you all from leaving. You can think of these formations as a type of confinement formation. The world-cleansing divine water continued. Is there a way to break the formation? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It's simple. Under the guidance of the world-cleansing divine water, it only took about 15 minutes for Duan Lingtian to break the formation in the altar. Done. After the formation was broken, an open door appeared on the altar. It was dark beyond the door. No one knew where it led to. At this moment, Meng Haoxian and the other two were completely convinced by Duan Lingtian's abilities. Previously, the three of them had been studying the altar together with Ji Xian for a long time, but they were still unable to leave the altar. Now, it only took Duan Lingtian 15 minutes to open the door to the next stop. End of this chapter. Chapter 3292. In the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. The Blood Dragon clan was a branch of the dragons and was not recognized by the dragons. However, due to their strength and many titled celestial emperors, they were considered a heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. After so many years of development, the Blood Dragon clan had grown stronger. In fact, they were even more terrifying than the orthodox dragons. The Blood Dragon clan was a mutated dragon. They were also known as the Fallen Dragons by the dragons. This was because blood dragons usually needed to consume a large amount of blood essence from celestial beasts to grow. They did not reject any blood essence from low-ranked celestial beasts to top-ranked celestial beasts. Until now, there had never been a 10-clawed blood dragon in the Blood Dragon clan. The one with the purest bloodline was a 9-clawed blood dragon. There were less than 50 9-clawed blood dragons in the Blood Dragon clan. It could be said that every 9-clawed blood dragon was extremely important to the Blood Dragon clan. Every 9-clawed blood dragon would be highly valued. In the Blood Dragon clan, as long as one could transform into a 9-clawed blood dragon, one would be heavily nurtured by the Blood Dragon clan. Today, in the Blood Dragon clan's soul hall, a soul bead placed on top of it suddenly shattered. The shattering of the soul pearl immediately attracted the attention of the Hall of Soul Elder. This soul pearl belongs to the Grand Elder's direct disciple, Ji Xian. The Grand Elder of the Blood Dragon clan was the second strongest person in the Blood Dragon clan. His strength was second only to the Patriarch. It seems like the Blood Dragon clan won't have a peaceful time in the near future. The Hall of Souls Elder sighed. Then, he sent a message to the clan leader of the Blood Dragon clan, informing him of this matter. However, he did not send a message to the Grand Elder. First of all, he would only incur the Grand Elder's wrath if he hastily sent a message to the Grand Elder. It was better for the Patriarch to personally inform the Grand Elder. No matter how angry the Grand Elder was, it was impossible for him to vent his anger on the Patriarch. Secondly, in his opinion, the Grand Elder definitely had Ji Xian's soul orb. Since Ji Xian's soul orb had shattered, the Grand Elder would definitely have discovered that Ji Xian's soul orb had shattered. Perhaps, when he discovered that Ji Xian's soul orb had shattered, that Grand Elder had also discovered it. Ji Xian. Just as this thought appeared in the Hall of Souls Elder's mind, an extremely furious roar suddenly sounded in his ears. It was like a thunderclap that resounded throughout the entire Blood Dragon clan's encampment. It seems that the Great Elder already knows. The Soul Hall Elder bitterly smiled. He could tell that this was the voice of their Blood Dragon clan's first elder. The Blood Dragon clan's Grand Elder, Ji Hu, was an old man dressed in a long blood-red robe. His curly hair draped over his back like a python. Now, he was hovering in the void, and his expression was as ugly as it could be. "My condolences, Grand Elder." Shortly after, a middle-aged man appeared. He was tall and burly, and his face was as fair as jade. His long hair flowed down his back like a waterfall, and he exuded the aura of a superior. This middle-aged man was none other than Ji Feng, the current clan leader of the Blood Dragon clan and the strongest person in the clan. "Clan leader, you've heard about it?" Ji Hu looked at Ji Feng. "Yes." Ji Feng nodded. "I just received a message from the Hall of Souls Elders." "What happened? How did Ji Xian die?" Ji Xian went to the title temple with the third elder to obtain the title of a celestial lord. "I've just sent a message to the third elder, and he told me that Ji Xian was in the title temple's training ground." Ji Hu's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "In other words, Ji Xian died in the title temple's training ground. Clan leader, come with me to the title temple. I want to know who killed Ji Xian." Ji Hu said in a deep voice. "Grand Elder." Ji Feng frowned slightly. Although the members of the title temple are allowed to know what happened in the training ground, they have a rule that forbids them from divulging what happened in the training ground to anyone. In the history of the Devata realms, very few people have been able to obtain information about the training ground from the members of the title temple. Ji Feng said. "Although it's rare, it's always possible." Ji Hu's eyes flashed coldly. "I'm willing to pay a price to find out who killed Ji Xian. I don't believe the members of the title temple won't be tempted." "Forget it." Ji Feng sighed. "Since you insist on going, I'll go with you, Grand Elder." Based on the conversation between the two of them, it was clear that the people from the title temple were able to see what was happening in the trial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the nine-clawed blood dragon he had killed earlier was so powerful. Even if he knew, he would not have held back and would still kill the dragon. After leaving the altar, Duan Lingtian, Meng Haoxian, and the others arrived at the next stop. They arrived at a space that was also filled with great pressure. However, the pressure in this space was due to gravity. Once again, the four of them were separated. "I'll continue to refine the vitality of the pine willow divine tree." Duan Lingtian was in no hurry to leave. He sat down cross-legged and refined the vitality of the pine willow divine tree under the guidance of the world-cleansing divine water. Duan Lingtian only stopped refining the vitality of the pine willow divine tree when the gravitational force was so great that he could barely breathe. After leaving the space, Duan Lingtian thought he would see Meng Haoxian and the others. However, to his surprise, he found himself standing on a cold stone platform. There was no one around him. The stone platform was cold because it emitted a cold aura that made one feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. "HM?" Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He saw a figure on the other side of the stone platform. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the figure. This was because the figure looked exactly the same as him from top to bottom. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and charged at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian thought that Duan Lingtian would use the law of space. However, to his surprise, Duan Lingtian did not use the law of space. Instead, he used the law of water that he had never seen before. Two water tornadoes accompanied Duan Lingtian as they charged at Duan Lingtian. "Is that all you've got?" Originally, Duan Lingtian thought Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to his own. However, Duan Lingtian discovered that Duan Lingtian's strength was much weaker than Ji Xian's. Buzz, 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 buzz. Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared behind Duan Lingtian. 9-dimensional slashes whizzed out like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, reaping Duan Lingtian's life. When Duan Lingtian fell to the ground, Duan Lingtian was shocked to see that Duan Lingtian had transformed into another person. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this person. It was one of the two people who had entered with him, Meng Haoxuan and Ji Xian. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, there were two loud explosions. Duan Lingtian felt the stone platform beneath his feet tremble. Only then did he realize that another stone platform had been connected to the one he was standing on. There was a person standing on that stone platform. It was Meng Haoshuan. At Meng Haoshuan's feet was another corpse. It was the corpse of the other person who had entered with them. At this point, of the 5 people who had entered, only Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoshuan were still alive. Duan Lingtian? When he saw Duan Lingtian and the corpse at Duan Lingtian's feet, Meng Haoshuan was shocked. He could not help but ask, "Before you killed him, did he transform into your appearance?" Duan Lingtian nodded. "Me too." Meng Haoshuan smiled bitterly. "What the hell is this place? Why does it feel so strange? Now that the 2 of us have been connected to each other, could it be that you want me to fight to the death with you? That's a possibility, but not necessarily." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Let's see if we can find another way out first." "Yes." Meng Haoshuan nodded in agreement. At the same time, he sighed in relief. He could see that Duan Lingtian had no intention of attacking him. If it were before, he would not have dared to say that he could defeat Duan Lingtian, but he was confident that he could do so. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian killing Ji Xian, the 9-clawed blood dragon, he knew that he was no match for Duan Lingtian even though he was not much weaker than Ji Xian. If Duan Lingtian attacked him, he would definitely die. Meng Haoshuan did not know that Duan Lingtian would not kill him unless he attacked Duan Lingtian. After all, he was Huan Er's father's junior brother. If he killed Meng Haoshuan, how would Duan Lingtian face Huan Er's father in the future? Apart from that, Meng Haoxian had also provided Duan Lingtian with important information that allowed him to find out where Huan Er's father was being held. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Huan Er's mother was most likely imprisoned here as well. Sister Water. Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water. He had been wandering the area with Meng Haoshuan for a long time, but he still could not figure out what was going on. "Only one person can leave this place," the world-cleansing divine water said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Duan Lingtian had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but smile bitterly when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. In the end, he and Meng Haoshuan would still have to fight to the death. "Do I have to kill him to leave this place?" Duan Lingtian asked hesitantly. "Not necessarily," the world-cleansing divine water said. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, "I've checked for you earlier. The condition to leave this place should be that there's only one person left. However, the other person can hide in the small world of the remaining person and leave with that person. However, not everyone is willing to allow others to rashly enter their little world. After all, that is a very dangerous thing. You should enter his little world and leave this place. Although you're not afraid of him destroying your little world, there are too many secrets in it. It's not wise for him to discover them." Chapter 3293. As soon as the world-cleansing divine water finished speaking, Duan Lingtian told Meng Haoxian about how they could leave this place. Either one of them survived or one of them entered the other's little world. "Duan Lingtian, you can enter my little world." Meng Haoxian invited Duan Lingtian to enter his little world. After all, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to invite Duan Lingtian to enter his little world. In Meng Haoxian's opinion, with Duan Lingtian's strength, it was entirely possible for Duan Lingtian to leave this place after killing him. Since Duan Lingtian had suggested this, it was only natural for him to invite Duan Lingtian to enter his little world. Apart from the fact that he was the weaker party, he had no other choice. Based on the current situation, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to wreak havoc in his little world since there was no need for him to do so. After all, Duan Lingtian was strong enough to kill him. Why would he wait until Duan Lingtian entered his little world to wreak havoc? All right. Since Meng Haoxian knew what was good for him, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and allowed Meng Haoxian's little world to suck him in. Meng Haoxian's little world was a barren land. The heaven and earth spirit energy inside was no different from the Devata realms. In fact, the heaven and earth spirit energy was even thinner. This is amazing. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered Meng Haoxian's little world and concealed his aura, he heard Meng Haoxian's voice again. "What's wrong?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian had completely concealed his aura. He did not even dare to release his divine consciousness. Naturally, he was unaware of what was happening outside. After you entered the small world in my body, the surrounding mirror image changed automatically. Now we seem to have come out. Meng Haoxian said, "We're out." Duan Lingtian asked Meng Haoxian to send him out of Meng Haoxian's little world. Although Duan Lingtian could leave the little world by himself, he would have to use a technique that would injure Meng Haoxian. Duan Lingtian, thank you. After sending Duan Lingtian out of his small world, Meng Haoxian thanked Duan Lingtian with a serious expression on his face. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had come out, looked around and realized that they had indeed left the testing ground left behind by the utmost powerful beings. Inside, did you find anything? Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Haoxian curiously. His greatest gain from the trial grounds was successfully refining around 30% of the vitality of the pine willow divine tree. As for the other aspects, even though he had improved, the effects were negligible. Yes. Meng Haoxian nodded and smiled faintly. My cultivation base has improved a bit, and my comprehension of the laws has also improved greatly. Of course, I can't compare to you. Meng Haoxian shook his head and sighed. Although the purple-clad young man's cultivation base was inferior to his, he had comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage. Moreover, he had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space, which was notoriously difficult to comprehend. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled faintly. Let's part ways here. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. All right. Meng Haoxian nodded. He knew that all good things must come to an end. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely go to the Boundless Heavens Pool Palace to have a drink or two with you. If you have the chance to go to the Solitary Destructive Heavens Solitary Destructive Territory, you can also come to the Heavenly Sword Mountain to look for me. Here's my soul pearl. Before parting ways, Meng Haoxian and Duan Lingtian exchanged soul pearls before parting ways. After a few teleportations, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. It seems like I'll have to look for another testing ground. I've only refined 30% of the vitality of the pine willow divine tree. I'll have to look for at least 2 more testing grounds before I can refine it completely. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel a headache coming on. Fortunately, he still had time. It was not too late. The boundless heaven. In the boundless territory. In a barren desert, there were ruins scattered everywhere. Broken walls were everywhere, and in the midst of these ruins, there was a perfectly intact palace. The palace was covered with sand and dust. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that the ground in front of the palace was spotless. Even the sand and dust would be swept away by an invisible force. Are you sure this is the place? 2 figures appeared in the air above the ruins. One of them asked the other. The 2 young men were dressed in gray robes from head to toe, including their heads. Only their foreheads, eyes, and noses could be seen. There's no mistake. As soon as one of the young men spoke, the other young man quickly replied. If Duan Lingtian were here, it would not be difficult for him to identify the 2 young men. They were Han Yunjin, a disciple of the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, and Lei Jun, a disciple of the Merciless Celestial Emperor, respectively. Han Yunjin was the first to speak. Swoosh. Suddenly, Lei Jun made a move. A burst of celestial origin energy shot out from his hand and landed in front of the palace that was still intact. It hit the clock in front of the palace's entrance. Around 10 breaths after the bell chimed, a figure slowly walked out from the palace. It was a young man. The young man looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. He flew up into the air and looked at Lei Jun and Han Yunjin from afar before he said indifferently, "Since you're able to find this place, I'm sure you know the rules. Leave behind the information of the target and one of your soul pearls. After that, you may return and wait for further news." The young man said, "You are." Han Yunjin was stunned when he saw the young man. Although the young man looked to be around 13 or 14 years old, he did not have the aura of someone younger than 100 years old. This meant the young man was more than 100 years old. I don't want to repeat myself. As soon as Han Yunjin finished speaking, a terrifying aura surged out of the young man's body and shrouded Han Yunjin and Lei Jun. Upon seeing this, Han Yunjin and Lei Jun trembled involuntarily. Greetings, Senior Dugu. Han Yunjin and Lei Jun both sucked in a breath of cold air and bowed respectfully to the young man, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. The aura the young man had emitted earlier told them one thing. The young man was a titled celestial emperor. Based on this, it was obvious that this person was one of the two titled celestial emperors they were looking for. Moreover, he was a titled celestial emperor. Senior Dugu, this is the reward. Lei Jun raised his hand and tossed a spatial ring to the young man. Then, he said without beating around the bush, the person we want you to kill is Duan Lingtong. He's a prodigious disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Heavenly Pool Palace? After establishing ownership over the spatial ring, the young man nodded and said indifferently, there's no problem with the target's identity. However, if he hides in the Heavenly Pool Palace and refuses to leave, we won't be able to kill him. Before you issue the mission, you have to confirm that he'll leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, you have to notify us as soon as he leaves the Heavenly Pool Palace. The young man said. The Heavenly Pool Palace was a heaven-grade force. Its protective formation was so powerful that even titled celestial emperors would not be able to break into it. Even if they did, they would be exposed. Senior, you don't have to worry about that. Lei Jun said with a smile. The target is currently in the Tidal Temple, undergoing the test to become a titled Celestial Lord. However, he has a titled Celestial Emperor by his side. That titled Celestial Emperor is Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor? The young man raised an eyebrow when he heard Lei Jun's words. No wonder the reward is so generous. As it turns out, he has a titled Celestial Emperor by his side. However, since he has left the Heavenly Pool Palace, we'll accept the mission. The young man continued to say, now, you can describe him and his companions. It's best if you have a portrait of him. I've already prepared it. Lei Jun raised his hand and handed a rolled-up portrait to the young man. After that, Lei Jun left behind his soul orb and bade farewell to the young man before leaving. Before Lei Jun left, the young man gave Lei Jun a soul bead. Take this soul bead. If anything happens, keep in touch. As soon as Lei Jun and the young man turned around, the young man seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Lei Jun, there shouldn't be a problem with them, right? Han Yunjin asked as they made their way back to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Of course, there shouldn't be a problem. Lei Jun smiled confidently. If I'm not mistaken, that young man should be the 100 Transformations Celestial Emperor, Duguan. It's said that he's not human. He's 100 Colors Celestial Emperor. That young man just now should only be one of his transformations. Duguan is more famous than the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and my mother in the Boundless Heaven. He's not inferior to your teacher, the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Apart from that, the stronger one is his elder brother, Duguwu. It's said that Duguwu is a tenacious heavenly bamboo. He's called the Indestructible Celestial Emperor, and people call him the Indestructible Celestial Emperor. I'm sure Duguan is as strong as Su Lang. Duguwu is definitely stronger than Su Lang. Lei Jun said. I hope there won't be a problem. After all, we've paid a huge price this time. Han Yunjin said in a deep voice. Both he and Lei Jun had paid a huge price. It could be said that they had turned from tycoons to paupers overnight. The greater the price, the greater the reward. This is the truth since time immemorial. Lei Jun said indifferently. After Han Yunjin and Lei Jun left the desert, two figures flew out of the palace in the desert and made their way to the Tidal Temple. Chapter 3294. In the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. The Dragons. The Blood Dragon clan was a branch of the dragons. Apart from the Blood Dragons, the Blood Dragon clan had all the divine dragons. For example, the golden dragon, devil dragon, white dragon, azure dragon, red dragon, and so on. Among them, the golden dragon and devil dragon's bloodlines were the noblest, followed by the white dragon, azure dragon, red dragon, and so on. The blood dragon was an anomaly among the dragons. Due to this reason, the other dragons did not bother to associate themselves with them. The dragon's territory was much larger than the blood dragon clan's territory. Duan Xiaohe, Duan Xiaobai. At this moment, a figure dressed in a golden robe was standing opposite a black-clad young man and a white-clad young woman in the Prodigy Valley. The golden-clad young man had a determined expression on his face, and his eyes shone brightly like stars. However, at this moment he was glaring at the man and woman in front of him with hostility in his eyes. The black-clad young man had a handsome and cold appearance. He was tall and burly, and his body emitted a cold aura. The white-clad young woman was dressed in a snow-white robe. She was beautiful, and she looked holy as she stood there. Ji Yan, do you really want to challenge Xiaohe and me? The white-clad young woman's long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She looked at the golden-clad young man with a smile and said, I remember Xiaohe and I defeated you 30 years ago, right? Pumph. The golden-clad young man scoffed. You've said it yourself. That was 30 years ago. It's not certain who's going to be defeated today. It seems like your trip to the Tidal Temple and obtaining the title of a celestial lord has boosted your confidence a lot. The white-clad young woman said with a smile. Cut the crap. Let's fight. The golden-clad young man's eyes turned cold as a murderous aura surged out of his body. Then he shot toward the duo at lightning speed. Swoosh, swoosh. The black-clad young man and the white-clad young woman left a black afterimage and a white afterimage respectively before they disappeared into the void. Boom. Rumble. The short exchange between the three of them caused space to tremble. It was as if waves of deafening thunder resounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. Duan Xiaohe and Duan Xiaobai are always bullies. No matter who they fight, they always fight together. One of the dragon's disciples shook his head and said, They are inseparable siblings, so it's normal for them to attack together. Another disciple of the dragon said, Besides, think about it, how old are they? They aren't even 300 years old. Even if they join forces to fight Ji Yan, they won't be able to take advantage of him. That is true. Ji Yan is even older than the two of them combined. However, although Duan Xiaohe and Duan Xiaobai are from the mundane realm, they transformed into a 9-clawed devil dragon and a 9-clawed white dragon as soon as they arrived in the ancestral pool. This is rare in the history of the dragons. It said that they were baptized by the Blood Moon Ridge's ancestral pool in the mundane realm and transformed into an 8-clawed devil dragon and an 8-clawed white dragon. With that foundation, the dragons are able to transform into a 9-clawed devil dragon and a 9-clawed white dragon. After the news of them transforming into a 9-clawed devil dragon and a 9-clawed white dragon spread, the Lord of Blood Moon Ridge personally came to the dragons to ask for benefits. I heard the commotion was quite fierce at that time. The Lord of Blood Moon Ridge looked as if he would take the duo away if the dragons didn't give him any benefits. Although Duan Xiaohe and Duan Xiaobai were from the mundane realm, they had only joined the dragons for 200 years before they became prodigious disciples among the dragons. "200 years ago, when they first joined the dragons, they were baptized by the dragon's ancestral pool and transformed into a 9-clawed devil dragon and a 9-clawed white dragon. Now that 200 years had passed, their strength was comparable to that of a titled celestial lord. Even then, when the duo joined forces, no one below the celestial emperor realm was a match for them among the dragons. Duan Xiaohe, Duan Xiaobai, revert to your true forms." Suddenly, Ji Yan's bell-like voice was clearly transmitted into the ears of the spectating Dragon Clan disciples like a thunderclap. In the next moment, an earth-shattering dragon's roar rang in the ears of the spectating disciples of the dragons. At the same time, Ji Yan, who was dressed in a golden robe, reverted to his true form. He was a 9-clawed divine dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long. This 5-clawed divine dragon was covered in golden dragon scales that shone with a golden light. The golden light emitted from the dragon's scales was extremely cold. As soon as Ji Yen reverted to his true form, two dragons' roars rang in the air. The black-clad young man and the white-clad woman suddenly became illusory. Then, two nine-clawed divine dragons that were more than 10,000 meters long appeared one after another. These two nine-clawed divine dragons were different from Ji Yan's true form. Instead, they were a nine-clawed devil dragon and a nine-clawed white dragon. The nine-clawed devil dragon's scales shone as black as ink. The cold aura it emitted was even colder than the golden scales of the nine-clawed golden dragon. The surface of the nine-clawed white dragon's body was covered with white dragon scales that emitted a holy white light. It gave off a sense of beauty, and many of the dragon's disciples' eyes lit up when they saw it. Currently, among us dragons, there are only two nine-clawed white dragons, right? Other than Duan Xiaobai, only the fourth elder is a nine-clawed white dragon. A disciple of the dragons murmured. Otherwise, why would the fourth elder treat little Bai as his own lifeblood? Didn't you see that the fourth elder was already here? Over there. Many of the dragon's disciples were looking at a figure in white robes standing in the distance. He was calmly looking at the three nine-clawed dragons in the Genius Valley. This was a beautiful woman in white. She was graceful and elegant. When her gaze fell on the nine-clawed white dragon in the sky above Sky's Pride Valley, her gaze became incomparably gentle. Elder Ji Xiang is also here. A woman stood next to the beautiful woman. She was none other than the youngest elder in the dragons, Ji Xiang. Mother, little Bai seems to be even more outstanding than you were when you were young. Ji Xiang smiled at the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was none other than the fourth elder of the dragons in the Wanshou heaven, Ji Ningyun. Duan Xiaobai was a nine-clawed white dragon from the mundane realm. He was her only disciple, and his position in her heart made Ji Xiang, her daughter, jealous. That's right. I didn't expect a nine-clawed white dragon to have such achievements at her age. Ji Ningyun nodded. It's all thanks to you that you brought her and Little Black back to the Blood Moon Ridge. If they had gone to the Blood Moon Ridge, the old man there wouldn't have allowed them to return to the dragons after discovering their innate talents. Ji Yen returned a month ago. He went to the Tidal Temple to obtain a title. It said that he had a fortuitous encounter in the Tidal Temple's training ground, and his strength has increased significantly. With his current strength, apart from Little Bai and Little Black, no one below the Celestial Emperor realm in the dragons is a match for him. Ji Xiang nodded. He's not a match for Little Black and Little White. Ji Ningyun shook her head. Little Black and Little White are proficient in the joint attack techniques of the dragons. When they become titled Celestial Emperors in the future, I'm afraid no one among the dragons will be a match for them, Ji Ningyun said with a sigh. In the Devata realms, there are many people who are proficient in joint attack techniques. Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo Xie progeny in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, are siblings. Their strength is close to that of a titled Celestial Emperor, and they can kill ordinary titled Celestial Emperors when they join forces. Little Black and Little White are twins as well. Most importantly, they're nine-clawed divine dragons as well. They won't be inferior to them in the future. Based on Ji Xiang's words, it was clear she was confident in the nine-clawed devil dragon and nine-clawed white dragon. I don't doubt that. Ji Ningyun's eyes narrowed as she said indifferently, what I'm concerned about is whether they'll be able to evolve into 10-clawed divine dragons. It's been almost 100,000 years since a 10-clawed divine dragon has appeared among the dragons. If a 10-clawed divine dragon appears, it'll most likely be them. Ji Ningyun said. A 10-clawed divine dragon? Ji Xiang looked at the 9-clawed devil dragon and the 9-clawed white dragon in shock. After a few rounds, the 9-clawed devil dragon and the 9-clawed white dragon had gained the upper hand. After a while, Ji Xiang finally regained her senses. I've spoken to your father and the patriarch. There's a high chance they'll succeed, Ji Ningyun said. Ji Xiang nodded. My father and the patriarch think so as well? Ji Xiang inhaled sharply upon hearing Ji Ningyun's words. Ji Ningyun's father was the grand elder of the Dragon's clan. Together with the patriarch of the Dragon's clan, their strength was ranked in the top 3 among the dragons. There were 16 titled celestial emperors among the Dragon's clan. One could easily imagine how powerful Ji Ningyan's father was to be ranked in the top 3 among the 16 titled celestial emperors. Don Xiaohei, Don Xiaobai. If you're capable, fight me one-on-one. Meanwhile, the battle in the Prodigy Valley had finally come to an end. After more than 10 rounds, Ji Yan was defeated by Duan Xiaohei and Duan Xiaobai. Ji Yan, you're getting more and more shameless. A woman dressed in a white robe looked at Ji Yan with a smile on her face. How old are you, and how old are Xiaohei and I? How dare you say you're going to fight us one-on-one? Ask yourself this. When you were our age, were you a match for any of us? Ji Yan's expression turned unsightly when he heard the woman's words. However, he was at a loss for words. After all, he was much weaker than the two of them when he was their age. Chapter 3295. In the Tidal Temple. In the training ground for titled Celestial Lords. I still need 20% more. At this moment, it had been a year since Duan Lingtian entered the training ground for titled Celestial Lords. During this 1 year, apart from entering the test site with Meng Haoxian, Duan Lingtian discovered another 3 test sites. After leaving the 3 training grounds, Duan Lingtian managed to refine 80% of the Pine Willow Divine Tree's vitality. He was only 20% away from fully refining the Pine Willow Divine Tree's vitality. At that time, he would be able to condense the godly image phenomenon of the Pine Willow Divine Tree and improve his strength. Sister Water, I think you've been teaching the Tuning Dragons something. Why do I feel like they're becoming more and more alike? Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. During this time, he would occasionally pay attention to the world-cleansing divine water in his little world and discovered that the world-cleansing divine water had been teaching the Tuning Dragons. In the beginning, the Tuning Dragons only looked identical. However, after looking at them for a while, their slightly different auras became extremely similar. I'm teaching them how to cooperate with each other through formations and the connection between their bloodlines, the world-cleansing divine water said. The world-cleansing divine water said, fortunately, their comprehension abilities are not low. During this period of time, their combined strength has risen to a whole new level compared to when they were working together. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. At the same time, he knew that if Tuning Dragons had a close connection with each other, the increase in their strength would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo Xie progeny in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Thousand Tribulations sword sect were twins. If they joined forces, they would be able to easily kill ordinary titled celestial emperors. It's been a year. I wonder how Huan is doing? She should have left by now, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In his opinion, with Huan strength, it would not be difficult for her to kill 9 people in the training ground. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, among the group of titled celestial lords who had entered the Tidal Temple, he was the only one who had yet to leave. Apart from Huan, Hu Mei and Wenwan, even Nan Lu Feng, the disciple of Zheng Yui, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, had left as well. All 4 of them were titled celestial lords from the Tidal Temple. She had given herself the title of Heavenly Fantasy. The word Tian was taken from Duan Lingtian's name, and the word Huan was taken from her own name. The Heaven Celestial Lord. Little junior brother is still not out yet? Outside the Tidal Temple, Hu Mei frowned after the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor and his disciple left. Confusion and confusion filled her face. In her opinion, based on her little junior brother's strength, he should have come out a long time ago. However, he was still not out yet. Could something have happened to him? Naturally, Hu Mei had Duan Lingtian's soul pearl in her hand so she could confirm if he was still alive. Due to this reason, she was not worried that Duan Lingtian was in danger. She merely thought Duan Lingtian must have encountered something in there that caused him to be delayed for so long. Little junior brother is still alive. Let's wait a little longer. When Wanver said patiently, perhaps, little junior brother encountered a fortuitous encounter in there. With little junior brother's strength, it won't be difficult for him to pass the test. Su Lang remained silent as he stood at the side with his eyes closed. A moment later, Su Lang opened his eyes and looked at the veiled Huan, standing at the side. When he saw the calm expression in her eyes, he fell into deep thought. It seems like this girl isn't worried about that brat at all. She's confident in him, but she's not worried about him at all. Otherwise, she knows why Duan Ling Tian is taking so long to come out. After waiting for another 3 months, the 4 of them finally received a message from Duan Ling Tian. I'm out. Follow the elders of the Tidal Temple to the titled Celestial Lord's Palace and leave my title there. Hu Mei and Wenwan sighed in relief when they received Duan Lingtian's message. They could use celestial weapons in the titled Celestial Lord's trial, but they could not use celestial talismans, including communications celestial talismans. Not to mention the fact that outsiders couldn't communicate with those inside the trial grounds, even those inside the trial grounds couldn't communicate with each other. In the Tidal Temple. After Duan Lingtian left the trial grounds, he followed an elder of the Tidal Temple to the titled Celestial Lord's Palace. The elder of the Tidal Temple who was leading the way for Xianxia was dressed in a black robe. Even his head was covered, so Xianxia could not see his face clearly. Think about your title first. When we arrive at the titled Celestial Lord's Palace, I'll write it down for you. The elder's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. His voice was old and hoarse, but it was filled with energy. I've already thought about it. Duan Lingtian replied. When the elder brought Duan Lingtian to the titled Celestial Lord's Palace, Duan Lingtian told the elder about his title. Misty Rain. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, a titled Celestial Lord, had his own title, the Misty Rain Celestial Lord. When they entered the titled Celestial Lord's Palace, Duan Lingtian glanced around and saw many names engraved on the pillars, walls, and ceiling. After each name, there was a title. With just a glance, one could tell the titled Celestial Lord's Palace had a long history. Elder, are these the names of celestial lords who obtained their titles in the Boundless Heavens Tidal Temple? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the elders of the Tidal Temple when he saw the names in the titled Celestial Lord's Palaces. At this moment, the elder of the Tidal Temple was going to carve his name and title on the ceiling. He also saw Huan's name next to the old man's carving. Huan's title was Heavenly Fantasy. This girl? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Naturally, Duan Lingtian figured out the origin of Huan's title. Yes, the elder replied indifferently. Then he led Duan Lingtian back to where they came from. Along the way, he led Duan Lingtian out of the Tidal Temple through another path. Along the way, Duan Lingtian's mind was elsewhere. I should find out where the Thousand Chains prison is when I return to the Heavenly Pool Palace. According to Meng Haoshuan, Huan's father is imprisoned there. As for Huan's mother, if she's really imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace, she should be in the Thousand Chains prison as well. Duan Lingtian did not forget that he had joined the Heavenly Pool Palace to rescue Huan's parents. It did not take long before Duan Lingtian left the Tidal Temple and appeared in front of Huan and the others. Little junior brother, you're finally out. What happened in there? Why did you take so long? Hu Mei asked curiously. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Duan Lingtian. He encountered a few trials and passed them all. Only then did he start looking for immortal emperors to fight. He only came out after he killed 9 immortal emperors. Duan Lingtian told Hu Mei the story that he had prepared beforehand. Naturally, his story was not entirely false. In fact, most of it was true. However, he did not mention the reason he was so eager to participate in the tests in the trial of titled Celestial Lords. How many tests did you pass? Aren't you a little too lucky? Hu Mei was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. I've killed 9 celestial lords, and I only encountered 1 test. Little junior brother, why did you encounter so many tests? Hu Mei asked curiously. It's only natural for me to encounter more tests after staying in the trial of titled celestial lords for a long time. Duan Lingtian smiled. Hu Mei was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. She thought about it for a moment and agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. Did you gain anything? Hu Mei asked. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since Old Seventh is out, let's return, Su Lang said. Then he led Duan Lingtian and the others out of the Tidal Temple. Did you gain anything in the trial of titled celestial lords? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission on their way back. Duan Lingtian and the others saw two figures standing in front of them, blocking their path. Duan Lingtian and the others' path was blocked by two figures. Of the two people, one was a young man who looked to be in his teens, and the other was an old man. Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. The teenager stepped forward and greeted Su Lang indifferently. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and asked, You must be Duan Lingtian, right? As soon as the teenager finished speaking, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he sensed the killing intent in the teenager's eyes. His expression turned solemn immediately. It was obvious these two people did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the teenager seemed to know that his master was a titled celestial emperor. Yet, he still dared to come here even though he knew there was a titled celestial emperor here. This meant they were not afraid of titled celestial emperors. At the very least, they were not afraid of Su Lang, a titled celestial emperor. You are. Su Lang frowned as he looked at the teenager. Although the teenager seemed to be in his teens, he did not have the aura of someone younger than 100 years old. Dugu Wen. The teenager smiled. Dugu Wen? As soon as the young man finished speaking, Su Lang's expression changed drastically. He looked at the young man with fear in his eyes. Then, he looked at the old man behind the young man and his heart trembled. He is Dugu Wen. Then he is Dugu Wu? Now, not only did Su Lang's face change, but even Hu Mei and Wenwan's faces turned ugly in an instant. They had all heard of Dugu Wen and knew of his existence. Dugu Wen was a titled celestial emperor with the title of 100 transformations. He was 100 colors flower that had transformed into a human. Dugu Wu. Hu Mei and Wenwan instinctively turned to look at the old man standing behind the teenager. Chapter 3296. Dugu Wen, the 100 Transformations Celestial Emperor. Dugu Wu, the Indestructible Celestial Emperor. Both of them were famous in the boundless heavens' boundless territory. In fact, they were even more famous than many titled celestial emperors who were stronger than them. They were famous not because of their strength, but because both of them were titled celestial emperors. Moreover, both of them were assassins. Moreover, both of them worked together. Many titled celestial emperors in the boundless heaven had died in their hands. Due to this, they had become even more famous. Now that both of them had appeared in the boundless heavens, boundless heavens, boundless heavens, boundless heaven, Hu Mei and Wenwan knew what this meant. Based on Duan Lingtian's actions, it was obvious the target of the two assassins was none other than Duan Lingtian. Two titled celestial emperors? Through Hu Mei and Wenwan's voice transmissions, Duan Lingtian learned who the two people in front of him were. At the same time, he also learned that they were targeting him. The assassins are here to kill me? I don't think I've offended many people in the boundless heaven, right? At this moment, many thoughts flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. One could easily imagine the price he would have to pay to bribe two titled celestial emperors. Did you offend someone? Hu Mei asked through voice transmission. Third senior sister. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. In fact, before we came to the heavenly pool palace, we weren't from the boundless heaven. In other words, apart from the people in the heavenly pool palace, I haven't come into contact with anyone else. The only people I've offended are the prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace. If someone wants to kill me, it should be them. However, I don't think it's that easy to bribe two titled celestial emperors to kill me, right? Perhaps Han Yunjin is the only one who's capable of bribing them to kill me. Duan Lingtian speculated. Han Yunjin. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Hu Mei did not reply. Little junior brother, you think too highly of Han Yunjin. Or should I say, you think too little of the price Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu have to pay? Even if Han Yunjin were to go bankrupt, he'd only be able to pay half of what the two of them are willing to kill you. Two Han Yunjin might be able to pay the price, but one Han Yunjin isn't capable of that. It was clear Hu Mei had a good understanding of the two assassins. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, apart from the 9 titled Celestial Emperors, there are only a handful of people in the Heavenly Pool Palace who are capable of bribing 2 assassins to kill you. Furthermore, none of those people have anything to do with you. Hu Mei continued to say, as for the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, even the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor whose disciples you killed won't be able to bribe them to kill you. With their strength, it won't be difficult for them to kill you. At most, they'll be forced to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace because of the conflict between them and their teacher. With their strength, they can easily join other Heaven-grade forces even if they leave the Heavenly Pool Palace and enjoy the resources of the Heaven-grade forces. Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Who else could it be if it was not Han Yunjin? In the end, Duan Lingtian felt it was most likely Han Yunjin was the culprit. At this moment, the young man in his early teens, the 100-variant Celestial Emperor, glanced at Su Lang indifferently and said, Su Lang, our target this time is your 7th disciple, Duan Lingtian. If you hand him over to us, we'll be fine. However, if you're unwilling to hand him over, we'll have no choice but to see how strong the Verdant Prairie's Celestial Emperor is. As Dugu Wen reached the end of his sentence, the cold light in his eyes grew even colder. At the same time, there was a strong sense of threat in his eyes. Sush. As soon as Dugu Wen's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and seemed to have vanished into thin air. Dugu Wen's eyes flashed coldly as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he was standing and chased after Duan Lingtian. When Dugu Wen confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity, he had already used his divine consciousness to lock on to Duan Lingtian. As for Dugu Wu, he remained where he was, glaring at Su Lang fiercely. It was as though he would attack if Su Lang dared to chase after Duan Lingtian. Let's return. Su Lang glanced at Dugu Wu indifferently before he led the trio back to the Heavenly Pool Palace. From the beginning until the end, he did not seem to have any intention of helping Duan Lingtian. It was not that he did not want to help Duan Lingtian, but he had no other choice. Based on the rumors, Duan Lingtian was not any weaker than him. Although he could send a message to the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors before Duan Lingtian gained the upper hand, it was highly likely that Duan Lingtian would have died by then. Dugu Wu followed Su Lang and the others for about half a day before he finally decided to leave. Since Su Lang did not chase after Duan Lingtian, he did not plan to make a move as well. After all, if he made a move, he would be in a stalemate with Su Lang for some time. Now that half a day had passed, he was no longer worried that Su Lang would interfere with Duan Lingtian's matter. For this reason, he decided to leave. Trying to leave? However, just as Dugu Wu was about to leave, Su Lang made his move. A resplendent sword light whistled through the air, following Dugu Wu like a shadow. Su Lang, how dare you attack me? Dugu Wu sneered. It'll take at least a day for the other titled Celestial Emperors of the Heavenly Pool Palace to arrive. Do you think you'll be able to withstand my attacks for a while? Dugu Wu was an old man with white hair that draped over his shoulders. His clothes were slightly sloppy, but he emitted a murderous aura. I've long heard of the indestructible Celestial Emperor's name. Since I've met you today, I'd like to see how strong you are. A cold light flashed in Su Lang's eyes. He raised his hand and a 3-foot-long green sword whizzed out. He and the sword merged into one and charged towards Dugu Wu with unparalleled sharpness. Pumph! Dugu Wu snorted coldly as he charged forward. Meanwhile, Hu Mei, and Wen watched the battle from afar. Dugu Wu might be slightly stronger than Su Lang, but it was impossible for him to gain the upper hand in such a short time. After all, Both of them were titled celestial emperors. Moreover, Su Lang was not the weakest among titled celestial emperors. For this reason, they were not worried that Duguwu would attack them. After all, Duguwu was too busy to make a move. If Duguwu attacked them, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in the battle against Su Lang. About 2 hours later, buzz. The ear-piercing sound of a saber rang in the air. A sharp saber light descended from the clouds, charging at Duguwu with a ferocious momentum. Duguwu was caught off guard by the sudden saber ray. Since he was fighting Su Lang, he felt slightly powerless even though he had noticed the saber ray. Su Lang, you tricked me! Duguwu let out a furious roar. Then, his body suddenly swayed. Just at that moment, the blade ray that descended from the sky chopped off one of his arms. However, Duguwu quickly caught the severed arm with his other hand. After that, he circulated his celestial origin energy to heal the wound on his severed arm. What Duguwu comprehended was the law of wood, which was full of vitality. His body was also a tenacious sky bamboo that had taken human form. Losing an arm was just a minor injury to him. In just a blink of an eye, the wound on Duguwu's severed arm had healed. Swoosh! Behind the blade glow, a figure stepped down from the clouds and appeared beside Su Lang. It was none other than Zheng Yue, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, who had left earlier. Who are you? Duguwu looked at Zheng Yue with a dark expression. He did not expect Su Lang would have a helper who was also a titled Celestial Emperor in just half a day. Where's Duan Lingtian? At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky and walked toward Humei, and Wenwan. It was none other than Zheng Yuyi's disciple, Nan Lufeng. Little junior brother has lured Duguwu away, Humei said in a deep voice. Although Duan Lingtian had informed them before he left, she could not help but feel worried when she thought about how Duguwu was a titled Celestial Emperor while her little junior brother was only a titled Celestial Lord. At this moment, a hint of worry could be seen in Huan Er's eyes. Usually, Huan Er would not worry about Duan Lingtian since she was very confident in Duan Lingtian's strength. However, things were different today. Duguwu was a titled Celestial Emperor. He was not someone her brother Lingtian's opponents could compare to. Duguwu? The 100 Transformations Celestial Emperor? Does this mean the old man is Duguwu, the indestructible Celestial Emperor? Nan Lufeng looked at the old man standing opposite his teacher and Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, in shock when he heard Humei's words. Nan Lufeng was brought here by his teacher. He only said he would help Su Lang, but he did not mention who his opponent was. Now that Humei had spoken, Nan Lufeng finally knew who his teacher and Su Lang were facing. Who did Duan Lingtian offend? He actually hired these two murderous gods to kill him. Nan Lufeng could not help but click his tongue. Duguwu and Duguwu were so famous that even he had heard about them. Apart from that, he also knew that the price they charged was extremely high. Moreover, celestial crystals were not enough to tempt them. If one wanted them to help, they would have to offer something that could move them. Celestial crystals would only take up a portion of the price, but most of it had to be other precious items that were priceless. Zheng Yue. On the other side, Zheng Yue answered Duguwu's question calmly. Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor? Duguwu frowned before he asked in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" Zheng Yue, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, and Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, were close. As an assassin, he was very familiar with the relationships between titled Celestial Emperors in the boundless heaven. Chapter 3297. As titled Celestial Emperor assassins in the boundless heaven, Duguwu and Duguwu would not blindly accept anyone's orders. They would not hesitate to kill titled Celestial Emperors who did not have a powerful background or connections. However, they would not dare to kill titled Celestial Emperors like Su Lang who had the support of a heaven-grade force like the Heavenly Pool Palace for fear of angering the Heavenly Pool Palace. If they killed ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace, even if they were the most outstanding prodigious disciples, It would only anger the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperor. However, if they killed a titled Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace, it would be akin to challenging the authority of the Heavenly Pool Palace. If the Heavenly Pool Palace sent out all of its titled Celestial Emperors, it would be a disaster for them. Naturally, there were also some titled Celestial Emperors who did not dare to act recklessly. For example, Zheng Yui, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, was currently standing in front of Duguwu. Although Zheng Yui did not belong to any heaven-grade force, his elder brother was one of the top 3 titled Celestial Emperors in a heaven-grade force. Killing Zheng Yui would be akin to offending the titled Celestial Emperor. For this reason, Duguwu felt a headache coming on when he saw Zheng Yui. He was not in the mood to continue fighting. All he wanted to do was to retreat. However, Su Lang and Zheng Yui had no intention of letting him go. "Since you're here, stay," Su Lang said coldly. Then, he joined forces with Zheng Yui to attack Duguwu. In the end, Duguwu was forced to reveal his true form. A tenacious heavenly bamboo that looked like a pillar that could support the heavens descended from the sky and met Su Lang and Zheng Yui head-on. "Su Lang, Zheng Yui, don't blame me for being rude if you continue to fight." In the end, the sullen Duguwu also became angry. He completely displayed his strength and turned the tables around. However, when he had turned the tables around, he didn't launch another attack. Instead, he took the opportunity to retreat, not daring to continue fighting. With his strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to fight Su Lang and Zheng Yui together. If he dragged the battle on, Su Lang might bring a titled Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace to help him. At that time, even he would have to die. For this reason, he took the opportunity to flee. "Su Lang, that 7th disciple of yours is really a troublemaker? Even assassins like Duguwen and Duguwu are involved. Who exactly did he offend?" Zheng Yui looked at Su Lang and asked. "I don't know." As Su Lang shook his head, his expression turned slightly gloomy. Before his 7th disciple left, Duan Lingtian had communicated with him through voice transmission. For this reason, he knew his 7th disciple would not offend anyone in the boundless heaven apart from those from the Heavenly Pool Palace. The most suspicious person was the disciple of the profound heaven Celestial Emperor, Han Yunjin. However, as the saying goes, dirty linen should not be aired in public. Even though he suspected Han Yunjin, he did not tell Zheng Yui. "In that case, Duguwen went to chase after your 7th disciple?" Zheng Yui asked again. "Yes." Su Lang nodded. His eyes were filled with worry. Although his 7th disciple had said that he was confident before he left, he could not help but feel worried. After all, although his 7th disciple was strong, he was only comparable to an ordinary Celestial Emperor at most. However, Duguwen was not an ordinary Celestial Emperor. He was a titled Celestial Emperor. "Thank you for your help. It's time for us to return." Su Lang bade farewell to Zheng Yui before he led the 3 girls back to the Heavenly Pool Palace. At this moment, he could not chase after Duan Lingtian even if he wanted to. "Let's wait for little junior brother's message. He said he'll send us a message as soon as he's safe," Wen Wan'er said. Before Duan Lingtian left, he had told Su Lang and the others through voice transmission that he would send them a message as soon as he was safe. Although they wanted to ask about Duan Lingtian's situation, they were worried that Duan Lingtian would be distracted. If a titled Celestial Emperor were to chase after him, even a slight distraction could put him in a perilous situation. For this reason, even Huan, who did not dare to rashly send a message to Duan Lingtian. She could only pray that her brother Lingtian was fine. In the boundless territory. Somewhere in the boundless territory. "Brat, even if you've comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage, you still won't be able to escape from me." A young man moved as fast as a ghost. Although the person in front of him had traveled 2,000 miles in just a blink of an eye, he was still able to catch up to him. Moreover, as time passed, the distance between them continued to decrease. As expected of a titled Celestial Emperor. "He's really fast." The young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian teleported again and again in order to avoid the young man's pursuit. His expression turned slightly solemn as he did so. It's about time. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. If you continue to flee, it'll take a long time for Duan Lingtian to catch up to you. If you ask your teacher, Su Lang, to stop Duan Lingtian for a while, the world-cleansing divine water said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it was clear that Su Lang had been instructed by Duan Lingtian to stop Duan Lingtian. However, even Duan Lingtian would not expect Su Lang to ask Jing Yui to help him stop Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Then he stopped teleporting and turned around to look at the young man who had appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye. You should have done this earlier. The youthful Duguwen looked at Duan Lingtian as a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. However, since you didn't cooperate, I won't leave your corpse intact. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was clear he had already treated Duan Lingtian as a dead man. You're just a flower in human form. How boastful of you. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently as a mocking smile appeared on his face. You're seeking death. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he moved. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body before it turned green. Vines shot out of his body and shot toward Duan Lingtian like angry dragons. As a titled celestial emperor, Duguwen was a 7-star celestial emperor. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of wood was extremely domineering. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian felt an intense pressure weighing down on him. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel suffocated. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's face tensed up, and with a thought, a silhouette condensed into form around him. Shockingly, it was a small tree. In the blink of an eye, that small tree grew rapidly and became a towering tree. At first glance, the tree resembled a pine tree. However, the branches and leaves on the tree were completely different. They looked more like willows grafted onto the tree. The pine willow divine tree? Duguwen narrowed his eyes when he saw the silhouette that appeared on Duan Lingtian. You're not human? That's not right. You're not the pine willow divine tree. It's the godly image avatar. In just a blink of an eye, Duguwen discovered Duan Lingtian's technique was the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree. In terms of grade, the pine willow divine tree was on par with the 100 colors flower. It was comparable to a top-tier celestial beast. Brat, so what if you have the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree? You're just a celestial lord. Even if you have a title, do you think you can fight a titled celestial emperor like me? Duguwen laughed in disdain, his tone filled with disdain. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At the same time, Duguwen's technique, the vines that were like raging dragons, swept across the sky and charged toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to kill him immediately. Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm in the face of Duguwen's ferocious attack. After a while, a gray energy rose from his body and merged with the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. At the same time, a rainbow-colored sword ray swept out from his body and merged with the pine willow divine tree's godly image celestial body, causing the branches and leaves of the pine willow divine tree to turn colorful. Clear heaven's divine wood. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian sent out a surge of energy from the clear heaven's divine wood that merged with the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. In an instant, the pine willow divine tree's godly image celestial body trembled and gradually solidified. In the end, it seemed to have turned into a real pine willow divine tree. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The branches and leaves of the pine willow divine tree shook violently, bringing with them a 7-colored light. The 7-colored light contained a sharp killing intent as it met the vines that were whizzing towards them. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosions rang in the air as the branches of the pine willow divine tree collided with the vines formed by Duguwen's energy. Waves of shockwaves spread out, and small mushroom clouds bloomed one after another, looking incomparably resplendent. When the mushroom clouds collided with the shockwaves, A series of deafening explosions rang in the air as though Mars had collided with Earth. Boom, boom, boom. A frightening energy ripple raged in the sky and spread down, causing the surrounding land to shake. It was as though an intense earthquake had occurred. At the same time, countless cracks appeared on the towering mountain between Duan Lingtian and Duguan. After a while, the towering giant mountain shook for a while and directly collapsed. Like a high-rise building on Earth that was demolished by blasting, it fell to the ground one by one, raising a cloud of dust into the sky. I didn't expect you to be able to block my casual attack. Your attack is so powerful that it's comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary celestial emperor. When the huge mountain fell, Dugu Wen's exclamation resounded at the right time. Chapter 3298. Dugu Wen's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian's pine willow divine tree. Although he was impressed by Duan Lingtian's strength, it was not enough to threaten him. After all, he was a 7-star celestial emperor and a titled celestial emperor. His strength was not something an ordinary celestial emperor could compare to. In fact, if he unleashed his full strength, even an ordinary celestial emperor would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that your strength is truly shocking. You should be proud of your strength as a mere celestial lord, Dugu Wen said as he looked at the pine willow divine tree. Dugu Wen looked at the pine willow divine tree in front of him and said to Duan Lingtian, who was controlling the pine willow divine tree, to fight him. Dugu Wen could not see Duan Lingtian at this moment since the pine willow divine tree looked more like a real pine willow divine tree instead of a godly image avatar. However, your little bit of strength is nothing in front of me, Dugu Wen. As soon as Dugu Wen's voice fell, he raised his hands, and a 7-feet-long spear appeared in his hands. It didn't match his appearance of a 10-year-old boy at all. Dugu Wen's spear had come out of his body. It was obvious he had kept it in his body before this. Dugu Wen's spear had to be an emperor-grade celestial weapon at the very least. You talk too much. Duan Lingtian's voice rang from the pine willow divine tree as soon as Dugu Wen took out his celestial weapon. He seemed to be provoking Dugu Wen. Dugu Wen narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of cold light as he emitted waves of coldness. You're seeking death, Dugu Wen said coldly. Then he shook the long spear in his hand. Waves of green energy surged out of the long spear and formed tens of thousands of green spear rays in the air. Bush, 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 bush. The spear lights that filled the sky descended. Halfway through, it was as if water had condensed into ice. The jade-green spear lights that filled the sky actually transformed into a substantial jade-green bamboo spear. After turning into a green bamboo spear, the spear moved even faster. It was as though it could pierce through anything. Umph! Along with Dugu Wen's cold snort, apart from a portion of the bamboo spears that filled the sky that charged toward Duan Lingtian, the rest of the bamboo spears circled around and attacked Duan Lingtian. The green bamboo spear, which had gone the furthest, circled to a place far behind Duan Lingtian. Then, it turned around and charged at Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, they were charging towards the pine willow divine tree that Duan Lingtian had conjured. Once his godly image Dharma body was destroyed, Duan Lingtian would have to face the onslaught of bamboo spears. Rip, rip, rip. The sky was filled with green bamboo spears, and each of them carried a fierce power that seemed to be able to pierce through space. They came with a menacing momentum, as if they were going to pierce through Duan Lingtian's heart with 10,000 spears. Brat, I'd like to see how you're going to block my attack. Dugu Wen sneered. I've used all the profundities from the law of wood that I've comprehended. Although I didn't use the combination profundity, no one below the level of a titled celestial emperor will be able to block my attack. Not only did Dugu Wen's attack contain all the profundities from the law of wood to the mastery stage, but he had also used his emperor-grade celestial weapon, the spear in his hand. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim when he heard Dugu Wen's words. At the same time, he summoned the other 4 divine elements in his little world. Previously, he had borrowed the energy of the clear heaven's divine wood from the 5 divine elements. It was also the reason why his pine willow divine tree's godly image dharma body was so strong. Even so, it was still difficult for him to block Dugu Wen's attack earlier. At that moment, Dugu Wen's attack was incomparable to his previous attacks. Even he felt as if he could smell the scent of death at that moment. Come out! As soon as Duan Lingtian asked the 4 divine elements for help, the world-cleansing divine water was the first to step forward and lend its energy to Duan Lingtian. Sush, sush, sush. After the world-cleansing divine water, the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth did not hesitate to lend their energy to Duan Lingtian as well. In terms of time spent with Duan Lingtian, the world-cleansing divine water and the clear heavens divine wood could not compare to them. Now that Duan Lingtian needed their help, it was only natural that they did not hesitate to lend their strength to him. Brat, kill him! The chaos divine earth's childish voice rang in the air. Now that it was residing in Duan Lingtian's body, it had already tasted the sweetness of its transformation. In the long history of heaven and earth, not many chaos divine earths were able to transform from the 3rd form to the 6th form in just a month. However, the chaos divine earth had done it. This was all thanks to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, if it was another host, he would be considered lucky to be able to transform into the 4th form. So what if he's a titled celestial emperor? How can a mere titled celestial emperor stand in the way of someone who has been acknowledged by the 5 divine elements? The profound divine metal scoffed. One has to step on the corpses of gods to become a supreme powerhouse. Similarly, one has to step on the corpses of titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms to become a god. The chaos divine flame chimed in. In just a blink of an eye, the energy of the 4 divine elements merged with the 7-colored pine willow divine tree and merged with the energy of the clear heavens divine wood. However, since the pine willow divine tree had merged with the 7-colored 7 orifices exquisite sword, the 5 divine elements' energy could not be seen with the naked eye. The energy of the 5 divine elements was shrouded by the energy of the pine willow divine tree. The godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree was formed by Duan Lingtian by refining the vitality of a real pine willow divine tree. After the clear heavens divine wood merged with the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree, it was no different from the real pine willow divine tree. Sush, 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 sush. The emerald bamboo spears that covered the sky tore through the sky towards Duan Lingtian, and they were like numerous green threads that flashed past as if they wanted to penetrate Duan Lingtian's body and leave behind a corpse that was riddled with holes. You said no one below the level of a titled celestial emperor would be able to withstand your attack? Duan Lingtian sneered disdainfully from the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree. Shameless boasting! Today I, the celestial emperor, will show you that even I can easily withstand your boastful attack. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the branches of the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree began to dance again. Sush! At this moment, Huang, the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, appeared next to Duan Lingtian. Her 7-colored celestial robe flashed, and she transformed into a 7-colored ray of light that merged with the pine willow divine tree. In just a blink of an eye, the 7 orifices exquisite sword that had merged with the pine willow divine tree became much more powerful. A divine artifact with and without an artifact soul were 2 completely different concepts. HM? Dugu Wen narrowed his eyes when he saw Huang, transforming into a 7-colored ray of light that merged with the pine willow divine tree and the 7 orifices exquisite sword. An artifact soul? It's not an artifact soul. If it's not an artifact soul, then it's an artifact soul? This brat's weapon is a divine artifact. Dugu Wen was certain Duan Lingtian's weapon was not an emperor-grade celestial weapon, but a divine artifact with an artifact soul. I didn't expect I'd be so lucky to obtain a divine artifact. Dugu Wen laughed heartily. It was as though Duan Lingtian's divine artifact was already in his possession. However, the smile on his face quickly froze. This was because his attacks had all landed on the pine willow divine tree. They clashed with the dancing branches of the pine willow divine tree. It was like an army of thousands of men and horses clashing. The smile on Dugu Wen's face froze for no reason other than the fact that the pine willow godly tree was able to shatter a bamboo spear with every swing of its branches. Bang, 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 bang. Although the bamboo spears in the sky were ferocious, they were shattered by the willow branches when they reached the vicinity of the pine willow divine tree. Not a single one was spared. In just a blink of an eye, more than half of the bamboo spears were destroyed. How's this possible? Duguan was shocked when he saw this. At the same time, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. His divine artifact. It's definitely not an ordinary divine artifact. Duguan attributed Duan Lingtian's strength to the divine artifact that Duan Lingtian was using. He could not figure out what other tricks Duan Lingtian had up his sleeves. Duan Lingtian's strength had been fully displayed to Duguan. He had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, his godly image celestial body, and his divine artifact. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful divine artifact. However, it's an insult for you to use such a powerful divine artifact. Duguan sneered. It won't be long before this divine artifact will belong to me. I have to admit that the strength you've displayed with this divine artifact is truly shocking. However, it all ends here now. As Duguan spoke, his eyes flashed coldly. The Emperor-grade celestial weapon in his hand shook violently as it emitted a terrifying aura. Beams of green light shot out from Duguan's body. Thousands of them looked like green ribbons. A powerful aura surged out of Duguan's body. Now, I'll show you the profundity of combining profundities from the law of space. Although you've comprehended one of the four supreme laws, the law of space, and all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, you're still far from comprehending the profundity of combining profundities from the law of space. However, now that you've met me, you're destined to never comprehend the profundity of combining profundities from the law of space. Duguan's voice was filled with indifference. It was as though he was talking to a dead person. Duguan was gathering his strength to make a move. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's godly image celestial body from the pine willow divine tree destroyed the bamboo spears that were attacking him. Chapter 3300. Comprehending all profundities to the mastery stage was not the end of one's comprehension of profundities. In fact, when a person comprehended all the profundities of a law to the profound realm, it was only the beginning to a certain extent. When a person comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage, they would still have to work together like 1 + 1 = 2. However, if one grasped the mysteries of the combination of laws and profundities, the combination of two laws and profundities would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. At the very least, it would be equivalent to 1 + 1 = 3, and the increase in power would be even greater. For example, the 100-variant Celestial Emperor, Duguan, had not comprehended all the profundities from the law of wood to the mastery stage before he became a Celestial Emperor. However, not long after he became a Celestial Emperor, he managed to comprehend all the profundities from the law of wood to the mastery stage. After that, he began to study the combination profundities from the law of wood. For example, his greatest achievement in the law of wood was to perfectly fuse the vine profundities, the twining profundities, and the regenerative profundities. At this moment, the streaks of green light that resembled ribbons that whistled out of Dugu Wen's body quickly condensed into long vines. They were like gigantic pythons that whistled out toward Duan Lingtian. Brat, have a taste of my combination of 3 profundities from the law of wood. Duguan sneered as he looked at the pine willow divine tree in the distance, which had just shattered his attack. Naturally, his words were not directed at the pine willow divine tree. The pine willow divine tree was only a godly image phenomenon. Dugu Wen's words were directed at Duan Lingtian. Bush, 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 bush. Vines that resembled giant pythons shot out from Dugu Wen's body continuously as though they would never stop. The vines tore through the air and swept over in all directions. They seemed to cover the sky and the sun, causing the surrounding area to fall into darkness. Fused profundities? Duan Lingtian, who was inside the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree, turned solemn when he heard Dugu Wen's words and saw Dugu Wen's technique. Previously, when Huang Xiaolong had comprehended all the profundities of space law to major completion, he had used his Supreme Master's Godhead to continue evolving the space law profundities. He had confirmed that reaching major completion in space law profundities was not the end. Later on, Duan Lingtian communicated with the world-cleansing divine water and learned that after comprehending all the profundities of the law of space to the mastery stage, there would be a higher level of comprehension. It was the combination of different powers Upanishads. It was called the Fused Power Upanishad. Of course, fused profundities referred to the fusion of profundities from a certain law. It could be the fusion of 2 profundities, 3 profundities, or even 4 profundities. The most powerful aspect of comprehending the profundities of a law was to fuse the 8 profundities of a law together. In the Devata realms, nobody was able to do that. Let alone in the Devata realms, even in the realms of gods, it was rare for someone to be able to do that. Those who were able to do that were the cream of the crop in the realms of gods. Those who were able to comprehend the 4 supreme laws to such a level were able to fuse 8 profundities of a law together and become a supreme powerhouse. The further one cultivates, the harder it is to fuse profundities of a law together. In the Devata realms, it's extremely rare for someone to be able to fuse 4 profundities of a law together. Even the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms are not able to fuse 4 profundities of a law together. Even so, the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms would usually be able to fuse 3 profundities of a law together. For this reason, they're much stronger than ordinary titled celestial emperors. For an ordinary titled celestial emperor like Dugu Wen, he's considered quite strong if he's able to fuse 3 profundities of a law together. If he's able to fuse 2 profundities of the law of wood together and become a 10-direction celestial emperor, he'll definitely be one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the boundless heaven. Duan Lingtian was aware of this as well. As Duan Lingtian's thoughts raced through his mind, the python-like vines that had fused 3 profundities of the law of wood together had already reached Duan Lingtian's pine willow divine tree. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he scoffed inwardly. At the same time, the pine willow divine tree's branches began to sway again. Bang, 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 bang. Another series of explosions rang in the air as the 7-colored branches of the pine willow divine tree collided with the python-like vines. In the beginning, the vines were all broken apart. However, in the blink of an eye, they were completely healed. At the same time, they began to coil around the willow branches and tie them together. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's godly image phenomenon from the pine willow divine tree did not only fail to destroy the vines, but they were also bound by the vines, rendering them immobile. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. However, at this moment, the green ribbons in Dugu Zhang's body continued to sweep out and transformed into numerous python-like vines that whistled towards Duan Lingtian. So this is the power of fused profundities? It's just the fusion of 3 profundities, but it's much more powerful than the 7 chaotic profundities from the law of wood that Dugu Wen had cast earlier. Moreover, this isn't Dugu Wen's full strength. He hasn't used the other 5 profundities from the law of wood yet. Even if those 5 powers Upanishads haven't fused and are in a mess, when they are used together with the 3 powers Upanishads, they are enough to kill me easily. Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the pine willow divine image, had a solemn expression on his face. In the past, he had only heard about how terrifying fused profundities were. Although he had seen titled celestial emperors in action, he had witnessed how his teacher, Su Lang, and Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, fought against Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, in the prodigy arena. However, he was only a bystander at that time. Moreover, the two titled celestial emperors were so fast that he did not realize how terrifying their techniques were. Now that Duan Lingtian had personally witnessed the might of a titled celestial emperor, he finally understood how terrifying a titled celestial emperor was. Not only were titled celestial emperors powerful, but their comprehension of the profundities from the law was also superior to ordinary celestial emperors. Brat, you're just a mere celestial lord, but you're able to force me, a 7-star celestial emperor, to use the fusion of 3 profundities. Dugu Wen's voice was indifferent. Dugu Wen was still shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength even though he thought Duan Lingtian had relied on his Devata artifact. After you die, I will let the divine artifact in your hands shine with its true glory. Based on Dugu Wen's words, it was clear that not only did he think Duan Lingtian would die, but he also thought Duan Lingtian's Devata artifact was already his. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The vines whistled out one after another as they pounced at Duan Lingtian like numerous frenzied pythons. It caused Duan Lingtian to feel the pressure increase greatly. Swoosh, swoosh. Along with a series of soft sounds, bursts of vigorous vitality suddenly extended from the pine willow divine tree's godly aspect spell body. Now that the life force was present, its life force rose, causing many willow branches to extend from the pine willow divine tree. They attacked with all their might, blocking the python-like vines that were whizzing towards them. Let's see how many more willow branches you can stretch out. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was still stubbornly resisting, Duan Lingtian smiled coldly. After a wave of vines entangled the wave of willow branches, green ribbons once again shot out from his body, turning into vines and attacking Duan Lingtian. It was like there was no end to it. Little Tian, the divine tree of life will only be able to help you grow more than 100 willow branches at most. However, I don't see him using any profundities from the law of wood. I'm sure he's planning to kill you with just the 3 profundities from the law of wood. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. This is your chance. If he's using any other profundities from the law of wood, you won't have much confidence in killing him. However, I dare not say I'm confident, but I'm sure you'll be able to kill him. The world-cleansing divine water said. Now I'm ready. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it was clear she had been preparing for something. Good. Inside the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed before his expression turned cold. In that case, let's begin. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian's space energy surged before he cast the transportation profundity. Then, he sent the 2 behemoths in his small world behind Duguan. Duan Lingtian was looking at the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar with a cold expression on his face. He was certain he would be able to kill Duan Lingtian when 2 loud roars rang in the air. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. In fact, he had already noticed something was amiss when he heard the 2 loud roars. Before he could react, 2 deafening roars rang in the air. Although he was a titled celestial emperor and had seen many things in his life, he could not help but tremble in fear. Boom! Rumble! Just as the green ribbons that shot out from Dugu Wen's body trembled, and he was about to leave his original spot, the 2 forces that had fused together landed on his body like a cannonball that could destroy the world. Although Duan Lingtian's purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon rose up in time, it still dimmed under the force of the attack. Chapter 3301. At this moment, the 2 behemoths behind Duguwen were none other than the 2 Ning dragons. Previously, in the genius secret realm in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, Huan had made a pact with the 2 Ning dragons to bring them out of the genius secret realm. For this reason, the Ning dragons had allowed Duan Lingtian and the others to enter God's secret treasure in advance. In the end, with the help of the world-cleansing divine water, the two Ning dragons were willing to follow Duan Lingtian for the time being. When the time came, Duan Lingtian would have to return the favor to them. If they join forces and unleash their full strength, their attack is comparable to the full-strength attack of an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. However, they can only unleash such an attack 3 times at most. The world-cleansing divine water's words rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. For this reason, after the two Ning dragons injured Duan Lingtian did not hesitate. He leaped into the air with the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of swords whistling could be heard as beams of rainbow-colored sword radiance fell like a rain of swords, cutting off the willow branches and vines that were wrapped around the pine willow divine tree. Under normal circumstances, with Dugu Wen's fused profundity, the vines would be able to heal themselves and continue to bind the willow branches. However, the current situation was not normal at all. Dugu Wen was injured. Moreover, he was severely injured. Barf! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. When he regained his senses, he saw Duan Lingtian had already severed the vines. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened as he glared at Duan Lingtian coldly. "Brat, you tricked me." Now, if he still couldn't react, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. Swoosh! At the same time, Dugu Wen's figure flashed, and he dodged the attacks of the two Ning dragons. However, just as he moved, the willow branches of the pine willow divine tree broke free from the restraints and followed him like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a cage and trapped Dugu Wen within. "Withdraw!" Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold. The willow branches of the pine willow divine tree wrapped around Dugu Wen and pulled him back. In the end, Dugu Wen stood motionless in the air. The pine willow divine tree's avatar was pulled to its limit, and it flew towards Dugu Wen. "Attack!" The world-cleansing divine water's voice entered Duan Lingtian and the Ning dragon's ears almost simultaneously, causing them to tremble slightly. Following that, the two Ning dragons flew out as fast as they could. Once again, they joined forces and launched an all-out attack. A terrifying power swept out and swept towards Dugu Wen, who was trapped in the willow branches of the pine tree. "No!" Dugu Wen stood on the spot and gathered his strength. Just as he was about to break through the pine willow divine tree's encirclement, he was met with the full force of the two Ning dragons. Boom! Rumble! With a series of explosions, Dugu Wen, who had not been able to break free in time, received another attack from the two Ning dragons while he was heavily injured. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face was covered in blood, making him look quite ferocious. "Damn it! A mere celestial lord actually forced me, Dugu Wen, to such a state. Unforgivable! Unforgivable!" Dugu Wen was completely enraged. In just a blink of an eye, Dugu Wen's body swayed before he transformed into a thread and easily broke free from the pine willow divine tree's encirclement. This was one of the 100 transformations Dugu Wen could perform as a 100 colors flower. "You're finally out?" Dugu Wen thought he had successfully escaped from the pine willow divine tree's encirclement, but he saw Duan Lingtian waiting outside. "Brat, without the pine willow divine tree, you won't be a match for me even if I'm severely injured." In just a blink of an eye, the thread transformed into a young man who stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. At the same time, he brandished his emperor-grade celestial weapon and charged toward Duan Lingtian. He knew he had to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the pine willow divine tree's willow branches and the Ning dragons arrived, he would definitely die with his severely injured body. Dugu Wen felt extremely humiliated. He was a titled celestial emperor, and yet, he was forced into such a state by a mere celestial lord. Needless to say, he knew the celestial lord before him was not an ordinary celestial lord. Putting aside the pine willow divine tree godly image phenomenon, just the two Ning dragons alone were comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian's injuries were caused by the two Ning dragons. "Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see how you're going to fight me without the two Ning dragons and the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon," Dugu Wen said as he stepped forward. His celestial origin energy swirled around his spear as he unleashed all the profundities he had comprehended from the Law of Wood. The 3 profundities from the Law of Wood were the first to charge at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though they had transformed into pythons as they charged at Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, Duguan was also able to unleash the other profundities from the Law of Wood. With your injuries, your celestial origin energy is only comparable to an ordinary celestial lord at most. It's not enough to kill me. Faced with Duguan who was charging at him menacingly, Duan Ling Tian did not dodge at all. There was a sneer on the corner of his mouth as he charged forward. The 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand moved and merged with his body. In the next moment, when the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared again, he opened his mouth and spat out a 7-colored sword ray that carried 5 extremely powerful forces towards Duguan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attack was so close that Duguan could clearly sense the energy of the 5 elemental laws contained in the attack. Boom! Rumble! However, before Duguan could even react, Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword ray had already destroyed his 2 waves of attacks as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. There was no doubt that Duguan's comprehension of the Law of Wood was powerful. However, no matter how powerful the profundities were, they still required celestial origin energy to activate. Currently, Duguan's celestial origin energy was extremely weak. His celestial origin energy was, at most, comparable to Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Under such circumstances, even if Duan Lingtian had comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Space to the mastery stage, he was still no match for Duguan. Their celestial origin energies were similar, and their comprehension of the profundities from the Law of Space was similar. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was much stronger than Duguan. Under such circumstances, one could easily imagine who was stronger and who was weaker. Duguan thought this was the reason he had tried his best to kill Duan Lingtian even though he was severely injured. In his opinion, as long as he killed Duan Lingtian, he would have a chance to live. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength was not as simple as someone who had comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Space to the mastery stage. He has 5 divine elements. This was the only thought in Duguan's mind before he died. As soon as Duan Lingtian's attack destroyed Duguan's attack, Duguan was certain Duan Lingtian's sword contained the energy of the 5 divine elements. Furthermore, it was the power of the 5 divine elements. Furthermore, those 5 divine elements were all in very different forms. Phew! After killing Duguan, Duan Lingtian heaved a long sigh of relief. I only revealed the 5 divine elements at the very last moment. It's impossible for him to have spread the news in such a short time. Duan Lingtian had indeed guessed correctly. Duguan had only discovered Duan Lingtian had the 5 divine elements before he died. However, while Duguan was escaping from the pine willow divine tree's willow branches, he sent several voice transmissions to Duguwu. Brother Wu, I might die in this brat's hands. I was too careless. I didn't expect him to possess a powerful Devata artifact that contains an artifact soul and 2 Ning dragons whose combined strength is comparable to a titled celestial emperor. I'm heavily injured by the Ning dragons. I only have a chance of survival if I kill him. If I don't kill him, I'll definitely die. If I kill him, I might be killed by the Ning dragons as well. Come here as soon as possible. Before Duguan made his move against Duan Lingtian, he sent a few more messages to Duguwu. Let's go! After killing Duguan, Duan Lingtian took Duguwan's spatial ring. Then he summoned the 2 Ning dragons back to his little world before he teleported away. Although he was certain Duguwan would not have spread the news about him possessing the 5 divine elements, Duguwu must have known Duguwan's whereabouts. However, Duguwu definitely knew that Duguwan had made a move against him here, and he was most likely on his way here right now. Even if his teacher, Su Lang, wanted to stall for time, he wouldn't be able to do so for long. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's first thought after killing Duguwan was to flee as far as he could. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not forget to send a few messages to Huan, Su Lang, and the others to let them know he was safe. I'm fine now. You all should return to the Heavenly Pool Palace first. I'll go back first, Duan Lingtian said to Huan and the others. When Huan and the others received Duan Lingtian's message on their way back to the Heavenly Pool Palace, they heaved a sigh of relief. Prior to this, they had remained silent throughout the journey. Their hearts had been heavy. However, now that they knew Duan Lingtian had escaped, they felt as though a huge rock had been lifted from their chests. Little junior brother, how did you escape? Humei asked curiously. I killed him. Naturally, I was free. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not only responding to Humei's question, but he was also responding to Su Lang and Wenwan, who had asked the same question. Huan was the only one who did not ask. Humei, Su Lang, and Wenwan were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian said he had killed Duguan? Was that possible? Meanwhile, Duguwu, who was rushing towards the location where Duguwan and Duan Lingtian were fighting, suddenly seemed to have noticed something. He abruptly stopped moving and looked at the soul pearl fragment that appeared out of thin air in his hand. His expression abruptly changed. Little brother Wen. Chapter 3302. Not many people knew that Dugu Wu's true form, the tenacious heavenly bamboo, and Dugu Wen's true form, the 100-color flower, had grown together. They had supported each other for so long that they were even closer to each other than brothers. However, Dugu Wen was dead. Dugu Wu's celestial origin energy surged out of his body as profundities surged out of his body. He did not hold back at all as he charged toward the location Dugu Wen had told him about. However, when Dugu Wu arrived at the location, he could not see anyone at all. It was a complete mess. Dugu Wu extended his divine consciousness to search the area, but he did not find anything. Duan Lingtian. Dugu Wu's wizened face was particularly ferocious at this moment. His grayish-white hair fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. Little brother Wen, don't worry. I'll avenge you. A hint of hatred flashed in Dugu Wu's eyes. Although he hated Duan Lingtian, he was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. He did not expect a mere celestial lord to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Was Duan Lingtian still human? If little brother Wen is not mistaken, his Devata artifact would be a top-tier Devata artifact even in the realms of gods. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to grant him such strength. Greed surged in Dugu Wu's eyes, and he couldn't stop himself. Little did he know that when he was fighting Duan Lingtian, he had forgotten about the Devata artifact in Duan Lingtian's possession. When he saw the power of the 5 divine elements, he realized he had overestimated the power of Duan Lingtian's Devata artifact. At that moment, Dugu Wen finally realized something. The reason Duan Lingtian's pine willow divine tree was so powerful was not because of the Devata artifact in Duan Lingtian's possession, but because of the 5 divine elements' power. Naturally, Dugu Wen only found out about this before he died. He did not even have time to send a message to Dugu Wu. For this reason, Dugu Wu was unaware of this. Humph! It was highly likely that Duan Lingtian had returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace. I'll go to the Heavenly Pool Palace and see if I can find him. Although Dugu Wen had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian, he was confident in his own strength. His strength was not something that Dugu Wen could compare to. In fact, if Duan Lingtian fought with him, as long as he didn't hold back, Dugu Wen would die much faster than fighting with Duan Lingtian. After leaving the place where Duan Lingtian had killed Dugu Wen, he took a huge detour and returned from the other side of the Heavenly Pool Palace. He didn't dare to walk in a straight line. Because of this, he successfully avoided Dugu Wen. Although the Supreme Godhead has the fusion profundity to evolve the law of space, I can't figure it out at all. It seems like it has something to do with my cultivation. Duan Lingtian guessed. He still remembered that when he was still a celestial duke, he could not advance any further after comprehending all the profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Even the Supreme Godhead did not help him advance any further. It was only when he became a celestial lord that he managed to comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage with the help of the Supreme Godhead. Based on my previous experience, perhaps I'll be able to comprehend the fusion profundity from the law of space with the help of the Supreme Godhead after I become a celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian asked for the world-cleansing divine water's opinion as he speculated. That should be the case. The world-cleansing divine water's answer was simple. At the very least, I haven't seen anyone below the celestial emperor realm being able to comprehend the fusion profundity from the law of space. Perhaps, it's limited by the laws of heaven and earth. The world-cleansing divine water's answer was similar to Duan Lingtian's speculation. Don't focus on comprehending the law of space. Focus on your cultivation and raise your cultivation base as soon as possible. The world-cleansing divine water suggested. Duan Lingtian nodded. Compared to when he was still in the Jade Emperor heaven, he had only become a 5 elements celestial lord. There was still a long way to go for a 5 elements celestial lord to become a celestial emperor. After returning to the heavenly pool palace, I'll think of a way to raise my cultivation base as soon as possible so that I can comprehend the fusion profundity from the law of space as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian had witnessed the might of the fusion profundity during his battle with Duguan. Moreover, that's only the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of wood. The might of the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of wood is much stronger than when he unleashes all his profundities without the fusion profundities. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had an inexplicable obsession with fusing the profundities from the law of space. After all, Duan Lingtian had been chased by Duguan for a long time and had taken a long detour to return to the heavenly pool palace. For this reason, it took Duan Lingtian 3 months to return to the heavenly pool palace. When they arrived near the heavenly pool palace, Duan Lingtian even asked Su Lang to personally welcome them. However, Su Lang did not come out. Instead, he asked Lei Ying to accompany him. Under normal circumstances, Duan Lingtian would not have asked Lei Ying to help him. However, with Duan Lingtian's relationship with Huan, even if Lei Ying did not give Su Lang face, she would still have to give Huan a face. Huan Er's position in Lei Ying's heart was not inferior to her son, Lei Jun Huan, was a divine beast, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. As long as she did not die prematurely, she would have a bright future ahead of her. Lei Ying, naturally, knew the benefits of having a good relationship with someone like Huan. Thank you, Pavilion Master Lei Ying. After returning to the heavenly pool palace with Su Lang and Lei Ying, Duan Lingtian thanked Lei Ying profusely before they parted ways. There's no need to thank me. Lei Ying smiled faintly. If you're free, you should come to my place to cultivate. The environment there isn't any worse than Su Lang's place. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. After Lei Ying left, Duan Lingtian followed Su Lang back to the cultivation place under Su Lang's tutelage. Soon after, Su Lang brought him to his own cultivation place. When Duan Lingtian entered the main hall of Su Lang's cultivation place, he discovered Huan and his senior brothers and sisters were present as well. Even his second senior brother, Lu Ji, was present. Brother Lingtian. Although Huan had mentally prepared herself for this, she could not help but run up to Duan Lingtian and throw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms when she saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian hugged Huan tightly as well. He could clearly feel Huan rapid heartbeat. Silly girl, I'm fine now. Duan Lingtian patted Huan back comfortingly. After a while, he finally pushed Huan away. At this moment, he discovered that the gazes of everyone in the hall were on him, causing him to feel slightly embarrassed. Before you returned, I've asked them to investigate this matter, Su Lang said. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, some time ago, someone saw Han Yunjin walking together with Lei Ying's son, Lei Jun. If the two of them joined forces, they might be able to offer something that would tempt Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu. Before Duan Lingtian returned, not only did Su Lang not stay idle, but he also sent a few of his disciples to investigate and found some suspicious things. Lei Jun. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly as he looked at Huan. Lei Jun was Lei Ying's only son and second disciple. He was ranked ahead of Huan in terms of seniority and was considered her senior brother. Yes. Su Lang nodded. At this moment, Hu Mei said, "Little junior brother, there's something you don't know. Lei Jun and Han Yunjin aren't close. No one has seen them walking together before. However, when we went to the Tidal Temple, several people saw them walking together. Of course, they didn't do it in public. If we hadn't investigated this matter, we wouldn't have found out about this." Hu Mei said. Why would two people who weren't close to each other suddenly walk together? Duan Lingtian nodded. He was naturally able to discern that this was a very suspicious point. However, in his impression, he didn't seem to have any enmity with Lei Jun, right? I don't think Lei Jun and I have no enmity with each other. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't join forces with Han Yunjin to kill me, right? Duan Lingtian said. That's true. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, opened his mouth. The pair of beady eyes on his fat face narrowed. Little junior brother, sometimes, it's not because you have a conflict with him that he wants to kill you. There can be many reasons to hate a person. For example, just like me, I can kill you because I'm jealous that you're better looking than me. Of course, this kind of situation happens more often to women. Hong Fei said. Sixth senior brother, what are you trying to say? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly. Before you returned, fourth senior sister and Huan had returned to the merciless Celestial Emperor's residence a few times. Twice, they met Lei Jun, Hong Fei said as he looked at his fourth senior sister, when Huan, before he continued. According to fourth senior sister, although Lei Jun tries to suppress his emotions in front of her, she can tell that he likes Huan, from the way he looks at her. Now, you should know what I'm trying to say, right? A hint of coldness flashed in Hong Fei's eyes when he finished speaking. Naturally, Hong Fei's gaze was not directed at Duan Lingtian, but at Lei Jun. Is that so? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Hong Fei's words. His eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Hong Fei in disdain. If Lei Jun really liked Huan, he did have a motive to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, Huan had always acted like they were glued to each other. If Lei Jun really liked Huan, he would not allow Duan Lingtian to be by her side. Although Duan Lingtian was not that kind of man, he could understand what kind of man Lei Jun was. End of chapter. Chapter 3303. During this time, second senior brother, third senior sister, sixth junior brother, and I have also been asking around. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's fifth senior brother, Ouyang Chi Fei, added, a few days before Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu intercepted you, Lei Jun had gone to Han Yunjin's cultivation place to look for her. During that time, someone saw them leaving the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate together. We suspect that they went to find Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu at that time. Not long after they returned, Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu made their move. How can there be such a coincidence? Ouyang Chi Fei said. Unfortunately, we don't have any evidence. Even if we're 100% certain they're behind this, we can't use the Heavenly Pool Palace's punishment to deal with them. Hong Fei usually had a smile on his chubby face, but at this moment his expression was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. Second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, sixth senior brother. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally found out that his senior brothers and senior sisters had been racking their brains to investigate this matter for him during this period of time. His heart trembled when he heard this, and he felt a warmth in his heart. Teacher hasn't been idle as well. During this time, he tried to sound out Pavilion Master Lei Ying. He even went to look for her to pick you up today. Hu Mei looked at Duan Lingtian and said, based on teacher's observation, it seems like Pavilion Master Lei Ying doesn't know about this. Of course she doesn't, Su Lang said. If Lei Ying knew about this and supported Lei Jun's actions, he wouldn't have gone to Han Yunjin to ask Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu for help. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He agreed with Su Lang's words. If Lei Ying knew about this, she would have stopped Lei Jun, otherwise, she would have helped Lei Jun. With Lei Ying's help, Lei Jun would not have exposed his intention to kill Han Yunjin. Lei Jun went to Han Yunjin because he didn't have enough money to ask Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu for help. Therefore, he went to Han Yunjin to ask for help from Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu. Lei Jun, Han Yunjin. A cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Big brother Lingtian, I'm going to ask Lei Ying for an explanation. At this moment, Huan said in a deep voice. She finally understood why when Huan wanted to follow her to the cultivation place under Lei Ying's tutelage. However, after listening to their explanation, she finally understood why when Huan wanted to follow her to the cultivation place under Lei Ying's tutelage. When she learned that Lei Jun was the one who hired the assassins, her eyes flashed with fury. Her celestial origin energy surged out of her body. If Lei Jun was here, she probably wouldn't be able to control herself. Huang don't be rash. Duan Lingtian grabbed her hand to stop her. Big brother Lingtian, he wants to kill you. Even so, her voice was so gloomy that it felt like it could drip water from it at any moment. Huang was usually very gentle in front of Duan Lingtian. This was the first time she had lost her composure like this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not blame her for losing her composure. After all, he knew she had done this for him. Huan, we don't have any evidence. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, moreover, we don't have any evidence. Even if we did, we'd still need to discuss how to deal with this matter. Rashly showing up here will only alert them. It's useless. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Huan again. Huan, I know where your father is imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Your mother is most likely imprisoned there as well. Now is the time for you to fall out with Lei Ying and her son. Your identity as Lei Ying's disciple will be very useful in rescuing your parents. Duan Lingtian persuaded Huan. Big brother Lingtian, although I really want to save my parents, I can't ignore the harm Lei Jun has caused you, Huang said in a low voice. Don't worry. I'll think of a way to deal with Lei Jun and Han Yunjin. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Little junior brother. Hu Mei looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in her eyes. How did you manage to break free earlier? You didn't really kill Duguan, did you? As she finished asking, the gaze Hu Mei looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with dense bewilderment. What? Third senior sister, don't you believe me? Duan Lingtian asked helplessly. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that this is too unbelievable. Hu Mei smiled bitterly. At the same time, Su Lang and Duan Lingtian's 3 senior brothers and senior sister turned to look at Duan Lingtian. He's strong, but he's also careless. I'll summon the 2 celestial Emperor Ning dragons from my little world and send them to his back. Then, with the help of the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image phenomenon in the training ground for titled celestial lords in the Tidal Temple, I killed him. Duan Lingtian shrugged as he recounted the story he had prepared beforehand. Naturally, this was the only story he could come up with. First of all, even if some people were jealous of the 2 Ning dragons, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, it was difficult to snatch the 2 Ning dragons. Secondly, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image phenomenon was not something they could snatch. Celestial Emperor Ning dragons? The Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image phenomenon? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, everyone, including Su Lang, felt as though they were listening to a heavenly book. Finally, Duan Lingtian said, it seems like teacher, senior brothers, and senior sisters want to see it as well. In that case, I'll go out and show it to them. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he walked out of the room. Huan, naturally, followed Duan Lingtian out of the hall. She hugged Duan Lingtian's arm as they left Su Lang's cultivation ground. Sush. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian brought Huan to a distant place. With just a thought, he summoned the 2 Ning dragons from his little world. Teacher. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Su Lang and asked, why don't you give it a try? Su Lang narrowed his eyes when he saw the 2 Ning dragons. Then he said, "Old Seventh, I know a thing or two about Ning dragons. Based on your Ning dragons, they're at most 3 talents or 4 phenomenon celestial emperors, right? Are these 2 Ning dragons strong enough to kill Duguan?" Su Lang was skeptical. "Teacher, why don't you give it a try?" Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. "Teacher, why don't you give it a try? I'd like to see the strength of little junior brother's Ning dragons as well," Hong Fei urged. Hong Fei urged, as if he was watching a good show and didn't mind blowing things up. Su Lang did not hesitate. In just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into a sword. The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. "Teacher, I'm ready," Hong Fei reminded Su Lang. Then, Duan Lingtian ordered the 2 Ning dragons to attack Su Lang. 2 deafening roars reverberated in the air as Duan Lingtian teleported the 2 Ning dragons behind Su Lang. Then they joined forces to attack. Su Lang immediately regained his senses and retreated in a fluster. However, the 2 Ning dragons' attacks had already reached him. In the end, he had no choice but to defend himself with all his might. However, Su Lang had been too hasty in his attack. Even though he had used his full strength to neutralize the attacks of the 2 Ning dragons, he was still sent flying into the distance. He cut a sorry figure. Naturally, this was also why he had been careless despite Duan Lingtian's warning. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a sorry state. How powerful! When the 2 Ning dragons collided with Su Lang, a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Although the onlookers had formed a protective barrier with their celestial origin energies, they could still feel the shockwave from the shockwave. "Teacher, you're too careless." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and put away the 2 Ning dragons. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he condensed the godly image celestial body of the Pine Willow Divine Tree and enveloped his entire body. Pine Willow Divine Tree. I remember that Fan Chi, who was killed by little junior brother, was Han Yunjin's junior brother. He was a Pine Willow Divine Tree, right? Hu Mei, Wan, and Hong Fei looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. At that time, I felt that little junior brother's method of dealing with Fan Chi's main body was too simple and too direct. Now that I look at it, there is a deeper meaning behind it. When Hu Mei saw the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image Dharma body, she couldn't help but ask Duan Lingtian, "Little junior brother, your Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image Dharma body was condensed after you killed Fan Chi, right?" "Yes." As Duan Lingtian nodded his head, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar gradually faded away until it completely disappeared. Hu Mei said with a sigh, "So, Fan Chi's death actually helped you achieve your goal. However, I'm afraid he didn't expect you to be able to defeat him. Not only that, but you were also able to use his main body to condense the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image Dharma body. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have dared to challenge you to a death match even if someone held a knife to his neck." Hu Mei's eyes shone brightly as she continued to say, "I really didn't expect there would be another person who's capable of killing a titled celestial emperor after eldest senior sister." Eldest senior sister? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Hu Mei mention the great senior sister again. He was shocked by Hu Mei's words. He had not even met eldest senior sister, but she was capable of killing a titled celestial emperor. Chapter 3304. In the past, Duan Lingtian only knew that his eldest senior sister was Su Lang's daughter and was very mysterious. He also knew that his eldest senior sister was stronger than his second senior brother, Lu Ji. However, he did not expect her to be so strong. He did not expect his eldest senior sister to be able to kill a titled celestial emperor. What did this mean? Even if his eldest senior sister was not as strong as a titled celestial emperor, she must have other means to kill titled celestial emperors. Just like him. Hu Mei chuckled and said, "Little junior brother, don't think that you're the strongest among us just because you were able to kill Dugawon by luck. Hu Mei chuckled and said, although eldest senior sister didn't obtain a title, she killed a titled celestial emperor a long time ago. Right now, eldest senior sister's strength is comparable to teachers. Hu Mei glanced at Su Lang after she finished speaking. Now, when Su Lang heard Hu Mei mention her eldest senior sister, his eyes involuntarily filled with nostalgia and gentleness. After all, she was his daughter. Hong Fei laughed and said, little junior brother, eldest senior sister has always said that we're useless. Even second senior brother was scolded by her. Hong Fei laughed and said, now you've made us proud. If senior sister knows that one of us killed Dugawon, she definitely won't scold us anymore. Sixth junior brother, you figured it out. Ouyang Chi Fei shook his head and smiled wryly. Even if eldest senior sister finds out about this, at most, she won't scold us. However, she'll still exclude little junior brother and continue to scold us. As soon as Ouyang Chi Fei finished speaking, Lu Ji, who had remained silent all this while, nodded and said with a faint smile on his face, little junior brother, I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave first. After saying his goodbyes, Lu Ji left. He was heading in the direction of his own cultivation area. Look at how both of you managed to persuade second senior brother to leave. Hu Mei said as she glared at Ouyang Chi Fei and Hong Fei. Eldest senior sister's strength has already given second senior brother a lot of pressure. Now that little junior brother is here, second senior brother must be feeling even more pressure. When Wan said leisurely, now, second senior brother must be busy going back to cultivate. Hong Fei shook his head, the fat on his face jiggling. Second senior brother's expectations for himself are too high. If it were me, I wouldn't even think about comparing myself with eldest senior sister and youngest junior brother when I think about how freakish they are. Sixth junior brother, it is precisely because you have such thoughts that you cannot even compare to little junior brother. Ouyang Chi Fei smiled. Fifth senior brother, don't just talk about me. I can't compare to little junior brother, but can you? Hong Fei grumbled. Ouyang Chi Fei was stunned at first, but he quickly concealed his awkwardness and said with a smile, I'm not as good as little junior brother, but I'm still stronger than you, right? You, Hong Fei was furious, but he had nothing to say, because he was indeed the weakest disciple under Su Lang. Duan Ling Tian stood at the side as he watched his fifth senior brother and sixth senior brother fooling around. A smile could not help but appear on his face. At this moment, he had already treated these people as his family. Before he returned, he did not expect his senior brothers, senior sisters, and his teacher, Su Lang, would do so many things for him. He had asked Huan about this earlier through voice transmission, but even she was unaware of this. Ever since Duan Ling Tian had ascended to the Devata realms and joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, there were only a handful of people whom he cared about. However, he cared about Su Lang's disciples from the bottom of his heart. Oh right. All of a sudden, Hu Mei seemed to have thought of something. She let out a cry of surprise, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Little junior brother. Hu Mei looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, I'm sure Dugawu will inform Han Yunjin and Lei Jun about you killing Dugawon. If that's the case, will Han Yunjin still dare to challenge you to a life-or-death battle in the Prodigy Arena a year later? Hu Mei thought of this problem. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. If Dugawu had informed Han Yunjin and Lei Jun, Han Yunjin might not challenge him to a life-or-death battle in the Prodigy Arena. After all, Han Yunjin was someone who could kill Dugawon. In order to preserve his life, Han Yunjin would rather sacrifice his reputation. Old Seventh, did you take Dugawon's spatial ring? Su Lang asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Based on what I know, Dugawon and Dugawu are usually the ones in charge of contacting the people who issued the missions. Usually, the soul pearls Han Yunjin and Lei Jun left for them are in Dugawon's spatial ring. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Duan Ling Tian retrieved Dugawon's spatial ring and took out 3 soul pearls. I've checked his spatial ring before this. These are the soul pearls in it. As soon as Duan Ling Tian took out the 3 soul pearls, Wen Wan narrowed her eyes. She pointed at one of the soul pearls and said, "That's Han Yunjin's soul pearl." When Wan had a deep impression of Han Yunjin's soul aura. Duan Lingtian looked at Huan and asked, "I remember you exchanged soul pearls with Lei Jun, right?" Huan nodded as she took out a soul pearl from her spatial ring. As soon as the soul pearl was taken out, Duan Lingtian and the others discovered the soul aura in the soul pearl was identical to the other soul pearl in Duan Lingtian's possession. "It seems like we were right," Hong Fei said in a deep voice. At this moment, even Su Lang's eyes flickered with an icy chill. A chilling aura emanated from her body, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. Her eyes were also emitting a cold light, as if she was about to devour someone. She had only suspected Lei Jun to be the mastermind earlier, but now, she was certain Lei Jun was the mastermind. Under such circumstances, how could she hold back her anger? Although this is evidence, it's not enough to prove that Lei Jun and Han Yunjin hired someone to kill me. After all, they can say I placed these soul pearls into the soul pearl myself. Duan Lingtian held Huan-er's hand. Although it seemed like he was talking to Su Lang and the others, he was, in fact, trying to calm Huan-er down. Naturally, he could sense Huan-er's anger. "That Han Yunjin and Lei Jun are too much," Hong Fei said with a dark expression on his face. Even Hu Mei, Wen Wantu, and Ouyang Chi Fei's expressions were unsightly at this moment. "It seems like teacher is right." If Dugu Wu doesn't have Han Yunjin and Lei Jun's soul pearls, Han Yunjin and Lei Jun shouldn't have known Dugu Wen was killed, Ouyang Chi Fei said. Han Yunjin nodded. Under such circumstances, Han Yunjin shouldn't be afraid to enter the prodigy arena and fight little junior brother in a year's time. After Ouyang Chi Fei finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Since Duguan has their soul pearls, there's a high chance Han Yunjin and Lei Jun have Dugu Wen's soul pearls as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly as he said, "They must have discovered Dugu Wen's death by now. However, it's impossible for them to think I killed him." Duan Lingtian looked at Su Lang and asked, "Teacher, you didn't tell Pavilion Master Laying that we were ambushed by Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu, right?" Su Lang shook his head. "Initially, I planned to inform the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace about this. However, I thought it would be impossible to quench the immediate thirst. For this reason, I only brought Zheng Yui here." "Zheng Yui? The Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor?" Duan Lingtian was taken aback. He finally learned that Su Lang had asked Zheng Yui, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, to help him deal with Dugu Wu. If that's the case, I'm sure they don't know that Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu have ambushed me. Based on the fact that Dugu Wen's soul pearl has shattered, they probably think someone else killed him. As long as they don't look for Dugu Wu and ask him about the mission, I don't think they'll find out I killed Dugu Wen. Duan Lingtian speculated. "It seems like we'll have to spread the news that we were ambushed by Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu." Fortunately, the other two titled celestial emperors intervened at the critical moment and killed Dugu Wen. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Su Lang. "You think Han Yunjin and Lei Jun won't dare to look for Dugu Wu if they find out you were ambushed?" Su Lang asked. He could guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts. "That's right." Duan Lingtian nodded. "If they don't know I was ambushed by Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu, they'll definitely look for Dugu Wu to ask about Dugu Wen's death and whether the mission to kill me will continue. Once they find out I was ambushed, they won't dare to look for Dugu Wu even if they want to. At the very least, Han Yunjin won't dare to act recklessly. After all, he's the most likely person to hire assassins to kill me. As long as Lei Jun isn't stupid, he won't dare to act recklessly as well. This way, it won't affect my battle with Han Yunjin in a year's time." Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted coldly when he finished speaking. "Let's do that." Su Lang nodded. At the same time, he sent a message to Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion. "Lei Ying, I didn't tell you who ambushed us earlier. However, there's no harm in telling you now. It's Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu who ambushed us. We didn't tell you earlier because we wanted to find out who they are." Su Lang replied. "Have you found out who they are?" Lei Ying quickly sent a message to him. Her tone was filled with curiosity. Su Lang replied, "The profound heaven celestial emperor's disciple, Han Yunjin, has the most motive." Chapter 3305. Han Yunjin. Lei Ying was taken aback by Su Lang's words. "Are you sure? Do you think I would dare to say anything if I wasn't sure? We've known each other for many years, you should know me very well." Su Lang said, "Isn't Han Yunjin going to have a life-or-death duel with your seventh disciple in a year?" Lei Ying asked. "I think he's not confident that he'll win." Su Lang replied. After conversing with Su Lang for a while, Lei Ying's eyes flickered as she shook her head. "Mother, what's wrong?" Lei Jun, who happened to be beside Lei Ying, couldn't help but ask when he saw Lei Ying's expression. In fact, Lei Jun was not in a good mood since he had discovered Dugu Wen's death a while ago. As for why he knew, it was because the soul pearl that Dugu Wen had placed in his possession had shattered. "I just sent a voice transmission to Su Lang. He told me that Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu, the 100-variant Celestial Emperor, had attacked them. Someone is targeting Duan Ling Tian. Su Lang suspects Han Yunjin is the one who hired Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu." Lei Jun was Lei Ying's only son. Hence, Lei Ying had nothing to hide from Lei Jun. Lei Ying did not notice that Lei Jun's eyes had narrowed slightly when she mentioned Su Lang's suspicions about Han Yunjin. "Then how did they get out of danger?" Lei Jun asked curiously. Initially, he thought Dugu Wen had been killed before he attacked Duan Ling Tian and the others. He did not expect Dugu Wen to be killed after he attacked Duan Ling Tian. Lei Jun's heart sank when he heard this. Coincidentally, Zheng Yue, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, had brought his disciples to the Tidal Temple as well. Lei Ying said, "It seems like a titled Celestial Emperor who brought his granddaughter to the Tidal Temple knows Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu. Moreover, it seems like they have a grudge against each other." Initially, Su Lang and Zheng Yue were no match for Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu even if they joined forces. However, the titled Celestial Emperor was very strong. He managed to kill Dugu Wen not long after he joined the battle. Unfortunately, Dugu Wu managed to escape. Lei Ying finished speaking in one breath. "If that's the case, that Duan Ling Tian is pretty lucky." While Lei Jun was speaking, a cold glint flashed across the depths of his eyes at an opportune moment. "Not bad indeed." Lei Ying nodded. Otherwise, even two titled Celestial Emperors wouldn't have been able to save his life. Although they suspect Han Yunjin is the culprit, they don't have any evidence. However, Su Lang said that he'll look for evidence in the future. "I didn't expect Han Yunjin to be so unconfident that he would hire an assassin to kill Duan Ling Tian." As she spoke, Lei Ying could not help but shake her head. In the depths of her eyes, there was a hint of disdain. "Mother, it's not necessarily Han Yunjin's doing. It's just their suspicion." Lei Jun said. "It's not a suspicion." Su Lang said that the titled Celestial Emperor who killed Dugu Wen obtained his spatial ring. Lei Ying shook her head. At that time, Su Lang asked him to check if there were any soul pearls in Dugu Wen's spatial ring. There were 3 soul pearls in Dugu Wen's spatial ring. Su Lang's fourth disciple recognized one of the soul pearls and confirmed it was Han Yunjin's soul pearl. As you know, Su Lang's fourth disciple, Wen Wan, used to be Han Yunjin's lover. Although they didn't consummate their marriage, it's normal for her to recognize Han Yunjin's soul aura after spending so much time together. Lei Ying said, "Soul pearls?" Lei Jun's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that one of the 3 soul beads was definitely his. Previously, he had given Dugu Wen his soul pearl. Later on, Han Yunjin wanted to keep in touch with Dugu Wen, so he called Dugu Wen over and exchanged soul pearls with him before the 2 of them left. "What's wrong?" Lei Ying asked curiously when she noticed her son's strange behavior. "It's nothing." Lei Jun shook his head. After taking a deep breath, he said to Lei Ying, "Mother, I just remembered that I have something to do. I'll take my leave first." As soon as Lei Jun finished speaking, he left without waiting for Lei Ying's reply. As soon as he left, he sent a message to Han Yunjin. "Han Yunjin, Duguwen appeared in front of Duan Lingtian to kill him. However, he died in front of Duan Lingtian. We've guessed wrongly. Duguwen didn't die before looking for Duan Lingtian. Han Yunjin was confused when he heard Lei Jun's message. What's going on? If Duguwen appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, why did he fail and die? Because, then, Lei Jun told Han Yunjin everything he had learned from his mother, Lei. Han Yunjin fell silent for a moment before he said, even if they know Duguwen has my soul pearl and that I'm the one who contacted Duguwen and Duguwu, there's no way they can use that as evidence against me. I know that. I'm just worried that my soul pearl might have fallen into their hands. Lei Jun said, they recognized your soul pearl because when one is familiar with your soul aura, they won't be able to recognize my soul pearl in such a short time. It's fine if they don't have my soul pearl, but if they do, I'm worried it'll be exposed one day. Lei Jun continued to say. So what? Even if they do, they won't be able to use that as evidence against you. Han Yunjin said nonchalantly. It was as though he was a dead pig that was unafraid of boiling water. Han Yunjin, I'm different from you. Lei Jun said, if junior sister Huan finds out about this, with how much she cares about Duan Lingtian, she might not accept me even if Duan Lingtian is gone. Even if Duan Lingtian has to die, we can't let her know it's related to me. Do you understand? Lei Jun voiced out his concerns. Alright, I understand. It's just a woman, right? I'll help you kill Duan Lingtian in the Prodigy Arena a year from now, Han Yunjin said. Han Yunjin said, however, if we give up on this mission, can we ask the surviving Dugu Wu to pay us back for what we've done? Are you dreaming? Lei Jun said mockingly, do you think that's possible? Let's not talk about the fact that Dugu might have taken the items away from him. Even if they weren't taken away, if Duguwen died and you went to Dugu Wu to ask for those things, do you think Dugu Wu would kill you in a fit of rage? Han Yunjin's expression darkened when he heard Lei Jun's words. If that's the case, we won't retreat. However, we still have to ask him if he wants to continue with the mission. It's best to wait for a while. Su Lang has his eyes on you now. Lei Jun reminded him. If we wait a little longer, my battle with Duan Lingtian will begin soon. Han Yunjin said in a deep voice. There's nothing we can do about it, unless you want to die as soon as possible. If you go to Dugu Wu and Su Lang finds out about it, you'll be dead before the battle even begins. Colluding with outsiders and killing fellow disciples is a serious crime in the Heavenly Pool Palace. If you're convicted, even your master, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, won't be able to save you. Lei Jun's voice turned cold as he spoke. If Han Yunjin acted recklessly, he would be a burden to Lei Jun. At the very least, he was only worried about his soul pearl being discovered. However, if Han Yunjin was convicted, he might expose him to the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Upon hearing Lei Jun's words, Han Yunjin fell silent for a long time before he said, I know what I'm doing. I won't leave the Heavenly Pool Palace if I'm not confident I won't be discovered. As soon as Han Yunjin opened his mouth, he realized that his words were like a curse for the next year. Every time he wanted to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace, Su Lang or one of Su Lang's disciples would be nearby. Apart from Wan and Su Lang's first disciple, all of Su Lang's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, took turns to keep an eye on him. Naturally, Han Yunjin did not dare to leave recklessly. In the end, he decided to give up. After all, there were only slightly more than 2 months left before the battle between him and Duan Lingtian in the Prodigy Arena. However, while Han Yunjin had given up, Su Lang's disciples did not. They continued to keep an eye on Han Yunjin. They continued to monitor him until the battle between Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin on the Prodigy Arena. Naturally, during the next 2 months, Hu Mei, Ouyang Qi Fei, and Hong Fei were in charge of monitoring him. Duan Lingtian did not show up. Although they were confident in Duan Lingtian's strength, they could not rely on the Ning Dragon's strength in the Prodigy Arena. For this reason, they hoped Duan Lingtian would be able to train his godly image phenomenon body with the Pine Willow Divine Tree so he could fight Han Yunjin in his best condition. On the day of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin, the Prodigy Arena was filled with people early in the morning. They were all disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who had come early to reserve seats. The day has finally come. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's first disciple, Han Yunjin, is going to fight against Duan Lingtian, Su Lang's seventh disciple, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian is a rising star in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Rumor has it that he's not even 300 years old, but he's already very strong. Since he dares to challenge Han Yunjin to a life-or-death battle, he must be strong. That's not necessarily true. Previously, I was there when they made the life-or-death battle. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian was just trying to scare Han Yunjin. He didn't expect Han Yunjin to agree to the life-or-death battle. In the end, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. It doesn't matter who's stronger or weaker, we'll find out in today's battle. Let's go and bet on it. Although Han Yunjin's odds are low, I'll still bet on him. I'll bet on him as well. Early in the morning, the Prodigy Arena was bustling with activity even though the main characters had not arrived yet. Chapter 3306. 3 years ago, when Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin had made a life-or-death duel, the entire Heavenly Pool Palace was in an uproar. In fact, many people were looking forward to the arrival of this day. 3 years passed in just a blink of an eye for Celestials in the Devata realms. It was as if they were in closed-door cultivation. The duel between Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin was much more eye-catching than the duel between Duan Lingtian and Fan Qi 3 years ago. After all, Han Yunjin was one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was widely acknowledged as one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, his opponent was a new disciple who had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace a few years ago. For this reason, this battle was exceptionally eye-catching in the Heavenly Pool Palace. A new disciple who had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace a few years ago was challenging Han Yunjin. Moreover, the new disciple was not even half of Han Yunjin's age. Sixth junior brother, how many bets have you received? Ouyang Qifei asked as he stood at the side and looked at Hong Fei, who was still receiving bets from the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. Not bad. So far, I've only received about 500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals. Hong Fei grinned. His smile was very bright. He was glad he and his fifth senior brother had arrived early in the morning. Otherwise, he would not have received so many bets from the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. He was not the only one who was a dealer today. However, unlike other dealers, he only accepted bets on Han Yunjin. He refused to accept any bets on his little junior brother, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, if Han Yunjin won, he would receive a higher amount of bets. For this reason, he managed to snatch many bets from others. 1 million royal-grade celestial crystals. Soon after, Hong Fei sent a voice transmission to Ouyang Qifei. I want 20%. Ouyang Qifei replied through voice transmission. Fifth senior brother, aren't you being too shameless? You didn't do anything, and you want 20%? That's not fair at all. Hong Fei said angrily. Who said I didn't do anything? Am I not standing by your side to protect you and the immortal crystals in your hands? Ouyang Qifei said matter-of-factly. Hearing Ouyang Qifei's words, Hong Fei was speechless. Fifth senior brother, why didn't I realize you were so shameless before? Let me tell you, I plan to give half of these immortal crystals to junior brother. If you want 20%, you can discuss it with junior brother. It's rare for a stingy fatty like you to be so generous. Since you're giving junior brother 50%, then I'll take 10%. That 10% will be taken from your share. Ouyang Qifei said, as for little junior brother, all of it belongs to him. Hong Fei was completely convinced by Duan Lingtian's strength. However, he continued to accept bets from the people around him. Soon enough, the number of bets he received had exceeded 2 million royal-grade celestial crystals and was still climbing toward 3 million royal-grade celestial crystals. Heaven-grade forces owned many royal-grade celestial crystal mines. For this reason, they would distribute royal-grade celestial crystals to their disciples every once in a while. Naturally, the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were happy to receive royal-grade celestial crystals from the Heavenly Pool Palace. If they wanted more royal-grade celestial crystals, they would have to think of other ways to obtain them. For example, they could accept missions, hunt celestial beasts, exchange the materials from the celestial beasts for celestial crystals, or make secret deals with fellow disciples. That's Hong Fei? Su Lang's sixth disciple? He seems to be the senior brother of Duan Ling Tian, one of the two main characters in today's death duel, right? What's he trying to do? He's not accepting any bets on Duan Ling Tian, and he's only accepting bets on Han Yunjin? Moreover, he's offering higher odds than the other bets? How confident is he in Duan Ling Tian? Does he think Duan Ling Tian will definitely win? Is he trying to pull some dirty tricks? If he's trying to pull some dirty tricks, why are there so many people betting on him? I don't think many people think Han Yunjin will lose, right? However, as Duan Lingtian's senior brother, he must know Duan Lingtian better than I do. Do you think Duan Lingtian has a chance of winning? I'll try to bet on Duan Lingen. I'll give it a try as well. When Hong Fei received the bet of 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals, he had attracted a lot of attention. Sixth junior brother, that's enough. What if Han Yunjin doesn't dare to enter the prodigy arena? Ouyang Chi Fei said through voice transmission as he glared at Hong Fei. Hong Fei chuckled and immediately stopped betting. He said to the people around him, "Junior brothers, I won't accept any more bets. There's a limit to what I can afford. If I accept any more bets, I won't be able to afford so many celestial crystals if Han Yunjin wins." Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, many people who had placed bets on Duan Lingtian nearly vomited blood in anger. Is Hong Fei betting on Duan Lingtian because he's confident in Duan Lingtian? Why do I feel like he's using this method to support Duan Lingtian? Isn't he being too willful? He's accepting bets worth at least 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals. Although the odds aren't high, he'll still have to fork out 1 million royal-grade celestial crystals if Han Yunjin wins, right? I've long heard that Su Lang's sixth disciple is from the Hong clan, a supreme grade 1 force. He's the only grandson of the clan leader of the Hong clan. As expected, he's rich and powerful. It's said that Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, only accepted him because of his grandfather. Otherwise, with his innate talent, Lord Su Lang wouldn't have taken him in. Comparisons are odious. For today's life and death battle, what happened here was just a small interlude. Nobody thought that Duan Lingtian, who had only joined the Heavenly Pool Palace for a few years, would be a match for Han Yunjin. After all, Han Yunjin had made a name for himself for many years. However, Han Yunjin, who had yet to arrive at the Prodigy Arena, still heard about it. Eldest senior brother, Hong Fei, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang's sixth disciple, is betting on Duan Lingtian because he thinks you're not a match for Duan Lingtian? There were a few other disciples under the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Among them, the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's third disciple was the most intelligent. Even Han Yunjin was willing to listen to his advice. At this moment, Wu Quan, the third disciple of the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, said to Han Yunjin with a solemn expression on his face, "Eldest senior brother, it's possible that Hong Fei purposely used this as a smokescreen so you wouldn't dare to enter the Prodigy Arena. However, I have a feeling that something is amiss." Wu Quan said. Naturally, Wu Quan knew more than that. Han Yunjin had told him that Han Yunjin had hired two titled Celestial Emperors to assassinate Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, Han Yunjin had also told him that Su Lang's disciples had been keeping an eye on him, preventing him from leaving the Heavenly Pool Palace to look for Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Wu Quan speculated that Su Lang's disciples might not be looking for evidence of Han Yunjin colluding with Duguwu. Perhaps, Su Lang's disciples did not want Han Yunjin to meet Duguwu. Perhaps they were worried that Han Yunjin might know something. Of course, all of this was only his guess, and he didn't dare to be certain. But, third junior brother, do you have no confidence in me? Han Yunjin asked with a smile on his face. It's not that I don't have confidence in you, eldest senior brother. It's just that something is amiss. It seems like Su Lang's disciples are looking for evidence of you colluding with Duguwu. However, it seems like they don't want you to meet Duguwu. Wu Quan voiced his concern. Otherwise, why would you be able to detect their presence so easily? Third junior brother, you're being too paranoid. Han Yunjin's second junior brother, Wu Quan's second senior brother, shook his head and said, "You're always paranoid. How many times have you made a mistake in your judgment in the past? This time, I think you must have made a mistake in your judgment. It's a well-known fact that Duan Lingtian isn't even 300 years old. It's also a well-known fact that he's human. Do you really think he's a match for eldest senior brother? Moreover, one can't rely on external forces in the prodigy arena. Even celestial weapons can't be used. Are you worried he might have some tricks up his sleeve?" The scholarly young man shook his head again and again when he finished speaking. The scholarly young man was called Zhao Jiali. He was the second strongest disciple under the profound heaven celestial emperor. He was second only to Han Yunjin. Even so, I think it's best to be careful. Wu Quan frowned slightly. Indeed, he had made many mistakes in his judgment in the past. However, this time, his eldest senior brother's life was at stake. He felt it was better to be cautious. Third junior brother. Han Yunjin said with a smile, "I understand your concerns. However, you should know that if I don't enter the prodigy arena today, I won't be able to hold my head up high in the heavenly pool palace anymore. Unless you're certain you'll win, I won't risk my reputation for the sake of a small chance. If I lose my reputation in the heavenly pool palace, nobody will think highly of me even if I leave the heavenly pool palace and join another heaven-grade force. Although I don't think my reputation is more important than my life, I'd still like to enter the prodigy arena to see how strong Duan Lingtian is if it's not too risky." A hint of coldness flashed in Han Yunjin's eyes when he finished speaking. Eldest senior brother. Wu Quan sighed. "You can decide for yourself. This is indeed a difficult decision to make. I don't dare to say I'm certain I'll win. It's just my personal judgment. Let's go. Let's go to the prodigy arena." Han Yunjin's eyes flashed coldly as he smiled faintly. Then, he led the way to the prodigy arena. Chapter 3307. At this moment, a large group of people could be seen hovering in the air around the prodigy arena. From afar, it looked as though a dark cloud had shrouded the earth. Elder Qin from the Sword Trial Pavilion was resting in front of the stone tablet in the prodigy arena. At this moment, more and more people were rushing over from the heavenly pool palace's estate. It was as if they would never stop coming. That's Sima Yu, the Cloud Zither's celestial emperor's first disciple. He's second only to the top 5 prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace. I didn't expect him to come as well. A plainly clad young man carrying a zither on his back flew into the prodigy arena. Many disciples of the heavenly pool palace shifted their attention to him. Sima Yu was the Cloud Zither's celestial emperor's first disciple. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a 10 directions celestial lord. Moreover, he had comprehended all the profundities from the law to the mastery stage. Rumor has it that he only lost after exchanging 100 moves with Han Yunjin. Most importantly, he's still a celestial lord. Many people say he'll be able to defeat Han Yunjin once he becomes a celestial emperor. That's right. I wonder when he'll break through. I'm looking forward to it. It seems like he's interested in the battle between Han Yunjin and Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. The plainly clad young man's arrival attracted many people's attention. After all, he was Sima Yu. Among the prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace, his strength was only second to the top 5 prodigious disciples. In fact, some people even called him one of the top 6 prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace. Of course, in the heavenly pool palace, there were only 5 outstanding young geniuses. Outsiders only knew that the heavenly pool palace had 5 outstanding young geniuses, and they were the most outstanding young geniuses in the heavenly pool palace. Unless Sima Yu defeated Han Yunjin and replaced him, no one would pay attention to him. At most, he would only become famous in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lu Baifeng is here. Another person's voice rang in the air, attracting everyone's attention. Following which, under the gazes of the crowd, a woman wearing a bamboo hat and a loose black robe that completely covered her impressive figure flew over from afar. Her appearance caused the crowd to become even more excited. After all, Lu Baifeng was one of the 5 young geniuses of the Heavenly Pool Palace. She was the only female among the 5 young geniuses of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even though she was a female disciple, her strength was enough to rank in the top 3 among the 5 chosen disciples. She had once defeated Han Yunjin. Although she was a woman, her talent and comprehension ability made countless men blush with shame. I didn't expect that even Lu Baifeng would come. Not only is Lu Baifeng strong, but she's also the first disciple of the Yuhan Celestial Emperor. However, she rarely appears in public. I didn't expect her to be interested in watching the battle today. It seems like the life or death duel is going to attract a lot of people. I wonder if any titled Celestial Emperors will show up. It said that titled Celestial Emperors came to watch the battle between Duan Lingtian and Fan Qi 3 years ago. Previously, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor was the one who brought the titled Celestial Emperors here. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor came because he was worried about Duan Lingtian's death. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Mist Wave Celestial Emperor came to stop the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor from interfering. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor also came to watch the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lu Jian. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor came as well. Both times, there were unexpected circumstances. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any titled Celestial Emperors here. Lu Baifeng was the Yuhan Celestial Emperor's disciple. The Yuhan Celestial Emperor was also one of the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Sima Yu was the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor's disciple. The Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor was also one of the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Yuhan Celestial Emperor was one of the top 3 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The 3 strongest Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace were the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, the Yuhan Celestial Emperor, and the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, and the Merciless Celestial Emperor, Laying, were ranked at the bottom. The Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, and the other titled Celestial Emperor were ranked at the bottom. The Mist Wave Celestial Emperor was ranked at the bottom. After Sima Yu and Lu Baifeng arrived, many people arrived one after another. Among them, there were many disciples of titled Celestial Emperors. However, their arrival did not cause as much of a commotion as Sima Yu and Lu Baifeng. At this moment, a young man appeared. The young man was dressed in a gray robe with a gourd hanging from his waist. His messy hair was draped over his shoulders, and he had a long rod hanging from his waist. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw him. It's Sun Xing. I didn't expect Sun Xing to come as well. Sun Xing is the eldest disciple of the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. He's also the only disciple of the Little Heaven Celestial Emperor. Rumor has it that he was once taught by Yang Jian, the 3-eyed Celestial Emperor from the Jade Emperor Heaven. He's also the strongest among the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even Lu Baifeng and Lu Ji are slightly inferior to him. I heard that the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor used to be Yang Jian's Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. I wonder if it's true? However, there's no doubt that the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor is a celestial beast. I've heard this from many people. The Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor was one of the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His strength was on par with the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor and the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Naturally, this was the ranking that many people had given him. Ever since the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, it was said that he had taught the Mist Wave Celestial Emperor a lesson. The Mist Wave Celestial Emperor had no choice but to suffer in silence. For this reason, the people in the Heavenly Pool Palace only ranked him above the Mist Wave Celestial Emperor, putting him on par with the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor and the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Even Sun Xing is here. When Han Yunjin arrives, 3 of the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace will be here. Duan Lingtian's second senior brother is Lu Ji. Lu Ji will most likely come as well. At that time, 4 of the 5 prodigious disciples will be here. While the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were discussing among themselves, a group of 5 figures appeared in the distance. A purple-clad young man stood in the middle while a white-clad woman held his hand tightly. Although she was wearing a veil, it could not hide her peerless beauty. On the other side of the purple-clad young man was a seductive woman dressed in tight clothes. On the other side of her was a young man with a cold face. As for the other side, it was a woman who was as gentle as jade. Her face seemed to always have a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. It's the 4 disciples of the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, and the 3rd disciple of the Merciless Celestial Emperor, Lei Ying. The appearance of the 5 prodigious disciples caused a huge commotion. Is that person in the middle Duan Lingtian, Lord Su Lang's 7th disciple? Is he going to have a life-or-death battle with Han Yunjin today? That's him. The cold young man on the left is Lu Ji, one of the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He's as famous as Lu Baifeng. His strength is only second to Sun Xing. That woman is Hu Mei. The other woman is Wen Wan. Both of them are Lord Su Lang's disciples. After the appearance of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 prodigious disciples, Duan Lingtian received the most attention despite Lu Ji's reputation. After all, Duan Lingtian was the main character today. Little junior brother. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the Prodigy Arena, he was shocked by the number of people gathered around the Prodigy Arena. At the same time, a familiar voice rang in his ears. 6th senior brother, 5th senior brother. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction of the voice and saw Hong Fei and Ouyang Chi Fei standing next to him. He did not expect both of them to arrive so early. It was no wonder his 3rd senior sister could not find them when she went to look for them. Little junior brother, I'll give you a surprise after you kill Han Yunjin. Hong Fei said with a grin. The surprise? Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Hong Fei's words. Then, he chuckled and asked, 6th senior brother, are you going to give me a gift? You'll know when the time comes. Hong Fei did not reveal the truth. Why isn't Han Yunjin here yet? Hu Mei looked around but did not see Han Yunjin anywhere. She sneered and said, Don't tell me that fellow doesn't dare to show up. If he doesn't show up, he won't be able to stay in the Heavenly Pool Palace in the future. He'll be drowned in the saliva of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. Hong Fei said with a chuckle. At the same time, Hong Fei looked at Wen Wan and said with a smile, 4th senior sister, I'll avenge you today. All right. Wen Wan smiled faintly. A hint of hatred could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Or I'll go first. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to his senior brothers and sisters before he flew up to one of the Prodigy arenas. Elder. After entering the Prodigy arena, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly at the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder. He had a good impression of the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder. All right. The Sword Trial Pavilion Elder nodded with a smile on his face. Then, he asked through voice transmission, Are you confident? Although he did not have much interaction with Han Yunjin, he still despised Han Yunjin's actions in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Therefore, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would emerge victorious today. Elder, just watch and see. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Although the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder could not figure out where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from, the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder could see his confidence. Duan Lingtian has only been in the Heavenly Pool Palace for a few years, and yet, he's already made such a big commotion. I don't think anyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace's history is as outstanding as him, right? That seems to be the case for now. He's not even 300 years old. It'll be difficult for him to emerge victorious today. I wonder how long he'll be able to last. Many of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples shook their heads when they looked at Duan Lingtian. They felt that Duan Lingtian was here to die. If I were him, I wouldn't come here today even if I don't care about my reputation. It's already shocking that he managed to kill Fan Qi at such a young age. Even if he comes here today, no one will look down on him. At the very least, Han Yunjin wasn't as strong as him at his age. Chapter 3308. In the eyes of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples, Han Yunjin would be the one to fight. Naturally, Han Yunjin would be the first to arrive on the stage. However, to their surprise, Duan Lingtian, a prodigious disciple who had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace a few years ago, was the first to arrive on the stage. Duan Lingtian was a prodigious disciple who was not even 300 years old. After Duan Lingtian greeted the elder from the sword trial pavilion, he stood in the prodigy arena with his eyes closed. His expression was expressionless, as though there were no emotions at all. It was as though he did not feel pressured at all. It seems like Duan Lingtian is very confident. I think he doesn't know how powerful Han Yunjin is. Han Yunjin is a celestial emperor who has comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. Rumor has it that he has already begun to fuse profundities. When Duan Lingtian made his move earlier, his aura was clearly that of a 5-elements celestial lord. A 5-elements celestial lord who's not even 300 years old. Moreover, he has comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability are heaven-defying. Even among the prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, no one is comparable to him. Unfortunately, he's too foolish to challenge Han Yunjin to a death duel. Perhaps he's too arrogant after killing Fan Qi 3 years ago. While the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were whispering among themselves, 3 figures flew over from afar. They quickly silenced the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Their attention was completely focused on the 3 figures. Han Yunjin is here. He's early, as expected of one of the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He's very confident. Although he's early, he's not as early as Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is here to die. Let's not talk about him. The 3 figures were none other than Han Yunjin, his 2nd junior brother Zhao Jiali, and his 3rd junior brother, Wu Quan. Whenever Zhao Jiali and Wu Quan appeared in other places, they would attract the attention of many Heavenly Pool Palace disciples. However, in today's occasion, the 2 of them seemed to be somewhat overshadowed. Arrived earlier than me? With a single glance, Han Yunjin spotted the purple figure standing on the prodigy's arena. His eyes narrowed as a cold smile appeared on his face. A cold, killing intent rose from the depths of his eyes. Han Yunjin. At that moment, a voice transmission entered Han Yunjin's ears. Han Yunjin wasn't unfamiliar with this voice. It was the voice of Lei Jun, the son of Lei Ying. Don't be careless. If possible, go all out from the start and try to kill him in one strike. I have a feeling that since this Duan Lingtian dared to challenge you to a life-and-death battle, he must have some trump cards up his sleeve. Lei Jun had been hiding behind a group of Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples for a long time. He only warned Han Yunjin when he saw Han Yunjin. Lei Jun, you don't have to remind me. Han Yunjin said indifferently, as the saying goes, when a lion hunts a rabbit, it will use its full strength. I won't give him any chance to take advantage of me. I'll make him despair and send him on his way. That's good. Lei Jun's expression turned unsightly as he looked at the purple figure standing on the prodigy's arena. In the past, he thought he could easily defeat this young man who was not even 300 years old. However, he did not expect the young man's strength to be on par with him. If this continued, how could he compete with the young man? Junior sister Huan. Lei Jun's gaze quickly fell on the woman who was standing with the other disciples of Su Lang's faction. The woman was dressed in snow-white clothes and her face was covered by a thin veil, but it could not hide her peerless beauty. An infatuated expression appeared on Lei Jun's face as he said, "You're mine. I'm the only one who deserves you." When Lei Jun's attention was on swoosh. In just a blink of an eye, Han Yunjin appeared on the prodigy's arena and faced Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingnan, I didn't expect you to actually show up." At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and stretched lazily. He looked at Han Yunjin and yawned. "You're finally here. I thought you wouldn't dare to show up." "HM?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Han Yunjin's expression darkened immediately. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he sneered. "I should be the one saying that to you. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Her is waiting for me to return and cultivate with her." Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian glanced at Lei Jun, who was hiding among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. He discovered a hint of killing intent flashed in Lei Jun's eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "It won't be easy for me to kill Lei Jun," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he were to kill Han Yunjin today, Lei Jun would know how powerful he was and that he would not be able to face him head-on. At most, he would use some underhanded tricks behind his back. However, it would not be easy for him to kill Lei Jun. If he killed Lei Jun in the Heavenly Pool Palace, not only would he infuriate Lei Jun's mother, but the merciless Celestial Emperor would also infuriate the Heavenly Pool Palace. At that time, even his teacher, Su Lang, would not be able to protect him. Today's battle is a life-or-death duel between Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin 3 years ago. It won't end until one of them is dead. At the same time, Elder Qin from the Sword Trial Pavilion announced the outcome of the duel. The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace stared at the duo in the Prodigy Arena intently. Although they were only spectators, they could sense the tension between the duo. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Han Yunjin was thoroughly enraged. His body flashed and flames surged out of his body. It was as though he was on fire. Swoosh. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, Han Yunjin transformed into a ball of flames and charged toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though he had transformed into a flaming beast that bared its fangs and claws as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn when he saw Han Yunjin charging toward him. With just a thought, he summoned the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. As soon as the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar was formed, Duan Lingtian borrowed the energy of the Clear Heavens Divine Tree. The energy of the sixth form of the Clear Heavens Divine Tree merged with the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. In just a blink of an eye, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar seemed to have transformed into a real Pine Willow Divine Tree. Before Han Yunjin could get close to Duan Lingtian, the silhouette of a towering tree shrouded Duan Lingtian. When Han Yunjin got close to Duan Lingtian was completely shrouded by the tree. Bush, 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 bush. At the same time, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar swung its willow branches at Han Yunjin, who had transformed into a flaming beast. The willow branches swept out like a gust of wind and met Han Yunjin's attack. Boom! Rumble! A series of loud noises reverberated in the air as the first clash began. However, in the end, no one had the upper hand. Han Yunjin, who had turned into a ball of flame, suddenly retreated after a short confrontation. Swoosh! Swoosh! The shockwaves from the clash swept out in all directions, causing the robes of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples to flutter noisily. When Han Yunjin appeared, cracks began to appear on the Prodigy Arena beneath his feet. The cracks spread out like a spiderweb. After all, the Heavenly Pool Palace had spent a lot of effort to construct the Prodigy Arena using special materials. It was extremely tough. Those who could leave such marks on the Prodigy Arena were all extremely strong. The Pine Willow Divine Tree? After Han Yunjin retreated, his expression changed drastically when he saw the Pine Willow Divine Tree. You used my junior brother's body to form the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. Speaking of which, I have to thank your junior brother, Fan Qi. Duan Lingtian's mocking voice rang from the Pine Willow Divine Tree. If he didn't help me, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you today. When Duan Lingtian spoke, the branches on the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar swayed as though it was provoking Han Yunjin. At this moment, the onlookers finally regained their senses. Duan Lingtian actually has the ability to form the legendary godly image avatar? Isn't he a little too lucky? How did he obtain such an ability? Previously, I was puzzled when he fought Fan Qi. Before Fan Qi reverted to his true form, he was able to fight Duan Lingtian for a while. However, after he reverted to his true form, he was instantly defeated. Shouldn't his true form be stronger than his human form? It seems like Duan Lingtian has the ability to restrain Fan Qi's true form. It seems like the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar came from Fan Qi. In other words, Fan Qi's death is a blessing to Duan Lingtian. The onlookers from the Heavenly Pool Palace sighed when they saw this. Even Sima Yu, Lu Baifeng, and Sun Xing's eyes lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian's ability. Duan Lingtian is really not simple, Sima Yu muttered under his breath. Sima Yu muttered to himself. Lu Baifeng remained silent. However, based on the light in her eyes, it was clear she was feeling emotional at this moment. Interesting. Sun Xing, who was originally indolent, seemed to have regained his vigor at this moment. Duan Ling'an, do you think you can defeat me just because you can form the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar? Han Yunjin's expression turned cold as he scoffed. I'll show you the difference between a mere 5-element celestial lord and a celestial emperor isn't something you can overcome with the law of space and the godly image avatar of the Pine Willow Divine Tree. End of explanation. Chapter 3309. I'll wait and see. Upon hearing Han Yunjin's words, Duan Lingtian's voice was as calm as ever. He was not afraid at all. When Han Yunjin heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could no longer hold himself back. His body flashed as he transformed into a ball of flames that shot toward Duan Lingtian's Pine Willow Divine Tree. At this moment, the flames that Han Yunjin had transformed into split into 10 balls that shot toward Duan Lingtian's godly image phenomenon from different directions. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Balls of flames fell from the sky like meteors and flew toward the Pine Willow Divine Tree. At this moment, the Pine Willow Divine Tree also swept out its willow branches to meet the balls of flames. However, it was clear that Han Yunjin's technique was not simple. Every willow branch that came into contact with the balls of flames instantly caught on fire. The balls of flames seemed to possess a terrifying corrosive power as they traveled along the willow branches toward the Pine Willow Divine Tree. Amazing! Upon seeing this, the eyes of many Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples lit up. I've long heard that senior brother Han Yunjin has begun to fuse the law of fire's explosion profundity and corrosion profundity. Based on his technique, it seems like he has mastered the essence of fusing the profundities. That's right. Although he hasn't completely fused the two profundities, his strength is not as simple as 1 + 1. Amazing! Truly amazing! While many Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were in awe of Han Yunjin's technique, Sima Yu, the plain-clad young man with a zither on his back, shook his head and sighed. I thought I'd be able to fight Han Yunjin to a draw with my current strength. Who knew he's about to fuse the law of fire's corrosion profundity and explosion profundity? It seems like I won't be able to contend with him after I become a celestial emperor. Sima Yu sighed inwardly. However, he was not discouraged by this. His eyes shone with determination as though he had gained an unlimited amount of motivation. Han Yunjin is about to fuse two profundities? Lu Baifeng was slightly taken aback. As the top 3 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, the reason Lu Baifeng, Lu Ji, and the other person were stronger than Han Yunjin and the other person was because they had comprehended the fused profundity. Based on Han Yunjin's performance, it was not difficult for her to see that Han Yunjin would be able to fuse the law of fire's corrosion profundity and explosion profundity soon. Han Yunjin has improved so much? At this moment, even Su Lang's second disciple, Duan Lingtian's second senior brother, Lu Ji, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he muttered to himself. So what if you've improved a lot? No matter what, he hasn't fused the two power Upanishads completely. Junior brother, I'm sure you aren't afraid of him. Hearing Lu Ji's words, Hong Fei was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian. While the elders of the sword trial pavilion were frowning, the willow branches were almost completely burned to ashes. A victorious smile appeared on Han Yunjin's face. Swoosh! A soft sound rang in the air as a gentle, watery energy suddenly appeared on the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar. In just a blink of an eye, the pine willow divine tree had become even more vibrant. As this power fused with the willow branches, not only did the willow branches resist the corrosive power of the flames, they even launched a counterattack, annihilating the power of the flames. Upon seeing this, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were dumbfounded. Fire restrains wood. What's going on now? How can the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar be so powerful? It's as if the pine willow divine tree's water is being supplied to the willow branches to extinguish the flames. The scene in front of them caused everyone present to be shocked. However, none of them could see the arrogance in Han Yunjin's eyes. Earlier, Duan Lingtian discovered that even with the help of the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar, it would be difficult for him to defeat Han Yunjin. In fact, he might even lose the battle. For this reason, he decided to rely on the world-cleansing divine water. After all, water was the bane of fire. Although the world-cleansing divine water could not unleash its full power like the clear heaven's divine tree since it had to conceal its aura, it still managed to turn the tables around. How's this possible? Han Yunjin was stunned by the scene before him. In his opinion, this was impossible. How did Duan Lingtian do it? Take this opportunity to kill him. The chaos divine earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's little world. Following that, its energy entered the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar through Duan Lingtian's little world. The pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar seemed to have been nourished by the chaos divine tree's godly image avatar. In just a blink of an eye, it had grown from a small hill to a towering mountain. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The willow branches, which had become thicker and stronger, flashed through the air like chains around Han Yunjin, interweaving into a net that enveloped Han Yunjin. Seal. At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not forget to use the law of space's restraining profundity to seal Han Yunjin. Although Duan Lingtian had not held back earlier, he had only used the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree to attack Han Yunjin. Now that the chaos divine earth had joined the battle, Duan Lingtian knew that the battle was coming to an end. At a time like this, there was no need to hide any of his tricks. You want to kill me? It won't be that easy. Han Yunjin's eyes turned cold when he regained his senses. The flames on his body surged, turning him into a flaming man. At the same time, his body continued to expand. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's spatial restraining profundity was shattered by the flaming man's body. Naturally, the flaming man's body had also shrunk. In the end, the flaming man continued to grow until he was trapped by the pine willow divine tree's willow branches. Do you think you can trap me? The gigantic flaming man reached out with both hands to grab a bunch of willow branches, trying to tear them apart. However, he soon discovered that even though the willow branches cracked, they healed quickly. It was as though they had never been torn apart. It was obvious that this was the law of wood's regeneration technique. How is this possible? How can your godly image avatar possess the law of wood's regeneration technique? Han Yunjin's voice rang from within the flaming man. His voice was filled with disbelief. No matter how Han Yunjin tried to control the flaming man to pull at the willow branches, he discovered that the willow branches could not be torn apart. Instead, the willow branches were shrinking and pulling at him. The flaming man shrunk under the willow branches' restraint. This scene caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. At this moment, the willow branches from Duan Lingtian's pine willow divine tree seemed to be extremely tenacious as they bound Han Yunjin. No matter how hard Han Yunjin tried, he could not break free from the pine willow divine tree's restraint. Soon after, the flaming man disappeared, and Han Yunjin's body was revealed. However, he was still bound by the willow branches. Even the flames on his body were being suppressed by the willow branches. At this moment, Han Yunjin's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his aura was weak. It was obvious he was an arrow at the end of its flight. The onlookers were shocked when they saw this. At this moment, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Duan Lingtian had defeated Han Yunjin. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian had won the battle. Now, all that was left was to kill Han Yunjin. This was a battle to the death. It would only end when one of them was killed. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong, Han Yunjin said bitterly. He looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled bitterly. I, Han Yunjin, am going to die at the hands of a person who's not even 300 years old. How laughable! How laughable! I'm a celestial emperor, and yet, I'm going to be killed by a celestial lord. In the history of the Heavenly Pool Palace, I should be the first celestial emperor to be killed by a celestial lord, right? The smile on Han Yunjin's face grew even more ferocious. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. His pine willow divine tree trembled as he prepared to kill Han Yunjin. However, just as he was about to make his move, he discovered a powerful aura had locked onto him. It was as though he would be killed if he made a move. Young man, enough is enough. An aged voice resounded across the prodigy's arena. The voice belonged to an old man dressed in a Taoist robe. The old man had white hair, white eyebrows, and a youthful complexion. He looked like an immortal. Teacher! Han Yunjin smiled sheepishly when he saw the old man. I'm Han Yunjin. I've embarrassed you, teacher. Teacher? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Han Yunjin's greeting. He could guess the old man's identity. The old man was the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, one of the top 3 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. In the past, Duan Lingtian had only heard of the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor is here? The arrival of the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor caused an uproar in the crowd. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor is here. It seems like Han Yunjin won't die. Many people said, isn't this against the rules? It's supposed to be a battle to the death, but a senior intervened. What would the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace feel about this? It's not against the rules. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, titled Celestial Emperors are the rules. Most importantly, the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor is not an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. He's one of the 3 strongest titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace felt that the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's intervention was against the rules, most of them felt that even if the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor intervened, no one would dare to say anything. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he looked at the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor from afar. He said in a deep voice, Senior, this is a battle to the death between me and Han Yunjin, and the Sword Trial Pavilion witnessed it. I'm afraid it's against the rules for you to intervene, right? Chapter 3310. Senior Xianxia. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian's eldest senior brother, stepped forward and looked at the old man solemnly. Everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace knows about today's battle. Senior, if you don't want Han Yunjin to participate in this battle, you can stop him before he enters the Prodigy Arena. Now that he's about to die in the Prodigy Arena, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to intervene? As he spoke, Lu Ji's expression darkened slightly. Although the others remained silent, all of them, including the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace, looked at the profound heaven's celestial emperor indignantly. The old man glanced at Duan Lingtian and Lu Ji indifferently before he raised his hand to save Han Yunjin. Lord Xianxia. At this moment, the elder from the sword trial pavilion cupped his hands together at the old man and said in a deep voice, "The sword trial pavilion is the judge of today's battle. If Duan Lingtian is the one who's defeated today, Lord Xiantian, I don't think you'd interfere, right?" Elder Qin from the sword trial pavilion looked at the old man solemnly. Although his eyes were filled with fear, he still stepped forward. "Do you think you have the right to speak in front of me?" The old man glanced at the sword trial pavilion elder indifferently. He did not seem to do anything, but a powerful, invisible force streaked across the sky and landed on the sword trial pavilion elder. The sword trial pavilion elder's body suddenly trembled, and he staggered a few steps back in the air. Barf! After taking a few steps back, the elder from the sword trial pavilion spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura seemed to have weakened at this moment. Gasp, 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 gasp. Upon seeing this, the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace could not help but gasp. Based on the current situation, it seems like the profound heaven celestial emperor is determined to save his disciple. Han Yunjin has been following the profound heaven celestial emperor for a long time, right? Moreover, he's the profound heaven celestial emperor's favorite disciple. How can the profound heaven celestial emperor watch Han Yunjin die? Profound heaven immortal emperor is too overbearing. The profound heaven celestial emperor had the right to be domineering, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace whispered among themselves. Although they disliked the profound heaven celestial emperor's actions, none of them dared to voice their displeasure. Who knew if the profound heaven celestial emperor would attack them out of anger? Just when everyone thought that Han Yunjin would be saved by the profound heaven celestial emperor, a voice suddenly rang out. When the profound heaven immortal emperor was about to attack again, "Shendan, since this is a battle of life and death, don't interfere." An ethereal voice came from afar. It was hard to tell if it was a man's voice or a woman's voice, but the voice was getting closer and closer. Hearing that voice, the expression of the old man, who had originally been incomparably domineering and indifferent, changed slightly. Then he bowed slightly to the void in the distance. "Greetings, Palace Master." As soon as the old man finished speaking, 3 figures appeared in the distant void. The 2 figures behind them were none other than Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, and Lei Ying, the Merciless Celestial Emperor. As for the person in front, he was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe. His face was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples, but between his brows, there seemed to be a majesty that looked down disdainfully on the world. He was none other than Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Mengchong Celestial Emperor. He was also the strongest among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Rumor had it that even the profound heaven celestial emperor and the cold gloom celestial emperor were no match for him even if they joined forces. Naturally, this was only a rumor. Nevertheless, based on the profound heaven celestial emperor's respectful attitude toward Yu Fengyu, it was not as simple as it seemed. "Teacher?" Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he saw Su Lang. However, he quickly regained his senses. Su Lang must have asked Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion, to summon the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. It was clear Su Lang had expected the profound heaven celestial emperor to show up. "Greetings, Lord Palace Master." "Greetings, Palace Master." When the profound heaven celestial emperor bowed to the newcomer, the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace did the same. Many of them were excited as though they had just seen a god. "I didn't think I'd have the chance to meet the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. I've been in the Heavenly Pool Palace for more than 1,000 years, but this is my first time meeting the Palace Master. I've been in the Heavenly Pool Palace for more than 4,000 years, but this is my first time meeting the Palace Master. Doesn't this mean we should thank Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin?" "No, you should thank the profound heaven celestial emperor." If it weren't for the profound Heaven's celestial emperor, the palace master might not have shown himself even if he was here. Many disciples of the heavenly pool palace whispered excitedly among themselves. This was their first time meeting the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. Xianxia, do you have any objections to my words? Yu Fengyu asked calmly as he looked at the old man indifferently under everyone's watchful eyes. Although his tone was calm, when it entered the ears of those present, it gave off an irresistible majesty, causing them to involuntarily feel fearful. The old man took a deep breath before he said in a deep voice, "Since the palace master has said so, I have no objections." As soon as he finished speaking, he cupped his fists at Yu Fengyu and said, "Palace master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "All right." Yu Fengyu nodded slightly before the old man's figure flashed and disappeared into the distance in just a blink of an eye. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Yu Fengyu looked at the despairing Han Yunjin before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. He smiled faintly as he said, "Su Lang is lucky to have recruited a good disciple." "Palace master." Duan Lingtian nodded slightly at Yu Fengyu as a form of greeting. "Since it's a battle to the death, let's leave the prodigy arena after we're done with it." Yu Fengyu's body became illusory after he finished speaking. Finally, he turned into a shadow under everyone's watchful eyes and disappeared. After Yu Fengyu left, Su Lang and Lei Ying did not linger and left as well. The palace master is so powerful. He managed to get the profound Heaven's celestial emperor to leave with just a few words. Of course. He's the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, the leader of a heaven-grade force, and the overlord of the boundless heaven's boundless territory. It's said that the palace master has not only fused 3 profundities of the law he's proficient in, but he has also fused 2 other profundities as well. He's so strong that he's one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the boundless heaven. Although the profound heaven's celestial emperor is strong, he's still a far cry from the palace master. After Yu Fengyu left, the heavenly pool palace's disciples were still in a daze. They were still in a daze after witnessing Yu Fengyu's majestic aura. It was only when a scream rang in the air that they regained their senses. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked at Han Yunjin, who was bound by the pine willow divine tree's branches. With just a thought, the pine willow divine tree's branches tightened, killing Han Yunjin. Eldest senior brother. Zhao Jiali and Wu Quan's expressions changed drastically when they saw Han Yunjin. Earlier, when they saw their first senior brother had arrived, they were willing to help their first senior brother escape. However, they did not expect the verdant prairie celestial emperor and the merciless celestial emperor to bring the palace master of the heavenly pool palace over. Now that their palace master had intervened, their eldest senior brother would not be able to interfere even if he wanted to. Although they had already expected their eldest senior brother's fate, they were still unable to accept it. They could not accept the fact that their eldest senior brother, Han Yunjin, had died just like that. Han Yunjin was harsh to outsiders. Although some of his actions were unpleasant, he was still very caring toward his own people. For this reason, there were still a few people who were sad for his death. It's over. The disciples of the heavenly pool palace were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian killing Han Yunjin. However, when they regained their senses, they looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Is Duan Lingtian really just a 5-element celestial lord? A 5-element celestial lord killed a celestial lord who had comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage and was about to fuse the explosion profundity and the corrosion profundity? I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. That's right. Who would have thought that the weaker one would be able to kill the stronger one despite the fact that they were both human beings with such a huge difference in cultivation? After today's battle, Duan Lingtian will replace Han Yunjin as one of the 5 prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace. From now on, there will be 2 disciples under the verdant prairie celestial emperor who will be ranked among the 5 prodigious disciples. The verdant prairie celestial emperor is really a winner in life. Not only does he have a heaven-defying daughter, but he also has 2 monstrous disciples. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace whispered among themselves that the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor was indeed a winner in life. Duan Lingtian overheard some of the discussions among the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. It made him even more eager to meet his first senior sister. What kind of person is first senior sister? So far, he had only learned about his eldest senior sister's existence from his senior brothers and sisters. He knew his eldest senior sister was very protective of her juniors, and he knew his eldest senior sister was a titled Celestial Emperor at the very least. However, he had never seen her before. Humph! After the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace watched as Duan Lingtian returned to Su Lang's disciples and saw the white-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian and holding Duan Lingtian's arm. Upon seeing this, Lei Jun scoffed coldly as his eyes turned colder. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. It seems like it'll be difficult to get rid of him. Let's keep quiet for now. If the matter with Duga Wen and Duga Wu is over, I'll think of a way to get rid of him. Chapter 33:11. Brother Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian left the prodigy arena, it was not difficult for him to notice Huan Er's odd behavior. Don't worry. After this matter is settled, I'll find a way to locate the Thousand Chains prison in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan. Naturally, he knew what was on Huan Er's mind. Earlier, when Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, appeared, he could not help but think of Huan Er's biological father who was imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace. After all, Huan Er's biological father had failed to fulfill the marriage agreement with the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's daughter. That was why the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven, handed him over to the Heavenly Pool Palace. All right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan Er's expression eased. Little junior brother, I knew Han Yunjin wouldn't be a match for you. Hong Fei laughed before he took out a spatial ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. What's this? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. He did not know why Hong Fei was giving him the spatial ring. Little junior brother, there are 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals in there. Hong Fei chuckled. 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard the number of celestial crystals Hong Fei had just mentioned. He had just arrived in the Heavenly Pool Palace, and he did not have any dealings with anyone. He did not need celestial crystals for his cultivation, so he did not know much about celestial crystals. However, he knew very well what 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals could be exchanged for. 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals could be exchanged for celestial fruits that could increase a celestial lord's cultivation base. Sixth senior brother, why are you giving me so many celestial crystals? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. However, he did not take the spatial ring. He did not know why his sixth senior brother was keeping him in suspense. Little junior brother, take it? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's fifth senior brother, Ouyang Qifei, said, that fatty collected 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals before your battle with Han Yunjin. He's only accepting bets on Han Yunjin's victory. In other words, not only does he not have to pay any immortal crystals, but all the immortal crystals in his hands will also become his. Ouyang Qifei said, the immortal crystals he gave you are only half of what he obtained today. You deserve it. Sixth junior brother, I won't participate in the distribution of youngest junior brother's share. After all, it took him a lot of effort to kill Han Yunjin. I don't want much from your share. 500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals will do. Hu Mei rolled her eyes and said to Hong Fei with a smile. Third senior sister, you're trying to get something for nothing. Hong Fei said indignantly. What? Unwilling? If you're unwilling, I'll spar with you a few more times. I remember before eldest senior sister left, she asked us to spar with you to help you improve your strength, Hu Mei said with a charming smile. However, Hong Fei was not in the mood to appreciate Hu Mei's charming smile. With a bitter smile on his face, he said, "Third senior sister, this is extortion." Nevertheless, Hong Fei still obediently handed over 500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals to Hu Mei. Since Hu Mei had given the royal-grade celestial crystals to his third senior sister, it was only natural that he would give it to his second senior brother, Lu Ji, and his fourth senior sister, Wenwan. As for his fifth senior brother, Ouyang Qifei, he had already agreed to it. I didn't expect to only earn 500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals in the end. Hong Fei smiled wryly. Sixth senior brother, you're the one who earned these celestial crystals. You should keep them. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a smile when he saw Hong Fei's bitter smile. Little junior brother, don't be fooled by him. Ouyang Qifei said with a smile, this fellow doesn't lack celestial crystals. He's just casually nagging now. You have a conscience, little junior brother. Hong Fei glared at Ouyang Qifei. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, little junior brother, just as fifth senior brother said, I don't lack celestial crystals. Take it. Hong Fei handed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Sixth senior brother, I'll leave these celestial crystals with you. See if you can help me exchange them for celestial fruits that can improve my cultivation base. Due to my current cultivation base, it's difficult for me to improve my law of space. I want to break through and become a celestial emperor as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian did not intend to accept the spatial ring. But I'll think of a way to exchange these celestial crystals for celestial fruits and celestial pills. Hong Fei nodded and put the spatial ring away. Just as Duan Lingtian and the others were about to leave, two figures walked toward Duan Lingtian from different directions. One of them greeted Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian's second senior brother. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was also attracted by the two figures. The two figures were a man and a woman. The one who took the initiative to greet his second senior brother Lu Ji was the woman. The woman wore a bamboo hat and a loose black robe that completely covered her impressive figure. When she walked through the air, she walked with lotus steps, but her speed was not slow at all. As for the other person, he was a young man dressed in gray robes. A gourd hung from his waist, and his messy hair draped over his shoulders. He gave off an unruly and unrestrained aura. Apart from that, there was a long rod hanging from his waist, making him look unkempt. It's Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing. When Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the two of them, Hong Fei's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Little junior brother, this woman is called Lu Baifeng. As for the gray-clad young man, he's Sun Xing. Lu Baifeng? Sun Xing? Duan Lingtian was no longer the hothead who had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. He had long heard of these two names. Lu Baifeng was as famous as his second senior brother, Lu Ji. She was one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Sun Xing, on the other hand, was the strongest among the top 5 prodigious disciples. He was even stronger than Lu Ji and Lu Baifeng. Lu Baifeng is a disciple of the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor, and Sun Xing is the only disciple of the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, Hong Fei continued. Hong Fei continued to explain. The Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor was one of the strongest titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was as famous as the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. His strength was second only to the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. As for the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, I heard that the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace used to be the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog of Yangjian, the three-eyed Celestial Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. I wonder if the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor is really the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog of Yangjian, the Erlang deity. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with curiosity. For this reason, he felt a sense of familiarity with Sun Xing, the only disciple of the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. Little junior brother. When Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing arrived, Lu Ji introduced them to Duan Lingtian and Huan. As for the other disciples, They were already familiar with Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing. Following that, Lu Ji introduced Duan Lingtian and Huan, or to Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing, junior brother Duan, junior sister Huan. Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing greeted Duan Lingtian and Huan, or one after another. It was unknown if it was because of Lu Ji or Duan Lingtian's performance, but both of them were very enthusiastic. Senior sister Baifeng, senior brother Sunday, Duan Lingtian greeted the two of them in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian, your name has resounded like thunder in my ears since 3 years ago. Especially after you and Han Yunjin agreed to a life and death duel. For a time, I thought you were seeking death. However, you've opened my eyes today. Lu Baifeng said with a sigh, I'm not the only one. Even the others didn't expect Han Yunjin would die in your hands. Most people think that Han Yunjin won't be the one to die today. Instead, at this point, Lu Baifeng didn't continue. Duan Lingtian continued with a smile on his face. It can't be Han Yunjin, right? It can only be me, right? Duan Lingtian, it's fortunate that you're a disciple of the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, I would have poached you to be my master's disciple. Sun Xing said with a smile. In the past, I thought Han Yunjin would be replaced by Sima Yu, a disciple of the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor. Who knew someone would appear out of nowhere? Sun Xing? Lu Baifeng paused for a moment before she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked Sun Xing, that's right. Sun Xing nodded. A rare nostalgic smile appeared on his face as he said, a Qing Yaojin appeared out of nowhere. That's what my hometown would say. A Qing Yaojin appeared out of nowhere? His hometown? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Sun Xing's words. He looked at Sun Xing and asked, Senior brother Sun, are you from Yanhuang planet in the Yanhuang realm? HM? Sun Xing was slightly taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You know about Yanhuang planet in the Yanhuang realm? You're from Yanhuang planet as well, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Really? Sun Xing's eyes lit up as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Duan, which era are you from? 200 years ago, I went back to Yanhuang realm and planet Yanhuang. Only then did I realize that everything there had changed. I was born in 2000 AD in Yanhuang continent. Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Sun Xing and asked, Senior brother Sun, how old are you now? More than 800 years old. Sun Xing replied. More than 800 years old? That's 500 years older than me. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Senior brother Sun, does that mean you were born around 1500 AD? You're from the Ming dynasty? Although Duan Lingtian did not study history in depth when he was on Earth in his previous life, he knew that 1500 AD was the Ming dynasty. That's right. Sun Xing nodded. He could not help but sigh. I didn't expect you to be from the same hometown as my teacher. Senior brother Sun, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. Is he really the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog by the side of the three-eyed Celestial Emperor, Yang Jian? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Sun Xing nodded. My teacher was originally in the Jade Emperor Heaven with senior uncle Yang Jian. However, they had a falling out due to some minor conflicts. Therefore, my teacher came to the Boundless Heaven and settled down in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Many years ago, I obtained the legacy that my teacher left behind in the mundane realm. He personally brought me to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. Chapter 33:12. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian when he heard Sun Xing's words. Initially, he was puzzled by the relationship between the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog. If it was really the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog, shouldn't it be in the Heavenly Emperor's faction in the Jade Emperor Heaven? Why would it be in a Heaven Grade faction in the Boundless Heaven? After listening to Sun Xing's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood that the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog had a falling out with Yang Jian. Duan Lingtian did not comment on the minor conflict Sun Xing had mentioned. What kind of minor conflict would cause the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog to leave the Jade Emperor Heaven and settle down in the Heavenly Pool Palace? Perhaps even Sun Xing doesn't know the truth. After all, when he left Yanhuang Realm and came to the Devata Realms, he came to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "Both of you are from the same hometown?" Lu Baifeng, who was standing at the side, was stunned when she heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Sun Xing. "Junior brother Duan, not only are we from the same hometown, but our teacher is also from the same hometown." Sun Xing smiled before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Junior brother Duan, let's exchange soul pearls. When I'm free, I'll look for you for a drink. If you're free, I'll bring you to see our teacher. I'm sure our teacher will be happy to see you from the same hometown." The emotions that Sun Xing was displaying now were completely different from how he was at the beginning. At first, Sun Xing was polite and courteous. However, at this moment, he was behaving like a friend who had known Duan Lingtian for many years. All right. Duan Lingtian felt close to Sun Xing since they were from the same hometown in the Devata realm. Therefore, he immediately took out his soul pearls and exchanged them with Sun Xing. "Junior brother Duan, I'll take my leave first." Sun Xing bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he nodded at the others and left. As for Lu Baifeng, after chatting with Lu Ji for a while, she also left. On the way back, Hong Fei said to Duan Lingtian, "Little junior brother, that Sun Xing, although he's from the same hometown as you, don't trust him too much. Otherwise, he might betray you without even knowing it. I've never seen him treat anyone so warmly before." From Hong Fei's point of view, there must be a reason behind this abnormality. That Sun Xing was usually the same to everyone, but today he was so enthusiastic to his junior brother that it was a little scary. Fatty, senior brother Sun Xing might not have any ill intentions. Moreover, with his current strength, there seems to be no need for him to do anything to little junior brother, right? Hu Mei shook her head. Third senior sister, who said that little junior brother has nothing to gain. As far as I know, there are many beautiful female disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace who are interested in Sun Xing, but he doesn't pay any attention to them. Hong Fei said matter-of-factly, "Isn't this strange? Who knows, maybe he likes men. Little junior brother is so handsome. If he likes men, wouldn't it be normal for him to like little junior brother?" The more Hong Fei spoke, the more matter-of-factly he sounded. At this moment, Wenwaner, who was standing at the side, could not help but burst out laughing. "Sixth junior brother, are you still brooding over the fact that junior sister Xiaofeng, whom you pursued, said she likes men like senior brother Sun Xing?" Fourth senior sister. Hong Fei was slightly infuriated when Wenwaner exposed his thoughts. All right. I won't talk about it anymore." Wenwaner shook her head and stopped talking. However, she still had a smile on her face. "Fatty, I didn't expect you'd still hold a grudge against senior brother Sun Xing over this matter. In the end, didn't he reject junior sister Xiaofeng as well?" Hu Mei clicked her tongue and laughed. "Little junior brother." However, Hong Fei ignored Hu Mei and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, "I'm telling you, it's not because I have a grudge against Sun Xing. It's because he's really a strange person." Sixth senior brother, you're not an ascender, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "HM?" Hong Fei was stunned for a moment before he nodded. "That's right. I'm not an ascender. What's wrong?" Not only was Hong Fei not an ascender, but he was also a lineal disciple of the Hong clan, a supreme grade 1 force. His grandfather was the current clan leader of the Hong clan. It's difficult for those who haven't ascended to understand our feelings when we meet in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, "The Devata realms are too big. Moreover, there are 81 Devata realms. As for the mundane realms, there are countless of them. What's the chances of meeting someone from the same mundane realm and planet in the Devata realms? It's not an exaggeration to say the chances are 1 in a million." After learning Sun Xing was from Earth, Duan Lingtian had a special feeling for him even though Sun Xing was not from the same era as him. However, it did not stop him from treating Sun Xing as an old friend. Little junior brother is right. At this moment, Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian's second senior brother, chimed in, I'm also an ascender, so I understand your feelings. If I can meet someone from the same mundane realm as me in the Devata realms, I'll also feel a special feeling for them, let alone someone from the same mundane realm and planet. Hong Fei fell silent when he heard Lu Ji's words. He could refute his fellow disciples, but he did not dare to refute his second senior brother and first senior sister. Third senior sister. Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Mei and asked with a smile, I heard someone mention the Thousand Chains prison a few days ago. Is there such a place in the Heavenly Pool Palace? The Thousand Chains prison. Her eyes brightened when she heard Duan Lingtian mention the Thousand Chains prison. She knew her father was imprisoned there. Her body tensed up slightly, and her eyes widened in shock. At the same time, she instinctively looked at Hu Mei. The Thousand Chains prison? Hu Mei was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. Then, she asked curiously, Why do you ask, little junior brother? It's nothing. I'm just curious. Duan Lingtian smiled. Little junior brother. Before Hu Mei could say anything, Hong Fei said, I know about the Thousand Chains prison. It's a prison set up by the Heavenly Pool Palace for disciples who have committed grave sins. It said that there are all kinds of punishments in there, be it physical or spiritual. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who were sent to the Thousand Chains prison died because they couldn't withstand the torture. Huan Er's face turned pale when she heard Hong Fei's explanation. She tightened her grip on Duan Lingtian's arm as she listened to Hong Fei's explanation. Duan Lingtian patted the back of Huan Er's hand. His eyes flashed as he asked, Where's the Thousand Chains prison? It's behind the Prodigy Arena. You'll reach it after walking for a while, Hong Fei said. However, the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison is guarded by powerful elders of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Under normal circumstances, those who haven't committed any crimes won't be able to enter the prison. The Heavenly Pool Palace doesn't allow anyone who hasn't committed any crimes to enter the prison. The only way to enter the Thousand Chains prison without committing any crimes is to be a disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace who volunteered to become a guard. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Become a guard of the Thousand Chains prison? Are there any requirements for a Heavenly Pool Palace disciple to become a guard of the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. That's what I'm going to say next. I don't know when the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace set the rule, but to become a guard of the Thousand Chains prison, one must be a prodigious disciple. I really don't know what he's thinking. Who's so free as to become a guard of the Thousand Chains prison? Hong Fei shook his head. At this moment, Lu Ji glanced at Hong Fei indifferently and said, The Thousand Chains prison is very important. Not only are there disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace imprisoned there, but there are also many outsiders. Rumor has it that some titled celestial emperors are also imprisoned there. These titled celestial emperors are the personal enemies of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The reason they're imprisoned is because they've comprehended the law of Earth. Their defenses are too strong for us to kill. Therefore, we're only able to imprison them. The descendants of the titled celestial emperors dream of rescuing them. However, once the titled celestial emperors are released, they'll definitely become the Heavenly Pool Palace's archenemies. A similar incident happened in the past. A titled celestial emperor was released by his descendant, and he killed many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. After that, he was imprisoned by the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The reason why only prodigious disciples are allowed to become guards is to prevent spies from infiltrating the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, even if the descendants of the titled celestial emperors become prodigious disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace, with their talents, their seniors won't allow them to risk their lives. For this reason, ever since the Thousand Chains prison established the rule that only prodigious disciples are allowed to become guards, no titled celestial emperors have escaped or nearly escaped. Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the Thousand Chains prison after listening to Lu Ji's explanation. Moreover, you'll only be on duty for a short period of time. Moreover, you'll be rewarded handsomely with royal-grade celestial crystals. Lu Ji continued to say. Second senior brother. Hu Mei looked at Lu Ji and asked, I remember you and eldest senior sister used to be guards in the Thousand Chains prison, right? That's right. Lu Ji nodded. Actually, there's something you're unaware of. Eldest senior sister switched to cultivating the law of death because of the Thousand Chains prison. The Thousand Chains prison is filled with death chi. It's a good place to comprehend the law of death. Before eldest senior sister left the Heavenly Pool Palace, she was still the warden of the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Lu Ji's words. His eldest senior sister, whom he had never met, was the warden of the Thousand Chains prison? Regardless of the prison, the warden was usually the head, right? Chapter 33:13. Eldest senior sister didn't comprehend the law of death in the past? Hu Mei, Wenwan, Ouyang Chi Fei, and Hong Fei were stunned when they heard Lu Ji's words. They instinctively turned to look at Lu Ji. It was clear they had just learned about this as well. Your eldest senior sister only began to cultivate the law of death after she became a prodigious disciple. Lu Ji smiled faintly when he saw the puzzled looks on their faces. A hint of nostalgia could be seen on his face as he continued to say, It's normal that you don't know about this. After all of you weren't under my tutelage at that time. Eldest senior sister and I are the only two disciples under my teacher. Lu Ji replied. She only began to cultivate the law of death after she became a prodigious disciple? Hong Fei stared at Lu Ji with his mouth agape. Second senior brother, eldest senior sister is an expert in the law of death. Not only has she comprehended all the profundities from the law of death to the mastery stage, but she has also fused 3 profundities from the law of death together. However, she only began to comprehend the law of death after becoming a prodigious disciple? Hong Fei was shocked by Lu Ji's words. Apart from Hong Fei, even Hu Mei, Wenwan, and Ouyang Chi Fei were shocked by Lu Ji's words. Duan Lingtian did not know much about eldest senior sister since he had never met her before. However, it was different for Hong Fei and the others. After all, they had witnessed eldest senior sister's prowess with their own eyes. Before your eldest senior sister comprehended the law of death, she had also comprehended all the profundities from the law of water to the mastery stage. I'm sure all of you are unaware of this as well. Lu Ji continued to say. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, not only were Hong Fei and the others stunned, but even Duan Lingtian and Huan could not help but look at each other in shock and awe. That elusive eldest senior sister comprehended all the profundities from the law of water to the mastery stage before she comprehended the law of death? Duan Lingtian had thought it was rare for someone like him to comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage when he was only a celestial lord. However, it seemed like he was not the only one who was capable of that. Moreover, I comprehended the law of space by relying on the Supreme Expert's Godhead. Even if that eldest senior sister has her own secrets and fortuitous encounters, how could she compare to the Supreme Expert's Godhead? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel deep respect for the eldest senior sister whom he had never met. After a while, Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the training ground under Su Lang, and the few of them separated one after another. Duan Lingtian and Huan returned to their respective cultivation grounds. Brother Lingtian. As soon as she returned, she looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of excitement in her eyes. I'll ask sixth senior brother how to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian naturally understood Huan Er's intentions. He smiled and explained the process of becoming a warden of the Thousand Chains prison to Hong Fei through the soul orb. In order to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison, as long as one was a genius disciple, all one had to do was register. When there was a vacancy, one would be assigned to duty. Some jailers would occasionally have something to do, such as going out or cultivating in seclusion. When they had no time to be on duty, there would be a vacancy for a jailer's shift. At that time, a substitute jailer would be able to fill in. Well, I'll bring you to apply to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison. Since Duan Lingtian had learned how to apply to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison from Hong Fei, he led Huan to another floating island in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Finally, they arrived at a secluded palace. This palace was much more secluded compared to the sword trial hall. There was not a single soul in sight. Swoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing the fallen leaves at the entrance of the palace to flutter in the air. This is the Thousand Chains Palace? The Thousand Chains Palace was the internal affairs palace of the Thousand Chains prison. Anyone who wanted to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison had to register here. Naturally, one only needed to register. This was because the warden of the Thousand Chains prison had to be a genius disciple. However, there were only 100 genius disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. It's really deserted. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he led Huan into the palace. The palace was covered in dust and cobwebs. It was as though no one had been here for a long time. Is anyone in? Duan Lingtian called out to the palace. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the sound of the door opening resonated from inside the palace. Following that, an old voice rang in the air. The voice was indifferent. Are you here to apply to become a prison guard? Duan Lingtian nodded. Prodigy token. The voice rang again. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately took out his prodigy token. Huang did the same as well. As soon as both of them took out their prodigy tokens, a gust of wind blew past their hands. Then, their prodigy tokens were sucked into the palace. The entire process was extremely bizarre. You're Duan Lingtian? You're Su Lang's new disciple? You're indeed a man of striking appearance. The old man's voice rang in the air again. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Huan's prodigy tokens were brought back by a gust of wind. 2 tokens that were as black as ink and shone with a faint red light were brought back as well. The words Thousand Chains Prison were engraved on the front of the tokens, and Duan Lingtian and Huan's names were engraved on the back of the tokens. Is Su Yasi back yet? Duan Lingtian and Huan took the prodigy token and the Thousand Chains Prison token respectively before the old man's voice rang in the air again. Su Yasi? Duan Lingtian was stunned and was unable to recover from his shock for a moment. You don't even know your eldest senior sister's name? Didn't you apply to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison because your eldest senior sister is the warden of the Thousand Chains prison? She can meditate on the law of death on the life and death platform in the Thousand Chains prison? Although the old man was not in front of Duan Lingtian, he seemed to have complete control of Duan Lingtian's every move. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not even sense the old man's divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Who is this old man? The life and death platform. At the same time, Duan Lingtian learned from the old man that there was a place in the Thousand Chains prison where one could meditate on the law of death. Senior, may I ask who you are? Duan Lingtian asked respectfully. Me. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, the old man fell silent for a moment before he replied, I'm a person who should have died. A person who should have died. A moment later, the door slammed shut, and the old man's voice disappeared completely. Duan Lingtian called out to the old man a few times, but the old man did not respond. He subconsciously tried to use his divine sense to find out where the old man was, but he found that his divine sense could not enter the palace at all. It was as if there was an invisible wall standing there, separating the inside and the outside into 2 worlds. Senior, the 2 of us will take our leave first. Although the old man did not respond, since he had obtained the warden token, Duan Lingtian did not continue to linger. Let's go to the Thousand Chains prison. To become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison, one had to go to the Thousand Chains palace to obtain a warden token. After obtaining the warden token, one could register in the Thousand Chains prison. When there was a vacancy, they would be notified to head to the Thousand Chains prison to fulfill their duties. The Thousand Chains prison was located in the distance behind the Prodigy Arena. It was located above a vast mountain. It was a huge floating island that was incomparably majestic. At a glance, the floating island looked like a huge mountain. Tens of thousands of thick chains extended from the top of the mountain, completely shrouding it. Moreover, there were many intricate patterns carved on the huge mountain. They were difficult to decipher. There were all kinds of words, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. Thousand Chains Prison. The words Thousand Chains Prison could be seen hovering on half of the mountain's wall. It was said to be hovering because the words were formed by hundreds of chains intertwined together. At the center of the mountain was a huge door. It looked like the entrance to a cave, but it was exquisitely decorated. It did not seem like it led to the depths of a cave, but to a luxurious palace. This should be the entrance to the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian said to Huan. At this moment, Tun looked at the Thousand Chains prison with excitement in her eyes. Her body trembled slightly, and it seemed like she could not control her emotions. Calm down a little before we go in. Duan Lingtian smiled at Huan. All right. Huan nodded lightly. After a few breaths, she regained her composure. Her body exuded a cold aura that resembled a blooming lotus. Let's go. Following that, Duan Lingtian and Huan stepped into the Thousand Chains prison's entrance. At the same time, they saw 4 old men standing guard at the entrance. The 4 old men stood at the side, with 2 on each side. Trespassers are not allowed in the Thousand Chains prison. Before Duan Lingtian and Huan could get close to the entrance, one of the old men glared at Duan Lingtian and Huan. The old man had a white beard, messy white hair, and white tiger-like eyebrows. He looked like a lion with white fur. Elder were the prodigious disciples who have just applied to become the prison guards of the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian did not waste any time. He took out his prison guard token and placed it together with Huan's prison guard token. Then he tossed the token to the old man. The old man's eyes widened when he saw Huan's order token. However, when he saw the back of Duan Lingtian's order token, his eyes widened slightly. Why you Duan Lingtian? You're the Duan Lingtian who killed the profound heaven celestial emperor's first disciple, Han Yunjin? The old man looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Although he was not present at the Prodigy Arena, news of the battle had spread like wildfire in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Chapter 33:14. Senior, you know me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw the surprised expression on the old man's face and the other old men's faces. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the Heavenly Pool Palace who don't know your name, Duan Lingtian. The old man who had a hostile expression earlier had a wide smile on his face now. His white beard trembled as he continued to say, Moreover, Duan Lingtian, you're also Head Warden Su's junior brother. In other words, the Thousand Chains prison can be considered as half your home. Does this mean I'm home now? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Then he smiled wryly. If someone had told him the Thousand Chains prison was his home in his previous life, he would have slapped that person. Duan Ling, I'll bring the 2 of you in. The old man smiled and took the initiative to say, I'm sure this is your first time in the Thousand Chains prison. Let me introduce you to the Thousand Chains prison and bring you to the Internal Affairs Hall to hang your warden tokens there. Once the warden tokens are hung in the Internal Affairs Hall, you'll be notified whenever there's a vacancy. However, since you're Head Warden Su's junior brother, even if there's no vacancy, no one will stop you from coming to the Thousand Chains prison. The old man continued to say. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was inwardly shocked. He did not expect his eldest senior sister, whom he had never met, would be able to provide him with so much convenience. I'll have to trouble you then, elder. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's courteous attitude, the old man was overjoyed. At the very least, this prodigious disciple with a bright future did not look down on him just because he was a gatekeeper of the Thousand Chains prison. As a gatekeeper of the Thousand Chains prison, he used to be an ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even now, he was not as strong as Han Yunjin, who had been killed by Duan Lingtian. There was no doubt Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Duan Lingtian was strong, had a powerful background, and had a bright future. Moreover, he was polite to him. Let's go in. After calling out to Duan Lingtian and Huan, the old man led the way for the two Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Huan followed closely behind. After entering the Thousand Chains prison, what appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a crimson world. Everywhere was a mountain wall that gave off a crimson glow. Among the mountain walls, there were many special metal pillars that supported the buildings inside the mountain. After passing through a wide passageway, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at a spacious plaza. Aside from the path across from them, there was no other path. Duan Lingtian, this is the final plaza of the Thousand Chains prison. After leading Duan Lingtian into the square, the old man introduced them to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Final square? Duan Lingtian was stunned, as the name of this square seemed to be rather special. Don't you think the name of the square is a little strange? The old man asked with a smile. It's a little strange. Duan Lingtian nodded. The reason this square is called the final square is due to the killing formation that's capable of severely injuring a titled celestial emperor. Ordinary celestial emperors who aren't titled celestial emperors will definitely die if they trigger the killing formation. The old man said with a smile, this is a place where anyone below the titled celestial emperor realm can die. That's why it's called the terminating square. Severely injure a titled celestial emperor? Anyone below the level of a titled celestial emperor will definitely die? Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but inwardly gasp. At the same time, he raised his guard. Don't worry. The old man chuckled when he saw Duan Lingtian's vigilance. Not just anyone can trigger the killing formation in the square of Terminus. The killing formation will only be triggered when someone tries to force his way out of the Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, it only targets those people. Even if we're in the square at that time, the killing formation won't attack us. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he heard the old man's words. At the same time, he could vaguely guess the killing formation's mechanism. The killing formation must have extracted the blood or soul aura of the prisoners and merged it with the killing formation. Otherwise, the killing formation would not be triggered. After passing through the final square, the old man led Duan Lingtian through a long passage before they arrived at a palace that was neither big nor small. The plaque on the entrance of the palace had the words Internal Affairs Palace written on it in large letters. Let me bring you in to register. Under the old man's lead, Duan Lingtian and Huan entered the Internal Affairs Palace. Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian merely had to show their jailer tokens to the elders of the Internal Affairs Pavilion in the Thousand Chains prison. The elders would record their names and leave behind their soul pearls. When there was a vacancy, the elders would ask if they were free to take up the position. If they were not, their names would be temporarily removed from the list. When they were free, they would notify the Internal Affairs Palace. Apart from leaving behind their soul pearls, they also collected the soul pearls of the Internal Affairs Palace's elders. Duan Lingtian, your head warden Su's junior brother. Now that you're a jailer of the Thousand Chains prison, even if you're not on duty, you're welcome to come to the Thousand Chains prison. The Internal Affairs Palace's elder was very friendly toward Duan Lingtian. However, when you're not on duty, you're not allowed to enter the prison. At most, you can go to the life and death platform to comprehend the law of death. When the Internal Affairs Palace's elder reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned solemn as he said, if you're not on duty, even elders like us aren't allowed to enter the prison, let alone jailers. Only the wardens have the privilege to enter, the warden said. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, new prison guards are usually given a chance to familiarize themselves with the prison. Originally, this opportunity has to be chosen at a specific time. Since your head warden Su's junior brother, I don't think it's appropriate for you to make a trip here again. Duan Lingtian nodded. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's eyes lit up. Elder Xie. At the same time, the Internal Affairs Palace's elder looked at the Thousand Chains prison's elder who brought Duan Lingtian and Huan Er into the prison and said, "You'll bring them around the prison and explain the situation to them." As soon as the Internal Affairs Palace's elder finished speaking, he raised his hand and tossed a token to Huan. "All right." Huan Er took the token and nodded. Then he beckoned Duan Lingtian and Huan Er to leave. It wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to see that the command token that Elder Xie received was completely pitch black, and it emitted waves of icy cold and profound aura. Moreover, it gave people a feeling of oppression. It was obvious that many formations had been compressed inside the token. This is the token that allows you to enter and exit the prison. After leaving the Internal Affairs Palace, the old man seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's gazes. He smiled and said, "This token is issued by the Internal Affairs Palace. When it's issued, the Internal Affairs Palace's elder will infuse our soul auras into the token through our soul pearls. In other words, this token can only allow the three of us to enter and exit the prison. This is to prevent people from bringing people in and out of the prison." After listening to the old man's words, Duan Lingtian realized the security in the Thousand Chains prison was not something an ordinary prison could compare to. In the past, there weren't many rules in the Thousand Chains prison. However, ever since a titled celestial emperor escaped from the Thousand Chains prison and killed many of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples, the Heavenly Pool Palace has set many rules in the Thousand Chains prison. Most importantly, only prodigious disciples are allowed to become prison guards. Huan Er nodded. "What do the guards do in the Thousand Chains prison?" Duan Lingtian asked. "What the prison guards need to do is to observe the situation of the people imprisoned in the prison. If they discover anything strange, they need to immediately inform the Internal Affairs Palace. Apart from that, they also need to monitor the people imprisoned in the prison." Huan Er nodded. "How many guards are on duty every time?" Duan Lingtian asked again. 6 guards. They're divided into groups of 2 to patrol the 3 areas of the prison, the old man said. One group is responsible for patrolling the prisons where titled celestial emperors are imprisoned. The other group is responsible for patrolling the prisons where non-titled celestial emperors are imprisoned. The last group is responsible for patrolling the prisons where the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples and elders are imprisoned. Each group will patrol the prison for 4 months before swapping teams. Each group will patrol the prison for 4 months. Each time a guard is on duty, they'll be on duty for a year. The old man said, "Due to the high requirements of being a guard, only prodigious disciples can apply for the position. Therefore, not all guards are assigned to patrol the prison. Some of them are even elders of the Thousand Chains prison. Even I'm often assigned to patrol the prison when there aren't enough guards. This year, there are 6 people patrolling inside. Only 3 of them are geniuses. The other 3 are the elders of the Thousand Chains prison." The old man paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan, or before he continued to say, "Come to think of it, it's not a coincidence. The last change was a month ago. Both of you will have to wait for another 11 months before it's your turn. Moreover, you'll definitely get your turn. After all, very few prodigious disciples are willing to become guards. Even if the salary is high, most of them won't accept it." The old man shook his head when he finished speaking. "Most of the prodigious disciples who are willing to become guards are here for the life and death platform. Elder Yen from the Internal Affairs Palace told you about the life and death platform. You can go to the Thousand Chains prison whenever you want to. It's very beneficial to comprehend the law of death there." That's because the people who have been executed by the Thousand Chains prison are all beneath the life and death platform. The Thousand Chains prison has sealed their deathly aura in that area, making the life and death platform a sacred place to comprehend the laws of death. Chapter 33:15. At the Life and Death Platform. This was not the first time Duan Lingtian had heard of this place. Before he entered the Thousand Chains prison, he knew there was a place in the Thousand Chains prison where he could comprehend the law of death. Later on, he learned the place was called the Life and Death Platform. Now that the old man mentioned it again, he began to yearn for the Life and Death Platform. The prodigious disciples who applied to become wardens of the Thousand Chains prison didn't do it for the celestial crystals. They were more interested in the opportunity to comprehend the law of death on the Life and Death Platform, the old man said. The old man said, every warden can enter the Life and Death Platform for a year to comprehend the law of death after a year of duty. If you want to enter the Life and Death Platform to comprehend the law of death, you'll have to stay on duty for another year. Of course, you can also choose to be on duty for many years at a time and then climb the Life or Death Platform for many years. This is because the time you can climb the Life or Death Platform is linked to the time you are on duty. You can climb the Life or Death Platform for as long as you are on duty. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Of course, you don't have to do this. You can enter the Life and Death Platform whenever you want because of Warden Su. Moreover, you can enter the Life and Death Platform as long as you want." A hint of envy could be seen in the old man's eyes when he finished speaking. Although he did not specialize in the law of death and rarely went to the Life or Death Platform, it was not easy for him to ascend the Life or Death Platform even if he had comprehended the law of death. He also needed to contribute to the Thousand Chains prison. This is because the Hall Master of the Life and Death Pavilion is Warden Su. The elders in the Life and Death Pavilion are also Warden Su's subordinates. Warden Su has long ordered that any junior brothers and sisters who want to enter the Life and Death Platform are free to do so without any restrictions. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, I'm afraid only Lord Su Lang's subordinates are allowed to enter the Life and Death Pavilion. The old man continued to speak. Not only is eldest senior sister the warden of the Thousand Chains prison, but she's also the Hall Master of the Life and Death Pavilion? Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that his understanding of the eldest senior sister was only the tip of the iceberg. What he knew now was something he didn't know in the past. How many wardens are there in the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he followed behind the old man. There are 3 wardens in the Thousand Chains prison. They are in charge of the Internal Affairs Hall, the Life and Death Hall, and the Purgatory Hall. The old man said, "Purgatory Palace?" Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He now knew what the Internal Affairs Hall and the Life and Death Hall were. The Internal Affairs Hall was where the internal affairs of the Thousand Chains prison were handled, while the Life and Death Hall was where the prisoners were executed and stored. The Purgatory Hall is also known as the Punishment Hall. Its function is to punish those who are imprisoned. Naturally, it's not a death sentence. If it's a death sentence, the prisoners will be sent to the Life and Death Hall. The old man paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him, "Duan Lingtian, the Hall Master of the Internal Affairs Hall has a good relationship with Head Warden Su. However, the Hall Master of the Purgatory Hall doesn't have a good relationship with Head Warden Su. If you encounter him, try to avoid him so that he won't make things difficult for you. After all, Head Warden Su isn't here right now. If Head Warden Su is here, he'll restrain himself." The old man's expression turned slightly solemn when he spoke. "How strong is he?" Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he narrowed his eyes. "He's close to a titled celestial emperor." The old man replied. "Close to a titled celestial emperor?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. How could such a person dare to oppose his eldest senior sister? "Elder Xie, do you know how strong my eldest senior sister is?" Duan Lingtian asked instinctively. "She seems to be close to a titled celestial emperor as well?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian realized that the people in the Thousand Chains prison did not seem to know the true strength of his eldest senior sister. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he felt it was normal. As her junior brothers and sisters, it was only natural for them to know her strength better than anyone else. Elder Xie, the hall master of the Purgatory Palace you're talking about, is the head warden of the Thousand Chains prison. If he takes the initiative to make things difficult for me and I don't want to dodge, I should be able to retaliate if he attacks, right? Duan Lingtan asked as his eyes glinted. HM? The old man did not expect Duan Lingtian to ask such a question. He was stunned for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. Duan Lingtan, are you confident you can defeat the hall master of the Thousand Chains prison? After all, his strength is close to a titled celestial emperor. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, I've never heard of anyone who's weaker than a titled celestial emperor being able to defeat him. At most, they're evenly matched with him. The old man said, I'm just asking. Duan Lingtan narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. If he attacks you, you can naturally retaliate. However, the moment you retaliate, he will punish you with the crime of insubordination. Although he won't kill you, he can capture you and bring you to the Purgatory Palace to punish you. The old man shook his head. What if he's not a match for me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed even further, narrowing into slits as he continued asking. Up until now, there hasn't been such a situation in the Thousand Chains prison. However, if he's not a match for you, he won't dare to provoke you. As long as you don't kill him, the Heavenly Pool Palace won't punish you, the old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Xie, let's go to the Thousand Chains prison now. To Duan Lingtian, the pavilion master of the Purgatory Hall and the life or death platform were not as important as the prison. Why did he and Huan join the Heavenly Pool Palace? It was all to save Huan Er's parents. Currently, he was certain Huan Er's father was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison. However, he was not certain about her mother's whereabouts. Although Huan Er had her mother's soul pearl, her mother did not have Huan Er's soul pearl. Therefore, no matter how hard she tried to contact her mother would not be able to respond to her. Naturally, that was if her mother could receive her message. Elder Xie, can we use soul pearls to communicate in and out of the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course not. The old man shook his head. There's a formation in the Thousand Chains prison that restricts soul pearls from transmitting messages. Let alone the Thousand Chains prison, even the Thousand Chains prison restricts soul pearls from transmitting messages. This is also done to prevent the people imprisoned in the prison from communicating with the people outside and even plotting to escape. Huan Er nodded. Huan Er, it seems like your mother didn't receive your voice transmission earlier. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan Er after listening to the old man's words. Previously, when he, Huan Er, and the Zhuge siblings from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect had returned to the spirit overarching heaven, Huan Er had obtained her mother's soul pearl from the Zhang clan's clan leader. He knew Huan Er would often use the soul pearl to send messages to her mother even if her mother could not respond. Of course, that's only if your mother is imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian said. Thank you, Elder. Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man before he asked, I heard from one of my senior brothers that there's a person imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace in the solitary destructive heavens Heavenly Sword Mountain. He said he broke off his engagement with the Heavenly Pool Palace? Are you talking about the prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain? It's a pity he's gone. The old man shook his head and said, that prodigy could have become a son-in-law of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Unfortunately, it's said that he had a mistress and broke off his engagement with the Heavenly Pool Palace. Fortunately, the Heavenly Sword Mountain was tactful enough to send him here. At that time, the palace master was prepared to go to the Heavenly Sword Mountain to demand an explanation. The old man said, Is he still imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian asked. That's right. The old man nodded. If you're interested in him, I'll bring you to meet him when we enter the Thousand Chains prison. as expected of a prodigy from the heavenly sword mountain. After cultivating diligently in the Thousand Chains prison, his cultivation base is close to that of a titled celestial emperor. Previously, when the pavilion master of the Purgatory Pavilion challenged him to a duel, he was not at a disadvantage at all. The old man sighed. Good. I'm curious as to what kind of person would refuse to marry the palace master's daughter. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Huan Er's eyes were filled with excitement as well. She was finally going to meet her biological father. Thank you, Elder. Duan Lingtian asked again. Do you know what kind of woman caused the prodigy from the heavenly sword mountain to refuse the palace master's daughter? That woman is imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison as well. The old man nodded. That woman isn't human. She's a celestial beast. I think she's a phantom fox. In order to punish them, the palace master ordered them to look at each other through the prison, but they were not allowed to meet. Moreover, every once in a while, they would torture the woman once in a while, so that the prodigy of the heavenly sword mountain would suffer psychological torture. That woman is usually in a comatose state and rarely wakes up. After all, once she wakes up, she'll be tortured again. The old man sighed. Speaking of which, she's a woman with a hard life. She didn't do anything wrong. However, she has to suffer because she fell in love with a man she shouldn't have. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. Hun trembled involuntarily as tears welled up in her eyes. The old man was taken aback by Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's reaction. However, he did not suspect anything. He looked at Huan and said with a smile, "It seems like you're a sentimental person as well. However, that woman is really pitiful." Chapter 33:16. Big Brother Ling Tian. Her voice trembled with anger. Duan Ling Tian could empathize with her. If his mother had been the one being tortured, he would have been even more furious. Huan, Big Brother Ling Tian will definitely find a way to save your parents. Duan Ling Tian said in a low voice, "Believe in Big Brother Ling Tian." All right. Huan nodded. She tried her best to suppress her emotions so that the old man would not notice anything amiss. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huan followed the old man out of the narrow passage and into a vast space. That's the Purgatory Palace. The old man pointed. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction the old man was pointing and saw a huge palace in the distance. In front of the palace was a stone tablet that was dozens of meters tall. At a glance, it was much taller than the palace. The words Purgatory Palace were engraved on the tablet. Upon arriving, Duan Lingtian finally saw people entering and exiting the Purgatory Palace. At first glance, the people entering and exiting the Purgatory Palace looked normal. However, some of the people being carried out were covered in blood. Some of them were even missing parts of their bodies. It was a gory scene. There were also a few people who were unscathed. However, when they were being dragged away, their eyes were lifeless. It was as though they had lost their souls. It was a sight that sent chills down Duan Lingtian's spine. People are being dragged into the Purgatory Palace every day to be punished. The old man seemed to be used to such scenes. He continued to lead Duan Lingtian and Huan into another passage. However, this passageway was much shorter than the previous one. A few moments later, Duan Lingtian and Huan followed the old man out of the passage and into another vast space. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw the palace floating in midair to his right. Behind the palace, there was a vast stone platform floating. Now, he could vaguely see some figures sitting cross-legged on it, cultivating. Around their bodies, bursts of black and gray gas could be faintly seen. It was clearly the death aura brought about by comprehending the law of death. This is the life or death hall. The old man's voice sounded at the right time. However, even without the old man's reminder, Duan Lingtian had already guessed that the palace in front of him was the Hall of Life and Death. the hall master of the Hall of Life and Death, is eldest senior sister? Although Duan Lingtian knew that his first senior sister was extremely powerful before he entered the Thousand Chains prison, he didn't expect her to have such a status in the Thousand Chains prison. However, he was not too interested in the life or death hall right now. He looked at the old man and said, "Elder Xia, we still have something to do later. Can you take us to the prison first and see what's going on?" "All right." The old man nodded as he quickened his pace. If Duan Lingtian was only a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace, the old man would not have obeyed Duan Lingtian so much. The reason he was so respectful to Duan Lingtian was because Duan Lingtian's senior sister was one of the 3 wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, she was the youngest and most powerful warden in the Thousand Chains prison. Based on her innate talent and comprehension skills, she'll most likely be a titled Celestial Emperor by the time she returns. The old man thought to himself. After passing through the life or death hall, Duan Lingtian and Huan finally arrived at a huge metal building. The metal building was square in shape, and there was only one door at the front. Elder Xie. As soon as Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the entrance, they saw an old man and a young man walking out from behind the door. The 2 of them smiled and greeted the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian and Huan. Then, they shifted their gaze to Duan Lingtian and Huan. "Who are these 2? "These 2 are the new wardens. He's Duan Lingtian, and she's Huan, the 3rd disciple of Lei Ying's Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian Huan. This is Elder Wang. He's one of the elders in the Thousand Chains prison," the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian Huan. This is Elder Wang. He's an elder in the Thousand Chains prison. As for this person, he's also a prodigy. He's the 2nd disciple of Yu Han's Celestial Emperor, Hu Yi. Duan Lingtian. When they heard that the purple-clad young man before them was Duan Lingtian, no matter if it was Elder Wang or Hu Yi, both of them had a surprised expression on their faces. Naturally, they were familiar with the name Duan Lingtian. 3 years ago, Duan Lingtian had made a life-or-death duel with Han Yunjin, one of the 5 great prodigious disciples. Many people, including them, thought Duan Lingtian had overestimated himself. However, as the wardens and elders of the Thousand Chains prison, they knew Duan Lingtian was not someone they could afford to offend. After all, Duan Lingtian's eldest senior sister was one of the 3 wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. "Duan Lingtian, your life-or-death duel with Han Yunjin should be ending soon, right? Unfortunately, I won't have the chance to watch it. I'll be on duty in the Thousand Chains prison during this time," Hu Yi said with a smile. Hu Yi said with a faint smile on his face. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. "However, I advise you not to fight with Han Yunjin in the Prodigy Arena. Even if you don't fight, nobody will laugh at you. After all, you're still young." Hu Yi had a sincere expression on his face when he spoke. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Hu Ye's words. Then he could not help but laugh. Hu Yi frowned. He did not know what Duan Lingtian was laughing about. "Hu Yi." At this moment, the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian said, "Your news is outdated. At noon today, Duan Lingtian fought with Han Yunjin in the Prodigy Arena." "What?" Hu Ye's eyes widened in shock. "He fought with Han Yunjin in the Prodigy Arena? But now, Elder Xie, did the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor intervene?" In Hu Ye's opinion, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, must have interfered and prevented Han Yunjin from killing Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian managed to survive the battle in the Prodigy Arena. As for Duan Lingtian's victory, he did not even think about it. Han Yunjin is dead. The old man shook his head and said, "Before Han Yunjin died, the profound heaven celestial emperor appeared and asked Duan Lingtian to stop. However, at the critical moment, the verdant prairie celestial emperor and the merciless celestial emperor asked the palace master for help. Since the palace master had spoken, the profound heaven celestial emperor did not intervene. Duan Lingtian killed Han Yunjin. The old man said, "Now that the news has spread, you'll be able to hear it from others once you leave this place." It wasn't just Hu Yi. Even the Thousand Chains prison's elder was stunned, unable to return to his senses for quite some time. "Elder Xie, let's go in," Duan Lingtian urged. "All right." The old man took the lead and entered the building. At the same time, he took out the token given to him by the Internal Affairs Hall and led Duan Lingtian and Huan into the building. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the entrance, he could hear a commotion by his ears. Among the commotion, there were men's voices, women's voices, and beasts' roars. The commotion caused Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. These voices are made by some celestial beasts who are unwilling to be imprisoned. However, these humans and celestial beasts don't have high cultivation bases. The old man's voice rang in the air. A true powerhouse wouldn't make such a commotion in the prison. Soon after, the old man brought Duan Lingtian and Huan to a flight of stairs. The stairs could go up or down, and those clamorous voices were coming from below. However, it was extremely quiet above the stairs. There's no need to patrol the lower levels of the prison. Naturally, if you want to patrol the lower levels, you can go in and have a look. If anyone dares to make a ruckus during the patrol, the wardens can kill them. They only dare to make a ruckus when there are no wardens around. When there are wardens around, they're as docile as cats. Based on the old man's words, it was clear he was disdainful of the people imprisoned below. There are 3 levels above. They're also important areas. Every warden has to patrol each level for 4 months. After 4 months, they'll be transferred to another level. After another 4 months, they'll be transferred to another level. Now let's go up. The disciples and elders of the Heavenly Pool Palace are imprisoned on the 1st level. They're imprisoned here because they've committed some crimes. Under the old man's lead, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the 1st level above the stairs. This was where the disciples and elders of the Heavenly Pool Palace were imprisoned. Although Duan Lingtian was eager to go to the 2nd level with Huan to see her parents, Duan Lingtian did not want to waste his time. To avoid arousing the old man's suspicion, Duan Lingtian asked, "Elder Xie, what kind of crimes did one commit to be imprisoned here?" The elders and disciples imprisoned here have either committed the crime of harming and killing their fellow disciples or have committed the crime of harming the Heavenly Pool Palace's interests. The former isn't a big deal. For example, if you're an elder of the Sword Trial Pavilion, you'll be imprisoned if it's discovered that you've bribed someone to get in through the back door. For example, if you're an elder of the Medicinal Pill Pavilion, you'll be imprisoned if you use your position to sell high-priced pills at a low price to earn bribes. Another example is, after listening to the old man's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned about the reasons why the elders and disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were imprisoned. Moreover, the greater the crime, the longer the time they would be imprisoned. This was similar to the law on Earth. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, all the rules were set by the Heavenly Pool Palace. The 2nd level is where some outsiders are imprisoned. Naturally, they're not titled Celestial Emperors. The prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain and his wife are imprisoned on this level. The old man continued to lead Duan Lingtian and Huan to the 2nd level. Chapter 33:17. After climbing the stairs to the 2nd floor, Duan Lingtian heard Huan's voice. "Brother Lingtian, I can feel my mother's aura. She's over there." Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian looked in the direction Huan was looking at. He saw a row of cells in the distance, but he could not see the people inside. At this moment, Elder Xie, who had been leading the way for them, began to introduce the prisoners to them. The prisoners were not from the Heavenly Pool Palace, but they had offended the Heavenly Pool Palace for some reason. Therefore, they were imprisoned in the 2nd level of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Soon after, Elder Xie brought Duan Lingtian and Huan to a cell that was separated by a cell. There was no one in the middle of the 3 cells. A middle-aged man with white hair was sitting cross-legged in one of the cells. On the other side of the prison, there was a white fox covered in blood lying on the ground. If it wasn't for its weak aura, he would have thought that it was a corpse. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell the white fox was a phantom fox. However, it was unconscious. More than half of the white fox's pure white fur was dyed red. Fresh blood flowed from its body and dyed half of the floor of the prison. It was in red. The strands of blood of different sizes were glaring no matter how one looked at it. Brother Lingtian, she's my mother. She's my mother. Huan Er's excited voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears through voice transmission. However, to avoid attracting the attention of the old man, she tried her best to suppress her emotions and did not reveal her emotions. She knew that if she were to reveal any clues, the Thousand Chains prison might not allow her to enter again. At that time, it would be even more difficult for her to save her parents. Based on Huan Er's gaze, Duan Lingtian knew the white fox was Huan Er's mother, Du Xian. As for the middle-aged man in the other cell, it was clear he was Huan Er's biological father, a prodigy from Heavenly Sword Mountain. Brother Lingtian, I sent a voice transmission to my mother, but she didn't respond. She must be seriously injured. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ignored me, Han Er said through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel pity for her when he heard her trembling voice. Huan Er, I've used my divine consciousness to check your mother. She's not in any danger. I'll contact the middle-aged man in the other cell. He should be your father. After that, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the middle-aged man and asked through voice transmission, is the phantom fox opposite you called Du Xian? Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian sent the voice transmission to the middle-aged man who was resting with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze that was as sharp as lightning instantly landed on Duan Lingtian. In the eyes of the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian, he thought the middle-aged man had noticed the commotion and opened his eyes to look at them. Who are you? How do you know my wife's name? The middle-aged man asked through voice transmission. Do you know you have a daughter? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. The middle-aged man replied. Who are you? How do you know not only Xian Er's name, but we also have a daughter? Your daughter is by my side, Yizichen said. Duan Lingtian reminded the middle-aged man through voice transmission. It's best if you don't make it too obvious. If someone discovers her identity, she might be imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the first part of Duan Lingtian's words. However, when he heard the second part of Duan Lingtian's words, he hastily withdrew his gaze from Huan. However, with Duan Lingtian's reminder, he could only steal a few more glances at Huan. In order not to attract attention, he would occasionally look at the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian. However, when the old man was not paying attention, his gaze softened as he looked at Huan. He's Lian Qiu, the prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. The old man glanced at the middle-aged man before he said to Duan Lingtian, he's the one who ruined the marriage between the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Sword Mountain of the solitary destructive heaven. After that, the Heavenly Sword Mountain personally sent him to the Heavenly Pool Palace and imprisoned him in the Thousand Chains prison. The white fox in front of us is his wife. It was also because of this white fox that he broke off the engagement. Speaking of which, this white fox delivered herself to him. As he spoke, the old man shook his head. When he looked at the unconscious white fox, a hint of pity could be seen in the depths of his eyes. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he held Huan Er's hand and followed the old man. Huan Er's gaze was completely different from before. She stared at the middle-aged man for a long time. She's Xianren, my daughter. Her eyes are the same as Xianren's. When Duan Lingtian held Huan Er's hand and left, Lian Qiu closed his eyes and did not look at Huan. However, his heart was in turmoil as he thought to himself, her face is similar to Xianren's as well. Lian Qiu did not know he had a daughter before this. He only learned that his wife, Du Xian, had come to the Heavenly Pool Palace to look for him and was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison. It was only then that he learned he had a daughter whom his wife had left behind in the spirit overarching heaven. When he learned about this, his first reaction was anger. He was angry that his wife had left his daughter behind to look for him. However, when he saw his wife being tortured in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison to find him, he could only feel heartache. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that his daughter would have a good life outside. He had already accepted the fate of himself and his wife. He had even given up all hope, thinking that he would never see his daughter again in this lifetime. But today, two complete strangers had appeared before his eyes. Among them, the handsome young man in purple had communicated with him via voice transmission and told him that his daughter was by his side. When he first saw the white-clothed woman beside the young man in purple, he didn't even need any proof to know that she was his daughter. She resembled his wife a lot. In fact, there was a hint of him in her features as well. Senior Xianxia, and I will think of a way to save you and Senior Du Xian. When Duan Lingtian and Huan were about to leave Xiao's sight, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Xiao solemnly. When Xiao heard how Duan Lingtian addressed his daughter, he was certain she was his and Du Xian's daughter. There was no doubt about it. Although they looked alike, it was impossible for their names to be coincidental. Save us! However, after a while, Xiao regained his senses, and his expression changed completely. His daughter and the purple-clad young man standing next to her seemed to be his son-in-law. How could they be saved? I hope these two silly children won't act rashly. It's not easy to escape from the Thousand Chains prison. If it's that easy, the titled celestial emperors on the third floor would have escaped long ago. Xiao prayed inwardly. Although he wanted to bring his wife Du Xian away from this place, if his daughter and the young man who was suspected to be their son-in-law had to risk their lives, they would rather stay here. I believe you have the same thoughts as well. Taking a deep breath, Xiao suppressed the violent trembling of his body. He could not bear to look at the giant white fox covered in blood in the other cell. This was his wife, Du Xian. However, Du Xian was often tortured and severely injured, so she could only return to her original form to recuperate. On the other side, after leaving the second floor with the old man, Duan Lingtian held Huan's hand tightly as he asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world, "Sister Water, do you have any ideas?" Duan Lingtian had told the world-cleansing divine water about his purpose in coming to the Thousand Chains prison. He had also asked the world-cleansing divine water to check if there were any loopholes in the prison. If there was a loophole, he could use it to save Huan's parents. It's difficult. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian's heart sank. Difficult? Since the world-cleansing divine water had said so, it meant it was indeed difficult. Senior, can I lend all of you to Huan's father, Xianxia? With your help, he'll be able to display strength surpassing ordinary titled celestial emperors and escape from the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian voiced his thoughts. Although he knew it would be dangerous for him to expose the 5 divine elements, he did not hesitate to save Huan's parents. After all, he did not think Huan's father would betray him. Naturally, if Huan's father managed to escape with the help of the 5 divine elements, he would become the target of everyone in the Devata realms. After all, even heavenly emperors would be tempted by the 5 divine elements. However, he had to make sure this method worked first. After all, he was prepared to lend the 5 divine elements to the Thousand Chains prison. No. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the world-cleansing divine water rejected his idea. It's not as simple as you think. Only our host is capable of drawing out the full power of the 5 divine elements. Do you think that just because you're able to tap into our power, others can do the same as well? That's not the case, yes. Chapter 33:18. You can lend the 5 divine elements to someone else, but that person won't be able to unleash even 1% of the 5 divine elements' power. Only the host will be able to unleash the full power of the 5 divine elements. Unless the host dies and the divine elements change to a new host, acknowledge the identity of the new host, and reach some sort of agreement with the new host's soul, then the new host will be able to fully utilize the power of the divine elements. If your idea really works, doesn't that mean that after a person becomes a Paragon Realm expert with the help of the 5 divine elements, he'll be able to lend the 5 divine elements to others and become a Paragon Realm expert as well? That's not realistic. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian realized his method was useless. He began to feel anxious again. Sister Water, do you have any ideas? I do have an idea. However, it's too dangerous for you. The world-cleansing divine water replied. What is it? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he asked anxiously. In his opinion, as long as there was a way, it was fine even if he had to put himself in danger. As the saying went, fortune comes from danger. Duan Lingtian had traveled from the mundane realm to the Devata realm. Naturally, he knew this. Release the titled celestial emperors on the 3rd floor of the prison. If possible, release all of them. The world-cleansing divine water said bluntly. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Then he smiled wryly and said, Sister Water, your suggestion is a little too cruel. However, will they be able to escape if they're released? The Thousand Chains prison is no longer what it used to be. Elder Xie has already said so. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, the only things that are more complicated in the Thousand Chains prison are the formations in the prison and the square in front of the Internal Affairs Pavilion. However, I have a way to deal with these 2 formations. You can deliberately leak the method to them. The world-cleansing divine water said. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. The world-cleansing divine water knew how to break the formations in the prison and the square so the titled celestial emperors would not have to worry about them. Up until now, there are 6 titled celestial emperors imprisoned on this floor. After leaving the 2nd floor, the old man brought Duan Lingtian and Huan to the 3rd floor. The cells on this floor were unique. Each of the cells seemed to be a cultivation ground. There were 6 rooms in each cell, and nothing seemed to be holding them down. There was a person sitting cross-legged in front of each of the 4 rooms. There was an old man with disheveled gray hair, a bald man, a skinny old woman, and a young man with a cold temperament. At the same time Duan Lingtian's group of 3 appeared, the bald man glanced indifferently at the 3 of them before he closed his eyes again. He didn't look at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 anymore. This bald man is known as the Scoured Cloud Celestial Emperor. He killed 2 elders of the Heavenly Pool Palace in the past. Since the palace master couldn't kill him, he was captured and imprisoned here. At this moment, the old man's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. All of the 6 titled celestial emperors, including him, have comprehended the law of Earth. Moreover, all of them are skilled in defense. Even if they're skilled in defense and not offense as titled celestial emperors, their offensive prowess is still on par with titled celestial emperors even if their offensive prowess is inferior to their defensive prowess. As you can see, this place doesn't look like a prison at all. That's because ordinary prison restraints are useless against them. Right now, they're trapped and enveloped by the formation. Even if they try their best, they won't be able to escape. After listening to the old man's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the 3rd floor did not look like a prison. Instead, it looked more like a place for cultivation. On the 2nd level, people like Lian Qiu, the prodigy of Heavenly Sword Mountain, whose strength is close to that of a titled celestial emperor, are bound by the prison and the formation. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the prison to trap them. The old man continued to explain. Duan Lingtian nodded. The old man continued to introduce the other 5 titled celestial emperors to Duan Lingtian. These titled celestial emperors had either killed a prodigy from the Heavenly Pool Palace or angered the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace's powerhouses could suppress them, they could not kill them. Under such circumstances, the Heavenly Pool Palace had no choice but to capture them and imprison them in the Thousand Chains prison. There are some old antiques among these titled celestial emperors. However, not only is it difficult to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy here, but it's also difficult for them to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth here. Moreover, they can't calm down at all. Duan Lingtian had tried to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth on the second floor, but he did not notice this problem. However, when Duan Lingtian tried to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth on the third floor, he discovered this problem again. It was obvious this problem only existed on the third floor. Elder Xie, the heaven and earth spirit energy here is almost non-existent. Moreover, when I tried to comprehend the profundities of heaven and earth, I was also affected by an unknown force. Is there a formation on this floor that specifically targets this problem? Although Duan Lingtian had his suspicions, he still asked the old man. That's right. The old man's reply confirmed Duan Lingtian's speculation. There's a special formation here that restricts the strength of the titled celestial emperors. There's no lack of talented titled celestial emperors here. If they're not restricted, it's only a matter of time before they wreak havoc in the Thousand Chains prison. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. The old man continued to say, the formation on the third floor is very strong. It's impossible for them to escape. For this reason, you'll be patrolling the third floor for 4 months. You can find a place to sit cross-legged and cultivate since you don't have to do anything. Once the time is up, you'll be able to leave this place. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's leave now. After taking Duan Lingtian and Huan around the prison, the old man led them out of the prison. When they arrived at the second floor, Huan Er's emotions were still fluctuating. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to comfort Huan as he asked the world-cleansing divine water, Sister Water, can I bring my parents out of this place by letting them enter my little world? Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he added, the little world in my body is different from ordinary people's. Is there a way to bypass the formation and bring them out under your guidance, Sister Shui? If it's that simple, I wouldn't have suggested that you release all the titled celestial emperors on the third floor. The world-cleansing divine water replied to Duan Lingtian's question, although your little world is different from ordinary people's, the Thousand Chains prison isn't as simple as it seems. Moreover, the Thousand Chains prison has preserved the aura of the prisoner's souls. Even if they enter your little world, they'll still be discovered. For now, the only way out is to release all the titled celestial emperors. However, even if you do that, it'll still be dangerous. After all, it won't take long for the Heavenly Pool Palace to track you down. At that time, you'll become an enemy of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, you've said that the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace has a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Even if you manage to escape, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven will mobilize his forces to help the Heavenly Pool Palace find you. The world-cleansing divine water analyzed the pros and cons of the situation and voiced out her concerns. Duan Lingtian listened patiently to the world-cleansing divine water's words. He did not relay the message to Huan. However, when she returned to Duan Lingtian's cultivation place, she could no longer hold back her tears. Tears streamed down her cheeks like rain. Her beautiful face was revealed after she removed her veil, revealing a pained expression that would make one's heart ache. Brother Lingtian, my mother has suffered a lot. I'm useless. I'm really useless. I couldn't save her. Huan cried bitterly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was beginning to regret bringing Huan to the Thousand Chains prison. If he had gone alone, he would have been able to hide the truth from Huan for a while. Even then, he was still as eager to save Huan's parents as he was now. I have a way to save your parents. A hint of determination flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes as he looked at Huan. So what if he was being hunted by the Heavenly Pool Palace? So what if he was being hunted by the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven? After all, he was not from the Boundless Heaven. He had only entered the Heavenly Pool Palace to save Huan's parents. Brother Lingtian, are you telling the truth? Huan stopped crying when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She stared at Duan Ling Tian intently. She had always trusted Duan Ling Tian unconditionally, and that was still the case even now. However, since this concerned her parents, she could not help but ask for confirmation. "Well, Brother Ling Tian hasn't lied to you before, right?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile on his face. "Brother Ling Tian, I want to know if you have a way to rescue my parents. If there's any danger, I'd rather wait a few more years until we're strong enough to rescue them." Then, she said solemnly, "Brother Lington, I want to know if you have a way to rescue my parents. If there's any danger, I'd rather wait a few years until we're strong enough to rescue them." After her trip to the Thousand Chains prison, Huan knew how difficult it would be to save her parents. Even if she believed in her big brother Ling Tian now, she still felt that it was too unrealistic. Moreover, she felt that there might be an extremely great risk behind her big brother Ling Tian saving her parents. "Silly girl, what are you thinking about?" Duan Lingtian patted Huan's head and said with a smile, "Brother Lingtian, I won't do anything I'm not confident in. Don't worry." You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.